History of the United States by Charles A. Beard and Mary R. Beard, Part 5, Sectional Conflict and Reconstruction, Chapter 13, The Rise of the Industrial System. If Jefferson could have lived to see the Stars and Stripes planted on the Pacific Ocean, the broad empire of Texas added to the planting states, and the valley of the Willamette waving with wheat sown by farmers from New England, he would have been more than fortified in his faith that the future of America lay in agriculture. Even a staunch old Federalist like Gouverneur Morris or Josiah Quincy would have mournfully conceded both the prophecy and the claim. Manifest destiny never seemed more clearly written in the stars. As the farmers from the Northwest and planters from the Southwest poured in upon the floor of Congress, the party of Jefferson, christened anew by Jackson, grew stronger year by year. Opponents there were, no doubt, disgruntled critics and Whigs by conviction. But in 1852 Franklin Pierce, the Democratic candidate for president, carried every state in the Union except Massachusetts, Vermont, Kentucky, and Tennessee. This victory, a triumph under ordinary circumstances, was all the more significant in that Pierce was pitted against a hero of the Mexican War, General Scott, whom the Whigs, hoping to win by rousing the martial ardor of the voters, had nominated. On looking at the election returns, the new president calmly assured the planters that "the general principle of reduction of duties with a view to revenue may now be regarded as the settled policy of the country." With equal confidence, he waved aside those agitators who devoted themselves to the supposed interests of the relatively few Africans in the United States. Like a watchman in the night, he called to the country, "All's well." The party of Hamilton and Clay lay in the dust. The Industrial Revolution. As pride often goeth before a fall, so sanguine expectation is sometimes the symbol of defeat. Jackson destroyed the bank. Polk signed the tariff bill of 1846, striking an effective blow at the principle of protection for manufactures. Pierce promised to silence the abolitionists. His successor was to approve a drastic step in the direction of free trade. Nevertheless, all these things left untouched the springs of power that were in due time to make America the greatest industrial nation on the earth, namely, vast national resources, business enterprise, inventive genius, and the free labor supply of Europe. Unseen by the thoughtless, unrecorded in the diaries of wiseacres, rarely mentioned in the speeches of statesmen, there was swiftly rising such a tide in the affairs of America as Jefferson and Hamilton never dreamed of in their little philosophies. The inventors. Watt and Boulton experimenting with steam in England, Whitney combining wood and steel into a cotton gin, Fulton and Fitch applying the steam engine to navigation, Stevens and Peter Cooper trying out the iron horse on iron highways, Slater building spinning mills in Pawtucket, Howe attaching the needle to the flying wheel, Morse spanning a continent with the telegraph, Cyrus Field linking the markets of the New World with the Old along the bed of the Atlantic, McCormick breaking the sickle under the reaper, these men and 1,000 more were destroying in a mighty revolution of industry the world of the stagecoach and the tallow candle which Washington and Franklin had inherited little changed from the age of Caesar. Whitney was to make cotton king. Watt and Fulton were to make steel and steam masters of the world. Agriculture was to fall behind in the race for supremacy. Industry outstrips planting. The story of invention, that tribute to the triumph of mind over matter, fascinating as a romance, need not be treated in detail here. The effects of invention on social and political life, multitudinous and never-ending, form the very warp and woof of American progress from the days of Andrew Jackson to the latest hour. Neither the great civil conflict, the clash of two systems, nor the problems of the modern age can be approached without an understanding of the striking phases of industrialism. First and foremost among them was the uprush of mills, managed by captains of industry and manned by labor drawn from farms, cities, and foreign lands. For every planter who cleared a domain in the Southwest and gathered his army of bondmen about him, there rose in the North a magician of steam and steel who collected under his roof an army of free workers. In 7-league boots this new giant strode ahead of the Southern giant. Between 1850 and 1859, to use dollars and cents as the measure of progress, the value of domestic manufactures, including mines and fisheries, rose from $1,019,106,616 to $1,900,000,000, an increase of 86% in 10 years. In this same period, the total production of naval stores, rice, sugar, tobacco, and cotton, the staples of the South, went only from $165 million in round figures to $204 million. At the halfway point of the century, the capital invested in industry, commerce, and cities far exceeded the value of all the farmland between the Atlantic and the Pacific. Thus the course of economy had been reversed in 50 years. Tested by figures of production, King Cotton had shriveled by 1860 to a petty prince in comparison, for each year the captains of industry turned out goods worth nearly 20 times all the bales of cotton picked on Southern plantations. Iron, boots and shoes, and leather goods pouring from Northern mills surpassed in value the entire cotton output. The agrarian West turns to industry. Nor was this vast enterprise confined to the old Northeast where, as Madison had sagely remarked, commerce was early dominant. Cincinnati, runs an official report in 1854, appears to be a great central depot for ready-made clothing, and its manufacture for the Western markets may be said to be one of the great trades of that city. There, wrote another traveler, I heard the crack of the cattle driver's whip and the hum of the factory, the West and the East meeting. Louisville and St. Louis were already famous for their clothing trades and the manufacture of cotton bagging. 500 of the 2,000 woolen mills in the country in 1860 were in the Western states. Of the output of flour and grist mills, which almost reached in value the cotton crop of 1850, the Ohio Valley furnished a rapidly growing share. The old home of Jacksonian democracy, where Federalists had been almost as scarce as monarchists, turned slowly backward, as the needle to the pole, toward the principle of protection for domestic industry espoused by Hamilton and defended by Clay. The extension of canals and railways. As necessary to mechanical industry as steel and steam power was the great market, spread over a wide and diversified area and knit together by efficient means of transportation. This service was supplied to industry by the steamship, which began its career on the Hudson in 1807, by the canals, of which the Erie opened in 1825 was the most noteworthy, and by the railways, which came into practical operation about 1830. With sure instinct, the Eastern manufacturer reached out for the markets of the Northwest Territory, where free farmers were producing annually staggering crops of corn, wheat, bacon, and wool. The two great canal systems, the Erie connecting New York City with the waterways of the Great Lakes and the Pennsylvania chain linking Philadelphia with the headwaters of the Ohio, gradually turned the tide of trade from New Orleans to the eastern seaboard. The railways followed the same paths. By 1860, New York had rail connections with Chicago and St. Louis, one of the routes running through the Hudson and Mohawk valleys and along the Great Lakes, and the other through Philadelphia and Pennsylvania and across the rich wheat fields of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois. Baltimore, not to be outdone by her two rivals, reached out over the mountains for the Western trade and in 1857 had trains running into St. Louis. In railway enterprise, the South took more interest than in canals, and the friends of that section came to its aid. To offset the magnet drawing trade away from the Mississippi Valley, lines were built from the Gulf to Chicago, the Illinois Central part of the project being a monument to the zeal and industry of a Democrat, better known in politics than in business, Stephen A. Douglas. The swift movement of cotton and tobacco to the north or to seaports was of common concern to planters and manufacturers. Accordingly, lines were flung down along the southern coast, linking Richmond, Charleston, and Savannah with the northern markets. Other lines struck inland from the coast, giving a rail outlet to the sea for Raleigh, Columbia, Atlanta, Chattanooga, Nashville, and Montgomery. Nevertheless, in spite of this enterprise, the mileage of all the southern states in 1860 did not equal that of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois combined. Banking and finance. Out of commerce and manufactures and the construction and operation of railways came such an accumulation of capital in the northern states as merchants of old never imagined. The banks of the four industrial states of Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, and Pennsylvania in 1860 had funds greater than the banks in all the other states combined. New York City had become the money market of America, the center to which industrial companies, railway promoters, farmers, and planters turned for capital to initiate and carry on their operation. The banks of Louisiana, South Carolina, Georgia, and Virginia, it is true, had capital far in excess of the banks of the Northwest, but still they were relatively small compared with the financial institutions of the East. The growth of the industrial population. A revolution of such magnitude in industry, transport, and finance, overturning as it did the agrarian civilization of the old Northwest and reaching out to the very borders of the country, could not fail to bring in its train consequences of a striking character. Some were immediate and obvious; others require a fullness of time not yet reached to reveal their complete significance. Outstanding among them was the growth of an industrial population, detached from the land, concentrated in cities, and, to use Jefferson's phrase, dependent upon the caprices and casualties of trade for a livelihood. This was a result, as the great Virginian had foreseen, which flowed inevitably from public and private efforts to stimulate industry as against agriculture. It was estimated in 1860, on the basis of the census figures, that mechanical production gave employment to 1,100,000 men and 285,000 women, making, if the average number of dependents upon them be reckoned, nearly 6,000,000 people, or about 1/6 of the population of the country, sustained from manufactures. This, runs the official record, was exclusive of the number engaged in the production of many of the raw materials and of the food for manufacturers, in the distribution of their products, such as merchants, clerks, draymen, mariners, the employees of railroads, expresses, and steamboats, of capitalists, various artistic and professional classes, as well as carpenters, bricklayers, painters, and the members of other mechanical trades not classed as manufacturers. It is safe to assume, then, that 1/3 of the whole population is supported, directly or indirectly, by manufacturing industry. Taking, however, the number of persons directly supported by manufacturers, namely about 6 millions, reveals the astounding fact that the white laboring population, divorced from the soil, already exceeded the number of slaves on Southern farms and plantations. Immigration. The more carefully the rapid growth of the industrial population is examined, the more surprising is the fact that such an immense body of free laborers could be found, particularly when it is recalled to what desperate straits the colonial leaders were put in securing immigrants, slavery, indentured servitude, and kidnapping being the fruits of their necessities. The answer to the enigma is to be found partly in European conditions and partly in the cheapness of transportation after the opening of the era of steam navigation. Shrewd observers of the course of events had long foreseen that a flood of cheap labor was bound to come when the way was made easy. Some, among them Chief Justice Ellsworth, went so far as to prophesy that white labor would in time be so abundant that slavery would disappear as the more costly of the two labor systems. The processes of nature were aided by the policies of government in England and Germany. The coming of the Irish. The opposition of the Irish people to the English government, ever furious and irrepressible, was increased in the mid-40s by an almost total failure of the potato crop, the main support of the peasants. Catholic in religion, they had been compelled to support a Protestant church. Tillers of the soil by necessity, they were forced to pay enormous tributes to absentee landlords in England whose claim to their estates rested upon the title of conquest and confiscation. Intensely loyal to their race, the Irish were subjected in all things to the Parliament at London, in which their small minority of representatives had little influence save in holding a balance of power between the two contending English parties. To the constant political irritation, the potato famine added physical distress beyond description. In cottages and fields and along the highways, the victims of starvation lay dead by the hundreds, the relief which charity afforded only bringing misery more sharply to the foreground. Those who were fortunate enough to secure passage money sought escape to America. In 1844, the total immigration into the United States was less than 80,000. In 1850, it had risen by leaps and bounds to more than 300,000. Between 1820 and 1860, the immigrants from the United Kingdom numbered 2,750,000, of whom more than one half were Irish. It has been said with a touch of exaggeration that the American canals and railways of those days were built by the labor of Irishmen. The German migration. To political discontent and economic distress, such as was responsible for the coming of the Irish, may likewise be traced the source of the Germanic migration. The potato blight that fell upon Ireland visited the Rhine Valley and southern Germany at the same time with results as pitiful, if less extensive. The calamity inflicted by nature was followed shortly by another inflicted by the despotic conduct of German kings and princes. In 1848 there had occurred throughout Europe a popular uprising in behalf of republics and democratic government. For a time it rode on a full tide of success. Kings were overthrown or compelled to promise constitutional government, and tyrannical ministers fled from their palaces. Then came reaction. Those who had championed the popular cause were imprisoned, shot, or driven out of the land. Men of attainments and distinction, whose sole offense was opposition to the government of kings and princes, sought an asylum in America, carrying with them to the land of their adoption the spirit of liberty and democracy. In 1847 over 50,000 Germans came to America, the forerunners of a migration that increased almost steadily for many years. The record of 1860 showed that in the previous 20 years nearly 1.5 million had found homes in the United States. Far and wide they scattered, from the mills and shops of the seacoast towns to the uttermost frontiers of Wisconsin and Minnesota. The labor of women and children. If the industries, canals, and railways of the country were largely manned by foreign labor, still important native sources must not be overlooked. Above all, the women and children of the New England textile districts. Spinning and weaving, by a tradition that runs far beyond the written records of mankind, belonged to women. Indeed, it was the dexterous housewives, spinsters, and boys and girls that laid the foundations of the textile industry in America, foundations upon which the mechanical revolution was built. As the wheel and loom were taken out of the homes to the factories operated by water power or the steam engine, the women, and, to use Hamilton's phrase, the children of tender years, followed as a matter of course. "The cotton manufacture alone employs 6,000 persons in Lowell," wrote a French observer in 1836. "Of this number nearly 5,000 are young women from 17 to 24 years of age, the daughters of farmers from the different New England states." It was not until after the middle of the century that foreign lands proved to be the chief source from which workers were recruited for the factories of New England. It was then that the daughters of the Puritans, outdone by the competition of foreign labor, both of men and women, left the spinning jenny and the loom to other hands. The rise of organized labor. The changing conditions of American life, marked by the spreading mill towns of New England, New York, and Pennsylvania, and the growth of cities like Buffalo, Cincinnati, Louisville, St. Louis, Detroit, and Chicago in the West, naturally brought changes, as Jefferson had prophesied, in manners and morals. A few mechanics, smiths, carpenters, and masons, widely scattered through farming regions and rural villages, raised no such problems as tens of thousands of workers collected in one center in daily intercourse, learning the power of cooperation and union. Even before the coming of steam and machinery, in the good old days of handicrafts, laborers in many trades, printers, shoemakers, carpenters, for example, had begun to draw together in the towns for the advancement of their interests in the form of higher wages, shorter days, and milder laws. The shoemakers of Philadelphia, organized in 1794, conducted a strike in 1799 and held together until indicted 7 years later for conspiracy. During the 20s and 30s, local labor unions sprang up in all industrial centers, and they led almost immediately to city federations of the several crafts. As the thousands who were dependent upon their daily labor for their livelihood mounted into the millions and industries spread across the continent, the local unions of craftsmen grew into national craft organizations bound together by the newspapers, the telegraph, and the railways. Before 1860 there were several such national trade unions, including the plumbers, printers, mule spinners, iron molders, and stone cutters. All over the North labor leaders arose, men unknown to general history, but forceful and resourceful characters who forged links binding scattered and individual workers into a common brotherhood. An attempt was even made in 1834 to federate all the crafts into a permanent national organization, but it perished within 3 years through lack of support. Half a century had to elapse before the American Federation of Labor was to accomplish this task. All the manifestations of the modern labor movement had appeared, in germ at least, by the time the mid-century was reached. Unions, labor leaders, strikes, a labor press, a labor political program, and a labor political party. In every great city industrial disputes were a common occurrence. The papers recorded about 400 in 2 years, 1853 to 1854, local affairs but forecasting economic struggles in a larger field. The labor press seems to have begun with the founding of the Mechanics' Free Press in Philadelphia in 1828 and the establishment of the New York Working Man's Advocate shortly afterward. These semi-political papers were in later years followed by regular trade papers designed to weld together and advance the interests of particular crafts. Edited by able leaders, these little sheets with limited circulation wielded an enormous influence in the ranks of the workers. Labor and politics. As for the political program of labor, the main planks were clear and specific: the abolition of imprisonment for debt, manhood suffrage in states where property qualifications still prevailed, free and universal education, laws protecting the safety and health of workers in mills and factories, abolition of lotteries, repeal of laws requiring militia service, and free land in the West. Into the labor papers and platforms there sometimes crept a note of hostility to the masters of industry, a sign of bitterness that excited little alarm while cheap land in the West was open to the discontented. The Philadelphia workman, in issuing a call for a local convention, invited "all those of our fellow citizens who live by their own labor and none other." In Newcastle County, Delaware, the Association of Working People complained in 1830, "The poor have no laws. The laws are made by the rich and of course for the rich." Here and there an extremist went to the length of advocating an equal division of wealth among all the people, the crudest kind of communism. Agitation of this character produced in labor circles profound distrust of both Whigs and Democrats who talked principally about tariffs and banks. It resulted in attempts to found independent labor parties. In Philadelphia, Albany, New York City, and New England, labor candidates were put up for elections in the early 30s and in a few cases were victorious at the polls. "The balance of power has at length got into the hands of the working people, where it properly belongs," triumphantly exclaimed the Mechanics' Free Press of Philadelphia in 1829. But the triumph was illusory. Dissensions appeared in the labor ranks. The old party leaders, particularly of Tammany Hall, the Democratic Party organization in New York City, offered concessions to labor in return for votes. Newspapers unsparingly denounced trade union politicians as demagogues, levelers, and rag-tag and bobtail, and some of them, deeming labor unrest the sour fruit of manhood suffrage, suggested disfranchisement as a remedy. Under the influence of concession and attacks, the political fever quickly died away, and the end of the decade left no remnant of the labor political parties. Labor leaders turned to a task which seemed more substantial and practical, that of organizing working men into craft unions for the definite purpose of raising wages and reducing hours. End of section 1. Chapter 8. The Rise of the Industrial System. Continued. The Industrial Revolution and National Politics. Southern plans for union with the West. It was long the design of Southern statesmen like Calhoun to hold the West and the South together in one political party. The theory on which they based their hope was simple. Both sections were agricultural, the producers of raw materials and the buyers of manufactured goods. The planters were heavy purchasers of Western bacon, pork, mules, and grain. The Mississippi River and its tributaries formed the natural channel for the transportation of heavy produce southward to the plantations and outward to Europe. Therefore, ran their political reasoning, the interests of the two sections were one. By standing together in favor of low tariffs, they could buy their manufactures cheaply in Europe and pay for them in cotton, tobacco, and grain. The union of the two sections under Jackson's management seemed perfect. The East forms ties with the West. Eastern leaders were not blind to the ambitions of Southern statesmen. On the contrary, they also recognized the importance of forming strong ties with the agrarian West and drawing the produce of the Ohio Valley to Philadelphia and New York. The canals and railways were the physical signs of this economic union, and the results, commercial and political, were soon evident. By the middle of the century, Southern economists noted the change, one of them, DePauw, lamenting that "the great cities of the North have severally penetrated the interior with artificial lines until they have taken from the open and untaxed current of the Mississippi the commerce produced on its borders." To this writer it was an astounding thing to behold the number of steamers that now descend the upper Mississippi River, loaded to the guards with produce, as far as the mouth of the Illinois River and then turn up that stream with their cargoes to be shipped to New York via Chicago. The Illinois Canal has not only swept the whole produce along the line of the Illinois River to the east, but it is drawing the products of the upper Mississippi through the same channel, thus depriving New Orleans and St. Louis of a rich portion of their former trade. If to any shippers the broad current of the great river sweeping down to New Orleans offered easier means of physical communication to the sea than the canals and railways, the difference could be overcome by the credit which Eastern bankers were able to extend to the grain and produce buyers, in the first instance, and through them to the farmers on the soil. The acute Southern observer just quoted, DePauw, admitted with evident regret, in 1852, that last autumn the rich regions of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois were flooded with the local banknotes of the Eastern states, advanced by the New York houses on produce to be shipped by way of the canals in the spring. These moneyed facilities enable the packer, miller, and speculator to hold on to their produce until the opening of navigation in the spring, and they are no longer obliged, as formerly, to hurry off their shipments during the winter by the way of New Orleans in order to realize funds by drafts on their shipments. The banking facilities at the East are doing as much to draw trade from us as the canals and railways which Eastern capital is constructing. Thus canals, railways, and financial credit were swiftly forging bonds of union between the old home of Jacksonian democracy in the West and the older home of federalism in the East. The nationalism to which Webster paid eloquent tribute became more and more real with the passing of time. The self-sufficiency of the pioneer was broken down as he began to watch the produce markets of New York and Philadelphia, where the prices of corn and hogs fixed his earnings for the year. The West and manufactures. In addition to the commercial bonds between the East and the West, there was growing up a common interest in manufactures. As skilled white labor increased in the Ohio Valley, the industries springing up in the new cities made Western life more like that of the industrial East than like that of the planting South. Moreover, the Western states produced some important raw materials for American factories, which called for protection against foreign competition, notably wool, hemp, and flax. As the South had little or no foreign competition in cotton and tobacco, the East could not offer protection for her raw materials in exchange for protection for industries. With the West, however, it became possible to establish reciprocity in tariffs, that is, for example, to trade a high rate on wool for a high rate on textiles or iron. The South dependent on the North. While East and West were drawing together, the distinctions between North and South were becoming more marked. The latter, having few industries and producing little save raw materials, was being forced into the position of a dependent section. As a result of the protective tariff, Southern planters were compelled to turn more and more to Northern mills for their cloth, shoes, hats, hoes, plows, and machinery. Nearly all the goods which they bought in Europe in exchange for their produce came overseas to Northern ports, whence transshipments were made by rail and water to Southern points of distribution. Their rice, cotton, and tobacco, in as far as they were not carried to Europe in British bottoms, were transported by Northern masters. In these ways, a large part of the financial operations connected with the sale of Southern produce and the purchase of goods in exchange passed into the hands of Northern merchants and bankers who, naturally, made profits from their transactions. Finally, Southern planters who wanted to buy more land and more slaves on credit borrowed heavily in the North, where huge accumulations made the rates of interest lower than the smaller banks in the South could afford. The South reckons the cost of economic dependence. As Southern dependence upon Northern capital became more and more marked, Southern leaders began to chafe at what they regarded as restraints laid upon their enterprise. In a word, they came to look upon the planter as a tribute-bearer to the manufacturer and financier. The South, expostulated DePauw, stands in the attitude of feeding a vast population of Northern merchants, shipowners, capitalists, and others who, without claims on her progeny, drink up the life-blood of her trade. Where goes the value of our labor but to those who, taking advantage of our folly, ship for us, buy for us, sell to us, and, after turning our own capital to their profitable account, return laden with our money to enjoy their easily earned opulence at home. Southern statisticians, not satisfied with generalities, attempted to figure out how great was this tribute in dollars and cents. They estimated that the planters annually lent to Northern merchants the full value of their exports, 100 millions or more, to be used in the manipulation of foreign imports. They calculated that no less than 40 millions, all told, had been paid to shipowners in profits. They reckoned that, if the South were to work up her own cotton, she would realize from 70 to 100 millions a year that otherwise went north. Finally, to cap the climax, they regretted that planters spent some 15 millions a year pleasure-seeking in the alluring cities and summer resorts of the North. Southern opposition to Northern policies. Proceeding from these premises, Southern leaders drew the logical conclusion that the entire program of economic measures demanded in the North was without exception adverse to Southern interests and, by a similar chain of reasoning, injurious to the corn and wheat producers of the West. Cheap labor afforded by free immigration, a protective tariff raising prices of manufactures for the tiller of the soil, ship subsidies increasing the tonnage of carrying trade in Northern hands, internal improvements forging new economic bonds between the East and the West, a national banking system giving strict national control over the currency as a safeguard against paper inflation, all these devices were regarded in the South as contrary to the planting interest. They were constantly compared with the restrictive measures by which Great Britain, more than half a century before, had sought to bind American interests. As oppression justified a war for independence once, statesmen argued, so it can justify it again. It is curious, as it is melancholy and distressing, came a broad hint from South Carolina, to see how striking is the analogy between the colonial vassalage to which the manufacturing states have reduced the planting states and that which formerly bound the Anglo-American colonies to the British Empire. England said to her American colonies, "You shall not trade with the rest of the world for such manufactures as are produced in the mother country." The manufacturing states say to their southern colonies, "You shall not trade with the rest of the world for such manufactures as we produce." The conclusion was inexorable. Either the South must control the national government and its economic measures, or it must declare, as America had done 80 years before, its political and economic independence. As Northern mills multiplied, as railways spun their mighty web over the face of the North, and as accumulated capital rose into the hundreds of millions, the conviction of the planters and their statesmen deepened into desperation. Efforts to start Southern industries fail. A few of them, seeing the predominance of the North, made determined efforts to introduce manufactures into the South. To the leaders who were averse to secession and nullification, this seemed the only remedy for the growing disparity in the power of the two sections. Societies for the encouragement of mechanical industries were formed, the investment of capital was sought, and indeed a few mills were built on Southern soil. The results were meager. The natural resources, coal and water power, were abundant, but the enterprise for direction and the skilled labor were wanting. The stream of European immigration flowed north and west, not south. The Irish or German laborer, even if he finally made his home in a city, had before him, while in the North, the alternative of a homestead on Western land. To him slavery was a strange, if not a repelling institution. He did not take to it kindly, nor care to fix his home where it flourished. While slavery lasted, the economy of the South was inevitably agricultural. While agriculture predominated, leadership with equal necessity fell to the planting interest. While the planting interest ruled, political opposition to Northern economy was destined to grow in strength. The Southern theory of sectionalism. In the opinion of the statesmen who frankly represented the planting interest, The industrial system was its deadly enemy. Their entire philosophy of American politics was summed up in a single paragraph by McDuffie, a spokesman for South Carolina. Owing to the federative character of our government, the great geographical extent of our territory, and the diversity of the pursuits of our citizens in different parts of the Union, it has so happened that two great interests have sprung up, standing directly opposed to each other. One of these consists of those manufactures which the northern and middle states are capable of producing, but which, owing to the high price of labor and the high profits of capital in those states, cannot hold competition with foreign manufactures without the aid of bounties directly or indirectly given, either by the general government or by the state governments. The other of these interests consists of the great agricultural staples of the southern states, which can find a market only in foreign countries and which can be advantageously sold only in exchange for foreign manufactures which come in competition with those of the northern and middle states. These interests then stand diametrically and irreconcilably opposed to each other. The interest, the pecuniary interest of the northern manufacturer, is directly promoted at every increase of the taxes imposed upon southern commerce, and it is unnecessary to add that the interest of the southern planter is promoted by every diminution of taxes imposed upon the productions of their industry. If, under these circumstances, the manufacturers were clothed with the power of imposing taxes, at their pleasure, upon the foreign imports of the planter, no doubt would exist in the mind of any man that it would have all the characteristics of an absolute and unqualified despotism. The economic soundness of this reasoning, a subject of interesting speculation for the economist, is of little concern to the historian. The historical point is that this opinion was widely held in the South, and with the progress of time became the prevailing doctrine of the planting statesmen. Their antagonism was deepened because they also became convinced, on what grounds it is not necessary to inquire, that the leaders of the industrial interest thus opposed to planting formed a consolidated aristocracy of wealth, bent upon the pursuit and attainment of political power at Washington. By the aid of various associated interests, continued McDuffie, the manufacturing capitalists have obtained a complete and permanent control over the legislation of Congress on this subject, the tariff. Men confederated together upon selfish and interested principles, whether in pursuit of the offices or the bounties of the government, are ever more active and vigilant than the great majority who act from disinterested and patriotic impulses. Have we not witnessed it on this floor, sir? Who ever knew the tariff men to divide on any question affecting their confederated interests? The watchword is, stick together, right or wrong, upon every question affecting the common cause. Such, sir, is the concert and vigilance, and such the combinations by which the manufacturing party, acting upon the interests of some and the prejudices of others, have obtained a decided and permanent control over public opinion in all the tariff states. Thus, as the Southern statesmen would have it, the North, in matters affecting national policies, was ruled by a confederated interest which menaced the planting interest. As the former grew in magnitude and attached to itself the free farmers of the West through channels of trade and credit, it followed as night the day that in time the planters would be overshadowed and at length overborne in the struggle of giants. Whether the theory was sound or not, Southern statesmen believed it and acted upon it. References: M. Beard, Short History of the American Labor Movement. E. L. Bogart, Economic History of the United States. J. R. Commons, History of Labor in the United States, 2 volumes. E. R. Johnson, American Railway Transportation. C. D. Wright, Industrial Evolution of the United States. Questions: 1. What signs pointed to a complete democratic triumph in 1852? 2. What is the explanation of the extraordinary industrial progress of America? 3. Compare the planting system with the factory system. 4. In what sections did industry flourish before the Civil War? Why? 5. Show why transportation is so vital to modern industry and agriculture. 6. Explain how it was possible to secure so many people to labor in American industries. 7. Trace the steps in the rise of organized labor before 1860. 8. What political and economic reforms did labor demand? 9. Why did the East and the South seek closer ties with the West? 10. Describe the economic forces which were drawing the East and the West together. 11. In what way was the South economically dependent upon the North? 12. State the national policies generally favored in the North and condemned in the South. 13. Show how economic conditions in the South were unfavorable to industry. 14. Give the Southern explanation of the antagonism between the North and the South. Research topics. The inventions. Assign one to each student. Satisfactory accounts are to be found in any good encyclopedia, especially the Britannica. River and Lake Commerce. Calendar. Economic History of the United States, pages 313 through 326. Railways and Canals. Calendar, pages 326 through 344, 359 through 387. Coleman, Industrial History of the United States, pages 216 through 225. The Growth of Industry, 1815 through 1840. Calendar, pages 459 through 471. From 1850 to 1860. Calendar, pages 471 through 486. Early labor conditions. Calendar, pages 701 through 718. Early immigration. Calendar, pages 719 through 732. Clay's Home Market Theory of the Tariff. Calendar, pages 498 through 503. The New England View of the Tariff. Calendar, pages 503 through 514. End of section 2.
Chapter 14. The Planting System and National Politics. James Madison, the father of the Federal Constitution, after he had watched for many days the battle royal in the National Convention of 1787, exclaimed that the contest was not between the large and small states, but between the commercial North and the planting South. From the inauguration of Washington to the election of Lincoln, the sectional conflict, discerned by this penetrating thinker, exercised a profound influence on the course of American politics. It was latent during the era of good feeling, when the Jeffersonian Republicans adopted Federalist policies. It flamed up again in the contest between the Democrats and Whigs. Finally it raged in the angry political quarrel which culminated in the Civil War. Slavery, North and South. The decline of slavery in the North. At the time of the adoption of the Constitution, slavery was lawful in all the Northern states except Massachusetts. There were almost as many bondmen in New York as in Georgia. New Jersey had more than Delaware or Tennessee, indeed nearly as many as both combined. All told, however, there were only about 40,000 in the North as against nearly 700,000 in the South. Moreover, most of the Northern slaves were domestic servants, not laborers necessary to keep mills going or fields under cultivation. There was, in the North, a steadily growing moral sentiment against the system. Massachusetts abandoned it in 1780. In the same year Pennsylvania provided for gradual emancipation. New Hampshire, where there had been only a handful, Connecticut with a few thousand domestics, and New Jersey early followed these examples. New York, in 1799, declared that all children born of slaves after July 4 of that year should be free, though held for a term as apprentices, and in 1827 it swept away the last vestiges of slavery. So, with the passing of the generation that had framed the Constitution, chattel servitude disappeared in the commercial states, leaving behind only such discriminations as disenfranchisement or high property qualifications on colored voters. The growth of Northern sentiment against slavery. In both sections of the country there early existed, among those more or less philosophically inclined, a strong opposition to slavery on moral as well as economic grounds. In the Constitutional Convention of 1787, Gouverneur Morris had vigorously condemned it and proposed that the whole country should bear the cost of abolishing it. About the same time a society for promoting the abolition of slavery, under the presidency of Benjamin Franklin, laid before Congress a petition that serious attention be given to the emancipation of those unhappy men who alone in this land of freedom are degraded into perpetual bondage. When Congress, acting on the recommendations of President Jefferson, provided for the abolition of the foreign slave trade on January 1, 1808, several Northern members joined with Southern members in condemning the system as well as the trade. Later, colonialization societies were formed to encourage the emancipation of slaves and the return to Africa. James Madison was president and Henry Clay vice president of such an organization. The anti-slavery sentiment, of which these were the sides, was nevertheless confined to narrow circles and bore no trace of bitterness. "We consider slavery your calamity, not your crime," wrote a distinguished Boston clergyman to his Southern brethren, "and we will share with you the burden of putting an end to it. We will consent that the public lands shall be appropriated to this object. I deprecate everything which sows discord and exasperating sectional animosities." Uncompromising abolition. In a little while the spirit of generosity was gone. Just as Jacksonian democracy rose to power there appeared a new kind of anti-slavery doctrine, the dogmatism of the abolition agitator. For mild speculation on the evils of the system was substituted an imperious and belligerent demand for instant emancipation. If a date must be fixed for its appearance, the year 1831 may be taken, when William Lloyd Garrison founded in Boston his anti-slavery paper, The Liberator. With singleness of purpose and utter contempt for all opposing opinions and arguments, he pursued his course of passionate denunciation. He apologized for having ever assented to the popular but pernicious doctrine of gradual abolition. He chose for his motto, immediate and unconditional emancipation. He promised his readers that he would be harsh as truth and uncompromising as justice, that he would not think or speak or write with moderation. Then he flung out his defiant call, "I am in earnest, I will not equivocate, I will not excuse, I will not retreat a single inch, and I will be heard, such is the vow I take, so help me God." Though Garrison complained that the apathy of the people is enough to make every statute leap from its pedestal, he soon learned how alive the masses were to the meaning of his propaganda. Abolition orators were stoned in the street and hissed from the platform. Their meeting places were often attacked and sometimes burned to the ground. Garrison himself was assaulted in the streets of Boston, finding refuge from the angry mob behind prison bars. Lovejoy, a publisher in Alton, Illinois, for his willingness to give abolition a fair hearing, was brutally murdered. His printing press was broken to pieces as a warning to all those who disturbed the nation's peace of mind. The South, doubly frightened by a slave revolt in 1831, which ended in the murder of a number of men, women, and children, closed all discussion of slavery in that section. "Now," exclaimed Calhoun, "it is a question which admits of neither concession nor compromise." As the opposition hardened, the anti-slavery agitation gathered in force and intensity. Whittier blew his blast from the New England hills. "No slave hunt in our borders, no pirate on our strand, no fetters in the Bay State, no slave upon our land." Lowell, looking upon the espousal of a great cause as the noblest aim of his art, ridiculed and excoriated bondage in the South. Those abolitionists, not gifted as speakers or writers, signed petitions against slavery and poured them in upon Congress. The flood of them was so continuous that the House of Representatives, forgetting its traditions, adopted in 1836 a gag rule, which prevented the reading of appeals and consigned them to the wastebasket. Not until the Whigs were in power nearly 10 years later was John Quincy Adams able, after a relentless campaign, to carry a motion rescinding the rule. How deep was the impression made upon the country by this agitation for immediate and unconditional emancipation cannot be measured. If the popular vote for those candidates who opposed not only slavery but also its extension to the territories be taken as a standard, it was slight indeed. In 1844 the Free Soil candidate, Birney, polled 62,000 votes out of over 1.5 million. The Free Soil vote of the next campaign went beyond 250,000, but the increase was due to the strength of the leader, Martin Van Buren. 4 years afterward it receded to 156,000, affording all the outward signs for the belief that the pleas of the abolitionists found no widespread response among the people. Yet the agitation undoubtedly ran deeper than the ballot box. Young statesmen of the North, in whose hands the destiny of frightful years was to lie, found their indifference to slavery broken and their consciences stirred by the unending appeal and the tireless reiteration. Charles Sumner afterward boasted that he read the Liberator 2 years before Wendell Phillips, the young Boston lawyer who cast aside his profession to take up the dangerous cause. Early Southern opposition to slavery. In the South the sentiment against slavery was strong. It led some to believe that it would also come to an end there in due time. Washington disliked it and directed in his will that his own slaves should be set free after the death of his wife. Jefferson, looking into the future, condemned the system by which he also lived, saying, "Can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that their liberties are the gift of God? Are they not to be violated but with his wrath? Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever." Nor did Southern men confine their sentiments to expressions of academic opinion. They accepted in 1787 the ordinance which excluded slavery from the Northwest Territory forever, and also the Missouri Compromise, which shut it out of a vast section of the Louisiana Territory. The Revolution in the Slave System. Among the representatives of South Carolina and Georgia, however, the anti-slavery views of Washington and Jefferson were by no means approved, and the drift of Southern economy was decidedly in favor of extending and perpetuating, rather than abolishing, the system of chattel servitude. The invention of the cotton gin and textile machinery created a market for cotton, which the planters, with all their skill and energy, could hardly supply. Almost every available acre was brought under cotton culture as the small farmers were driven steadily from the seaboard into the uplands or to the Northwest. The demand for slaves to till the swiftly expanding fields was enormous. The number of bondsmen rose from 700,000 in Washington's day to more than 3 millions in 1850. At the same time, slavery itself was transformed. Instead of the homestead where the same family of masters kept the same families of slaves from generation to generation, came the plantation system of the far South and Southwest, where masters were ever moving and ever extending their holdings of land and slaves. This in turn reacted on the older South, where the raising of slaves for the market became a regular and highly profitable business. Slavery defended as a positive good. As the abolition agitation increased and the planting system expanded, apologies for slavery became fainter and fainter in the South. Then apologies were superseded by claims that slavery was a beneficial scheme of labor control. Calhoun, in a famous speech in the Senate in 1837, sounded the new note by declaring slavery instead of an evil, a good, a positive good. His reasoning was as follows: in every civilized society one portion of the community must live on the labor of another. Learning, science, and the arts are built upon leisure. The African slave, kindly treated by his master and mistress, and looked after in his old age, is better off than the free laborers of Europe. And under the slave system conflicts between capital and labor are avoided. The advantages of slavery in this respect, he concluded, will become more and more manifest if left undisturbed by interference from without, as the country advances in wealth and numbers. Slave owners dominate politics. The new doctrine of Calhoun was eagerly seized by the planters as they came more and more to overshadow the small farmers of the South, and as they beheld the menace of abolition growing upon the horizon. It formed, as they viewed matters, a moral defense for their labor system, sound, logical, invincible. It warranted them in drawing together for the protection of an institution so necessary, so inevitable, so beneficent. Though in 1850 the slave owners were only about 350,000 in a national population of nearly 20 million whites, they had an influence all out of proportion to their numbers. They were knit together by the bonds of a common interest. They had leisure and wealth. They could travel and attend conferences and conventions. Throughout the South and largely in the North, they had the press, the schools, and the pulpits on their side. They formed, as it were, a mighty union for the protection and advancement of their common cause. Aided by those mechanics and farmers of the North who stuck by Jacksonian democracy through thick and thin, the planters became a power in the federal government. "We nominate presidents," exultantly boasted a Richmond newspaper. "The North elects them." This jubilant Southern claim was conceded by William H. Seward, a Republican senator from New York, in a speech describing the power of slavery in the national government. "A party," he said, "is in one sense a joint stock association, in which those who contribute the most direct the action and management of the concern. The slaveholders, contributing in an overwhelming proportion to the strength of the Democratic party, necessarily dictate and prescribe its policy." He went on, "The slaveholding class has become the governing power in each of the slaveholding states, and it practically chooses 30 of the 62 members of the Senate, 90 of the 233 members of the House of Representatives, and 105 of the 295 electors of President and Vice President of the United States." Then he considered the slave power in the Supreme Court. "That tribunal," he exclaimed, "consists of a Chief Justice and 8 Associate Justices. Of these, 5 were called from slave states and 4 from free states. The opinions and bias of each of them were carefully considered by the President and Senate when he was appointed. Not one of them was found wanting in soundness of politics, according to the slaveholders' exposition of the Constitution." Such was the Northern view of the planting interest that, from the arena of national politics, challenged the whole country in 1860. End of section 3. Chapter 14. The Planting System and National Politics. Continued. Slavery in National Politics. National aspects of slavery. It may be asked why it was that slavery, founded originally on state law and subject to state government, was drawn into the current of national affairs. The answer is simple. There were, in the first place, constitutional reasons. The Congress of the United States had to make all needful rules for the government of the territories, the District of Columbia, the forts and other property under national authority, so it was compelled to determine whether slavery should exist in the places subject to its jurisdiction. Upon Congress was also conferred the power of admitting new states. Whenever a territory asked for admission, the issue could be raised as to whether slavery should be sanctioned or excluded. Under the Constitution, provision was made for the return of runaway slaves. Congress had the power to enforce this clause by appropriate legislation. Since the control of the post office was vested in the federal government, it had to face the problem raised by the transmission of abolition literature through the mails. Finally, citizens had the right of petition. It inheres in all free government, and it is expressly guaranteed by the First Amendment to the Constitution. It was therefore legal for abolitionists to present to Congress their petitions, even if they asked for something which it had no right to grant. It was thus impossible, constitutionally, to draw a cordon around the slavery issue and confine the discussion of it to state politics. There were, in the second place, economic reasons why slavery was inevitably drawn into the national sphere. It was the basis of the planting system which had direct commercial relations with the North and European countries. It was affected by federal laws respecting tariffs, bounties, ship subsidies, banking, and kindred matters. The planters of the South, almost without exception, looked upon the protective tariff as a tribute laid upon them for the benefit of Northern industries. As heavy borrowers of money in the North, they were generally in favor of easy money, if not paper currency, as an aid in the repayment of their debts. This threw most of them into opposition to the Whig program for a United States Bank. All financial aids to American shipping they stoutly resisted, preferring to rely upon the cheaper service rendered by English shippers. International improvements, those substantial ties that were binding the West to the East and turning the traffic from New Orleans to Philadelphia and New York, they viewed with alarm. Free homesteads from the public lands, which tended to overbalance the South by building free states, became to them a measure dangerous to their interests. Thus, national economic policies, which could not by any twist or turn be confined to state control, drew the slave system and its defenders into the political conflict that centered at Washington. Slavery and the Territories. The Missouri Compromise, 1820. Though men continually talked about taking slavery out of politics, it could not be done. By 1818, slavery had become so entrenched and the anti-slavery movement so strong that Missouri's quest for admission brought out both houses of Congress into a deadlock that was broken only by compromise. The South, having half the senators, could prevent the admission of Missouri stripped of slavery, and the North, powerful in the House of Representatives, could keep Missouri without slavery out of the Union indefinitely. An adjustment of pretensions was the last resort. Maine, separated from the parent state of Massachusetts, was brought into the Union with freedom, and Missouri with bondage. At the same time it was agreed that the remainder of the vast Louisiana territory north of the parallel of 36 degrees 30 minutes should be, like the Old Northwest, forever free, while the southern portion was left to slavery. In reality this was an immense gain for liberty. The area dedicated to free farmers was many times greater than that left to the planters. The principle was once more asserted that Congress had full power to prevent slavery in the territories. The territorial question reopened by the Wilmot Proviso. To the Southern leaders the annexation of Texas and the conquest of Mexico meant renewed security to the planting interests against the increasing wealth and population of the North. Texas, it was said, could be divided into 4 slave states. The new territories secured by the Treaty of Peace with Mexico contained the promise of at least 3 more. Thus, as each new free soil state knocked for admission into the Union, the South could demand as the price of its consent a new slave state. No wonder Southern statesmen saw, in the annexation of Texas and the conquest of Mexico, slavery and King Cotton triumphant, secure for all time against adverse legislation. Northern leaders were equally convinced that the Southern prophecy was true. Abolitionists and moderate opponents of slavery alike were in despair. Texas, they lamented, would fasten slavery upon the country forevermore. No living man, cried one, will see the end of slavery in the United States. It so happened, however, that the events which, it was thought, would secure slavery let loose a storm against it. A sign appeared first on August 6, 1846, only a few months after war was declared on Mexico. On that day, David Wilmot, a Democrat from Pennsylvania, introduced into the House of Representatives a resolution to the effect that, as an express and fundamental condition to the acquisition of any territory from the Republic of Mexico, slavery should be forever excluded from every part of it. The Wilmot Proviso, as the resolution was popularly called, though defeated on that occasion, was a challenge to the South. The South answered the challenge. Speaking in the House of Representatives, Robert Toombs of Georgia boldly declared, "In the presence of the living God, if by your legislation you seek to drive us from the territories of California and New Mexico, I am for disunion." South Carolina announced that the day for talk had passed and the time had come to join her sister states in resisting the application of the Wilmot Proviso at any and all hazards. A conference, assembled at Jackson, Mississippi, in the autumn of 1849, called a General Convention of Southern States to meet at Nashville the following summer. The avowed purpose was to arrest the course of aggression and, if that was not possible, to provide in the last resort for their separate welfare by the formation of a compact and union that will afford protection to their liberties and rights. States that had spurned South Carolina's plea for nullification in 1832 responded to this new appeal with alacrity, an augury of the secession to come. The Great Debate of 1850. The temper of the country was white hot when Congress convened in December 1849. It was a memorable session, memorable for the great men who took part in the debates, and memorable for the grand compromise of 1850 which it produced. In the Senate sat for the last time three heroic figures: Webster from the North, Calhoun from the South, and Clay from a border state. For nearly 40 years these three had been leaders of men. All had grown old and gray in service. Calhoun was already broken in health, and in a few months was to be borne from the political arena forever. Clay and Webster had but 2 more years in their allotted span. Experience, learning, statecraft, all these things they now marshaled in a mighty effort to solve the slavery problem. On January 29, 1850, Clay offered to the Senate a compromise granting concessions to both sides, and a few days later, in a powerful oration, he made a passionate appeal for a union of hearts through mutual sacrifices. Calhoun relentlessly demanded the full measure of justice for the South, equal rights in the territories bought by common blood, the return of runaway slaves as required by the Constitution, the suppression of the abolitionists, and the restoration of the balance of power between the North and the South. Webster, in his notable 7th of March speech, condemned the Wilmot Proviso, advocated a strict enforcement of the Fugitive Slave Law, denounced the abolitionists, and made a final plea for the Constitution, Union, and Liberty. This was the address which called forth from Whittier the poem Ichabod, deploring the fall of the mighty one whom he thought lost to all sense of faith and honor. The terms of the Compromise of 1850. When the debates were closed, the results were totaled in a series of compromise measures, all of which were signed in September, 1850, by the new president, Millard Fillmore, who had taken office 2 months before on the death of Zachary Taylor. By these acts the boundaries of Texas were adjusted and the territory of New Mexico created, subject to the provision that all or any part of it might be admitted to the Union, with or without slavery, as their Constitution may provide at the time of their admission. The territory of Utah was similarly organized with the same conditions as to slavery, thus repudiating the Wilmot Proviso without guaranteeing slavery to the planters. California was admitted as a free state under a constitution in which the people of the territory had themselves prohibited slavery. The slave trade was abolished in the District of Columbia, but slavery itself existed as before at the capital of the nation. This concession to anti-slavery sentiment was more than offset by a new fugitive slave law, drastic in spirit and in letter. It placed the enforcement of its terms in the hands of federal officers appointed from Washington, and so removed it from the control of authorities locally elected. It provided that masters or their agents, on filing claims in due form, might summarily remove their escaped slaves without affording their alleged fugitives the right of trial by jury, the right to witness, the right to offer any testimony in evidence. Finally, to put teeth into the act, heavy penalties were prescribed for all who obstructed or assisted in obstructing the enforcement of the law. Such was the great compromise of 1850. The pro-slavery triumph in the election of 1852. The results of the election of 1852 seemed to show conclusively that the nation was weary of slavery agitation and wanted peace. Both parties, Whigs and Democrats, endorsed the Fugitive Slave Law and approved the Great Compromise. The Democrats, with Franklin Pierce as their leader, swept the country against the war hero, General Winfield Scott, on whom the Whigs had staked their hopes. Even Webster, broken with grief at his failure to receive the nomination, advised his friends to vote for Pierce and turned away from politics to meditate upon approaching death. The verdict of the voters would seem to indicate that for the time everybody, save a handful of disgruntled agitators, looked upon Clay's settlement as the last word. The people, especially the businessmen of the country, says Elson, were utterly weary of the agitation, and they gave their suffrages to the party that promised them rest. The Free Soil party, condemning slavery as a sin against God and a crime against man, and advocating freedom for the territories, failed to carry a single state. In fact, it polled fewer voters than it had 4 years earlier, 156,000 as against nearly 3,000,000, the combined vote of the Whigs and Democrats. It is not surprising, therefore, that President Pierce, surrounded in his cabinet by strong Southern sympathizers, could promise to put an end to slavery agitation and to crush the abolition movement in the bud. Anti-slavery agitation continued. The promise was more difficult to fulfill than to utter. In fact, the vigorous execution of one measure included in the compromise, the Fugitive Slave Law, only made matters worse. Designed as a security for the planters, it proved a powerful instrument in their undoing. Slavery 500 miles away on a Louisiana plantation was so remote from the North that only the strongest imagination could maintain a constant rage against it. Slave catching, man-hunting by federal officers on the streets of Philadelphia, New York, Boston, Chicago, or Milwaukee, and in the hamlets and villages of the wide-stretching farmlands of the North was another matter. It brought the most odious aspects of slavery home to thousands of men and women who would otherwise have been indifferent to the system. Law-abiding businessmen, mechanics, farmers, and women, when they saw peaceful Negroes, who had resided in their neighborhoods for perhaps years, torn away by federal officers and carried back to bondage, were transformed into enemies of the law. They helped slaves to escape, they snatched them away from officers who had captured them, they broke open jails and carried fugitives off to Canada. Assistance to runaway slaves, always more or less common in the North, was by this time organized into a system. Regular routes, known as Underground Railroads, were laid out across the free states into Canada, and trusted friends of freedom maintained underground stations where fugitives were concealed in the daytime between their long night journeys. Funds were raised and secret agents sent into the South to help Negroes to flee. One Negro woman, Harriet Tubman, the Moses of her people, with headquarters at Philadelphia, is accredited with 19 invasions into slave territory and the emancipation of 300 Negroes. Those who worked at this business were in constant peril. One underground operator, Calvin Fairbank, spent nearly 20 years in prison for aiding fugitives from justice. Yet perils and prisons did not stay those determined men and women who, in obedience to their consciences, set themselves to this lawless work. From thrilling stories of adventure along the Underground Railways came some of the scenes and themes of the novel by Harriet Beecher Stowe, Uncle Tom's Cabin, published 2 years after the Compromise of 1850. Her stirring tale set forth the worst features of slavery in vivid word pictures that caught and held the attention of millions of readers. Though the book was unfair to the South and was denounced as a hideous distortion of the truth, it was quickly dramatized and played in every city and town throughout the North. Topsy, Little Eva, Uncle Tom, the fleeing slave, Eliza Harris, and the cruel slave driver, Simon Legree, with his baying bloodhounds, became living spectres in many a home that sought to bar the door to the unpleasant and irritating business of slavery agitation. End of section 4. Chapter 14. The Planting System and National Politics, concluded. The drift of events toward the Irrepressible Conflict. Repeal of the Missouri Compromise. To practical men, after all, the rub-a-dub agitation of a few abolitionists, an occasional riot over fugitive slaves, and the vogue of a popular novel seemed of slight or transient importance. They could point with satisfaction to the election returns of 1852, but their very security was founded upon shifting sands. The magnificent triumph of the pro-slavery Democrats in 1852 brought a turn of affairs that destroyed the foundations under their feet. Emboldened by their own strength and the weakness of their opponents, they now dared to repeal the Missouri Compromise. The leader in this fateful enterprise was Stephen A. Douglas, senator from Illinois, and the occasion for the deed was the demand for the organization of territorial government in the regions west of Iowa and Missouri. Douglas, like Clay and Webster before him, was consumed by a strong passion for the presidency, and to reach his goal it was necessary to win the support of the South. This he undoubtedly sought to do when he introduced, on January 4, 1854, a bill organizing the Nebraska Territory on the principle of the Compromise of 1850, namely that the people in the territory might themselves decide whether they would have slavery or not. Unwittingly the avalanche was started. After a stormy debate, in which important amendments were forced on Douglas, the Kansas-Nebraska Bill became a law on May 30, 1854. The measure created two territories, Kansas and Nebraska, and provided that they, or territories organized out of them, would come into the Union as states with or without slavery as their constitutions may prescribe at the time of their admission. Not content with this, the law went on to declare the Missouri Compromise null and void as being inconsistent with the principle of non-intervention by Congress with slavery in states and territories. Thus by a single blow the very heart of the continent, dedicated to freedom by solemn agreement, was thrown open to slavery. A desperate struggle between slave owners and the advocates of freedom was the outcome in Kansas. If Douglas fancied that the North would receive the overthrow of the Missouri Compromise in the same temper that it greeted Clay's settlement, he was rapidly disillusioned. A blast of rage, terrific in its fury, swept from Maine to Iowa. Staid old Boston hanged him in effigy with an inscription, "Stephen A. Douglas, author of the infamous Nebraska Bill, the Benedict Arnold of 1854." City after city burned him in effigy until, as he himself said, he could travel from the Atlantic coast to Chicago in the light of the fires. Thousands of Whigs and Free Soil Democrats deserted their parties which had sanctioned or at least tolerated the Kansas-Nebraska Bill, declaring that the startling measure showed an evident resolve on the part of the planters to rule the whole country. A gauge of defiance was thrown down to the abolitionists. An issue was set even for the moderate and timid who had been unmoved by the agitation over slavery in the far South. That issue was whether slavery was to be confined within its existing boundaries or be allowed to spread without interference, thereby placing the free states in the minority and surrendering the federal government wholly to the slave power. The rise of the Republican Party. Events of terrible significance, swiftly following, drove the country like a ship before a gale straight into civil war. The Kansas-Nebraska Bill rent the old parties asunder and called into being the Republican Party. While that bill was pending in Congress, many Northern Whigs and Democrats had come to the conclusion that a new party, dedicated to freedom in the territories, must follow the repeal of the Missouri Compromise. Several places claimed to be the original home of the Republican Party, but historians generally yield it to Wisconsin. At Ripon in that state, a mass meeting of Whigs and Democrats assembled in February 1854 and resolved to form a new party if the Kansas-Nebraska Bill should pass. At a second meeting a fusion committee representing Whigs, Free Soilers, and Democrats was formed and the name Republican, the name of Jefferson's old party, was selected. All over the country similar meetings were held and political committees were organized. When the presidential campaign of 1856 began, the Republicans entered the contest. After a preliminary conference in Pittsburgh in February, they held a convention in Philadelphia, at which was drawn up a platform opposing the extension of slavery to the territories. John C. Fremont, the distinguished explorer, was named for the presidency. The results of the election were astounding as compared with the Free Soil failure of the preceding election. Prominent men like Longfellow, Washington Irving, William Cullen Bryant, Ralph Waldo Emerson, and George William Curtis went over to the new party, and 1,341,264 votes were rolled up for free labor, free speech, free men, free Kansas, and Fremont. Nevertheless, the victory of the Democrats was decisive. Their candidate, James Buchanan of Pennsylvania, was elected by a majority of 174 to 114 electoral votes. The Dred Scott Decision, 1857. In his inaugural, Buchanan vaguely hinted that in a forthcoming decision the Supreme Court would settle one of the vital questions of the day. This was a reference to the Dred Scott case then pending. Scott was a slave who had been taken by his master into the upper Louisiana Territory, where freedom had been established by the Missouri Compromise, and then carried back into his old state of Missouri. He brought suit for his liberty on the ground that his residence in the free territory made him free. This raised the question whether the law of Congress prohibiting slavery north of 36 degrees 30 minutes was authorized by the federal Constitution or not. The court might have avoided answering it by saying that even though Scott was free in the territory, he became a slave again in Missouri by virtue of the law of that state. The court, however, faced the issue squarely. It held that Scott had not been free anywhere, and that, besides, the Missouri Compromise violated the Constitution and was null and void. The decision was a triumph for the South. It meant that Congress, after all, had no power to abolish slavery in the territories. Under the decree of the highest court in the land, that could be done only by an amendment to the Constitution, which required a 2/3 vote in Congress and the approval of 3/4 of the states. Such an amendment was obviously impossible. The Southern states were too numerous, but the Republicans were not daunted. "We know," said Lincoln, "the court that made it has often overruled its own decisions, and we shall do what we can to have it overrule this." Legislatures of Northern states passed resolutions condemning the decision, and the Republican platform of 1860 characterized the dogma that the Constitution carried slavery into the territories as a dangerous political heresy, at variance with the explicit provisions of that instrument itself, with legislative and judicial precedent, revolutionary in tendency, and subversive of the peace and harmony of the country. The Panic of 1857. In the midst of the acrimonious dispute over the Dred Scott decision, came one of the worst business panics which ever afflicted the country. In the spring and summer of 1857, 14 railroad corporations, including the Erie, Michigan Central, and the Illinois Central, failed to meet their obligations. Banks and insurance companies, some of them the largest and strongest institutions in the North, closed their doors. Stocks and bonds came down in a crash on the markets. Manufacturing was paralyzed. Tens of thousands of working people were thrown out of employment. Hunger meetings of idle men were held in the cities, and banners bearing the inscription, "We want bread," were flung out. In New York, working men threatened to invade the council chamber to demand work or bread, and the frightened mayor called for the police and soldiers. For this distressing state of affairs many remedies were offered, none with more zeal and persistence than the proposal for a higher tariff to take the place of the law of March, 1857, a democratic measure making drastic reductions in the rates of duty. In the manufacturing districts of the North, the panic was ascribed to the Democratic assault on business. So an old issue was again vigorously advanced, preparatory to the next presidential campaign. The Lincoln-Douglas debates. The following year the interest of the whole country was drawn to a series of debates held in Illinois by Lincoln and Douglas, both candidates for the United States Senate. In the course of his campaign Lincoln had uttered his trenchant saying that a house divided against itself cannot stand. "I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free." At the same time he had accused Douglas, Buchanan, and the Supreme Court of acting in concert to make slavery national. This daring statement arrested the attention of Douglas, who was making his campaign on the doctrine of squatter sovereignty, that is, the right of the people of each territory to vote slavery up or down. After a few long-distance shots at each other, the candidates agreed to meet face to face and discuss the issues of the day. Never had such crowds been seen at political meetings in Illinois. Farmers deserted their plows, smiths their forges, and housewives their baking to hear Honest Abe and the Little Giant. The results of the series of debates were momentous. Lincoln clearly defined his position. The South, he admitted, was entitled, under the Constitution, to a fair fugitive slave law. He hoped that there might be no new slave states, but he did not see how Congress could exclude the people of a territory from admission as a state if they saw fit to adopt a constitution legalizing the ownership of slaves. He favored the gradual abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia and the total exclusion of it from the territories of the United States by act of Congress. Moreover, he drove Douglas into a hole by asking how he squared squatter sovereignty with the Dred Scott decision. How, in other words, the people of a territory could abolish slavery when the court had declared that Congress, the superior power, could not do it under the Constitution. To this baffling question Douglas lamely replied that the inhabitants of a territory, by unfriendly legislation, might make property in slaves insecure and thus destroy the institution. This answer to Lincoln's query alienated many Southern Democrats who believed that the Dred Scott decision settled the question of slavery in the territories for all times. Douglas won the election to the Senate, lifted into national fame by the debates, beat him in the campaign for president 2 years later. John Brown's Raid. To the abolitionists, the line of argument pursued by Lincoln, including his proposal to leave slavery untouched in the states where it existed, was wholly unsatisfactory. One of them, a grim and resolute man, inflamed by a hatred for slavery in itself, turned from agitation to violence. "These men are all talk. What is needed is action. Action!" So spoke John Brown of New York. During the sanguinary struggle in Kansas he hurried to the frontier, gun and dagger in hand, to help drive slave owners from the free soil of the West. There he committed deeds of such daring and cruelty that he was outlawed and a price put upon his head. Still he kept on the path of action. Aided by funds from his Northern friends, he gathered a small band of his followers around him, saying to them, "If God be for us, who can be against us?" He went into Virginia in the autumn of 1859, hoping, as he explained, to effect a mighty conquest, even though it be like the last victory of Samson. He seized the government armory at Harper's Ferry, declared free the slaves whom he found, and called upon them to take up arms in defense of their liberty. This was a hope as forlorn as it was desperate. Armed forces came down upon him, and after a hard battle captured him. Tried for treason, Brown was condemned to death. The governor of Virginia turned a deaf ear to pleas for clemency based on the ground that the prisoner was simply a lunatic. "This is a beautiful country," said the stern old Brown, glancing upward to the eternal hills on his way to the gallows, as calmly as if he were returning home from a long journey. "So perish all such enemies of Virginia, all such enemies of the Union, all such foes of the human race," solemnly announced the executioner as he fulfilled the judgment of the law. The raid and its grim ending deeply moved the country. Abolitionists looked upon Brown as a martyr and tolled funeral bells on the day of his execution. Longfellow wrote in his diary, "This will be a great day in our history, the date of a new revolution as much needed as the old one." Jefferson Davis saw in the affair the invasion of a state by a murderous gang of abolitionists bent on inciting slaves to murder helpless women and children, a crime for which the leader had met a felon's death. Lincoln spoke of the raid as absurd, the deed of an enthusiast who had brooded over the oppression of a people until he fancied himself commissioned by heaven to liberate them, an attempt which ended in little else than his own execution. To Republican leaders as a whole, the event was very embarrassing. They were taunted by the Democrats with responsibility for the deed. Douglas declared his firm and deliberate conviction that the Harper's Ferry crime was the natural, logical, inevitable result of the doctrines and teachings of the Republican party. So persistent were such attacks that the Republicans felt called upon in 1860 to denounce Brown's raid as among the gravest of crimes. The Democrats divided. When Democratic Convention met at Charleston in the spring of 1860, a few months after Brown's execution, it soon became clear that there was danger ahead. Between the extreme slavery advocates of the far South and the so-called pro-slavery Democrats of the Douglas type, there was a chasm which no appeals to party loyalty could bridge. As the spokesman of the West, Douglas knew that, while the North was not abolitionist, it was passionately set against an extension of slavery into the territories by act of Congress. That squatter sovereignty was the mildest kind of compromise acceptable to the farmers whose votes would determine the fate of the election. Southern leaders would not accept his opinion. Yancey, speaking for Alabama, refused to palter with any plan not built upon the proposition that slavery was in itself right. He taunted the Northern Democrats with taking the view that slavery was wrong, but that they could not do anything about it. That, he said, was the fatal error, the cause of all discord, the source of black republicanism, as well as squatter sovereignty. The gauntlet was thus thrown down at the feet of the Northern delegates. You must not apologize for slavery. You must declare it right. You must advocate its extension. The challenge, so bluntly put, was bluntly answered. "Gentlemen of the South," responded a delegate from Ohio, "you mistake us. You mistake us. We will not do it." For 10 days the Charleston Convention wrangled over the platform and balloted for the nomination of a candidate. Douglas, though in the lead, could not get the 2/3 vote required for victory. For more than 50 times the roll of the convention was called without a decision. Then, in sheer desperation, the convention adjourned to meet later at Baltimore. When the delegates again assembled, their passions ran as high as ever. The division into two irreconcilable factions was unchanged. Uncompromising delegates from the South withdrew to Richmond, nominating John C. Breckinridge of Kentucky for president, and put forth a platform asserting the rights of slave owners in the territories and the duty of the federal government to protect them. The delegates who remained at Baltimore nominated Douglas and endorsed his doctrine of squatter sovereignty. The Constitutional Union Party. While the Democratic Party was being disrupted, a fragment of the former Whig Party, known as the Constitutional Unionists, held a convention at Baltimore and selected national candidates: John Bell from Tennessee and Edward Everett from Massachusetts. A melancholy interest attached to this assembly. It was mainly composed of old men whose political views were those of Clay and Webster, cherished leaders now dead and gone. In their platform they sought to exorcise the evil spirit of partisanship by inviting their fellow citizens to support the Constitution of the country, the Union of the States, and the enforcement of the laws. The party that campaigned on this grand sentiment only drew laughter from the Democrats and derision from the Republicans, and polled less than 1/4 the votes. The Republican Convention. With the Whigs definitely forced into a separate group, the Republican Convention at Chicago was fated to be sectional in character, although 5 states did send delegates. As the Democrats were split, the party that had led a forlorn hope 4 years before was on the high road to success at last. New and powerful recruits were found. The advocates of a high protective tariff and the friends of free homesteads for farmers and working men mingled with enthusiastic foes of slavery. While still firm in their opposition to slavery in the territories, the Republicans went on record in favor of a homestead law, granting free lands to settlers, and approved customs duties designed to encourage the development of the industrial interests of the whole country. The platform was greeted with cheers, which, according to the stenographic report of the convention, became loud and prolonged as the protective tariff and homestead planks were read. Having skillfully drawn a platform to unite the North in opposition to slavery and the planting system, the Republicans were also adroit in their selection of a candidate. The tariff plank might carry Pennsylvania, a Democratic state, but Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois were equally essential to success at the polls. The southern counties of these states were filled with settlers from Virginia, North Carolina, and Kentucky, who, even if they had no love for slavery, were no friends of abolition. Moreover, remembering the old fight on the United States Bank in Andrew Jackson's day, they were suspicious of men from the East. Accordingly, they did not favor the candidacy of Seward, the leading Republican statesman and favorite son of New York. After much trading and discussion, the convention came to the conclusion that Abraham Lincoln of Illinois was the most available candidate. He was of Southern origin, born in Kentucky in 1809, a fact that told heavily in the campaign in the Ohio Valley. He was a man of the soil, the son of poor frontier parents, a pioneer who in his youth had labored in the fields and forests, celebrated far and wide as Honest Abe the rail splitter. It was well known that he disliked slavery, but was no abolitionist. He had come dangerously near to Seward's radicalism in his House Divided Against Itself speech, but he had never committed himself to the reckless doctrine that there was a higher law than the Constitution. Slavery in the South he tolerated as a bitter fact. Slavery in the territories he opposed with all his strength. Of his sincerity there could be no doubt. He was a speaker and a writer of singular power, commanding, by the use of simple and homely language, the hearts and minds of those who heard him speak or read his printed words. He had gone far enough in his opposition to slavery, but not too far. He was the man of the hour. Amid lusty cheers from 10,000 throats, Lincoln was nominated for the presidency by the Republicans. In the ensuing election he carried all the free states except New Jersey. References: P. E. Chadwick, Causes of the Civil War, American Nation Series. W. E. Dodd, Statesmen of the Old South. E. Engel, Southern Sidelights, Sympathetic Account of the Old South. A. B. Hart, Slavery and Abolition, American Nation Series. J. F. Rhodes, History of the United States, Volumes 1 and 2. T.C. Smith, Parties and Slavery, American Nation Series. Questions. Number 1. Trace the decline of slavery in the North and explain it. Number 2. Describe the character of early opposition to slavery. Number 3. What was the effect of abolition agitation? Number 4. Why did anti-slavery sentiment practically disappear in the South? Number 5. On what grounds did Calhoun defend slavery? Number 6. Explain how slave owners became powerful in politics. Number 7. Why was it impossible to keep the slavery issue out of national politics? Number 8. Give the leading steps in the long controversy over slavery in the territories. Number 9. State the terms of the Compromise of 1850 and explain its failure. Number 10. What were the startling events between 1850 and 1860? Number 11. Account for the rise of the Republican Party. What party had used the title before? Number 12. How did the Dred Scott decision become a political issue? Number 13. What were some of the points brought out in the Lincoln-Douglas debates? Number 14. Describe the party division in 1860. Number 15. What were the main planks of the Republican platform? Research topics. The extension of cotton planting. Calendar, Economic History of the United States, pages 760 to 768. Abolition agitation. McMaster, History of the People of the United States, Volume 6, pages 271 to 298. Calhoun's Defense of Slavery. Harding, Select Orations Illustrating American History, pages 247 to 257. The Compromise of 1850. Clay's Speech in Harding, Select Orations, pages 267 to 289. The Compromise Laws in MacDonald, Documentary Source Book of American History, pages 383 to 394. Narrative Account in McMaster, Volume 8, pages 1 through 55. Elson, History of the United States, pages 540 to 548. The Repeal of the Missouri Compromise. McMaster, Volume 8, pages 192 to 231. Elson, pages 571 to 582. The Dred Scott Case. McMaster, Volume 8, pages 278 to 282. Compare the opinion of Taney and the dissent of Curtis in MacDonald, Documentary Source Book, pages 405 to 420. Elson, pages 595 to 598. The Lincoln-Douglas Debates. Analysis of original speeches in Harding, Select Orations, pages 309 to 341. Elson, pages 598 to 604. Biographical Studies. Calhoun, Clay, Webster, A. H. Stevens, Douglas, W. H. Seward, William Lloyd Garrison, Wendell Phillips, and Harriet Beecher Stowe. End of section 5. Chapter 15. The Civil War and Reconstruction. Part 1. The irrepressible conflict is about to be visited upon us through the black Republican nominee and his fanatical, diabolical Republican Party, ran an appeal to the voters of South Carolina during the campaign of 1860. If that calamity comes to pass, responded the governor of the state, the answer should be a declaration of independence. In a few days the suspense was over. The news of Lincoln's election came speeding along the wires. Prepared for the event, the editor of the Charleston Mercury unfurled the flag of his state amid wild cheers from an excited throng in the streets. Then he seized his pen and wrote, "The tea has been thrown overboard. The Revolution of 1860 has been initiated." The issue was submitted to the voters in the choice of delegates to a state convention called to cast off the yoke of the Constitution. The Southern Confederacy. Secession. As arranged, the Convention of South Carolina assembled in December, and without a dissenting voice passed the ordinance of secession withdrawing from the Union. Bells were rung exultantly, the roar of cannon carried the news to outlying counties, fireworks lighted up the heavens, and champagne flowed. The crisis so long expected had come at last. Even the conservatives who had prayed that they might escape the dreadful crash greeted it with a sigh of relief. South Carolina now sent forth an appeal to her sister states, states that had in Jackson's day repudiated nullification as leading to the dissolution of the Union. The answer that came this time was in a different vein. A month had hardly elapsed before 5 other states, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, had withdrawn from the Union. In February, Texas followed. Virginia, hesitating until the bombardment of Fort Sumter forced a conclusion, seceded in April; but 55 of the 143 delegates dissented, foreshadowing the creation of the new state of West Virginia, which Congress admitted to the Union in 1863. In May, North Carolina, Arkansas, and Tennessee announced their independence. Secession and the theories of the Union. In severing their relations with the Union, the seceding states denied every point in the Northern theory of the Constitution. That theory, as everyone knows, was carefully formulated by Webster and elaborated by Lincoln. According to it, the Union was older than the states. It was created before the Declaration of Independence for the purpose of common defense. The Articles of Confederation did but strengthen this national bond, and the Constitution sealed it forever. The federal government was not a creature of state governments. It was erected by the people and derived its powers directly from them. It is, said Webster, the people's Constitution, the people's government, made for the people, made by the people, and answerable to the people. The people of the United States have declared that this Constitution shall be the supreme law. When a state questions the lawfulness of any act of the federal government, it cannot nullify that act or withdraw from the Union. It must abide by the decision of the Supreme Court of the United States. The union of these states is perpetual, ran Lincoln's simple argument in the first inaugural. The federal Constitution has no provision for its own termination. It can be destroyed only by some action not provided for in the instrument itself. Even if it is a compact among all the states, the consent of all must be necessary to its dissolution. Therefore, no state can lawfully get out of the Union, and acts of violence against the United States are insurrectionary or revolutionary. This was the system which he believed himself bound to defend by his oath of office registered in heaven. All this reasoning Southern statesmen utterly rejected. In their opinion, the 13 original states won their independence as separate and sovereign powers. The Treaty of Peace with Great Britain named them all and acknowledged them to be free, sovereign, and independent states. The Articles of Confederation very explicitly declared that each state retains its sovereignty, freedom, and independence. The Constitution was a league of nations formed by an alliance of 13 separate powers, each one of which ratified the instrument before it was put into effect. They voluntarily entered the Union under the Constitution, and voluntarily they could leave it. Such was the constitutional doctrine of Hayne, Calhoun, and Jefferson Davis. In seceding, the Southern states had only to follow legal methods, and the transaction would be correct in every particular. So conventions were summoned, elections were held, and sovereign assemblies of the people set aside the Constitution in the same manner as it had been ratified nearly 80 years before. Thus, said the Southern people, the moral judgment was fulfilled, and the letter of the law carried into effect. The formation of the Confederacy. Acting on the call of Mississippi, a Congress of delegates from the seceded states met at Montgomery, Alabama, and on February 8, 1861, adopted a temporary plan of union. It selected, as provisional president, Jefferson Davis of Mississippi, a man well fitted by experience and moderation for leadership, a graduate of West Point, who had rendered distinguished service on the field of battle in the Mexican War, in public office, and as a member of Congress. In March, a permanent constitution of the Confederate States was drafted. It was quickly ratified by the states, elections were held in November, and the government under it went into effect the next year. This new constitution in form was very much like the famous instrument drafted at Philadelphia in 1787. It provided for a president, a senate, and a House of Representatives along almost identical lines. In the powers conferred upon them, however, there were striking differences. The right to appropriate money for internal improvements was expressly withheld. Bounties were not to be granted from the Treasury, nor import duties so laid as to promote or foster any branch of industry. The dignity of the state, if any might be bold enough to question it, was safeguarded in the opening line by the declaration that each acted in its sovereign and independent character in forming the Southern Union. Financing the Confederacy. No government ever set out upon its career with more perplexing tasks in front of it. The North had a monetary system, the South had to create one. The North had a scheme of taxation that produced large revenues from numerous sources, The South had to formulate and carry out a financial plan. Like the North, the Confederacy expected to secure a large revenue from customs duties, easily collected and little felt among the masses. To this expectation the blockade of Southern ports inaugurated by Lincoln in April 1861 soon put an end. Following the precedent set by Congress under the Articles of Confederation, the Southern Congress resorted to a direct property tax apportioned among the states, only to meet the failure that might have been foretold. The Confederacy also sold bonds, the first issue bringing into the Treasury nearly all the specie available in the Southern banks. This specie, by unhappy management, was early sent abroad to pay for supplies, sapping the foundations of a sound currency system. Large amounts of bonds were sold overseas, commanding at first better terms than those of the North in the markets of London, Paris, and Amsterdam, many an English lord and statesman buying with enthusiasm and confidence to lament within a few years the proofs of his folly. The difficulties of bringing through the blockade any supplies purchased by foreign bond issues, however, nullified the effect of foreign credit and forced the Confederacy back upon the device of paper money. In all, approximately $1 billion streamed from the printing presses, to fall in value at an alarming rate, reaching in January 1863 the astounding figure of $50 in paper money for one in gold. Every known device was used to prevent its depreciation, without result. To the issues of the Confederate Congress were added untold millions poured out by states and by private banks. Human and material resources. When we measure strength for strength in those signs of power, men, money, and supplies, it is difficult to see how the South was able to embark on secession and war with such confidence in the outcome. In the Confederacy, at the final reckoning, there were 11 states in all, to be pitted against 22, a population of 9 millions, nearly one-half servile, to be pitted against 22 millions, a land without great industries to produce war supplies, and without vast capital to furnish war finances, joined in battle with a nation already industrial and fortified by property worth $11 billion. Even after the Confederate Congress authorized conscription in 1862, Southern manpower, measured in numbers, was wholly inadequate to uphold the independence which had been declared. How, therefore, could the Confederacy hope to sustain itself against such a combination of men, money, and materials as the North could marshal? Southern expectations. The answer to this question is to be found in the ideas that prevailed among Southern leaders. First of all, they hoped in vain to carry the Confederacy up to the Ohio River, and, with the aid of Missouri, to gain possession of the Mississippi Valley, the granary of the nation. In the second place, they reckoned upon a large and continuous trade with Great Britain, the exchange of cotton for war materials. They likewise expected to receive recognition and open aid from European powers that looked with satisfaction upon the break-up of the great American Republic. In the third place, they believed that their control over several staples so essential to Northern industry would enable them to bring on an industrial crisis in the manufacturing states. "I firmly believe," wrote Senator Hammond, of South Carolina, in 1860, "that the slave-holding South is now the controlling power of the world; that no other power would face us in hostility. Cotton, rice, tobacco, and naval stores command the world, and we have the sense to know it and are sufficiently Teutonic to carry it out successfully. The North without us would be a motherless calf, bleeding about and die of mange and starvation." There were other grounds for confidence. Having seized all of the federal military and naval supplies in the South, and having left the national government weak in armed power during their possession of the presidency, Southern leaders looked to a swift war, if it came at all, to put the finishing stroke to independence. "The greasy mechanics of the North," it was repeatedly said, "will not fight." As to disparity in numbers, they drew historic parallels. "Our fathers, a mere handful, overcame the enormous power of Great Britain," a saying of ex-President Tyler, ran current to reassure the doubtful. Finally, and this point cannot be too strongly emphasized, the South expected to see a weakened and divided North. It knew that the abolitionists and the Southern sympathizers were ready to let the Confederate States go in peace, that Lincoln represented only a little more than one-third the voters of the country, and that the vote for Douglas, Bell, and Breckinridge meant a decided opposition to the Republicans and their policies. Efforts at compromise. Republican leaders, on reviewing the same facts, were themselves uncertain as to the outcome of a civil war and made many efforts to avoid crisis. Thurlow Weed, an Albany journalist and politician who had done much to carry New York for Lincoln, proposed a plan for extending the Missouri Compromise line to the Pacific. Jefferson Davis, warning his followers that a war, if it came, would be terrible, was prepared to accept the offer, but Lincoln, remembering his campaign pledges, stood firm as a rock against it. His followers in Congress took the same position with regard to a similar settlement suggested by Senator Crittenden of Kentucky. Though unwilling to surrender his solemn promises respecting slavery in the territories, Lincoln was prepared to give Southern leaders a strong guarantee that his administration would not interfere directly or indirectly with slavery in the states. Anxious to reassure the South on this point, the Republicans in Congress proposed to write into the Constitution a declaration that no amendment should ever be made authorizing the abolition of or interference with slavery in any state. The resolution, duly passed, was sent forth on March 4, 1861, with the approval of Lincoln. It was actually ratified by 3 states before the storm of war destroyed it. By the irony of fate, the 13th Amendment was to abolish, not guarantee, slavery. End of section 6.
Chapter 15. The Civil War and Reconstruction continued. The War Measures of the Federal Government. Raising the Armies. The crisis at Fort Sumter, on April 12–14, 1861, forced the President and Congress to turn from negotiations to problems of warfare. Little did they realize the magnitude of the task before them. Lincoln's first call for volunteers, issued on April 15, 1861, limited the number to 75,000, put their term of service at 3 months, and prescribed their duty as the enforcement of the law against combinations too powerful to be overcome by ordinary judicial process. Disillusionment swiftly followed. The terrible defeat of the Federals at Bull Run on July 21st revealed the serious character of the task before them, and by a series of measures Congress put the entire manpower of the country at the President's command. Under these acts he issued new calls for volunteers. Early in August 1862 he ordered a draft of militiamen numbering 300,000 for 9 months' service. The results were disappointing, ominous, for only about 87,000 soldiers were added to the army. Something more drastic was clearly necessary. In March 1863 Lincoln signed the inevitable draft law. It enrolled in the national forces liable to military duty all able-bodied male citizens and persons of foreign birth who had declared their intention to become citizens, between the ages of 20 and 45 years, with exemptions on grounds of physical weakness and dependency. From the men enrolled were drawn by lot those destined to active service. Unhappily, the measure struck a mortal blow at the principle of universal liability by excusing any person who found a substitute for himself or paid into the War Office a sum, not exceeding $300, to be fixed by general order. This provision, so crass and so obviously favoring the well-to-do, sowed seeds of bitterness which sprang up 100-fold in the North. The beginning of the drawing under the Draft Act in New York City, on Monday, July 13, 1863, was the signal for 4 days of rioting. In the course of this uprising, draft headquarters were destroyed, the office of the Tribune was gutted, Negroes were seized, hanged, and shot, the homes of obnoxious Unionists were burned down, the residence of the mayor of the city was attacked, and regular battles were fought in the streets between the rioters and the police. Business stopped, and a large part of the city passed absolutely into the control of the mob. Not until late the following Wednesday did enough troops arrive to restore order and enable the residents of the city to resume their daily activities. At least 1,000 people had been killed or wounded, and more than $1 million worth of damage done to property. The draft, temporarily interrupted by this outbreak, was then resumed and carried out without further trouble. The results of the draft were in the end distinctly disappointing to the government. The exemptions were numerous, and the number who preferred and were able to pay $300 rather than serve exceeded all expectations. Volunteering, it is true, was stimulated, but even that resource could hardly keep the thinning ranks of the army filled. With reluctance, Congress struck out the $300 exemption clause, but still favored the well-to-do by allowing them to hire substitutes if they could find them. With all this power in its hands, the administration was able, by January 1865, to construct a Union army that outnumbered the Confederates 2-1. War finance. In the financial sphere, the North faced immense difficulties. The surplus in the Treasury had been dissipated by 1861, and the tariff of 1857 had failed to produce an income sufficient to meet the ordinary expenses of the government. Confronted by military and naval expenditures of appalling magnitude, rising from $35 million in the first year of the war to $1,153 million in the last year, the administration had to tap every available source of income. The duties on imports were increased, not once but many times, producing huge revenues, and also meeting the most extravagant demands of the manufacturers for protection. Direct taxes were imposed on the states according to their respective population, but the returns were meager, all out of proportion to the irritation involved. Stamp taxes and taxes on luxuries, occupations, and the earnings of corporations were laid with a weight that, in ordinary times, would have drawn forth opposition of ominous strength. The whole gamut of taxation was run. Even a tax on incomes and gains by the year, the first in the history of the federal government, was included in the long list. Revenues were supplemented by bond issues, mounting in size and interest rate, until in October, at the end of the war, the debt stood at $2,208 million. The total cost of the war was many times the money value of all the slaves in the Southern states. To the debt must be added nearly $500 million in greenbacks, paper money issued by Congress in desperation as bond sales and revenues from taxes failed to meet the rising expenditures. This currency, issued at par on questionable warrant from the Constitution, like all such paper, quickly began to decline until, in the worst fortunes of 1864, $1 in gold was worth nearly 3 in greenbacks. The blockade of Southern ports. 4 days after his call for volunteers, April 19, 1861, President Lincoln issued a proclamation blockading the ports of the Southern Confederacy. Later, the blockade was extended to Virginia and North Carolina as they withdrew from the Union. Vessels attempting to enter or leave these ports, if they disregarded the warnings of a blockading ship, were to be captured and brought as prizes to the nearest convenient port. To make the order effective, immediate steps were taken to increase the naval forces, depleted by neglect, until the entire coastline was patrolled with such a number of ships that it was a rare captain who ventured to run the gauntlet. The collision between the Merrimac and the Monitor in March 1862 sealed the fate of the Confederacy. The exploits of the Union Navy are recorded in the falling export of cotton: $202 million in 1860, $42 million in 1861, and $4 million in 1862. The deadly effect of this paralysis of trade upon Southern war power may be readily imagined. Foreign loans, payable in cotton, could be negotiated but not paid off. Supplies could be purchased on credit but not brought through the dragnet. With extreme difficulty could the Confederate government secure even paper for the issue of money and bonds. Publishers, in despair at the loss of supplies, were finally driven to the use of brown wrapping paper and wallpaper. As the railways and rolling stock wore out, it became impossible to renew them from England or France. Unable to export their cotton, planters on the seaboard burned it in what were called fires of patriotism. In their lurid light, the fatal weakness of the Southern economy stood revealed. Diplomacy. The war had not advanced far before the federal government became involved in many perplexing problems of diplomacy in Europe. The Confederacy early turned to England and France for financial aid and for recognition as an independent power. Davis believed that the industrial crisis created by the cotton blockade would, in time, literally compel Europe to intervene in order to get this essential staple. The crisis came as he expected, but not the result. Thousands of English textile workers were thrown out of employment, and yet, while on the point of starvation, they adopted resolutions favoring the North instead of petitioning their government to aid the South by breaking the blockade. With the ruling classes it was far otherwise. Napoleon III, the Emperor of the French, was eager to help in disrupting the American Republic. If he could have won England's support, he would have carried out his designs. As it turned out, he found plenty of sympathy across the Channel, but not open and official cooperation. According to the eminent historian, Rhodes, 4/5 of the British House of Lords and most members of the House of Commons were favourable to the Confederacy and anxious for its triumph. Late in 1862 the British ministers, thus sustained, were on the point of recognizing the independence of the Confederacy. Had it not been for their extreme caution, for the constant and harassing criticism by English friends of the United States, like John Bright, and for the victories of Vicksburg and Gettysburg, both England and France would have doubtless declared the Confederacy to be one of the independent powers of the earth. While stopping short of recognizing its independence, England and France took several steps that were in favor of the South. In proclaiming neutrality, they early accepted the Confederates as belligerents, and accorded them the rights of people at war. A measure which aroused anger in the North at first, but was later admitted to be sound. Otherwise, Confederates taken in battle would have been regarded as rebels or traitors to be hanged or shot. Napoleon III proposed to Russia in 1861 a coalition of powers against the North, only to meet a firm refusal. The next year he suggested intervention to Great Britain, encountering this time a conditional rejection of his plans. In 1863, not daunted by rebuffs, he offered his services to Lincoln as a mediator, receiving in reply a polite letter declining his proposal and a sharp resolution from Congress suggesting that he attend to his own affairs. In both England and France the governments pursued a policy of friendliness to the Confederate agents. The British ministry, with indifference if not connivance, permitted rams and ships to be built, in British docks, and allowed them to escape to play havoc under the Confederate flag with American commerce. One of them, the Alabama, built in Liverpool by a British firm and paid for by bonds sold in England, ran an extraordinary career and threatened to break the blockade. The course followed by the British government, against the protests of the American minister in London, was later regretted. By an award of a tribunal of arbitration at Geneva in 1872, Great Britain was required to pay the huge sum of $15,500,000 to cover the damages wrought by Confederate cruisers fitted out in England. In all fairness, it should be said that the conduct of the North contributed to the irritation between the two countries. Seward, the Secretary of State, was vindictive in dealing with Great Britain. Had it not been for the moderation of Lincoln, he would have pursued a course verging in the direction of open war. The New York and Boston papers were severe in their attacks on England. Words were, on one occasion at least, accompanied by an act savouring of open hostility. In November 1861, Captain Wilkes, commanding a Union vessel, overhauled the British steamer Trent, and carried off by force 2 Confederate agents, Mason and Slidell, sent by President Davis to represent the Confederacy at London and Paris respectively. This was a clear violation of the right of merchant vessels to be immune from search and impressment, and in answer to the demand of Great Britain for the release of the 2 men, the United States conceded that it was in the wrong. It surrendered the 2 Confederate agents to a British vessel for safe conduct abroad, and made appropriate apologies. Emancipation. Among the extreme war measures adopted by the Northern governments must be counted the emancipation of the slaves in the states in arms against the Union. This step was early and repeatedly suggested to Lincoln by the abolitionists, but was steadily put aside. He knew that the abolitionists were a mere handful, that emancipation might drive the border states into secession, and that the Northern soldiers had enlisted to save the Union. Moreover, he had before him a solemn resolution passed by Congress on July 22, 1861, declaring the sole purpose of the war to be the salvation of the Union, and disavowing any intention of interfering with slavery. The federal government, though pledged to the preservation of slavery, soon found itself beaten back upon its course and out upon a new tack. Before a year had elapsed, namely, on April 10, 1862, Congress resolved that financial aid should be given to any state that might adopt gradual emancipation. 6 days later it abolished slavery in the District of Columbia. 2 short months elapsed. On June 19, 1862, it swept slavery forever from the territories of the United States. Chief Justice Taney still lived. The Dred Scott decision stood as written in the book, but the Constitution had been reread in the light of the Civil War. The drift of public sentiment in the North was being revealed. While these measures were pending in Congress, Lincoln was slowly making up his mind. By July of that year he had come to his great decision. Near the end of that month he read to his cabinet the draft of a proclamation of emancipation, but he laid it aside until a military achievement would make it something more than an idle gesture. In September, the severe check administered to Lee at Antietam seemed to offer the golden opportunity. On the 22nd, the immortal document was given to the world, announcing that, unless the states in arms returned to the Union by January 1, 1863, the fatal blow at their peculiar institution would be delivered. Southern leaders treated it with slight regard, and so, on the date set, the promise was fulfilled. The proclamation was issued as a war measure, adopted by the President as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces on grounds of military necessity. It did not abolish slavery. It simply emancipated slaves in places then in arms against federal authority. Everywhere else slavery, as far as the proclamation was concerned, remained lawful. To seal forever the proclamation of emancipation, and to extend freedom to the whole country, Congress, in January 1865, on the urgent recommendation of Lincoln, transmitted to the states the 13th Amendment, abolishing slavery throughout the Union. By the end of 1865 the amendment was ratified. The House was not divided against itself. It did not fall. It was all free. The restraint of civil liberty. As in all great wars, particularly those in the nature of a civil strife, it was found necessary to use strong measures to sustain opinion favorable to the administration's military policies and to frustrate the designs of those who sought to hamper its action. Within 2 weeks of his first call for volunteers, Lincoln empowered General Scott to suspend the writ of habeas corpus along the line of march between Philadelphia and Washington, and thus to arrest and hold without interference from civil courts anyone whom he deemed a menace to the Union. At a later date the area thus ruled by military officers was extended by executive proclamation. By an act of March 3, 1863, Congress, desiring to lay all doubts about the President's power, authorized him to suspend the writ throughout the United States or in any part thereof. It also freed military officers from the necessity of surrendering to civil courts persons arrested under their orders, or even making answers to writs issued from such courts. In the autumn of that year, the President, acting under the terms of this law, declared this ancient and honorable instrument for the protection of civil liberties, the habeas corpus, suspended throughout the length and breadth of the land. The power of the government was also strengthened by an act defining and punishing certain conspiracies, passed on July 31, 1861, a measure which imposed heavy penalties on those who by force, intimidation, or threat interfered with the execution of the law. Thus doubly armed, the military authorities spared no one suspected of active sympathy with the Southern cause. Editors were arrested and imprisoned, their papers suspended, and their newsboys locked up. Those who organized peace meetings soon found themselves in the toils of the law. Members of the Maryland legislature, the mayor of Baltimore, and local editors suspected of entertaining secessionist opinions were imprisoned on military orders, although charged with no offense, and were denied the privilege of examination before a civil magistrate. A Vermont farmer, too outspoken in his criticism of the government, found himself behind the bars until the government, in its good pleasure, saw fit to release him. These measures were not confined to the theater of war, nor to the border states where the spirit of secession was strong enough to endanger the cause of union. They were applied all through the northern states up to the very boundaries of Canada. Zeal for the national cause, too often supplemented by a zeal for persecution, spread terror among those who wavered in the singleness of their devotion to the Union. These drastic operations on the part of military authorities, so foreign to the normal course of civilized life, naturally aroused intense and bitter hostility. Meetings of protest were held throughout the country. 36 members of the House of Representatives sought to put on record their condemnation of the suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act, only to meet a firm denial by the supporters of the act. Chief Justice Taney, before whom the case of a man arrested under the President's military authority was brought, emphatically declared, in a long and learned opinion bristling with historical examples, that the President had no power to suspend the writ of habeas corpus. In Congress and out, Democrats, abolitionists, and champions of civil liberty denounced Lincoln and his cabinet in unsparing terms. Vallandigham, a Democratic leader of Ohio, afterwards banished to the South for his opposition to the war, constantly applied to Lincoln the epithet of Caesar. Wendell Phillips saw in him a more unlimited despot than the world knows this side of China. Sensitive to such stinging thrusts and no friend of wanton persecution, Lincoln attempted to mitigate the rigors of the law by paroling many political prisoners. The general policy, however, he defended in homely language, very different in tone and meaning from the involved reasoning of the lawyers. "Must I shoot a simple-minded soldier boy who deserts, while I must not touch a hair of the wily agitator who induces him to desert?" he asked in a quiet way of some spokesman for those who protested against arresting people for talking against the war. This summed up his philosophy. He was engaged in a war to save the Union, and all measures necessary and proper to accomplish that purpose were warranted by the Constitution which he had sworn to uphold. Military strategy, North and South. The broad outlines of military strategy followed by the commanders of the opposing forces are clear even to the layman who cannot be expected to master the details of a campaign, or for that matter the maneuvers of a single great battle. The problem for the South was one of defense mainly, though even for defense swift and paralyzing strokes at the North were later deemed imperative measures. The problem of the North was, to put it baldly, one of invasion and conquest. Southern territory had to be invaded and Southern armies beaten on their own ground, or worn down to exhaustion there. In the execution of this undertaking, geography as usual played a significant part in the disposition of forces. The Appalachian Ranges, stretching through the Confederacy to northern Alabama, divided the campaigns into eastern and western enterprises. Both were of signal importance. Victory in the East promised the capture of the Confederate capital of Richmond, a stroke of moral worth, hardly to be overestimated. Victory in the West meant severing the Confederacy and opening the Mississippi Valley down to the Gulf. As it turned out, the Western forces accomplished their task first, vindicating the military powers of Union soldiers and shaking the confidence of opposing commanders. In February 1862, Grant captured Fort Donelson on the Tennessee River, rallied wavering Unionists in Kentucky, forced the evacuation of Nashville, and opened the way for 200 miles into the Confederacy. At Shiloh, Murfreesboro, Vicksburg, Chickamauga, Chattanooga, desperate fighting followed, and in spite of varying fortunes, it resulted in the discomfiture and retirement of the Confederate forces to the southeast into Georgia. By the middle of 1863, the Mississippi Valley was open to the Gulf, the initiative taken out of the hands of Southern commanders in the West, and the way prepared for Sherman's final stroke, the march from Atlanta to the sea, a maneuver executed with needless severity in the autumn of 1864. For the almost unbroken succession of achievements in the West by Generals Grant, Sherman, Thomas, and Hooker against Albert Sidney Johnston, Bragg, Pemberton, and Hood, the Union forces in the East offered at first an almost equally unbroken series of misfortunes and disasters. Far from capturing Richmond, they had been thrown on the defensive. General after general, McClellan, Pope, Burnside, Hooker, and Meade, was tried and found wanting. None of them could administer a crushing defeat to the Confederate troops, and more than once the Union soldiers were beaten in a fair battle. They did succeed, however, in delivering a severe check to advancing Confederates under General Robert E. Lee, first at Antietam in September 1862, and then at Gettysburg in July 1863, checks reckoned as victories, though in each instance the Confederates escaped without demoralization. Not until the beginning of the next year, when General Grant, supplied with almost unlimited men and munitions, began his irresistible hammering at Lee's army, did the final phase of the war commence. The pitiless drive told at last. General Lee, on April 9, 1865, seeing the futility of further conflict, surrendered an army still capable of hard fighting, at Appomattox, not far from the capital of the Confederacy. Abraham Lincoln. The services of Lincoln to the cause of Union defy description. A judicial scrutiny of the war reveals his thought and planning in every part of the varied activity that finally crowned Northern arms with victory. Is it in the field of diplomacy? Does Seward, the Secretary of State, propose harsh and caustic measures likely to draw England's sword into the scale? Lincoln counsels moderation. He takes the irritating message and with his own hands strikes out, erases, tones down, and interlines, exchanging for words that sting and burn the language of prudence and caution. Is it a matter of compromise with the South, so often proposed by men on both sides sick of carnage? Lincoln is always ready to listen, and turns away only when he is invited to surrender principles essential to the safety of the Union. Is it high strategy of war, a question of the general best fitted to win Gettysburg, Hooker, Sedgwick, or Meade? Lincoln goes in person to the War Department in the dead of night to take counsel with his secretary and to make the fateful choice. Is it a complaint from a citizen, deprived as he believes of his civil liberties unjustly or in violation of the Constitution? Lincoln is ready to hear it and anxious to afford relief, if warrant can be found for it. Is a mother begging for the life of a son sentenced to be shot as a deserter? Lincoln hears her petition, and grants it even against the protests made by his generals in the name of military discipline. Do politicians sow dissensions in the army and among civilians? Lincoln grandly waves aside their petty personalities and invites them to think of the greater cause. Is it a question of securing votes to ratify the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery? Lincoln thinks it not beneath his dignity to traffic and huckster with politicians over the trifling jobs asked in return by the members who hold out against him. Does a New York newspaper call him an ignorant Western boor? Lincoln's reply is a letter to a mother who has given her all, her sons on the field of battle, and an address at Gettysburg, both of which will live as long as the tongue in which they were written. These are tributes not only to his mastery of the English language, but also to his mastery of all those sentiments of sweetness and strength which are the finest flowers of culture. Throughout the entire span of service, however, Lincoln was beset by merciless critics. The fiery apostles of abolition accused him of cowardice when he delayed the bold stroke at slavery. Anti-war Democrats lashed out at every step he took. Even in his own party he found no peace. Charles Sumner complained, "Our president is now dictator, imperator, whichever you like, but how vain to have the powers of a god and not to use it godlike." Leaders among the Republicans sought to put him aside in 1864 and place Chase in his chair. "I hope we may never have a worse man," was Lincoln's quiet answer. Wide were the dissensions in the North during that year, and the Republicans, while selecting Lincoln as their candidate again, cast off their old name and chose the simple title of the Union Party. Moreover, they selected a Southern man, Andrew Johnson of Tennessee, to be associated with him as a candidate for vice president. This combination the Northern Democrats boldly confronted with a platform declaring that after 4 years of failure to restore the Union by the experiment of war, during which, under the pretense of military necessity or war power higher than the Constitution itself has been disregarded in every part, and public liberty and private right alike trodden down, justice, humanity, liberty, and public welfare demand that immediate efforts be made for a cessation of hostilities, to the end that peace may be restored on the basis of the federal union of the states. It is true that the Democratic candidate, General McClellan, sought to break the yoke imposed upon him by the platform, saying that he could not look his old comrades in the face and pronounce their efforts vain, but the party call to the nation to repudiate Lincoln and his works had gone forth. The response came, giving Lincoln 2,200,000 votes against 1,800,000 for his opponent. The bitter things said about him during the campaign he forgot and forgave. When in April 1865 he was struck down by the assassin's hand, he, above all others in Washington, was planning measures of moderation and healing. End of section 7. Chapter 15. The Civil War and Reconstruction, concluded. The results of the Civil War. There is a strong and natural tendency on the part of writers to stress the dramatic and heroic aspects of the war, but the long judgment of history requires us to include all other significant phases as well. Like every great armed conflict, the Civil War outran the purposes of those who took part in it. Waged over the nature of the Union, it made a revolution in the Union, changing public policies and constitutional principles, and giving a new direction to agriculture and industry. The supremacy of the Union. First and foremost, the war settled for all time the long dispute as to the nature of the federal system. The doctrine of state sovereignty was laid to rest. Men might still speak of the rights of states and think of their commonwealths with affection, but nullification and secession were destroyed. The nation was supreme. The destruction of the slave power. Next to the vindication of national supremacy was the destruction of the planting aristocracy of the South, that great power which had furnished leadership of undoubted ability and had so long contested with the industrial and commercial interests of the North. The first paralyzing blow at the planters was struck by the abolition of slavery. The second and third came with the 14th, 1868, and 15th, 1870, amendments, giving the ballot to freedmen and excluding from public office the Confederate leaders, driving from the work of Reconstruction the finest talents of the South. As if to add bitterness to gall and wormwood, the 14th Amendment forbade the United States or any state to pay any debts incurred in aid of the Confederacy or in the emancipation of the slaves, plunging into utter bankruptcy the Southern financiers who had stripped their section of capital to support their cause. So the Southern planters found themselves excluded from public office and ruled over by their former bondmen under the tutelage of Republican leaders. Their labor system was wrecked, and their money and bonds were as worthless as waste paper. The South was subject to the North. That which neither the Federalists nor the Whigs had been able to accomplish in the realm of statecraft was accomplished on the field of battle. The triumph of industry. The wreck of the planting system was accompanied by a mighty upswing of Northern industry which made the old Whigs of Massachusetts and Pennsylvania stare in wonderment. The demands of the federal government for manufactured goods at unrestricted prices gave a stimulus to business which more than replaced the lost markets of the South. Between 1860 and 1870, the number of manufacturing establishments increased 79.6%, as against 14.2% for the previous decade, while the number of persons employed almost doubled. There was no doubt about the future of American industry. The victory for the protective tariff. Moreover, it was henceforth to be well protected. For many years before the war, the friends of protection had been on the defensive. The Tariff Act of 1857 imposed duties so low as to presage a tariff for revenue only. The war changed all that. The extraordinary military expenditures, requiring heavy taxes on all sources, justified tariffs so high that a follower of Clay or Webster might well have gasped with astonishment. After the war was over, the debt remained, and both interest and principal had to be paid. Protective arguments based on economic reasoning were supported by a plain necessity for revenue which admitted no dispute. A liberal immigration policy. Linked with industry was the labor supply. The problem of manning industries became a pressing matter, and Republican leaders grappled with it. In the platform of the Union Party adopted in 1864, it was declared that foreign immigration, which in the past has added so much to the wealth, the development of resources, and the increase of power to this nation, the asylum of the oppressed of all nations, should be fostered and encouraged by a liberal and just policy. In that very year Congress, recognizing the importance of the problem, passed a measure of high significance, creating a Bureau of Immigration and authorizing a modified form of indentured labor, by making it legal for immigrants to pledge their wages in advance to pay their passage over. Though the bill was soon repealed, the practice authorized by it was long continued. The cheapness of the passage shortened the term of service, but the principle was older than the days of William Penn. The Homestead Act of 1862. In the immigration measure guaranteeing a continuous and adequate labor supply, the manufacturers saw an offset to the Homestead Act of 1862, granting free lands to settlers. The Homestead Law they had resisted in a long and bitter congressional battle. Naturally, they had not taken kindly to a scheme which lured men away from the factories or enabled them to make unlimited demands for higher wages as the price of remaining. Southern planters likewise had feared free homesteads for the good reason that they only promised to add to the overbalancing power of the North. In spite of the opposition, supporters of a liberal land policy made steady gains. Free soil Democrats, Jacksonian farmers and mechanics, labor reformers, and political leaders like Stephen A. Douglas of Illinois and Andrew Johnson of Tennessee kept up the agitation in season and out. More than once were they able to force a homestead bill through the House of Representatives, only to have it blocked in the Senate, where Southern interests were entrenched. Then, after the Senate was won over, a Democratic president, James Buchanan, vetoed the bill. Still, the issue lived. The Republicans, strong among the farmers of the Northwest, favored it from the beginning, and pressed it upon the attention of the country. Finally, the manufacturers yielded. They received their compensation in the contract labor law. In 1862, Congress provided for the free distribution of land in 160-acre lots among men and women of strong arms and willing hearts, ready to build their serried lines of homesteads to the Rockies and beyond. Internal improvements. If farmers and manufacturers were early divided on the matter of free homesteads, the same could hardly be said of internal improvements. The western tiller of the soil was as eager for some easy way of sending his produce to market as the manufacturer was for the same means to transport his goods to the consumer on the farm. While the Confederate leaders were writing to their Constitution a clause forbidding all appropriations for internal improvements, the Republican leaders at Washington were planning such expenditures from the Treasury in the form of public land grants to railways as would have dazed the authors of the National Road Bill half a century earlier. Sound finance, national banking. From Hamilton's day to Lincoln's, businessmen in the East had contended for a sound system of national currency. The experience of the states with paper money, painfully impressive in the years before the framing of the Constitution, had been convincing to those who understood the economy of business. The Constitution, as we have seen, bore the signs of this experience. States were forbidden to emit bills of credit, paper money in short. This provision stood clear in the document, but judicial ingenuity had circumvented it in the age of Jacksonian democracy. The states had enacted and the Supreme Court, after the death of John Marshall, had sustained laws chartering banking companies and authorizing them to issue paper money. So the country was beset by the old curse, the banks of western and southern states issuing reams of paper notes to help borrowers pay their debts. In dealing with war finances, the Republicans attacked this ancient evil. By act of Congress in 1864, they authorized a series of national banks founded on the credit of government bonds and empowered to issue notes. The next year they stopped all bank paper sent forth under the authority of the states by means of a prohibitive tax. In this way, by two measures, Congress restored federal control over the monetary system, although it did not re-establish the United States Bank, so hated by Jacksonian democracy. Destruction of states' rights by 14th Amendment. These acts and others not cited here were measures of centralization and consolidation at the expense of the powers and dignity of the states. They were all of high import, but the crowning act of nationalism was the 14th Amendment, which, among other things, forbade the states to deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The immediate occasion, though not the actual cause of this provision, was the need for protecting the rights of freedmen against hostile legislatures in the South. The result of the amendment, as was prophesied in protests loud and long from every quarter of the Democratic party, was the subjection of every act of state, municipal, and county authorities to possible annulment by the Supreme Court at Washington. The expected happened. Few Negroes ever brought cases under the 14th Amendment to the attention of the courts, but thousands of state laws, municipal ordinances, and acts of local authorities were set aside as null and void under it. Laws of states regulating railway rates, fixing hours of labor in bake shops, and taxing corporations were in due time to be annulled as conflicting with an amendment erroneously supposed to be designed solely for the protection of Negroes. As centralized power over tariffs, railways, public lands, and other national concerns went to Congress, so centralized power over the acts of state and local authorities involving an infringement of personal and property rights was conferred on the federal judiciary, the apex of which was the Supreme Court at Washington. Thus the old federation of independent states, all equal in rights and dignity, each wearing the jewel of sovereignty, so celebrated in Southern oratory, had gone the way of all flesh under the withering blasts of civil war. Reconstruction in the South. Theories about the position of the seceding states. On the morning of April 9, 1865, when General Lee surrendered his army to General Grant, 11 states stood in a peculiar relation to the Union now declared perpetual. Lawyers and political philosophers were much perturbed, and had been for some time, as to what should be done with the members of the former Confederacy. Radical Republicans held that they were conquered provinces at the mercy of Congress, to be governed under such laws as it saw fit to enact, and until in its wisdom it decided to readmit any or all of them to the Union. Men of more conservative views held that, as the war had been waged by the North on the theory that no state could secede from the Union, the Confederate States had merely attempted to withdraw and failed. The corollary of this latter line of argument was simple. The Southern States are still in the Union, and it is the duty of the President, as Commander-in-Chief, to remove the Federal troops as soon as order is restored, and the state governments are ready to function once more as usual. Lincoln's proposal. Some such simple and conservative form of Reconstruction had been suggested by Lincoln in a proclamation of December 8, 1863. He proposed a pardon and a restoration of property, except in slaves, to nearly all who had directly or by implication participated in the existing rebellion, on condition that they take an oath of loyalty to the Union. He then announced that when, in any of the states named, a body of voters, qualified under the law as it stood before secession and equal in number to 1/10 the votes cast in 1860, took the oath of allegiance, they should be permitted to re-establish a state government. Such a government, he added, should be recognized as a lawful authority and entitled to protection under the Federal Constitution. With reference to the status of the former slaves, Lincoln made it clear that, while their freedom must be recognized, he would object to any legislation which may yet be consistent as a temporary arrangement with their present condition as a laboring, landless, and homeless class. Andrew Johnson's plan. His impeachment. Lincoln's successor, Andrew Johnson, the vice president, soon after taking office, proposed to pursue a somewhat similar course. In a number of states he appointed military governors, instructing them at the earliest possible moment to assemble conventions, chosen by that portion of the people of the said states who are loyal to the United States, and proceed to the organization of regular civil government. Johnson, a Southern man and a Democrat, was immediately charged by the Republicans with being too ready to restore the Southern states. As the months went by, the opposition to his measures and policies in Congress grew in size and bitterness. The contest resulted in the impeachment of Johnson by the House of Representatives in March, 1868, and his acquittal by the Senate merely because his opponents lacked 1 vote of the 2/3 required for conviction. Congress enacts Reconstruction laws. In fact, Congress was in a strategic position. It was the law-making body, and it could, moreover, determine the conditions under which senators and representatives from the South were to be readmitted. It therefore proceeded to pass a series of Reconstruction Acts, carrying all of them over Johnson's veto. These measures, the first of which became a law on March 2, 1867, betrayed an animus not found anywhere in Lincoln's plans or Johnson's proclamations. They laid off the 10 states, the whole Confederacy with the exception of Tennessee, still outside the Pale, into 5 military districts, each commanded by a military officer appointed by the President. They ordered the commanding general to prepare a register of voters for the election of delegates to conventions chosen for the purpose of drafting new constitutions. Such voters, however, were not to be, as Lincoln had suggested, loyal persons duly qualified under the law existing before secession, but the male citizens of said state, 21 years old and upward, of whatever race, color, or previous condition, except such as may be disfranchised for participation in the rebellion or for felony at common law. This was the death knell to the idea that the leaders of the Confederacy and their white supporters might be permitted to share in the establishment of the new order. Power was thus arbitrarily thrust into the hands of the newly emancipated male Negroes and the handful of whites who could show a record of loyalty. That was not all. Each state was, under the Reconstruction Acts, compelled to ratify the 14th Amendment to the Federal Constitution as a price of restoration to the Union. The composition of the conventions thus authorized may be imagined. Bondmen, without the asking, without preparation, found themselves the governing power. An army of adventurers from the North, carpetbaggers, as they were called, poured in upon the scene to aid in Reconstruction. Undoubtedly, many men of honor and fine intentions gave unstinted service, but the results of their deliberations only aggravated the open wound left by the war. Any number of political doctors offered their prescriptions, but no effective remedy could be found. Under measures admittedly open to grave objections, the Southern states were one after another restored to the Union by the grace of Congress, the last one in 1870. Even this grudging concession of the formalities of statehood did not mean a full restoration of honors and privileges. The last soldier was not withdrawn from the last Southern capital until 1877, and federal control over elections long remained as a sign of congressional supremacy. The status of the freedmen. Even more intricate than the issues involved in restoring the seceded states to the Union was the question of what to do with the newly emancipated slaves. That problem, often put to abolitionists before the war, had become at last a real concern. The 13th Amendment abolishing slavery had not touched it at all. It declared bondmen free, but did nothing to provide them with work or homes, and did not mention the subject of political rights. All these matters were left to the states, and the legislatures of some of them, by their famous black codes, restored a form of servitude under the guise of vagrancy and apprentice laws. Such methods were, in fact, partly responsible for the reaction that led Congress to abandon Lincoln's policies and undertake its own program of Reconstruction. Still, no extensive effort was made to solve by law the economic problems of the bondmen. Radical abolitionists had advocated that the slaves, when emancipated, should be given outright the fields of their former masters, but Congress steadily rejected the very idea of confiscation. The necessity of immediate assistance it recognized by creating in 1865 the Freedmen's Bureau to take care of refugees. It authorized the issue of food and clothing to the destitute, and the renting of abandoned and certain other lands under federal control to former slaves at reasonable rates. But the larger problem of the relation of the freedmen to the land it left to the slow working of time. Against sharp protests from conservative men, particularly among the Democrats, Congress did insist, however, on conferring upon the freedmen certain rights by national law. These rights fell into broad divisions, civil and political. By an act passed in 1866, Congress gave to former slaves the rights of white citizens in the matter of making contracts, giving testimony in courts, and purchasing, selling, and leasing property. As it was doubtful whether Congress had the power to enact this law, there was passed and submitted to the states the 14th Amendment, which gave citizenship to the freedmen, assured them of the privileges and immunities of citizens of the United States, and declared that no state should deprive any person of his life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Not yet satisfied, Congress attempted to give social equality to Negroes by the Second Civil Rights Bill of 1875, which promised to them, among other things, the full and equal enjoyment of inns, theaters, public conveyances, and places of amusement, a law later declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. The matter of political rights was even more hotly contested, but the radical Republicans, like Charles Sumner, asserted that civil rights were not secure unless supported by the suffrage. In this same 14th Amendment they attempted to guarantee the ballot to all Negro men, leaving the women to take care of themselves. The amendment declared, in effect, when any state deprived adult male citizens of the right to vote, its representation in Congress should be reduced in the proportion such persons bore to the voting population. This provision having failed to accomplish its purpose, the 15th Amendment was passed and ratified, expressly declaring that no citizen should be deprived of the right to vote on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. To make assurance doubly secure, Congress enacted in 1870, 1872, and 1873 three drastic laws, sometimes known as force bills, providing for the use of federal authorities, civil and military, in supervising elections in all parts of the Union. So the federal government, having destroyed chattel slavery, sought by legal decree to sweep away all its signs and badges, civil, social, and political. Never, save perhaps in some of the civil conflicts of Greece or Rome, had there occurred in the affairs of a nation a social revolution so complete, so drastic, and far-reaching in its results. Summary of the sectional conflict. Just as the United States, under the impetus of Western enterprise, rounded out the continental domain, its very existence as a nation was challenged by a fratricidal conflict between two sections. This storm had been long gathering upon the horizon. From the very beginning, in colonial times, there had been a marked difference between the South and the North. The former, by climate and soil, was dedicated to a planting system. the cultivation of tobacco, rice, cotton, and sugar cane, and in the course of time slave labor became the foundation of the system. The North, on the other hand, supplemented agriculture by commerce, trade, and manufacturing. Slavery, though lawful, did not flourish there. An abundant supply of free labor kept the Northern wheels turning. This difference between the two sections, early noted by close observers, was increased with the advent of the steam engine and the factory system. Between 1815 and 1860 an industrial revolution took place in the North. Its signs were gigantic factories, huge aggregations of industrial workers, immense cities, a flourishing commerce, and prosperous banks. Finding an unfavorable reception in the South, the new industrial system was confined mainly to the North. By canals and railways, New York, Boston, and Philadelphia were linked with the wheat fields of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois. A steel net wove North and Northwest together. A commercial net supplemented it. Western trade was diverted from New Orleans to the East, and Eastern credit sustained Western enterprise. In time, the industrial North and the planting South evolved different ideas of political policy. The former looked with favor on protective tariffs, ship subsidies, a sound national banking system, and internal improvements. The farmers of the West demanded that the public domain be divided up into free homesteads for farmers. The South steadily swung around to the opposite view. Its spokesmen came to regard most of these policies as injurious to the planting interests. The economic questions were all involved in a moral issue. The Northern states, in which slavery was of slight consequence, had early abolished the institution. In the course of a few years there appeared uncompromising advocates of universal emancipation. Far and wide the agitation spread. The South was thoroughly frightened. It demanded protection against the agitators, the enforcement of its rights in the case of runaway slaves, and equal privileges for slavery in the new territories. With the passing years the conflict between the two sections increased in bitterness. It flamed up in 1820 and was allayed by the Missouri Compromise. It took on the form of a tariff controversy and nullification in 1832. It appeared again after the Mexican War when the question of slavery in the new territories was raised. Again compromise, the great settlement of 1850, seemed to restore peace, only to prove an illusion. A series of startling effects swept the country into war. The repeal of the Missouri Compromise in 1854, the rise of the Republican Party pledged to the prohibition of slavery in the territories, the Dred Scott decision of 1857, the Lincoln-Douglas debates, John Brown's raid, the election of Lincoln, and secession. The Civil War, lasting for 4 years, tested the strength of both North and South, in leadership, in finance, in diplomatic skill, in material resources, in industry, and in armed forces. By the blockade of Southern ports, by an overwhelming weight of men and materials, and by relentless hammering on the field of battle, the North was victorious. The results of the war were revolutionary in character. Slavery was abolished and the freedmen given the ballot. The Southern planters, who had been the leaders of their section, were ruined financially, and almost to a man excluded from taking part in political affairs. The Union was declared to be perpetual, and the right of a state to succeed settled by the judgment of battle. Federal control over the affairs of states, counties, and cities was established by the 14th Amendment. The power and prestige of the federal government were enhanced beyond imagination. The North was now free to pursue its economic policies, a protective tariff, a national banking system, land grants for railways, free lands for farmers. Planting had dominated the country for nearly a generation. Business enterprise was to take its place. References: Northern Accounts. J.K. Hosmer, The Appeal to Arms and the Outcome of the Civil War, American Nation Series. J. Ropes, History of the Civil War, Best Account of Military Campaigns. J. F. Rhodes, History of the United States, Volumes 3, 4, and 5. J. T. Morse, Abraham Lincoln, 2 volumes. Southern Accounts. W. E. Dodd, Jefferson Davis. Jefferson Davis, Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government. E. Pollard, The Lost Cause. A. H. Stevens, The War Between the States. Questions. 1. Contrast the reception of secession in 1860 with that given to nullification in 1832. 2. Compare the Northern and Southern views of the Union. 3. What were the peculiar features of the Confederate Constitution? 4. How was the Confederacy financed? 5. Compare the resources of the two sections. 6. On what foundations did Southern hopes rest? 7. Describe the attempts at a peaceful settlement. 8. Compare the raising of armies for the Civil War with the methods employed in the World War. See below, Chapter 25. 9. Compare the financial methods of the government in the two wars. 10. Explain why the blockade was such a deadly weapon. 11. Give the leading diplomatic events of the war. 12. Trace the growth of anti-slavery sentiment. 13. What measures were taken to restrain criticism of the government? 14. What part did Lincoln play in all phases of the war? 15. State the principal results of the war. 16. Compare Lincoln's plan of Reconstruction with that adopted by Congress. 17. What rights did Congress attempt to confer upon the former slaves? Research topics. Was secession lawful? The Southern View by Jefferson Davis in Harding, Select Orations Illustrating American History, pages 364 to 369. Lincoln's View, Harding, pages 371 to 381. The Confederate Constitution. Compare with the Federal Constitution in MacDonald, Documentary Sourcebook, pages 424 to 433 and pages 271 to 279. Federal legislative measures. Prepare a table and brief digest of the important laws relating to the war. MacDonald, pages 433 to 482. Economic aspects of the war. Coleman, Industrial History of the United States, pages 279 to 301. Dewey, Financial History of the United States, chapters 12 and 13. Tabulate the economic measures of Congress in MacDonald. Military campaigns. The great battles are fully treated in Rhodes, History of the Civil War, and teachers desiring to emphasize military affairs may assign campaigns to members of the class for study and report. A briefer treatment in Elson, History of the United States, pages 641 to 785. Biographical studies. Lincoln, Davis, Lee, Grant, Sherman, and other leaders in civil and military affairs, with reference to local war governors. English and French opinion of the war. Rhodes, History of the United States, Volume 4, pages 337 to 394. The South during the war. Rhodes, Volume 5, pages 343 to 382. The North during the war. Rhodes, Volume 5, pages 189 to 342. Reconstruction measures. MacDonald, Sourcebook, pages 500 to 511, 514 to 518, 529 to 530. Elson, pages 786 to 799. The Force Bills. MacDonald, pages 547 to 551, 554 to 564. End of Section 8. End of History of the United States by Charles A. Beard and Mary R. Beard, Part 5, Sectional Conflict and Reconstruction.
History of the United States by Charles A. Beard and Mary Ritter Beard, Part 6, National Growth and World Politics, Chapter 16. The Political and Economic Evolution of the South. The outcome of the Civil War in the South was nothing short of a revolution. The ruling class, the law, and the government of the old order had been subverted. To political chaos was added the havoc wrought in agriculture, business, and transportation by military operations. And as if to fill the cup to the brim, the task of reconstruction was committed to political leaders from another section of the country, strangers to the life and traditions of the South. The South at the close of the war, a ruling class disenfranchised. As the sovereignty of the planters had been the striking feature of the old regime, so their ruin was the outstanding fact of the new. The situation was extraordinary. The American Revolution was carried out by people experienced in the arts of self-government, and at its close they were free to follow the general course to which they had long been accustomed. The French Revolution witnessed the overthrow of the clergy and the nobility, but middle classes who took their places had been steadily rising in intelligence and wealth. The Southern Revolution was unlike either of these cataclysms. It was not brought about by a social upheaval, but by an external crisis. It did not enfranchise a class that sought and understood power, but bondsmen who had played no part in the struggle. Moreover, it struck down a class equipped to rule. The leading planters were almost to a man excluded from state and federal offices, and the 14th Amendment was a bar to their return. All civil and military places under the authority of the United States and of the states were closed to every man who had taken an oath to support the Constitution as a member of Congress, as a state legislature, or as a state or federal officer, and afterward engaged in insurrection or rebellion, or given aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States. This sweeping provision, supplemented by the Reconstruction Acts, laid under the ban most of the talent, energy, and spirit of the South. The condition of the state governments. The legislative, executive, and judicial branches of the state governments thus passed into the control of former slaves, led principally by northern adventurers or southern novices known as scallywags. The result was a carnival of waste, folly, and corruption. The Reconstruction Assembly of South Carolina bought clocks at $480 apiece and chandeliers at $650. To purchase land for former bondsmen, the sum of $800,000 was appropriated, and swamps bought at 75 cents an acre were sold to the state at 5 times the cost. In the years between 1868 and 1873, the debt of the states rose from about $5,800,000 to $24 million, and millions of the increase could not be accounted for by the authorities responsible for it. Economic ruin, urban and rural. No matter where Southern men turned in 1865, they found devastation, in the towns, in the country, and along the highways. Atlanta, the city to which Sherman applied the torch, lay in ashes. Nashville and Chattanooga had been partially wrecked. Richmond and Augusta had suffered severely from fires. Charleston was described by a visitor as a city of ruins, of desolation, of vacant houses, of rotted wharves, of deserted warehouses, of weed gardens, of miles of grass-grown streets. How few young men there are, how generally the young women are dressed in black. The flower of their proud aristocracy is buried on scores of battlefields. Those who journeyed through the country about the same time reported desolation equally widespread and equally pathetic. An English traveler who made his way along the course of the Tennessee River in 1870 wrote, "The trail of war is visible throughout the valley in burned-up gin houses, ruined bridges, mills, and factories, and large tracts of once cultivated land are stripped of every vestige of fencing. The roads, long neglected, are in disorder, and, having in many places become impassable, new tracks have been made through the woods and fields without much respect to boundaries. Many a great plantation has been confiscated by the federal authorities while the owner was in Confederate service. Many more lay in waste. In the wake of the armies, the homes of rich and poor alike, if spared the torch, had been despoiled of the stock and seeds necessary to renew agriculture. Railways dilapidated. Transportation was still more demoralized. This is revealed in the pages of congressional reports based upon first-hand investigations. One eloquent passage illustrates all the rest. From Pocahontas to Decatur, Alabama, a distance of 114 miles, we are told, the railroad was almost entirely destroyed, except the roadbed and iron rails, and they were in very bad condition. Every bridge and trestle destroyed, cross ties rotted, buildings burned, water tanks gone, tracks grown up in weeds and bushes, not a sawmill near the line, and the labor system of the country gone. About 40 miles of the track was burned, the cross ties entirely destroyed, and the rails bent and twisted in such a manner as to require great labor to straighten, and a large portion of them requiring renewal. Capital and credit destroyed. The fluid capital of the South, money and credit, was in the same prostrate condition as the material capital. The Confederate currency, inflated to the bursting point, had utterly collapsed and was as worthless as waste paper. The bonds of the Confederate government were equally valueless. Specie had nearly disappeared from circulation. The 14th Amendment to the Federal Constitution had made all debts, obligations, and claims incurred in aid of the Confederate cause illegal and void. Millions of dollars owed to Northern creditors before the war were overdue, and payment was pressed upon the debtors. Where such debts were secured by mortgage on land, executions against the property could be obtained in federal courts. The restoration of white supremacy. Intimidation. In both politics and economics, the process of Reconstruction in the South was slow and arduous. The first battle in the political contest for white supremacy was won outside the halls of legislatures and the courts of law. It was waged, in the main, by secret organizations, amongst which the Ku Klux Klan and the White Camelia were the most prominent. The first of these societies appeared in Tennessee in 1866 and held its first national convention the following year. It was in origin a social club. According to its announcements, its objects were to protect the weak, the innocent, and the defenseless from the indignities, wrongs, and outrages of the lawless, the violent, and the brutal, and to succor the suffering, especially the widows and orphans of the Confederate soldiers. The whole South was called the Empire, and was ruled by a grand wizard. Each state was a realm, and each county a province. In the secret orders there were enrolled over 500,000 men. The methods of the Ku Klux and the White Camelia were similar. Solemn parades of masked men on horses decked in long robes were held, sometimes in the daytime and sometimes at the dead of night. Notices were sent to obnoxious persons warning them to stop certain practices. If warnings failed, something more convincing was tried. Fright was the emotion most commonly stirred. A horseman, at the witching hour of midnight, would ride up to the house of some offender, lift his headgear, take off a skull, and hand it to the trembling victim with the request that he hold it for a few minutes. Frequently violence was employed either officially or unofficially by members of the Klan. Tar and feathers were freely applied, the whip was sometimes laid on unmercifully, and occasionally a brutal murder was committed. Often the members were fired upon from bushes or behind trees, and swift retaliation followed. So alarming did the clashes become that in 1870 Congress forbade interference with electors or going in disguise for the purpose of obstructing the exercise of the rights enjoyed under federal law. In anticipation of such a step on the part of the federal government, the Ku Klux was officially dissolved by the Grand Wizard in 1869. Nevertheless, the local societies continued their organization and methods. The spirit survived the National Association. On the whole, says a Southern writer, it is not easy to see what other course was open to the South. Armed resistance was out of the question, and yet there must be some control had of the situation. If force was denied, craft was inevitable. The struggle for the ballot box. The effects of intimidation were soon seen at elections. The freedman, into whose inexperienced hand the ballot had been thrust, was ordinarily loath to risk his head by the exercise of his new rights. He had not obtained them by a long and laborious contest of his own, and he saw no urgent reason why he should battle for the privilege of using them. The mere show of force, the mere existence of a threat, deterred thousands of ex-slaves from appearing at the polls. Thus the whites steadily recovered their dominance. Nothing could prevent it. Congress enacted force bills establishing federal supervision of elections, and the Northern politicians protested against the return of former Confederates to practical, if not official, power. But all such opposition was like resistance to the course of nature. Amnesty for Southerners. The recovery of white supremacy in this way was quickly felt in national councils. The Democratic Party in the North welcomed it as a sign of its return to power. The more moderate Republicans, anxious to heal the breach in American unity, sought to encourage rather than repress it. So it came about that amnesty for Confederates was widely advocated. Yet it must be said that the struggle for the removal of disabilities was stubborn and bitter. Lincoln, with characteristic generosity, in the midst of the war had issued a general proclamation of amnesty to nearly all who had been in arms against the Union, on condition that they take an oath of loyalty. But Johnson, vindictive towards the Southern leaders, and determined to make treason infamous, had extended the list of exceptions. Congress, even more relentless in its pursuit of Confederates, pushed through the 14th Amendment, which worked the sweeping disabilities we have just described. To appeals for comprehensive clemency, Congress was at first adamant. In vain did men like Carl Schurz exhort their colleagues to crown their victory in battle with a noble act of universal pardon and oblivion. Congress would not yield. It would grant amnesty in individual cases. For the principle of proscription it stood fast. When finally in 1872, 7 years after the surrender at Appomattox, it did pass the general amnesty bill, it insisted on certain exceptions. Confederates who had been members of Congress just before the war or had served in other high posts, civil or military, under the federal government were still excluded from important offices. Not until the summer of 1898, when the war with Spain produced once more a union of hearts, did Congress relent and abolish the last of the disabilities imposed on the Confederates. The forced bills attacked and nullified. The granting of amnesty encouraged the Democrats to redouble their efforts all along the line. In 1874, they captured the House of Representatives and declared war on the forced bills. As the Republican Senate blocked immediate repeal, they resorted in an ingenious parliamentary trick. To the appropriation bill for the support of the Army, they attached a rider, or condition, to the effect that no troops should be used to sustain the Republican government in Louisiana. The Senate rejected the proposal. A deadlock ensued, and Congress adjourned without making provision for the Army. Satisfied with a technical victory, the Democrats let the Army bill pass the next session, but kept up their fight on the force laws until they wrung from President Hayes a measure forbidding the use of United States troops in supervising elections. The following year they again had recourse to a rider on the Army bill and carried it through, putting an end to the use of money for military control of elections. The Reconstruction program were clearly going to pieces, and the Supreme Court helped along the process of dissolution by declaring parts of the laws invalid. In 1878, the Democrats even won a majority in the Senate, and returned to power a large number of men once prominent in the Confederate cause. The passions of the war by this time were evidently cooling. A new generation of men were coming on the scene. The supremacy of the whites in the South, if not yet complete, was at least assured. Federal marshals, their deputies, and supervisors of elections still possessed authority over the polls, but their strength had been shorn by the withdrawal of United States troops. The war on the remaining remnants of the forced bills lapsed into desultory skirmishing. When in 1894 the last fragment was swept away, the country took little note of the fact. The only task that lay before the Southern leaders was to write in the constitutions of their respective states the provisions of law which would clinch the gains so far secured and establish white supremacy beyond the reach of outside intervention. White supremacy sealed by new state constitutions. The impetus to this final step was given by the rise of the populist movement in the South, which sharply divided the whites and in many communities threw the balance of power into the hands of the few colored voters, who survived the process of intimidation. Southern leaders now devised new constitutions so constructed as to deprive Negroes of the ballot by law. Mississippi took the lead in 1890, South Carolina followed 5 years later, Louisiana in 1898, North Carolina in 1900, Alabama and Maryland in 1901, and Virginia in 1902. The author of these measures made no attempt to conceal their purposes. The intelligent white men of the South, said Governor Tillman, intend to govern here. The 15th Amendment to the Federal Constitution, however, forbade them to deprive any citizen of the right to vote on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. This made necessary the devices of indirection. They were few, simple, and effective. The first and most easily administered was the ingenious provision requiring each prospective voter to read a section of the state constitution, or understand and explain it when read to him by the election officers. As an alternative, the payment of taxes or the ownership of a small amount of property was accepted as a qualification for voting. Southern leaders, unwilling to disfranchise any of the poor white men who had stood side by side with them in the dark days of Reconstruction, also resorted to a famous provision known as the Grandfather Clause. This plan admitted to the suffrage any man who did not have either property or educational qualifications, provided he had voted on or before 1867 or was the son or grandson of any such person. The devices worked effectively. Of the 147,000 Negroes in Mississippi above the age of 21, only about 8,600 registered under the Constitution of 1890. Louisiana had 127,000 colored voters enrolled in 1896. Under the Constitution drafted 2 years later, the registration fell to 5,300. An analysis of the figures for South Carolina in 1900 indicates that only about one Negro out of every 100 adult males of that race took part in elections. Thus was closed this chapter of Reconstruction. The Supreme Court refuses to intervene. Numerous efforts were made to prevail upon the Supreme Court of the United States to declare such laws unconstitutional, but the court, usually on technical grounds, avoided coming to a direct decision on the merits of the matter. In one case, the court remarked that it could not take charge of and operate the election machinery of Alabama. It concluded that relief from a great political wrong, if done as alleged, by the people of a state and by the state itself, must be given by them or by the legislative and executive departments of the government of the United States. Only one of several schemes employed, namely the grandfather clause, was held to be a violation of the federal Constitution. This blow, effected in 1950 by the decision in the Oklahoma and Maryland cases, left, however, the main structure of disenfranchisement unimpaired. Proposals to reduce Southern representation in Congress. These provisions excluding thousands of male citizens from the ballot did not, in express terms, deprive anyone of the vote on account of race or color. They did not, therefore, run counter to the letter of the 15th Amendment, but they did unquestionably make the states which adopted them liable to the operations of the 14th Amendment. The latter very explicitly provides that whenever any state deprives adult male citizens of the right to vote, except in certain minor cases, the representation of the state in Congress shall be reduced in the proportion which such number of disfranchised citizens bears to the whole number of male citizens over 21 years of age. Mindful of this provision, those who protested against disenfranchisement in the South turned to the Republican Party for relief, asking for action by the political branches of the federal government as the Supreme Court had suggested. The Republicans responded in their platform of 1908 by condemning all devices designed to deprive anyone of the ballot for reasons of color alone. They demanded the enforcement in letter and spirit of the 14th as well as other amendments. Though victorious in their election, the Republicans refrained from reopening the ancient contest. They made no attempt to reduce Southern representation in the House. Southern leaders, while protesting against the declarations of their opponents, were able to view them as idle threats, in no way endangering the security of the measures by which political reconstruction had been undone. The Solid South. Out of the 30-year conflict against carpetbag rule, there emerged what was long known as the Solid South, a South that, except occasionally in the border states, never gave an electoral vote to a Republican candidate for president. Before the Civil War, the Southern people had been divided on political questions. Take, for example, the election of 1860. In all of the 15 slave states the variety of opinions was marked. In 9 of them, Delaware, Virginia, Tennessee, Missouri, Maryland, Louisiana, Kentucky, Georgia, and Arkansas, the combined vote against the representative of the extreme Southern point of view, Breckinridge, constituted a safe majority. In each of the 6 states which were carried by Breckinridge, there was a large and powerful minority. In North Carolina, Breckinridge's majority over Bell and Douglas was only 849 votes. Equally astonishing to those who imagined the South united in defense of extreme views in 1860 was the vote for Bell, the Unionist candidate, who stood firmly for the Constitution and silence on slavery. In every Southern state, Bell's vote was large. In Virginia, Kentucky, Missouri, and Tennessee, it was greater than that received by Breckinridge. In Georgia, it was 42,000 against 51,000. In Louisiana, 20,000 against 22,000. In Mississippi, 25,000 against 40,000. The effect of the Civil War upon these divisions was immediate and decisive. Save in the border states where thousands of men continued to adhere to the cause of the Union, in the Confederacy itself nearly all dissent was silenced by war. Men who had been bitter opponents joined hands in defense of their homes. When the armed conflict was over, they remained side by side working against Republican misrule and Negro domination. By 1890, after Northern supremacy was definitely broken, they boasted that there were at least 12 Southern states in which no Republican candidate for president could win a single electoral vote. Dissent in the solid South. Though everyone grew accustomed to speak of the South as solid, it did not escape close observers that in a number of Southern states there appeared from time to time a fairly large body of dissenters. In 1892, the Populists made heavy inroads upon the Democratic ranks. On other occasions, the contest between factions within the Democratic Party over the nomination of candidates revealed sharp differences of opinion. In some places, moreover, there grew up a Republican minority of respectable size. For example, in Georgia, Mr. Taft in 1908 polled 41,000 votes against 72,000 for Mr. Bryan. In North Carolina, 114,000 against 136,000. In Tennessee, 118,000 against 135,000. In Kentucky, 235,000 against 244,000. In 1920, Senator Harding, the Republican candidate, broke the record by carrying Tennessee as well as Kentucky, Oklahoma, and Maryland. The economic advance of the South. The breakup of the great estates. In the dissolution of chattel slavery it was inevitable that the great estate should give way before the small farm. The plantation was in fact founded on slavery. It was continued and expanded by slavery. Before the war the prosperous planter, either by inclination or necessity, invested his surplus in more land to add to his original domain. As his slaves increased in number, he was forced to increase his acreage or sell them, and he usually preferred the former, especially in the far South. Still another element favored the large estate. Slave labor quickly exhausted the soil, and of its own force compelled the cutting of the forest and the extension of the area under cultivation. Finally, the planter took a natural pride in his great estate. It was a sign of his prowess and his social prestige. In 1865, the foundations of the planting system were gone. It was difficult to get efficient labor to till the vast plantations. The planters themselves were burdened with debts and handicapped by lack of capital. Negroes commonly preferred tilling plots of their own, rented or bought under mortgage, to the more irksome wage labor under white supervision. The land hunger of the white farmer, once checked by the planting system, reasserted itself. Before these forces the plantation broke up. The small farm became the unit of cultivation in the South as in the North. Between 1870 and 1900, the number of farms doubled in every state south of the line of the Potomac and Ohio rivers, except in Arkansas and Louisiana. From year to year the process of breaking up continued, with all that it implied in the creation of land-owning farmers. The diversification of crops. No less significant was the concurrent diversification of crops. Under slavery, tobacco, rice, and sugar were staples, and cotton was king. These were standard crops. The methods of cultivation were simple and easily learned. They tested neither the skill nor the ingenuity of the slaves. As the returns were quick, they did not call for long-time investments of capital. After slavery was abolished, they still remained the staples, but far-sighted agriculturalists saw the dangers of depending upon a few crops. The mild climate all the way around the coast from Virginia to Texas and the character of the alluvial soil invited the exercise of more imagination. Peaches, oranges, peanuts, and other fruits and vegetables were found to grow luxuriously. Refrigeration for steamships and freight cars put the markets of great cities at the doors of Southern fruit and vegetable gardeners. The South, which in planting days had relied so heavily upon the Northwest for its foodstuffs, began to battle for independence. Between 1880 and the close of the century, the value of its farm crops increased from $660 million to $1,270 million. The Industrial and Commercial Revolution. On top of the radical changes in agriculture came an industrial and commercial revolution. The South had long been rich in natural resources, but the slave system had been unfavorable to their development. Rivers that would have turned millions of spindles tumbled unheeded to the seas. Coal and iron beds lay unopened. Timber was largely sacrificed in clearing lands for planting, or fell to earth in decay. Southern enterprise was consumed in planting. Slavery kept out the white immigrants who might have supplied the skilled labor for industry. After 1865, achievement and fortune no longer lay on the land alone. As soon as the paralysis of the war was over, the South caught the industrial spirit that had conquered feudal Europe and the agricultural North. In the development of mineral wealth, enormous strides were taken. Iron ore of every quality was found, the chief beds being in Virginia, West Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Arkansas, and Texas. 5 important coal basins were uncovered. In Virginia, North Carolina, the Appalachian chain from Maryland to northern Alabama, Kentucky, Arkansas, and Texas. Oil pools were found in Kentucky, Tennessee, and Texas. Within 2 decades, 1880 to 1900, the output of mineral wealth multiplied tenfold, from 10 millions a year to 100 millions. The iron industries of West Virginia and Alabama began to rival those of Pennsylvania. Birmingham became the Pittsburgh and Atlanta the Chicago of the South. In other lines of industry, lumbering and cotton manufacturing took a high rank. The development of southern timber resources was in every respect remarkable, particularly in Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi. At the end of the first decade of the 20th century, primacy in lumber had passed from the Great Lakes region to the South. In 1913, 8 southern states produced nearly 4 times as much lumber as the Lake States and twice as much as the vast forests of Washington and Oregon. The development of the cotton industry, in the meantime, was similarly astonishing. In 1865, cotton spinning was a negligible matter in the southern states. In 1880, they had 1/4 of the mills of the country. At the end of the century, they had 1/2 the mills, the 2 Carolinas taking the lead by consuming more than 1/3 of their entire cotton crop. Having both the raw materials and the power at hand, they enjoyed many advantages over the New England rivals, and at the opening of the new century were outstripping the latter in the proportion of spindles annually put into operation. Moreover, the cotton planters, finding a market at the neighboring mills, began to look forward to a day when they could be somewhat emancipated from an absolute dependence upon the cotton exchanges of New York, New Orleans, and Liverpool. Transportation kept pace with industry. In 1860, the South had about 10,000 miles of railway. By 1880, the figure had doubled. During the next 20 years, over 30,000 miles were added, most of the increase being in Texas. About 1898 there opened a period of consolidation in which scores of short lines were united, mainly under the leadership of Northern capitalists, and new through service opened to the North and West. Thus Southern industries were given easy outlets to the markets of the nation and brought within the main currents of national business enterprise. The social effects of the economic changes. As long as the slave system lasted, and planting was the major interest, the South was bound to be sectional in character. With slavery gone, crops diversified, natural resources developed, and industries promoted. The social order of the antebellum days inevitably dissolved. The South became more and more assimilated to the system of the North. In this process several lines of development are evident. In the first place we see the steady rise of the small farmer. Even in the old days there had been a large class of white yeomen who owned no slaves and tilled the soil with their own hands, but they labored under severe handicaps. They found the fertile lands of the coast and river valleys nearly all monopolized by planters, and they were by the forces of circumstances driven into the uplands where the soil was thin and the crops were light. Still they increased in numbers and zealously worked their freeholds. The war proved to be their opportunity. With the break-up of the plantations, they managed to buy land more worthy of their plows. By intelligent labor and intensive cultivation, they were able to restore much of the worn-out soil to its original fertility. In the meantime, they rose with their prosperity in the social and political scale. It became common for the sons of white farmers to enter the professions, while their daughters went away to college and prepared for teaching. Thus a more democratic tone was given to the white society of the South. Moreover, the migration to the North and West, which had formerly carried thousands of energetic sons and daughters to search for new homesteads, was materially reduced. The energy of the agricultural population went into rehabilitation. The increase in the number of independent farmers was accomplished by the rise of small towns and villages, which gave diversity to the life of the South. Before 1860 it was possible to travel through endless stretches of cotton and tobacco. The social affairs of the planter's family centered in the homestead, even if they were occasionally interrupted by trips to distant cities or abroad. Carpentry, bricklaying, and blacksmithing were usually done by slaves skilled in simple handicrafts. Supplies were bought wholesale. In this way there was little place in plantation economy for village and towns with their stores and mechanics. The abolition of slavery altered this. Small farms spread out where plantations had once stood. The skilled freemen turned to agriculture rather than to handicrafts. White men of a business or mechanical bent found an opportunity to serve the needs of their communities. So the local merchants and mechanics became an important element in the social system. In the county seats, once dominated by the planters, business and professional men assumed the leadership. Another vital outcome of this revolution was the transference of a large part of planting enterprise to business. Mr. Bruce, a Southern historian of fine scholarship, has summed up this process in a single telling paragraph. The higher planting class that under the old system gave so much distinction to rural life has, so far as it has survived at all, been concentrated in the cities. The families that in the time of slavery would have been found only in the country are now found, with a few exceptions, in the towns. The transplantation has been practically universal. The talent, the energy, the ambition that formerly sought expression in the management of great estates and the control of hosts of slaves, now seek a field of action in trade, in manufacturing enterprises, or in the general enterprise of development. This was for the ruling class of the South the natural outcome of the great economic revolution that followed the war. As in all other parts of the world, the mechanical revolution was attended by the growth of a population of industrial workers, dependent not upon the soil, but upon wages for their livelihood. When Jefferson Davis was inaugurated President of the Southern Confederacy, there were approximately only 100,000 persons employed in Southern manufactures as against more than 1 million in Northern mills. 50 years later, Georgia and Alabama alone had more than 150,000 wage earners. Necessarily this meant also a material increase in urban population, although the wide dispersion of cotton spinning among small centers prevented the congestion that had accompanied the rise of the textile industry in New England. In 1910, New Orleans, Atlanta, Memphis, Nashville, and Houston stood in the same relation to the New South that Cincinnati, Chicago, Cleveland, and Detroit had stood in the New West 50 years before. The problems of labor and capital and municipal administration, which the earlier writers boasted would never perplex the planting South, had come in full force. The revolution in the status of the slaves. No part of Southern society was so profoundly affected by the Civil War and the economic reconstruction as the former slaves. On the day of emancipation, they stood free, but empty-handed, the owners of no tools or property, the masters of no trade, and wholly inexperienced in the arts of self-help that characterized the whites in general. They had never been accustomed to looking out for themselves. The plantation bell had called them to labor and released them. Doles of food and clothing had been regularly made in given quantities. They did not understand wages, ownership, renting, contracts, mortgages, leases, bills, or accounts. When they were emancipated, 4 courses were open to them. They could flee from the plantation to the nearest town or city, or to the distant north, to seek a livelihood. Thousands of them chose this way, overcrowding cities where disease mowed them down. They could remain where they were in their cabins and work for daily wages instead of food, clothing, and shelter. This second course the major portion of them chose, but as few masters had cash to dispense, the new relation was much like the old. In fact, it was still one of barter. The planter offered food, clothing, and shelter. The former slaves gave their labor in return. That was the best that many of them could do. A third course open to freedmen was that of renting from the former master, paying him usually with a share of the produce of the land. This way a large number of them chose. It offered them a chance to become landowners in time, and it afforded an easier life. The renter being, to a certain extent at least, master of his own hours of labor. The final and most difficult path was that to ownership of land. Many a master helped his former slaves to acquire small holdings by offering easy terms. The more enterprising and the more fortunate who started life as renters or wage earners made their way upward to ownership, in so many cases that by the end of the century 1/4 of the colored laborers on the land owned the soil they tilled. In the meantime, the South, though relatively poor, made relatively large expenditures for the education of the colored population. By the opening of the 20th century, facilities were provided for more than 1/2 of the colored children of school age. While in many respects this progress was disappointing, its significance, to be appreciated, must be derived from the comparison with the total illiteracy which prevailed under slavery. In spite of all that happened, however, the status of the Negroes in the South continued to give a peculiar character to that section of the country. They were almost entirely excluded from the exercise of the suffrage, especially in the far South. Special rooms were set aside for them at the railway stations, and special cars on the railway lines. In the field of industry, calling for technical skill, it appears, from the census figures, that they lost ground between 1890 and 1900, a condition which their friends ascribed to discriminations against them in law and in labor organizations, and their critics ascribed to their lack of aptitude. Whatever may be the truth, the fact remained that at the opening of the 20th century neither the hopes of the emancipators nor the fears of their opponents were realized. The marks of the peculiar institution were still largely impressed upon Southern society. The situation, however, was by no means unchanging. On the contrary, there was a decided drift in affairs. For one thing, the proportion of Negroes in the South had slowly declined. By 1900 they were in a majority in only 2 states, South Carolina and Mississippi. In Arkansas, Virginia, West Virginia, and North Carolina, the proportion of the white population was steadily growing. The colored migration northward increased while the westward movement of the white farmers, which characterized pioneer days, declined. At the same time, a part of the foreign immigration to the United States was diverted southward. As the years passed, these tendencies gained momentum. The already huge colored quarters in some northern cities were widely expanded, as whole counties in the South were stripped of their colored laborers. The race question, in its political and economic aspects, became less and less sectional, more and more national. The South was drawn into the mainstream of national life. The separatist forces which produced the cataclysms of 1861 sank irresistibly into the background. References: H. W. Grady, The New South, 1890. H. A. Herbert, Why the Solid South. W. G. Brown, The Lower South. E. G. Murphy, Problems of the Present South. B. T. Washington, The Negro Problem, The Story of the Negro, The Future of the Negro. A. B. Hart, The Southern South, and R. S. Baker, Following the Color Line, 2 works by Northern writers. T. N. Page, The Negro, The Southerner's Problem. Question. 1. Give the 3 main subdivisions of the chapter. 2. Compare the condition of the South in 1865 with that of the North. Compare with the condition of the United States at the close of the Revolutionary War, at the close of the World War in 1918. 3. Contrast the enfranchisement of the slaves with the enfranchisement of white men 50 years earlier. 4. What was the condition of the planters as compared with that of the northern manufacturers? 5. How does money capital contribute to prosperity? Describe the plight of Southern finance. 6. Give the chief steps in the restoration of white supremacy. 7. Do you know of any other societies to compare with the Ku Klux Klan? 8. Give Lincoln's plan for amnesty. What principles do you think should govern the granting of amnesty? 9. How were the force bills overcome? 10. Compare the 14th and 15th Amendments with regard to the suffrage provisions. 11. Explain how they may be circumvented. 12. Account for the Solid South. What was the situation before 1860? 13. In what ways did Southern agriculture tend to become like that of the North? What were the social results? 14. Name the chief results of an industrial revolution in general, in the South in particular. 15. What courses were open to freedmen in 1865? 16. Give the main features in the economic and social status of the colored population in the South. 17. Explain why the race question is national now rather than sectional. Research topics. Amnesty for Confederates. Study carefully the provisions of the 14th Amendment in the appendix. McDonald, Documentary Source Book of American History, pages 470 and 564. A Plea for Amnesty in Harding, Select Orations Illustrating American History, page 467 through 488. Political Conditions in the South in 1868. Dunning, Reconstruction, Political and Economic, American Nation Series, pages 109 through 123. Hart, American History Told by Contemporaries, Volume 4, pages 445 through 458, page 497 through 500. Elson, History of the United States, pages 799 through 805. Movement for White Supremacy. Dunning, Reconstruction, pages 266 through 280. Paxson, The New Nation, Riverside Series, pages 39 through 58. Beard, American Government and Politics, pages 454 through 457. The Withdrawal of Federal Troops from the South. Sparks, National Development, American Nation Series, pages 84 through 102. Rhodes, History of the United States, volumes 8, page 1 through 12. Southern Industry. Paxson, The New Nation, page 192 through 207. T.M. Young, The American Cotton Industry, pages 54 through 99. The Race Question. B.T. Washington, Up from Slavery, Sympathetic Presentation. A.H. Stone, Studies in the American Race Problems, Coldly Analytical. Hart, Contemporaries, Volume 4, pages 647 through 649, 652 through 654, 663 through 669. End of Chapter 16.
Chapter 17. Business Enterprise and the Republican Party. If a single phrase be chosen to characterize American life during the generation that followed the age of Douglas and Lincoln, it must be business enterprise. The tremendous, irresistible energy of a virile people, mounting in numbers toward 100 million, and applied without let or hindrance to the developing of natural resources of unparalleled richness. The chief goal of this effort was high profits for the captains of industry, on the one hand, and high wages for the workers, on the other. Its signs, to use the language of a Republican orator in 1876, were golden harvest fields, whirling spindles, turning wheels, open furnace doors, flaming forges, and chimneys filled with eager fire. The device blazoned on its shield and written over its factory doors was prosperity. A Republican president was its advance agent. Released from the hampering interference of the Southern planters and the confusing issues of the slavery controversy, business enterprise sprang forward to the task of winning the entire country. Then it flung its outposts to the uttermost parts of the earth, Europe, Africa, and the Orient, where were to be found markets for American goods and natural resources for American capital to develop. Railway and industry. The outward signs of enterprise. It is difficult to comprehend all the multitudinous activities of American business energy, or to appraise its effect upon the life and destiny of the American people. For beyond the horizon of the 20th century lie consequences as yet undreamed of in our poor philosophy. Statisticians attempt to record its achievements in terms of miles of railway built, factories open, men and women employed, fortunes made, wages paid, cities founded, rivers spanned, boxes, bales, and tons produced. Historians apply standards of comparison with the past. Against the slow and leisurely stagecoach, they set the swift express, rushing from New York to San Francisco in less time than Washington consumed in his triumphal tour from Mount Vernon to New York for his first inaugural. Against the lazy sailing vessel, drifting before a genial breeze, they placed the turbine steamer crossing the Atlantic in 5 days, or the still swifter airplane in 15 hours. For the old workshop where a master and dozen workmen and apprentices wrought by hand, they offer the giant factory where 10,000 persons attend the whirling wheels driven by steam. They write of the romance of invention and the captains of industry. The service of the railway. All this is fitting in its way. Figures and contrasts cannot, however, tell the whole story. Take, for example, the extension of railways. It is easy to relate that there were 30,000 miles in 1860, 166,000 in 1890, and 202,000 in 1910. Is it easy to show upon a map how few straggling lines became a perfect mesh of closely knitted railways? Or how, like the tentacles of a great monster, the few roads ending in the Mississippi Valley in 1860 were extended and multiplied until they tapped every wheat field, mine, and forest beyond the valley? All this, eloquent of enterprise as it truly is, does not reveal the significance of railways for American life. It does not indicate how railways made a continental market for American goods, nor how they standardized the whole country, giving to cities on the advancing frontier the leading features of cities in the Old East, nor how they carried to the pioneer the comforts of civilization, nor yet how in the West they were the forerunners of civilization, the makers of homesteads, the builders of states. Government aid for railways. Still, the story is not ended. The significant relation between railways and politics must not be overlooked. The bounty of a lavish government, for example, made possible the work of railway promoters. By the year 1872, the federal government had granted, in aid of railways, 155 million acres of land, an area estimated as almost equal to Pennsylvania, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. The Union Pacific Company alone secured from the federal government a free right-of-way through the public domain, 20 sections of land with each mile of railway, and a loan up to $50 million secured by a second mortgage on the company's property. More than half of the northern tier of states lying against Canada, from Lake Michigan to the Pacific, was granted to private companies in aid of railways and wagon roads. About half of New Mexico, Arizona, and California was also given outright to railway companies. These vast grants from the federal government were supplemented by gifts from the states in land and by subscriptions amounting to more than $200 million. The history of these gifts and their relation to the political leaders that engineered them would alone fill a large and interesting volume. Railway fortunes and capital. Out of this gigantic railway promotion, the first really immense American fortunes were made. Henry Adams, the grandson of John Quincy Adams, related that his grandfather on his mother's side, Peter Brooks, on his death in 1849, left a fortune of $2 million, supposed to be the largest estate in Boston, then one of the few centers of great riches. compared with the opulence that sprang out of the Union Pacific, the Northern Pacific, the Southern Pacific, with their subsidiary and component lines, the estate of Peter Brooks was a poor man's heritage. The capital invested in these railways was enormous beyond the imagination of the men of the stagecoach generation. The total debt of the United States incurred in the Revolutionary War, a debt which those of little faith thought the country could never pay, was reckoned at a figure well under $75 million. When the Union Pacific Railroad was completed, there were outstanding against it $27 million in first mortgage bonds, $27 million in second mortgage bonds held by the government, $10 million in income bonds, $10 million in land grant bonds, and on top of that huge bonded indebtedness, $36 million in stock, making $110 million in all. If the amount due the United States government be subtracted, still there remained in private hands stocks and bonds exceeding in value the whole national debt of Hamilton's day, a debt that strained all the resources of the federal government in 1790. Such was the financial significance of the railways. Growth and extension of industry. In the field of manufacturing, mining, and metalworking, the results of business enterprise far outstripped, if measured in mere dollars, the results of railway construction. By the end of the century, there were about $10 billion invested in factories alone, and 5 million wage earners employed in them, while the total value of the output, $14 billion, was 15 times the figure for 1860. In the eastern states, industries multiplied. In the Northwest Territory, the old home of Jacksonian democracy, they overtopped agriculture. By the end of the century, Ohio had almost reached, and Illinois had surpassed Massachusetts in the annual value of manufacturing output. That was not all. Untold wealth in the form of natural resources was discovered in the South and West. Coal deposits were found in the Appalachians, stretching from Pennsylvania down to Alabama, in Michigan, in the Mississippi Valley, and in western mountains from North Dakota to New Mexico. In nearly every coal-bearing region, iron was also discovered, and the great fields of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota soon rivaled those of the Appalachian area. Copper, lead, gold, and silver, in fabulous quantities, were unearthed by the restless prospectors who left no plain or mountain fastness unexplored. Petroleum, first pumped from the wells of Pennsylvania in the summer of 1859, made new fortunes equaling those of trade, railways, and land speculation. It scattered its riches with an especially lavish hand throughout Oklahoma, Texas, and California. The trust, an instrument of industrial progress. Business enterprise, under the direction of powerful men working single-handed, or of small groups of men pooling their capital for one or more undertakings, had not advanced far before there appeared on the scene still mightier leaders of even greater imagination. New constructive genius now brought together and combined under one management hundreds of concerns or thousands of miles of railways, revealing the magic strength of cooperation on a national scale. Price cutting in oil, threatening ruin to those engaged in the industry, as early as 1879, led a number of companies in Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia to unite in price fixing. 3 years later, a group of oil interests formed a close organization, placing all their stocks in the hands of trustees, among whom was John D. Rockefeller. The trustees, in turn, issued certificates representing the share to which each participant was entitled, and took over the management of the entire business. Such was the nature of the trust, which was to play such a unique role in the progress of America. The idea of combination was applied in time to iron and steel, copper, lead, sugar, cordage, coal, and other commodities, until in each field there loomed a giant trust or corporation, controlling, if not most of the output, at least enough to determine in a large measure the prices charged to consumers. With the passing years, the railways, mills, mines, and other business concerns were transferred from individual owners to corporations. At the end of the 19th century, the whole face of American business was changed. 3/4 of the output from industries came from factories under corporate management, and only 1/4 from individual and partnership undertakings. The banking corporation. Very closely related to the growth of business enterprise on a large scale was the system of banking. In the old days before banks, a person with savings either employed them in his own undertakings, lent them to a neighbor, or hid them away where they set no industry in motion. Even in the early stages of modern business, it was common for a manufacturer to rise from small beginnings by financing extensions out of his own earnings and profit. This state of affairs was profoundly altered by the growth of the huge corporations requiring millions and even billions of capital. The banks, once an adjunct to business, became the leaders in business. It was the banks that undertook to sell the stocks and bonds issued by new corporations and trusts, and to supply them with credit in order to carry out their operations. Indeed, many of the great mergers or combinations in business were initiated by magnates in the banking world with millions and billions under their control. Through their connections with one another, the banks formed a perfect network of agencies gathering up the pennies and dollars of the masses, as well as the thousands of the rich, and pouring them all into the channels of business and manufacturing. In this growth of banking on a national scale, it was inevitable that a few great centers, like Wall Street in New York or State Street in Boston, should rise to a position of dominance both in concentrating the savings and profits of the nation and in financing new as well as old corporations. The significance of the corporation. The corporation, in fact, became the striking feature of American business life, one of the most marvelous institutions of all time, comparable in wealth and power and the number of its servants with kingdoms and states of old. The effect of its rise and growth cannot be summarily estimated, but some special facts are obvious. It made possible gigantic enterprises once entirely beyond the reach of any individual, no matter how rich. It eliminated many of the futile and costly wastes of competition in connection with manufacture, advertising, and selling. It studied the cheapest methods of production and shut down mills that were poorly equipped or disadvantageously located. It established laboratories for research in industry, chemistry, and mechanical inventions. Through the sale of stocks and bonds, it enabled tens of thousands of people to become capitalists, if only in a small way. The corporation made it possible for one person to own, for instance, a $50 share in $1 million business concern, a thing entirely impossible under a regime of individual owners and partnerships. There was, of course, another side to the picture. Many of the corporations sought to become monopolies and to make profits, not by economies and good management, but by extortion from purchasers. Sometimes they mercilessly crushed small businessmen, their competitors, bribed members of legislatures to secure favorable laws, and contributed to the campaign funds of both leading parties. Wherever a trust approached the position of a monopoly, it acquired a dominance over the labor market which enabled it to break even the strongest trade unions. In short, the power of the trust in finance, in manufacturing, in politics, and in the field of labor control can hardly be measured. The corporation and labor. In the development of the corporation, there was to be observed a distinct severing of the old ties between master and workman, which existed in the days of small industries. For the personal bond between the owner and the employees was substituted a new relation. In most parts of our country, as President Wilson once said, men work not for themselves, not as partners in the old way in which they used to work, but generally as employees in a higher or lower grade of great corporations. The owner disappeared from the factory, and in his place came the manager, representing the usually invisible stockholders and dependent for his success upon his ability to make profits for the owners. Hence the term soulless corporation, which was to exert such a deep influence on American thinking about industrial relations. Cities and immigration. Expressed in terms of human life, this area of unprecedented enterprise meant huge industrial cities and an immense labor supply, derived mainly from European immigrants. Here, too, figures tell only a part of the story. In Washington's day, 9/10 of the American people were engaged in agriculture and lived in the country. In 1890, more than 1/3 of the population dwelt in towns of 2,500 and over. In 1920, more than half of the population lived in towns of over 2,500. In 40 years, between 1860 and 1900, Greater New York had grown from 1,174,000 to 3,437,000. San Francisco from 56,000 to 342,000. Chicago from 109,000 to 1,698,000. The miles of city tenements began to rival, in the number of their residents, the farm homesteads of the West. The time so dreaded by Jefferson had arrived. People were piled upon another in great cities, and the republic of small farmers had passed away. To these industrial centers flowed annually an ever-increasing tide of immigration, reaching the half-million point in 1880, rising to 750,000 3 years later, and passing the million mark in a single year at the opening of the new century. Immigration was as old as America, but new elements now entered the situation. In the first place, there were radical changes in the nationality of the newcomers. The migration from Northern Europe, England, Ireland, Germany, and Scandinavia diminished. That from Italy, Russia, and Austria-Hungary increased. More than three-fourths of the entire number coming from these three lands between the years of 1900 and 1910. These later immigrants were Italians, Poles, Magyars, Czechs, Slovaks, Russians, and Jews, who came from countries far removed from the languages and tradition of England, whence came the founders of America. In the second place, the reception accorded the newcomers differed from that given to immigrants in the early days. By 1890, all the free land was gone. They could not, therefore, be dispersed widely among the native Americans to assimilate quickly and unconsciously the habits and ideas of American life. On the contrary, they were diverted mainly to industrial centers. There they crowded, nay, overcrowded, into colonies of their own where they preserved their languages, their newspapers, and their old world customs and views. So eager were the American businessmen to get an enormous labor supply that they asked few questions about the effect of this alien invasion upon the old America inherited from the fathers. They even stimulated the invasion artificially by importing huge armies of foreigners under contract to work in specified mines and mills. There seemed to be no limit to the factories, forges, refineries, and railways that could be built, to the multitudes that could be employed in conquering a continent. As for the future, that was in the hands of Providence. Business theories of politics. As the statesmen of Hamilton's school and the planters of Calhoun's had their theories of government and politics, so the leaders in business enterprise had theirs. It was simple and easily stated. It is the duty of the government, they urged, to protect American industry against foreign competition by means of high tariffs on imported goods, to aid railways by generous grants of land, to sell mineral and timber lands at low prices to energetic men ready to develop them, and then to leave the rest of the initiative and drive of individuals and companies. All government interference with the management, prices, rates, charges, and conduct of private business they held to be either wholly pernicious or intolerably impertinent. Judging from their speeches and writings, they conceived the nation as a great collection of individuals, companies, and labor unions, all struggling for profits or high wages, and held together by a government whose principal duty was to keep the peace among them and protect industry against the foreign manufacturer. Such was the political theory of business during the generation that followed the Civil War. The supremacy of the Republican Party, 1861 to 1885. Businessmen and Republican policies. Most of the leaders in industry gravitated to Republican ranks. They worked in the North, and the Republican Party was essentially Northern. It was, moreover, at least so far as the majority of its members were concerned, committed to protective tariffs, a sound monetary and banking system, the promotion of railways and industry by land grants, and the development of internal improvements. It was, furthermore, generous in its immigration policy. It proclaimed America to be an asylum for the oppressed of all countries, and flung wide the doors for immigrants eager to fill the factories, man the mines, and settle upon Western lands. In a word, the Republicans stood for all those specific measures which favored the enlargement and prosperity of business. At the same time, they resisted government interference with private enterprise. They did not regulate railway rates, prosecute trusts for forming combinations, or prevent railway companies from giving lower rates to some shippers than to others. To sum it up, the political theories of the Republican Party for 3 decades after the Civil War were the theories of American business, prosperous and profitable industries for the owners, and the full dinner pail for the workmen. Naturally, a large proportion of those who flourished under its policies gave their support to it, voted for its candidates, and subscribed to its campaign funds. Sources of Republican strength in the North. The Republican Party was in fact a political organization of singular power. It originated in a wave of moral enthusiasm, having attracted to itself, if not the abolitionists, certainly all those idealists like James Russell Lowell and George William Curtis, who had opposed slavery when opposition was neither safe nor popular. To moral principles it added practical considerations. Businessmen had confidence in it. Working men who longed for the independence of the farmer owed to its indulgent land policy the opportunity of securing free homesteads in the West. The immigrant, landing penniless on these shores as a result of the same beneficent system, often found himself in a little while with an estate as large as many a baronial domain in the Old World. Under a Republican administration, the Union had been saved. To it, the veterans of the war could turn with confidence for those rewards of service which the government could bestow, pensions surpassing in liberality anything that the world had ever seen. Under a Republican administration, also, the great debt had been created in the defense of the Union. And to the Republican Party, every investor in government bonds could look for the full and honorable discharge of the interest in principal. The spoils system, inaugurated by Jacksonian democracy, in turn placed all the federal offices in Republican hands, furnishing an army of party workers to be counted on for loyal service in every campaign. Of all these things, Republican leaders made full and vigorous use, sometimes ascribing to the party, in accordance with ancient political usage, merits and achievements not wholly its own. Particularly was this true in the case of saving the Union. When in the economy of Providence this land was to be purged of human slavery, the Republican Party came to power, ran a declaration in one platform. The Republican Party suppressed a gigantic rebellion, emancipated 4 million slaves, decreed the equal citizenship of all, and established universal suffrage, ran another. As for the aid rendered by the millions of Northern Democrats who stood by the Union, and the tens of thousands of them who actually fought in the Union Army, the Republicans in their zeal were inclined to be oblivious. They repeatedly charged the Democratic Party with being the same in character and spirit as when it sympathized with treason. Republican control of the South. To the strength enjoyed in the North, the Republicans for a long time added advantages that came from control over the former Confederate states, where the newly enfranchised Negroes, under white leadership, gave a grateful support to the party responsible for their freedom. In this branch of politics, motives were so mixed that no historian can hope to appraise them all at their proper values. On the one side of the ledger must be set the vigorous efforts of the honest and sincere friends of the freedmen to win for them complete civil and political equality, wiping out not only slavery but all of its badges of misery and servitude. On the same side must be placed the labor of those who had valiantly fought in form and field to save the Union, and who regarded the continual Republican supremacy after the war as absolutely necessary to prevent the former leaders in a succession from coming back to power. At the same time, there were undoubtedly some of the baser sort who looked on politics as a game and who made use of carpetbagging in the South to win the spoils that might result from it. At all events, both by laws and presidential acts, the Republicans for many years kept a keen eye upon the maintenance of their dominion in the South. Their declaration that neither the law nor its administration should admit any discrimination in respect of citizens by reasons of race, color, or previous condition of servitude appealed to idealists and brought results in elections. Even South Carolina, where reposed the ashes of John C. Calhoun, went Republican in 1872 by a vote of 3-1. Republican control was made easy by the force bills described in a previous chapter, measures which vested the supervision of elections in federal officers appointed by Republican presidents. These drastic measures, departing from American tradition, the Republican authors urged were necessary to safeguard the purity of the ballot, not merely in the South, where the timid freedman might readily be frightened from using it, but also in the North, particularly in New York City, where it was claimed that fraud was regularly practiced by Democratic leaders. The Democrats, on their side, indignantly denied the charges, replying that the force bills were nothing but devices created by the Republicans for the purpose of securing their continued rule through systematic interference with elections. Even the measures of Reconstruction were deemed by Democratic leaders as thinly veiled schemes to establish Republican power throughout the country. Nor is the slightest doubt, exclaims Samuel J. Tilden, spokesman of the Democrats in New York and candidate for president in 1876, that the paramount object and motive of the Republican Party is by these means to secure itself against a reaction of opinion adverse to it in our great populous northern commonwealths. When the Republican Party resolved to establish Negro supremacy in the 10 states in order to gain to itself the representation of those states in Congress, it had to begin by governing the people of those states by the sword. The next was the creation of new electoral bodies for those 10 states, in which by exclusions, by disenfranchisements and prescriptions, by control over registration, by applying test oaths, by intimidation, and by every form of influence, 3 million Negroes are made to predominate over 4.5 million whites. The war as a campaign issue. Even the repeal of force bills could not allay the sectional feelings engendered by the war. The Republicans could not forgive the men who had so recently been in arms against the Union, and insisted on calling them traitors and rebels. The Southerners, smarting under the Reconstruction Acts, could regard the Republicans only as political oppressors. The passions of the war had been too strong, the distress too deep to be soon forgotten. The generation that went through it all remembered it all. For 20 years, the Republicans, in their speeches and platforms, made a straight appeal to the patriotism of the Northern voters. They maintained that their party, which had saved the Union and emancipated the slaves, was alone worthy of protecting the Union and uplifting the freedmen. Though the Democrats, especially in the North, resented this policy and dubbed it with the expressive but inelegant phrase, "waving the bloody shirt," the Republicans refused to surrender a slogan which made such a ready popular appeal. As late as 1884, a leader expressed the hope that they might wring one more president from the bloody shirt. They refused to let the country forget that the Democratic candidate, Grover Cleveland, had escaped military service by hiring a substitute, and they made political capital out of the fact that he had insulted the veterans of the Grand Army of the Republic by going fishing on Decoration Day. 3 Republican presidents. Fortified by all these elements of strength, the Republican held the presidency from 1869 to 1885. The 3 presidents elected in this period, Grant, Hayes, and Garfield, had certain striking characteristics in common. They were all of humble origin, enough to please the most exacting Jacksonian Democrat. They had been generals in the Union Army. Grant, next to Lincoln, was regarded as the savior of the Constitution. Hayes and Garfield, though lesser lights in the military firmament, had honorable records duly appreciated by veterans of the war, now thoroughly organized into the Grand Army of the Republic. It is true that Grant was not a politician and had never voted the Republican ticket, but this was readily overlooked. Hayes and Garfield, on the other hand, were loyal party men. The former had served in Congress and for 3 terms as governor of his state. The latter had long been a member of the House of Representatives and was senator-elect when he received the nomination for president. All of them possessed, moreover, another important asset, which was not forgotten by the astute managers who led in selecting candidates. All of them were from Ohio, though Grant had been in Illinois when the summons to military duties came. And Ohio was a strategic state. It lay between the manufacturing east and the agrarian country to the west. Having growing industries and wool to sell, it benefited from the protective tariff. Yet, being mainly agricultural still, it was not without sympathy for the farmers who showed low tariff or free trade tendencies. Whatever share the East had in shaping laws and framing policies, it was clear that the West was to have the candidates. This division in privileges, not uncommon in political management, was always accompanied by a judicious selection of the candidate for vice president. With Garfield, for example, was associated a prominent New York politician, Chester A. Arthur, who, as fate decreed, was destined to more than 3 years' service as chief magistrate on the assassination of his superior in office. The disputed election of 1876. While taking note of the long years of Republican supremacy, it must be recorded that grave doubts exist in the minds of many historians as to whether one of the 3 presidents, Hayes, was actually the victor in 1876 or not. His Democratic opponent, Samuel J. Tilden, received a popular plurality of 250,000 and had a plausible claim to a majority of the electoral vote. At all events, 4 states sent in double returns, one set for Tilden and another for Hayes, and a deadlock ensued. Both parties vehemently claimed the election, and the passions ran so high that sober men did not shrink from speaking of civil war again. Fortunately, in the end, the councils of peace prevailed. Congress provided for an electoral commission of 15 men to review the contested returns. The Democrats, inspired by Tilden's moderation, accepted the judgment in favor of Hayes, even though they were not convinced that he was really entitled to the office. The growth of opposition to Republican rule. Abuses in American political life. During their long tenure of office, the Republicans could not escape the inevitable consequences of power, that is, evil practices and corrupt conduct on the part of some who found shelter within the party. For that matter, neither did the Democrats manage to avoid such difficulties in those states and cities where they had the majority. In New York City, for instance, the local Democratic organization, known as Tammany Hall, passed under the sway of a group of politicians headed by Boss Tweed. He plundered the city treasury until public-spirited citizens, supported by Samuel J. Tilden, the Democratic leader of their state, rose in revolt, drove the ringleader from power, and sent him to jail. In Philadelphia, the local Republican bosses were guilty of offenses as odious as those committed by New York politicians. Indeed, the decade that followed the Civil War was marred by so many scandals in public life that one acute editor was moved to inquire, are not all the great communities of the Western world growing more corrupt as they grow in wealth? In the sphere of national politics, where the opportunities were greater, betrayals of public trust were even more flagrant. One revelation after another showed officers, high and low, possessed with the spirit of peculation. Members of Congress, it was found, accepted railway stock in exchange for votes in favor of land grants and other concessions to the companies. In the administration as well as the legislature, the disease was rife. Revenue officers permitted whiskey distillers to evade their taxes and received heavy bribes in return. A probe into the post office department revealed the malodorous star route frauds, the delivered overpayment of certain mail carriers whose lines were indicated in the official record by asterisks or stars. Even cabinet officers did not escape suspicion, for the trail of the serpent led straight to the door of one of them. In the lower ranges of official life, the spoils system became more virulent as the number of federal employees increased. The holders of offices and the seekers after them constituted a veritable political army. They crowded into Republican councils, for the Republicans, being in power, could alone dispense federal favors. They filled positions in the party ranging from the lowest township committee to the national convention. They helped to nominate candidates and draft platforms, and elbowed to one side the busy citizen, not conversant with party intrigues, who could only give an occasional day to political matters. Even the Civil Service Act of 1883, wrung from a reluctant Congress 2 years after the assassination of Garfield, made little change for a long time. It took away from the spoilsmen a few thousand government positions, but it formed no check on the practice of rewarding party workers from the public treasury. On viewing this state of affairs, many a distinguished citizen became profoundly discouraged. James Russell Lowell, for example, thought he saw a steady decline in public morals. In 1865, hearing of Lee's surrender, he had exclaimed, "There is something magnificent in having a country to love." 10 years later, when asked to write an ode for the centennial in Philadelphia in 1876, he could think only of a biting satire on the nation. "Show your state legislatures, show your rings, and challenge Europe to produce such things as high officials sitting half in sight to share the plunder and fix things right. If that don't fetch her, why, you need only to show your latest style in martyrs. Tweed, she'll find it hard to hide her spiteful tears at such advance in 1 poor 100 years." When his critics condemned him for this attack upon his native land, Lowell replied in sadness, "These fellows have no notion of what love of country means. It was in my very blood and bones. If I'm not an American, whoever was. What fills me with doubt and despair is the degradation of the moral tone. Is it, or is it not, a result of democracy? Is ours a government of the people, by the people, for the people? Or a kakistocracy, a government of the worst, rather than for the benefit of knaves at the cost of fools?" The reform movement in Republican ranks. The sentiment is expressed by Lowell, himself a Republican and for a time American ambassador to England, was shared by many men in his party. Very soon after the close of the Civil War, some of them began to protest vigorously against the policies and conduct of their leaders. In 1872, the dissenters, calling themselves liberal Republicans, broke away altogether, nominated a candidate of their own, Horace Greeley, and put forward a platform indicting the Republican president fiercely enough to please the most uncompromising Democrat. They accused Grant of using the powers and opportunities of his high office for the promotion of personal ends. They charged him with retaining notoriously corrupt and unworthy men in places of power and responsibility. They alleged that the Republican Party kept alive the passions and resentments of the late Civil War to use them for their own advantage, and employed the public service of the government as a machinery of corruption and personal influence. It was not apparent, however, from the ensuing election that any considerable number of Republicans accepted the views of the liberals. Greeley, though endorsed by the Democrats, was utterly routed and died of a broken heart. The lesson of his discomfiture seemed to be that independent action was futile. So at least it was regarded by most men of the rising generation, like Henry Cabot Lodge of Massachusetts and Theodore Roosevelt of New York. Profiting by the experience of Greeley, they insisted in season and out that reformers who desired to rid the party of abuses should remain loyal to it and do their work on the inside. The Mugwumps and Cleveland Democracy in 1884. Though aided by Republican dissensions, the Democrats were slow in making headway against the political current. They were deprived of the energetic and capable leadership once afforded by the planters, like Calhoun, Davis, and Toombs. They were saddled by their opponents with responsibility for secession, and they were stripped of the support of the prostrate South. Not until the last Southern state was restored to the Union, not until a general amnesty was wrung from Congress, not until white supremacy was established at the polls, and the last federal soldier withdrawn from the Southern capitals, did they succeed in capturing the presidency. The opportune moment for them came in 1884, when a number of circumstances favored their aspirations. The Republicans, leaving the Ohio Valley in search of a candidate, nominated James G. Blaine of Maine, a vigorous and popular leader, but a man under fire from the reformers in his own party. The Democrats, on their side, were able to find at this juncture an able candidate who had no political enemies in the sphere of national politics, Grover Cleveland, then governor of New York and widely celebrated as a man of sterling honesty. At the same time, a number of dissatisfied Republicans openly espoused the Democratic cause, among them Carl Schurz, George William Curtis, Henry Ward Beecher, and William Everett, men of fine ideals and undoubted integrity. Though regular Republicans called them mugwumps and laughed at them as the men milliners, the dilettanti, the carpet knights of politics, they had a following that was not to be despised. The campaign which took place that year was one of the most savage in American history. Issues were thrust into the background. The tariff, though mentioned, was not taken seriously. Abuse of the opposition was the favorite resource of party orators. The Democrats insisted that the Republican Party, so far as principle is concerned, is a reminiscence. In practice, it is an organization for enriching those who control its machinery. For the Republican candidate, Blaine, they could hardly find words to express their contempt. The Republicans retaliated in kind. They praised their own good works, as of old, in saving the Union, and denounced the fraud and violence practiced by the democracy in the Southern states. Seeing little objectionable in the public record of Cleveland as mayor of Buffalo and governor of New York, they attacked his personal character. Perhaps never in the history of political campaigns did the discussions on the platform and in the press sink to so low a level. Decent people were sickened. Even hot partisans shrank from their own words when, after the election, they had time to reflect on their heedless passions. Moreover, nothing was decided by the balloting. Cleveland was elected, but his victory was a narrow one. A change of a few hundred votes in New York would have sent his opponent to the White House instead. Changing political fortunes, 1888 to 1896. After the Democrats had settled down to the enjoyment of their hard-earned victory, President Grover Cleveland, in his message of 1887, attacked the tariff as vicious, inequitable, and illogical, as a system of taxation that laid a burden upon every consumer in the land for the benefit of our manufacturers. Business enterprise was thoroughly alarmed. The Republicans characterized the tariff message as a free trade assault upon the industries of the country. Mainly on that issue, they elected in 1888 Benjamin Harrison of Indiana, a shrewd lawyer, a reticent politician, a descendant of the hero of Tippecanoe, and a son of the Old Northwest. Accepting the outcome of the election as a vindication of their principles, the Republicans, under the leadership of William McKinley in the House of Representatives, enacted in 1890 a tariff law imposing the highest duties that laid in our history. To their utter surprise, however, they were instantly informed by the country that their program was not approved. That very autumn they lost in the congressional elections, and 2 years later they were decisively beaten in the presidential campaign, Cleveland, once more, leading his party to victory. References: L. H. Haney, Congressional History of Railways, 2 volumes. J. P. Davis, Union Pacific Railway. J. M. Swank, History of the Manufacture of Iron. M. T. Copeland, The Cotton Manufacturing Industry in the United States, Harvard Studies. E. W. Bryce, Progress of Invention in the 19th Century. Ida Tarbell, History of the Standard Oil Company, Critical. G. H. Montague, Rise and Progress of the Standard Oil Company, Friendly. H. V. Fairchild, Immigration, and F. J. Wayne, The Immigrant Invasion. Both works favor exclusion. I. A. Hourwich, Immigration, Against Exclusionist Policies. J. F. Rhodes, History of the United States, 1877 to 1896, Volume 8. Edward Stanwood, A History of the Presidency, Volume 1, for the presidential elections of the period. Questions. Contrast the state of industry and commerce at the close of the Civil War with its condition at the close of the Revolutionary War. 2. Enumerate the services rendered to the nation by the railways. 3. Explain the peculiar relation of railways to government. 4. What sections of the country have been industrialized? 5. How do you account for the rise and growth of the trusts? Exclaim some of the economic advantages of the trust. 6. Are the people in cities more or less independent than the farmers? What was Jefferson's view? 7. State some of the problems raised by unrestricted immigration. 8. What was the theory of the relation of government to businesses in this period? Has it changed in recent times? 9. State the leading economic policies sponsored by the Republican Party. 10. Why were the Republicans especially strong immediately after the Civil War? 11. What illustrations can you give showing the influence of war in American political campaigns? 12. Account for the strength of Middle Western candidates. 13. Enumerate some of the abuses that appeared in American political life after 1865. 14. Sketch the rise and growth of the reform movement. 15. How is the fluctuating state of public opinion reflected in the elections from 1880 to 1896? Research topics: Invention, Discovery, and Transformation. Sparks, National Development, American Nation Series, page 37 to 67. Bogart, Economic History of the United States, chapters 21, 22, and 23. Business and Politics. Paxson, The New Nation, Riverside Series, page 92 to 107. Rhodes, History of the United States, volume 7, pages 1 through 29, 64 through 73, 175 through 206. Wilson, History of the American People, volume 4, page 78 through 96. Immigration. Coleman, Industrial History of the United States, 2nd edition, page 369 to 374. E. L. Bogart, Economic History of the United States, pages 420 to 422, 434 to 437. Jenks and Lauk, Immigration Problems, Commons, Race and Immigrants. The Disputed Elections of 1876. Howarth, The United States in Our Own Time, pages 82 to 94. Dunning, Reconstruction, Political and Economic, American Nation Series, pages 294 to 341. Elson, History of the United States, pages 835 to 841. Abuses in Political Life. Dunning, Reconstruction, pages 281 to 293. See Criticisms in Party Platforms in Stanwood, History of the Presidency, Volume 1. Bryce, American Commonwealth, 1910 edition, Volume 2, pages 379 through 448 and 136 through 167. Studies of Presidential Administrations. A. Grant, B. Hayes, C. Garfield Arthur, D. Cleveland, and E. Harrison in Hayworth, The United States in Our Own Time, or in Paxson, The New Nation, Riverside Series, or, still more briefly, in Elson. Cleveland Democracy. Hayworth, The United States, pages 164 to 183. Rhodes, History of the United States, Volume 8, pages 240 to 327. Elson, page 857 to 887. Analysis of Modern Immigration Problems. Syllabus in History. New York State, 1919, pages 110 to 112. End of Chapter 17.
Chapter 18. The Development of the Great West. At the close of the Civil War, Kansas and Texas were sentinel states on the middle border. Beyond the Rockies, California, Oregon, and Nevada stood guard, the last of them having been just admitted to furnish another vote for the 15th Amendment abolishing slavery. Between the near and far frontiers lay a vast reach of plain, desert, plateau, and mountain, almost wholly undeveloped. A broad domain extending from Canada to Mexico, and embracing the regions now included in Washington, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, the Dakotas, and Oklahoma, had fewer than 500,000 inhabitants. It was laid out into territories, each administered under a governor appointed by the President and Senate, and, as soon as there was the requisite number of inhabitants, a legislature elected by the voters. No railway line stretched across the desert. St. Joseph on the Missouri was the terminus of the eastern lines. It required 25 days for a passenger to make the overland journey to California by the stagecoach system, established in 1858, and more than 10 days for the Swift Pony Express, organized in 1860, to carry a letter to San Francisco. Indians still roamed the plain and desert, and more than one powerful tribe disputed the white man's title to the soil. The railways as trailblazers. Opening railways to the Pacific. A decade before the Civil War, the importance of rail connection between the East and the Pacific coast had been recognized. Pressure had already been brought to bear on Congress to authorize the construction of a line and to grant land and money in its aid. Both the Democrats and Republicans approved the idea, but it was involved in the slavery controversy. Indeed, it was submerged in it. Southern statesmen wanted connections between the Gulf and the Pacific through Texas, while Northerners stood out for a central route. The North had its way during the war. Congress, by legislation initiated in 1862, provided for the immediate organization of companies to build a line from the Missouri River to California, and made grants of land and loans of money to aid in the enterprise. The western end, the Central Pacific, was laid out under the supervision of Leland Stanford. It was heavily financed by the Mormons of Utah, and also by the state government, the ranchmen, miners, and businessmen of California, and it was built principally by Chinese labor. The eastern end, the Union Pacific, starting at Omaha, was constructed mainly by veterans of the Civil War and immigrants from Ireland and Germany. In 1869 the two companies met near Ogden in Utah, and the driving of the last spike, uniting the Atlantic and the Pacific, was the occasion of a great demonstration. Other lines to the Pacific were projected at the same time, but the panic of 1873 checked railway enterprise for a while. With the revival of prosperity at the end of that decade, construction was renewed with vigor, and the year 1883 marked a series of railway triumphs. In February, trains were running from New Orleans through Houston, San Antonio, and Yuma to San Francisco as a result of a union of the Texas Pacific with the Southern Pacific and its subsidiary corporations. In September, the last spike was driven in the Northern Pacific at Helena, Montana. Lake Superior was connected with Puget Sound. The waters explored by Joliet and Marquette were joined to the waters plowed by Sir Francis Drake while he was searching for a route around the world. That same year also a third line was opened to the Pacific by way of the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe, making connections through Albuquerque and Needles with San Francisco. The fondest hopes of railway promoters seemed to be realized. Western railways precede settlement. In the Old World and on our Atlantic seaboard, railways followed population and markets. In the Far West, railways usually preceded the people. Railway builders planned cities on paper before they laid tracks connecting them. They sent missionaries to spread the gospel of Western opportunity to people in the Middle West, in the Eastern cities, and in Southern states. Then they carried their enthusiastic converts bag and baggage in long trains to the distant Dakotas and still farther afield. So the development of the Far West was not left to the tedious processes of time. It was pushed by men of imagination, adventurers who made a romance of money-making, and who had dreams of empire unequaled by many kings of the past. These empire builders bought railway lands in huge tracts. They got more from the government. They overcame every obstacle of canyon, mountain, and stream with the aid of science. They built cities according to the plans made by the engineers. Having the towns ready and railway and steamboat connections formed with the rest of the world, they carried out the people to use the railways, the steamships, the houses, and the land. It was in this way that, "the frontier speculator paved the way for the frontier agriculturalist who had to be near a market before he could farm." The spirit of this imaginative enterprise, which laid out railways and towns in advance of the people, is seen in an advertisement of that day. "This extension will run 42 miles from York, northeast through the Island Lake country, and will have 5 good North Dakota towns. The stations on the line will be well equipped with elevators and will be constructed and ready for operation at the commencement of the grain season. Prospective merchants have been active in securing desirable locations at the different towns on the line. There are still opportunities for hotels, general merchandise, hardware, furniture, and drug stores, etc." Among the railway promoters and builders in the West, James J. Hill of the Great Northern and Allied lines was one of the most forceful figures. He knew that tracks and trains were useless without passengers and freight, without a population of farmers and town dwellers. He therefore organized publicity in the Virginias, Iowa, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Nebraska especially. He sent out agents to tell the story of Western opportunity in this vein: "You see your children come out of school with no chance to get farms of their own because the cost of land in your older part of the country is so high that you can't afford to buy land to start your sons out in life around you. They have to go to the cities to make a living or become laborers in the mills or hire out as farm hands. There is no future for them there. If you are doing well where you are and can safeguard the future of your children and see them prosper around you, don't leave here. But if you want independence, if you are renting your land, if the money lender is carrying you along and you are running behind year after year, you can do no worse by moving. You farmers talk of free trade and protection and what this or that political party will do for you. Why don't you vote a homestead for yourself? That is the only thing Uncle Sam will ever give you. Jim Hill hasn't an acre of land to sell you. We are not in the real estate business. We don't want you to go out west and make a failure of it because the rates at which we haul you and your goods make the first transaction a loss. We must have landless men for a manless land." Unlike steamship companies stimulating immigration to get the fares, Hill was seeking permanent settlers who would produce, manufacture, and use the railways as a means of exchange. Consequently, he fixed low rates, and let his passengers take a good deal of livestock and household furniture free. By doing this he made an appeal that was answered by eager families. In 1894, the vanguard of homeseekers left Indiana in 14 passenger coaches, filled with men, women, and children, and 48 freight cars carrying their household goods and livestock. In the 10 years that followed, 100,000 people from the Middle West and the South, responding to his call, went to the western country, where they brought 8 million acres of prairie land under cultivation. When Hill got his people on the land, he took an interest in everything that increased the productivity of their labor. Was the output of food for his freight cars limited by bad drainage on the farms? Hill then interested himself in practical ways of ditching and tiling. Were farmers hampered in hauling their goods to his trains by bad roads? In that case, he urged upon the states the improvement of highways. Did the traffic slacken because the food shipped was not of the best quality? Then livestock must be improved and scientific farming promoted. Did the farmers need credit? Banks must be established close at hand to advance it. In all conferences on scientific farm management, conservation of natural resources, banking and credit in relation to agriculture and industry, Hill was an active participant. His was the long vision, seeing in conservation and permanent improvements the foundation of prosperity for the railways and the people. Indeed, he neglected no opportunity to increase the traffic on the lines. He wanted no empty cars running in either direction, and no wheat stored in warehouses for the lack of markets. So he looked to the Orient as well as to Europe as an outlet for the surplus of the farms. He sent agents to China and Japan to discover what American goods and produce those countries would consume, and what manufactures they had to offer to Americans in exchange. To open the Pacific trade he bought 2 ocean monsters, the Minnesota and the Dakota, thus preparing for emergencies west as well as east. When some Japanese came to the United States on their way to Europe to buy steel rails, Hill showed them how easy it was for them to make their purchase in this country and ship by way of American railways and American vessels. So the railway builder and promoter, who helped to break the virgin soil of the prairies, lived through the pioneer epoch and into the age of great finance. Before he died he saw the wheat fields of North Dakota linked with the spinning jennies of Manchester and the docks of Yokohama. The evolution of grazing and agriculture. The removal of the Indians. Unlike the frontier of New England in colonial days, or of Kentucky later, the advancing lines of home builders in the far west had little difficulty with warlike natives. Indian attacks were made on the railway construction gangs. General Custer had his fatal battle with the Sioux in 1876, and there were minor brushes, but they were all of relatively slight consequence. The former practice of treating with the Indians as independent nations was abandoned in 1871, and most of them were concentrated in reservations where they were mainly supported by the government. The supervision of their affairs was vested in a board of commissioners created in 1869 and instructed to treat them as wards of the nation, a trust which unfortunately was often betrayed. A further step in Indian policy was taken in 1887 when provision was made for issuing lands to individual Indians, thus permitting them to become citizens and settle down among their white neighbors as farmers or cattle raisers. The disappearance of the buffalo, the main food supply of the wild Indians, had made them more tractable and more willing to surrender the freedom of the hunter for the routine of the reservation, ranch, or wheat field. The cowboy and cattle ranger. Between the frontier of farms and the mountains were plains and semi-arid regions in vast reaches suitable for grazing. As soon as the railways were opened into the Missouri Valley, affording an outlet for stock, there sprang up to the westward cattle and sheep raising on an immense scale. The far-famed American cowboy was the hero in this scene. Great herds of cattle were bred in Texas. With the advancing spring and summer seasons, they were driven northward across the plains and over the buffalo trails. In a single year, 1884, it is estimated that nearly 1,000,000 head of cattle were moved out of Texas to the north by 4,000 cowboys, supplied with 30,000 horses and ponies. During the 2 decades from 1870 to 1890, both the cattlemen and the sheep raisers had an almost free run of the plains, using public lands without paying for the privilege and waging war on one another over the possession of ranges. At length, however, both had to go, as the homesteaders and land companies came and fenced in the plain and desert with endless lines of barbed wire. Already in 1893, a writer familiar with the frontier lamented the passing of the picturesque days. Quote, "The unique position of the cowboys among the Americans is jeopardized in 1,000 ways. Towns are growing up on their pasture lands. Irrigation schemes of a dozen sorts threaten to turn bunch grass scenery into farmland views. Farmers are preempting valleys and the sides of waterways. And the day is not far distant when stock raising must be done mainly in small herds with winter corrals, and then the cowboy's days will end. Even now his condition disappoints those who knew him only half a dozen years ago. His breed seems to have deteriorated, and his ranks are filling with men who work for wages rather than for the love of the free life and bold companionship that once tempted men into that calling. Splendid Cheyenne saddles are less and less numerous in the outfits. The distinctive hat that made its way up from Mexico may or may not be worn. All the civil authorities in nearly all towns in the grazing country forbid the wearing of sidearms. Nobody shoots up these towns any more. The fact is, the old Simon Pure cowboy days are gone already." End quote. Settlement under the Homestead Act of 1862. Two factors gave a special stimulus to the rapid settlement of the western lands which swept away the Indians and the cattle rangers. The first was the policy of the railway companies in selling large blocks of land received from the government at low prices to induce immigration. The second was the operation of the Homestead Law passed in 1862. This measure practically closed the long controversy over the disposition of the public domain that was suitable for agriculture. It provided for granting, without any cost save a small registration fee, public lands in lots of 160 acres each to citizens and aliens who declared their intention of becoming citizens. The one important condition attached was that the settler should occupy the farm for 5 years before his title was finally confirmed. Even this stipulation was waived in the case of the Civil War veterans, who were allowed to count their term of military service as a part of the 5 years' occupancy required. As the soldiers of the Revolutionary and Mexican Wars had advanced in great numbers to the frontier in earlier days, so now veterans led in the settlement of the middle border. Along with them went thousands of German, Irish, and Scandinavian immigrants, fresh from the Old World. Between 1867 and 1874, 27 million acres were staked out in quarter-section farms. In 20 years, 1860 to 1880, the population of Nebraska leaped from 28,000 to almost 500,000. Kansas from 100,000 to 1,000,000. Iowa from 600,000 to 1,600,000, and the Dakotas from 5,000 to 140,000. The diversity of Western agriculture. In soil, produce, and management, Western agriculture presented many contrasts to that of the East and South. In the region of arable and watered lands, the typical American unit, the small farm tilled by the owner, appeared as usual, but by the side of it many a huge domain owned by foreign or Eastern companies and tilled by hired labor. Sometimes the great estate took the shape of the bonanza farm devoted mainly to wheat and corn and cultivated on a large scale by machinery. Again it assumed the form of the cattle ranch embracing tens of thousands of acres. Again it was a vast holding of diversified interest, such as the Santa Anita Ranch near Los Angeles, a domain of 60,000 acres, "cultivated in a glorious sweep of vineyards and orange and olive orchards, rich sheep and cattle pastures and horse ranches, their life and customs handed down from the Spanish owners of the various ranches which were swept into one estate." Irrigation. In one respect, agriculture in the Far West was unique. In a large area spreading through 8 states, Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, and parts of adjoining states, the rainfall was so slight that the ordinary crops to which the American farmer was accustomed could not be grown at all. The Mormons were the first Anglo-Saxons to encounter aridity, and they were baffled at first. But they studied it and mastered it by magnificent irrigation systems. As other settlers poured into the West, the problem of the desert was attacked with a will, some of them replying to the commiseration of Eastern farmers by saying that it was easier to scoop out an irrigation ditch than to cut forests and wrestle with stumps and stones. Private companies bought immense areas at low prices, built irrigation works, and disposed of their lands in small plots. Some ranchers with an instinct for water, like that of the miner for metal, sank wells into the dry sand and were rewarded with gushers that "soused the thirsty desert and turned its good-for-nothing sand into good-for-anything loam." The federal government came to the aid of the arid regions in 1894 by granting lands to the states to be used for irrigation purposes. In this work Wyoming took the lead with a law which induced capitalists to invest in irrigation and at the same time provided for the sale of the redeemed lands to actual settlers. Finally, in 1902, the federal government by its liberal Reclamation Act added its strength to that of individuals, companies, and states in conquering arid America. "Nowhere," writes Powell, a historian of the West, in his picturesque End of the Trail, "has the white man fought a more courageous fight or won a more brilliant victory than in Arizona. His weapons have been the transit and the level, the drill and the dredge, the pick and the spade. And the enemy which he has conquered has been the most stubborn of all foes, the hostile forces of nature." The story of how the white man within the space of less than 30 years penetrated, explored, and mapped this almost unknown region, of how he carried law, order, and justice into a section which had never had so much as a speaking acquaintance with any one of the 3 before; of how, realizing the necessity for means of communication, he built highways of steel across this territory from east to west and from north to south; of how, undismayed by the savageness of the countenance which the desert turned upon him, he laughed and rolled up his sleeves, and spat upon his hands, and slashed the face of the desert with canals and irrigating ditches, and filled those ditches with water brought from deep in the earth or high in the mountains; and of how, in the conquered and submissive soil, he replaced the aloe with alfalfa, the mesquite with maize, the cactus with cotton, forms one of the most inspiring chapters in our history. It is one of the epics of civilization, this reclamation of the Southwest, and its heroes, thank God, are Americans. Other desert regions have been redeemed by irrigation, Egypt, for example, and Mesopotamia and parts of the Sudan, but the people of all these regions lay stretched out in the shade of a convenient palm, metaphorically speaking, and waited for someone with more energy than themselves to come along and do the work. But the Arizonians, mindful of the fact that God, the government, and Carnegie help those who help themselves, spent their days wielding the pick and shovel, and their evenings in writing letters to Washington with toil-hardened hands. After a time the government was prodded into action, and the great dams at Laguna and Roosevelt are the result. Then the people, organizing themselves into cooperative leagues and water users' associations, took up the work of reclamation where the government left off. It is to these energetic, persevering men who have drilled wells, plowed fields, and dug ditches through the length and breadth of that great region which stretches from Yuma to Tucson, that the metamorphosis of Arizona is due." The effect of irrigation wherever introduced was amazing. Stretches of sand and sagebrush gave way to fertile fields bearing crops of wheat, corn, fruits, vegetables, and grass. Huge ranches grazed by browsing sheep were broken up into small plots. The cowboy and ranchman vanished. In their place rose the prosperous community, a community unlike the township of Iowa or the industrial center of the East. Its intensive tillage left little room for hired labor. Its small holdings drew families together in village life rather than dispersing them on the lonely plain. Often the development of water power in connection with irrigation afforded electricity for labor-saving devices, and lifted many a burden that in other ways fell heavily upon the shoulders of the farmer and his family. Mining and manufacturing in the West. Mineral resources. In another important particular, the Far West differed from the Mississippi Valley States. That was in the predominance of mining over agriculture throughout a vast section. Indeed, it was the minerals rather than the land that attracted the pioneers who first opened the country. The discovery of gold in California in 1848 was the signal for the great rush of prospectors, miners, and promoters who explored the valleys, climbed the hills, washed the sands, and dug up the soil in their feverish search for gold, silver, copper, coal, and other minerals. In Nevada and Montana, the development of mineral resources went on all during the Civil War. Alder Gulch became Virginia City in 1863. Last Chance Gulch was named Helena in 1864. The Confederate Gulch was christened Diamond City in 1865. At Butte, the miners began operations in 1864, and within 5 years had washed out $8 million worth of gold. Under the gold they found silver, under the silver they found copper. Even at the end of the 19th century, after agriculture was well advanced and stock and sheep raising introduced on a large scale, minerals continued to be the chief source of wealth in a number of states. This was revealed by the figures for 1910. The gold, silver, iron, and copper of Colorado were worth more than the wheat, corn, and oats combined. The copper of Montana sold for more than all the cereals and 4 times the price of the wheat. The interest of Nevada was also mainly mining, the receipts from the mineral output being $43 million, or more than 1/2 the national debt of Hamilton's day. The yield of the mines of Utah was worth 4 or 5 times the wheat crop. The coal of Wyoming brought twice as much as the Great Wolf Clip. The minerals of Arizona were totaled at $43 million, as against a wool clip reckoned at $1,200,000, while in Idaho alone of this group of states did the wheat crop exceed in value the output of the mines. Timber resources. The forests of the Great West, unlike those of the Ohio Valley, proved a boon to the pioneers rather than a foe to be attacked. In Ohio and Indiana, for example, the frontier line of homemakers had to cut, roll, and burn thousands of trees before they could put out a crop of any size. Beyond the Mississippi, however, there were already for the breaking plow great reaches of almost treeless prairie, where every stick of timber was precious. In the other parts, often rough and mountainous, where stood primeval forests of the finest woods, the railroads made good use of the timber. They consumed acres of forests themselves in making ties, bridge timbers, and telegraph poles, and they laid a heavy tribute upon the forests for their annual upkeep. The surplus trees, such as had burdened the pioneers of the Northwest Territory 100 years before, they carried off to markets on the east and west coasts. Western Industries. The peculiar conditions of the Far West stimulated a rise of industries more rapid than is usual in new country. The mining activities which in many sections preceded agriculture called for sawmills to furnish timber for the mines and smelters to reduce and refine ores. The ranches supplied sheep and cattle for the packing houses of Kansas City as well as Chicago. The waters of the Northwest afforded salmon for 4,000 cases in 1866 and for 1,400,000 cases in 1916. The fruits and vegetables of California brought into existence innumerable canneries. The lumber industry, starting with crude sawmills to furnish rough timbers for railways and mines, ended in specialized factories for paper, boxes, and furniture. As the railways preceded settlement and furnished a ready outlet for local manufactures, so they encouraged the early establishment of varied industries, thus creating a state of affairs quite unlike that which obtained in the Ohio Valley in the early days before the opening of the Erie Canal. Social effects of economic activities. In many respects, the social life of the Far West also differed from that of the Ohio Valley. The treeless prairies, though open to homesteads, favored the great estate tilled in part by tenant labor and in part by migratory seasonal labor, summoned from all sections of the country for the harvests. The mineral resources created hundreds of huge fortunes, which made the accumulations of Eastern mercantile families look trivial by comparison. Other millionaires won their fortunes in the railway business, and still more from the cattle and sheep ranges. In many sections the cattle king, as he was called, was as dominant as the planter had been in the Old South. Everywhere in the grazing country he was a conspicuous and important person. He "sometimes invested money in banks, in railroad stocks, or in city property. He had his rating in the commercial reviews, and could hobnob with bankers, railroad presidents, and metropolitan merchants. He attended party caucuses and conventions, ran for the state legislature, and sometimes defeated a lawyer or metropolitan business man in the race for a seat in Congress. In proportion to their numbers, the ranchers have constituted a highly impressive class." Although many of the early capitalists of the Great West, especially from Nevada, spent their money principally in the East, others took leadership in promoting the sections in which they had made their fortunes. A railroad pioneer, General Palmer, built his home at Colorado Springs, founded the town, and encouraged local improvements. Denver owed its first impressive buildings to the civic patriotism of Horace Tabor, a wealthy mine owner. Leland Stanford paid his tribute to California in the endowment of a large university. Colonel W. F. Cody, better known as Buffalo Bill, started his career by building a boom town which collapsed, and made a large sum of money supplying buffalo meat to construction hands, hence his popular name. By his famous Wild West show he increased it to a fortune which he devoted mainly to the promotion of a Western reclamation scheme. While the Far West was developing this vigorous, aggressive leadership in business, a considerable industrial population was springing up. Even the cattle ranges and hundreds of farms were conducted like factories, in that they were managed through overseers who hired plowmen, harvesters, and cattlemen at regular wages. At the same time there appeared other peculiar features which made a lasting impression on Western economic life. Mining, lumbering, and fruit growing, for instance, employed thousands of workers during the rush months, and turned them out at other times. The inevitable result was an army of migratory laborers wandering from camp to camp, from town to town, and from ranch to ranch, without fixed homes or established habits of life. From this extraordinary condition there issued many a long and lawless conflict between capital and labor, giving a distinct color to the labor movement in whole sections of the mountain and coast states. The admission of new states. The spirit of self-government. The instinct of self-government was strong in the Western communities. In the very beginning, it led to the organization of volunteer committees, known as vigilantes, to suppress crime and punish criminals. As soon as enough people were settled permanently in a region, they took care to form a more stable kind of government. An illustration of this process is found in the Oregon Compact made by the pioneers in 1843, the spirit of which is reflected in an editorial in an old copy of the Rocky Mountain News. Quote, "We claim that any body or community of American citizens which from any cause or under any circumstances is cut off from, or from isolation is so situated as not to be under any active and protecting branch of the central government, have a right, if on American soil, to frame a government and enact such laws and regulations as may be necessary for their own safety, protection, and happiness, always with the condition precedent that they shall, at the earliest moment when the central government shall extend an effective organization and laws over them, give it their unqualified support and obedience." End quote. People who turned so naturally to the organization of local administration were equally eager for admission to the Union as soon as any shadow of a claim to statehood could be advanced. As long as a region was merely one of the territories of the United States, the appointment of the governor and other officers was controlled by politics at Washington. Moreover, the disposition of land, mineral rights, forests, and water power was also in the hands of national leaders. Thus practical considerations were united with the spirit of independence in the quest for local autonomy. Nebraska and Colorado. Two states, Nebraska and Colorado, had little difficulty in securing admission to the Union. The first, Nebraska, had been organized as a territory by the famous Kansas-Nebraska Bill which did so much to precipitate the Civil War. Lying to the north of Kansas, which had been admitted in 1861, it escaped the invasion of slave owners from Missouri and was settled mainly by farmers from the north. Though it claimed a population of only 67,000, it was regarded with kindly interest by the Republican Congress at Washington, and, reduced to its present boundaries, it received the coveted statehood in 1867. This was hardly accomplished before the people of Colorado to the southwest began to make known their demands. They had been organized under territorial government in 1861 when they numbered only a handful, but within 10 years the aspect of their affairs had completely changed. The silver and gold deposits of the Leadville and Cripple Creek regions had attracted an army of miners and prospectors. The city of Denver, founded in 1858 and named after the governor of Kansas, whence came many of the early settlers, had grown from a straggling camp of log huts into a prosperous center of trade. By 1875 it was reckoned that the population of the territory was not less than 100,000. The following year Congress, yielding to the popular appeal, made Colorado a member of the American Union. 6 new states, 1889 to 1890. For many years there was a deadlock in Congress over the admission of new states. The spell was broken in 1889 under the leadership of the Dakotas. For a long time the Dakota Territory, organized in 1861, had been looked upon as the home of the powerful Sioux Indians whose enormous reservation blocked the advance of the frontier. The discovery of gold in the Black Hills, however, marked their doom. Even before Congress could open their lands to prospectors, pioneers were swarming over the country. Farmers from the adjoining Minnesota and the eastern states, Scandinavians, Germans, and Canadians, came in swelling waves to occupy the fertile Dakota lands, now famous even as far away as the fjords of Norway. Seldom had the plow of man cut through richer soil than was found in the bottoms of the Red River Valley, and it became all the more precious when the opening of the Northern Pacific in 1883 afforded a means of transportation east and west. The population, which had numbered 135,000 in 1880, passed the half-million mark before 10 years had elapsed. Remembering that Nebraska had been admitted with only 67,000 inhabitants, the Dakotans could not see why they should be kept under federal tutelage. At the same time Washington, far away on the Pacific coast, Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming, boasting of their populations and their riches, put in their own eloquent pleas. But the members of Congress were busy with politics. The Democrats saw no good reason for admitting new Republican states until after their defeat in 1888. Near the end of their term the next year they opened the door for North and South Dakota, Washington, and Montana. In 1890, a Republican Congress brought Idaho and Wyoming into the Union, the latter with woman suffrage, which had been granted 21 years before. Utah. Although Utah had long presented all the elements of a well-settled and industrious community, its admission to the Union was delayed on account of popular hostility to the practice of polygamy. The custom, it is true, had been prohibited by an act of Congress in 1862, but the law had been systematically evaded. In 1882 Congress made another and more effective effort to stamp out polygamy. 5 years later it even went so far as to authorize the confiscation of the property of the Mormon Church in case the practice of plural marriages was not stopped. Meanwhile, the Gentile or non-Mormon population was steadily increasing, and the leaders in the church became convinced that the battle against the sentiment of the country was futile. At last, in 1896, Utah was admitted as a state under a constitution which forbade plural marriages absolutely and forever. Horace Greeley, who visited Utah in 1859, had prophesied that the Pacific Railroad would work a revolution in the land of Brigham Young. His prophecy had come true. Rounding out the continent. 3 more territories now remained out of the Union. Oklahoma, long an Indian reservation, had been opened for settlement to white men in 1889. The rush upon the fertile lands of this region, the last in the history of America, was marked by all the frenzy of the final, desperate chance. At a signal from a bugle, an army of men with families in wagons, men and women on horseback and on foot, burst into the territory. During the first night a city of tents was raised at Guthrie and Oklahoma City. In 10 days wooden houses rose on the plains. In a single year there were schools, churches, business blocks, and newspapers. Within 15 years there was a population of more than 500,000. To the west, Arizona, with a population of about 125,000, and New Mexico with 200,000 inhabitants, joined Oklahoma in asking for statehood. Congress, then Republican, looked with reluctance upon the addition of more democratic states. But in 1907 it was literally compelled by public sentiment and a sense of justice to admit Oklahoma. In 1910 the House of Representatives went to the Democrats, and within 2 years Arizona and New Mexico were "under the roof." So the continental domain was rounded out. The influence of the Far West on national life. The last of the frontier. When Horace Greeley made his trip west in 1859, he thus recorded the progress of civilization in his journal. Quote, May 12th, Chicago. Chocolate and morning journals last seen on the hotel breakfast table. 23rd, Leavenworth, Kansas. Room bells and bathtubs make their final appearance. 26th, Manhattan. Potatoes and eggs last recognized among the blessings that brighten the day as they take their flight. 27th, Junction City. Last visitation of a bootblack with dissolving views of a board bedroom. Beds bid us goodbye. End quote. Within 30 years travelers were riding across that country in Pullman cars and enjoying at the hotels all the comforts of a standardized civilization. The Wild West was gone, and with it that frontier of pioneers and settlers who had long given such a bent and tone to American life, and had, quote, poured in upon the floor of Congress, such a long line of backwoods politicians, as they were scornfully styled. Free land and Eastern labor. It was not only the picturesque features of the frontier that were gone. Of far more consequence was the disappearance of free lands with all that meant for American labor. For more than 100 years, any man of even moderate means had been able to secure a homestead of his own and an independent livelihood. For 100 years America had been able to supply farms to as many immigrants as cared to till the soil. Every new pair of strong arms meant more farms and more wealth. Workmen in Eastern factories, mines, or mills, who did not like their hours, wages, or conditions of labor, could readily find an outlet to the land. Now all that was over. By about 1890 most of the desirable land available under the Homestead Act had disappeared. American industrial workers confronted a new situation. Grain supplants King Cotton. In the meantime a revolution was taking place in agriculture. Until 1860 the chief staples sold by America were cotton and tobacco. With the advance of the frontier, corn and wheat supplanted them both in agrarian economy. The West became the granary of the East and of Western Europe. The scoop shovel once used to handle grain was superseded by the towering elevator, loading and unloading thousands of bushels every hour. The refrigerator car and ship made the packing industry as stable as the production of cotton or corn, and gave an immense impetus to cattle raising and sheep farming. So the meat of the West took its place on the English dinner table by the side of bread baked from Dakotan wheat. Aid in American economic independence. The effects of this economic movement were manifold and striking. Billions of dollars worth of American grain, dairy, produce, and meat were poured into European markets where they paid off debts due moneylenders and acquired capital to develop American resources. Thus they accelerated the progress of American financiers toward national independence. The country, which had timidly turned to the Old World for capital in Hamilton's day, and had borrowed at high rates of interest in London in Lincoln's day, moved swiftly toward the time when it would be among the world's first bankers and moneylenders itself. Every grain of wheat and corn pulled the balance down on the American side of the scale. Eastern agriculture affected. In the East, as well as abroad, the opening of the Western granary produced momentous results. The agricultural economy of that part of the country was changed in many respects. Whole sections of the poorest land went almost out of cultivation, the abandoned farms of the New England hills bearing solemn witness to the competing power of Western wheat fields. Sheep and cattle raising, as well as wheat and corn production, suffered at least a relative decline. Thousands of farmers cultivating land of the lower grade were forced to go west or were driven to the margin of subsistence. Even the herds that supplied Eastern cities with milk were fed upon grain brought halfway across the continent. The expansion of the American market. Upon industry as well as agriculture, the opening of vast food-producing regions told in 1,000 ways. The demand for farm machinery, clothing, boots, shoes, and other manufactures gave to American industries such a market as even Hamilton had never foreseen. Moreover, it helped to expand far into the Mississippi Valley the industrial area once confined to the northern seaboard states, and to transform the region of the Great Lakes into an industrial empire. Herein lies the explanation of the growth of Midwestern cities after 1865. Chicago, with its 35 railways, tapped every locality of the West and South. To the railways were added the water routes of the lakes, thus creating a strategic center for industries. Long foresight carried the McCormick Reaper Works to Chicago before 1860. From Troy, New York, went a large stove plant. That was followed by a shoe factory from Massachusetts. The packing industry rose, as a matter of course, at a point so advantageous for cattle raisers and shippers and so well connected with Eastern markets. To the opening of the Far West also the lake region was indebted for a large part of that waterborne traffic which made it the Mediterranean basin of North America. The produce of the West and the manufactures of the East poured through it in an endless stream. The swift growth of shipbuilding on the Great Lakes helped to compensate for the decline of the American marine on the high seas. In response to this stimulus, Detroit could boast that her shipwrights were able to turn out a 10,000-ton Leviathan for ore or grain about, "as quickly as carpenters could put up an 8-room house." Thus in relation to the far west the old Northwest Territory, the wilderness of Jefferson's time, had taken the position formerly occupied by New England alone. It was supplying capital and manufactures for a vast agricultural empire west and south. America on the Pacific. It had been said that the Mediterranean Sea was the center of ancient civilization, that modern civilization has developed on the shores of the Atlantic, and that the future belongs to the Pacific. At any rate, the sweep of the United States to the shores of the Pacific quickly exercised a powerful influence on world affairs, and it undoubtedly has a still greater significance for the future. Very early regular traffic sprang up between the Pacific ports and the Hawaiian Islands, China, and Japan. 2 years before the adjustment of the Oregon controversy with England, namely in 1844, the United States had established official and trading relations with China. 10 years later, 4 years after the admission of California to the Union, the barred door of Japan was forced open by Commodore Perry. The commerce which had long before developed between the Pacific ports and Hawaii, China, and Japan now flourished under official care. In 1865 a ship from Honolulu carried sugar, molasses, and fruits from Hawaii to the Oregon port of Astoria. The next year a vessel from Hong Kong brought rice, mats, and tea from China. An era of lucrative trade was opened. The annexation of Hawaii in 1898, the addition of the Philippines at the same time, and the participation of American troops in the suppression of the Boxer Rebellion in Peking in 1900 were but signs and symbols of American power on the Pacific. Conservation and the land problem. The disappearance of the frontier also brought new and serious problems to the governments of the states and the nation. The people of the whole United States suddenly were forced to realize that there was a limit to the rich new land to exploit and to the forests and minerals awaiting the axe and the pick. Then arose in America the questions which had long perplexed the countries of the Old World, the scientific use of the soils and conservation of natural resources. Hitherto the government had followed the easy path of giving away arable land and selling forest and mineral lands at low prices. Now it had to face far more difficult and complex problems. It also had to consider questions of land tenure again, especially if the ideal of a nation of home-owning farmers was to be maintained. While there was plenty of land for every man or woman who wanted a home on the soil, it made little difference if single landlords or companies got possession of millions of acres, if 100 men in one western river valley owned 17 million acres. But when the good land for small homesteads was all gone, then was raised the real issue. At the opening of the 20th century the nation, which 100 years before had land and natural resources apparently without limit, was compelled to enact law after law conserving its forests and minerals. Then it was that the great state of California, on the very border of the continent, felt constrained to enact a land settlement measure providing government assistance in an effort to break up large holdings into small lots and to make it easy for actual settlers to acquire small farms. America was passing into a new epoch. References: Henry Inman, The Old Santa Fe Trail. R.I. Dodge, The Plains of the Great West, 1877. C.H. Shinn, The Story of the Mine. Cy Warman, The Story of the Railroad. Emerson Howe, The Story of the Cowboy. H. H. Bancroft is the author of many works on the West, but his writings will be found only in the larger libraries. Joseph Schaefer, History of the Pacific Northwest, edition 1918. T. H. Hiddle, History of California, 4 volumes. W. H. Olin, American Irrigation Farming. W. E. Smythe, The Conquest of Arid America. H. A. Millis, The American-Japanese Problem. E. S. Meany, History of the State of Washington. H. K. Norton, The History of California. Questions. 1. Name the states west of the Mississippi in 1865. 2. In what manner was the rest of the western region governed? 3. How far had settlement been carried? 4. What were the striking physical features of the West? 5. How was settlement promoted after 1865? 6. Why was admission to the Union so eagerly sought? 7. Explain how politics became involved in the creation of new states. 8. Did the West rapidly become like the older sections of the country? 9. What economic peculiarities did it retain or develop? 10. How did the federal government aid in Western agriculture? 11. How did the development of the West affect the East, the South? 12. What relation did the opening of the great grain areas of the West bear to the growth of America's commercial and financial power? 13. State some of the new problems of the West. 14. Discuss the significance of American expansion to the Pacific Ocean. Research topics. The Passing of the Wild West. Hayworth, The United States in Our Own Times, pages 100 to 124. The Indian Question. Sparks, National Development, American Nation Series, pages 265 to 281. The Chinese Question. Sparks, National Development, pages 229 to 250, Rhodes, History of the United States, Volume 8, pages 180 to 196. The Railway Age. Schaeffer, History of the Pacific Northwest, pages 230 to 245. E. V. Smalley, The Northern Pacific Railroad. Paxson, The New Nation, Riverside Series, pages 20 to 26, especially the map on page 23, and pages 142 to 148. Agriculture and Business. Schaeffer, Pacific Northwest, pages 246 to 289. Ranching in the Northwest. Theodore Roosevelt, Ranch Life, and Autobiography, pages 103 to 143. The Conquest of the Desert. W. E. Smythe, The Conquest of Arid America. Studies of Individual Western States. Consult any good encyclopedia. End of Chapter 18.
Chapter 19. Domestic Issues Before the Country, 1865 through 1897. For 30 years after the Civil War, the leading political parties, although they engaged in heated presidential campaigns, were not sharply and clearly opposed on many matters of vital significance. During none of that time was there a clash of opinion over specific issues such as rent the country in 1800, when Jefferson rode a popular wave to victory, or again in 1828 when Jackson's Western hordes came sweeping into power. The Democrats, who before 1860 definitely opposed protective tariffs, federal banking, internal improvements, and heavy taxes, now spoke cautiously on all these points. The Republicans, conscious of the fact that they had been a minority of the voters in 1860, and warned by the early loss of the House of Representatives in 1874, also moved with considerable prudence among the perplexing problems of the day. Again and again the votes in Congress showed that no clear line separated all the Democrats from all the Republicans. There were Republicans who favored tariff reductions and cheap money. There were Democrats who looked with partiality upon high protection or with indulgence upon the contraction of the currency. Only on matters relating to the coercion of the South was the division between the parties fairly definite. This could be readily accounted for on practical as well as sentimental grounds. After all, the vague criticisms and proposals that found their way into the political platforms did but reflect the confusion of mind prevailing in the country. The fact that out of the 18 years between 1875 and 1893, The Democrats held the House of Representatives for 14 years, while the Republicans had every president but one, showed that the voters, like the politicians, were in a state of indecision. Hayes had a Democratic House during his entire term and a Democratic Senate for 2 years of the 4. Cleveland was confronted by a belligerent Republican majority in the Senate during his first administration, and at the same time was supported by a Democratic majority in the House. Harrison was sustained by continuous Republican successes in senatorial elections. But in the House he had the barest majority from 1889 to 1891 and lost that altogether at the election held in the middle of his term. The opinion of the country was evidently unsettled and fluctuating. It was still distracted by memories of the dead past and uncertain as to the trend of the future. The currency question. Nevertheless, these years of muddled politics and nebulous issues proved to be a period in which social forces were gathering for the great campaign of 1896. Except for the 3 new features, the railways, the trusts, and the trade unions, the subjects of debate among the people were the same as those that had engaged their attention since the foundation of the Republic: the currency, the national debt, banking, the tariff, and taxation. Debtors and the fall in prices. For many reasons, the currency question occupied the center of interest. As of old, the farmers and planters of the West and South were heavily in debt to the East for borrowed money secured by farm mortgages, and they counted upon the sale of cotton, corn, wheat, and hogs to meet interest and principal when due. During the war, the Western farmers had been able to dispose of their produce at high prices and thus discharge their debts with comparative ease. But after the war, prices declined. Wheat that sold at $2 a bushel in 1865 brought 64 cents 20 years later. The meaning of this for the farmers in debt, and nearly 3/4 of them were in that class, can be shown by a single illustration. A $1,000 mortgage on a Western farm could be paid off by 500 bushels of wheat when prices were high, whereas it took about 1,500 bushels to pay the same debt when wheat was at the bottom of the scale. For the farmer, it must be remembered, wheat was the measure of his labor, the product of his toil under the summer sun, and in its price he found the test of his prosperity. Creditors and falling prices. To the bondholders or creditors, on the other hand, falling prices were clear gain. If a $50 coupon on a bond bought 70 or 80 bushels of wheat instead of 20 or 30, the advantage to the owner of the coupon was obvious. Moreover, the advantage seemed to him entirely just. Creditors had suffered heavy losses when the Civil War carried prices skyward, while the interest rates on their old bonds remained stationary. For example, if a man had a $1,000 bond issued before 1860 and paying interest at 5%, he received $50 a year from it. Before the war, each dollar would buy a bushel of wheat. In 1865, it would only buy half a bushel. When prices, that is, the cost of living, began to go down, creditors, therefore, generally regarded the change with satisfaction as a return to normal conditions. The cause of falling prices. The fall in prices was due, no doubt, to many factors. Among them must be reckoned the discontinuance of government buying for war purposes, labor-saving farm machinery, immigration, and the opening of new wheat-growing regions. The currency, too, was an element in the situation. Whatever the cause, the discontented farmers believed that the way to raise prices was to issue more money. They viewed it as a case of supply and demand. If there was a small volume of currency in circulation, prices would be low. If there was a large volume, prices would be high. Hence, they looked with favor upon all plans to increase the amount of money in circulation. First, they advocated more paper notes, greenbacks, and then they turned to silver as the remedy. The creditors, on the other hand, naturally approved the reduction of the volume of currency. They wished to see the greenbacks withdrawn from circulation, and gold, a metal more limited in volume than silver, made the sole basis of the national monetary system. The battle over the greenbacks. The contest between the factions began as early as 1866. In that year, Congress enacted a law authorizing the Treasury to withdraw the greenbacks from circulation. The paper money parties set up a shrill cry of protest and kept up the fight until, in 1878, it forced Congress to provide for the continuous reissue of the legal tender notes as they came into the Treasury in payment of taxes and other dues. Then could the friends of easy money rejoice. Thou greenback, 'tis of thee, fair money of the free, of thee we sing. Resumption of specie payment. There was, however, another side to this victory. The opponents of the greenbacks, unable to stop the circulation of paper, induced Congress to pass a law in 1875 providing that on and after January 1, 1879, the Secretary of the Treasury shall redeem in coin the United States legal tender notes then outstanding on their presentation at the office of the Assistant Treasurer of the United States in the city of New York in sums of not less than $50. The way to resume, John Sherman had said, is to resume. When the hour for redemption arrived, the Treasury was prepared with a large hoard of gold. On the appointed day, wrote the Assistant Secretary, anxiety reigned in the office of the Treasury. Hour after hour passed. No news from New York. Inquiry by wire showed that all was quiet. At the close of the day this message came. $135,000 of notes presented for coin. $400,000 of gold for notes. That was all. Resumption was accomplished with no disturbance. By 5 o'clock the news was all over the land, and the New York bankers were sipping their tea in absolute safety. The specie problem, the parity of gold and silver. Defeated in their efforts to stop the present suicidal and destructive policy of contraction, the advocates of an abundant currency demanded an increase in the volume of silver in circulation. This precipitated one of the sharpest political battles in American history. The issue turned on legal as well as economic points. The Constitution gave Congress the power to coin money, and it forbade the states to make anything but gold and silver legal tender in the payment of debts. It evidently contemplated the use of both metals in the currency system. Such, at least, was the view of many eminent statesmen, including no less a personage than James G. Blaine. The difficulty, however, lay in maintaining gold and silver coins on a level which would permit them to circulate with equal facility. Obviously, if the gold in a gold dollar exceeds the value of the silver in a silver dollar on the open market, men will hoard gold money and leave silver money in circulation. When, for example, Congress in 1792 fixed the ratio of the two metals at 1 to 15, 1 ounce of gold declared worth 15 of silver, it was soon found that gold had been undervalued. When again in 1834 the ratio was put at 1 to 16, it was found that silver was undervalued. Consequently, the latter metal was not brought in for coinage, and silver almost dropped out of circulation. Many a silver dollar was melted down by silverware factories. Silver demonetized in 1873. So things stood in 1873. At that time, Congress, in enacting a mintage law, discontinued the coinage of the standard silver dollar, then practically out of circulation. This act was denounced later by the friends of silver as the crime of '73, a conspiracy devised by the money power and secretly carried out. This contention the debates in Congress do not seem to sustain. In the course of the argument on the mint law, it was distinctly said, by one speaker at least, this bill provides for the making of changes in the legal tender coin of the country, and for substituting as legal tender coin of only one metal instead of two as heretofore. The decline in the value of silver. Absorbed in the greenback controversy, the people apparently did not appreciate, at the time, the significance of the demonetization of silver. But within a few years several events united in making it the center of a political storm. Germany, having abandoned silver in 1871, steadily increased her demand for gold. 3 years later, the countries of the Latin Union followed this example, thus helping to enhance the price of the yellow metal. All the while, new silver lodes discovered in the far west were pouring into the market great streams of the white metal, bearing down the price. Then came the resumption of specie payment, which, in effect, placed the paper money on a gold basis. Within 20 years, silver was worth in gold only about half the price of 1870. That there had been a real decline in silver was denied by the friends of that metal. They alleged that gold had gone up because it had been given a monopoly in the coinage markets of civilized governments. This monopoly, they continued, was the fruit of a conspiracy against the people conceived by the bankers of the world. Moreover, they went on, the placing of the greenbacks on a gold basis had itself worked a contraction of the currency. It lowered the prices of labor and produce to the advantage of the holders of long-term investments bearing a fixed rate of interest. When wheat sold at 64 cents a bushel, their search for relief became desperate, and they at last concentrated their efforts on opening the mints of the government for the free coinage of silver at the ratio of 16:1. Republicans and Democrats divided. On this question, both Republicans and Democrats were divided, the line being drawn between the East on the one hand and the South and West on the other, rather than between the two leading parties. So trusted a leader as James G. Blaine avowed, in a speech delivered in the Senate in 1878, that, as the Constitution required Congress to make both gold and silver the money of the land, the only question left was that of fixing the ratio between them. He affirmed, moreover, the main contention of the silver faction, that a reopening of the government mint of the world to silver would bring it up to its old relation with gold. He admitted also that their most ominous warnings were well-founded, saying, "I believe the struggle now going on in this country and in other countries for a single gold standard would, if successful, produce widespread disaster throughout the commercial world. The destruction of silver as money and the establishment of gold as the sole unit of value must have a ruinous effect on all forms of property, except those investments which yield a fixed return." This was exactly the concession that the Silver Party wanted. 3/4 of the business enterprises of this country are conducted on borrowed capital, said Senator Jones of Nevada. 3/4 of the homes and farms that stand in the names of the actual occupants have been bought on time, and a very large proportion of them are mortgaged for the payment of some part of the purchase money. Under the operation of a shrinkage in the volume of money, this enormous mass of borrowers, at the maturity of their respective debts, though nominally paying no more than the amount borrowed with interest, are, in reality, in the amount of the principal alone, returning a percentage of value greater than they received, more in equity than they contracted to pay. In all discussions of the subject, the creditors attempt to brush aside the equities involved by sneering at the debtors. The Silver Purchase Act, 1878. Even before the actual resumption of specie payment, the advocates of free silver were a power to be reckoned with, particularly in the Democratic Party. They had a majority in the House of Representatives in 1878, and they carried a silver bill through that chamber. Blocked by the Republican Senate, they accepted a compromise in the Bland-Allison bill, which provided for huge monthly purchases of silver by the government for coinage into dollars. So strong was the sentiment that a 2/3 majority was mustered after President Hayes vetoed the measure. The effect of this act, as some had anticipated, was disappointing. It did not stay silver on its downward course. Thereupon, the silver faction pressed through Congress in 1886 a bill providing for the issue of paper certificates based on the silver accumulated in the Treasury. Still, silver continued to fall. Then the advocates of inflation declared that they wouldn't be content with nothing short of free coinage at the ratio of 16:1. If the issue had been squarely presented in 1890, there is good reason for believing that free silver would have received a majority in both houses of Congress, but it was not presented. The Sherman Silver Purchase Act and the bond sales. Republican leaders, particularly from the East, stemmed the silver tide by diversion of forces. They passed the Sherman Act of 1890, providing for large monthly purchases of silver and for the issue of notes redeemable in gold or silver at the discretion of the Secretary of the Treasury. In a clause of superb ambiguity, they announced that it was the established policy of the United States to maintain the two metals on a parity with each other upon the present legal ratio, or such other ratio as may be provided by law. For a while silver was buoyed up. Then it turned once more on its downward course. In the meantime, the Treasury was in a sad plight. To maintain the gold reserve, President Cleveland felt compelled to sell government bonds. And to his dismay, he found that as soon as the gold was brought in at the front door of the Treasury, notes were presented for redemption, and the gold was quickly carried out at the back door. Alarmed at the vicious circle thus created, he urged upon Congress the repeal of the Sherman Silver Purchase Act. For this he was roundly condemned by many of his own followers, who branded his conduct as treason to the party. But the Republicans, especially from the East, came to his rescue, and in 1893 swept the troublesome sections of the law from the statute book. The anger of the silver faction knew no bounds, and the leaders made ready for the approaching presidential campaign. The protective tariff and taxation. Fluctuation in tariff policy. As each of the old parties was divided on the currency question, it is not surprising that there was some confusion in their ranks over the tariff. Like the silver issue, the tariff tended to align the manufacturing East against the agricultural West and South, rather than to cut directly between the two parties. Still, the Republicans, on the whole, stood firmly by the rates imposed during the Civil War. If we accept the reductions of 1872, which were soon offset by increases, we may say that those rates were substantially unchanged for nearly 20 years. When a revision was brought about, however, it was initiated by Republican leaders. Seeing a huge surplus of revenue in the Treasury in 1883, they anticipated popular clamor by revising the tariff on the theory that it ought to be reformed by its friends rather than by its enemies. On the other hand, it was the Republicans also who enacted the McKinley Tariff Bill of 1890, which carried protection to its highest point up to that time. The Democrats, on their part, were not all confirmed free traders or even advocates of tariff for revenue only. In Cleveland's first administration, they did attack the protective system in the House, where they had a majority, and in this they were vigorously supported by the president. The assault, however, proved to be a futile gesture, for it was blocked by the Republicans in the Senate. When after the sweeping victory of 1892, the Democrats in the House again attempted to bring down the tariff by the Wilson Bill of 1894. They were checkmated by their own party colleagues in the upper chamber. In the end, they were driven into a compromise that looked more like a McKinley than a Calhoun tariff. The Republicans taunted them with being babes in the woods. President Cleveland was so dissatisfied with the bill that he refused to sign it, allowing it to become law on the lapse of 10 days without his approval. The Income Tax of 1894. The advocates of tariff reduction usually associated with their proposal a tax on incomes. The argument which they advanced in support of their program was simple. Most of the industries, they said, are in the East, and the protective tariff which taxes consumers for the benefits of manufacturers is, in effect, a tribute laid upon the rest of the country. As an offset, they offered a tax on large incomes. This, owing to the heavy concentration of rich people in the East, would fall mainly upon the beneficiaries of protection. "We propose," said one of them, "to place a part of the burden upon the accumulated wealth of the country, instead of placing it all upon the consumption of the people." In this spirit, the sponsors of the Wilson Tariff Bill laid a tax upon all incomes of $4,000 a year or more. In taking this step, the Democrats encountered opposition in their own party. Senator Hill of New York turned fiercely upon them, exclaiming, "The professors with their books, the socialists with their schemes, the anarchists with their bombs, are all instructing the people in the principles of taxation. Even the Eastern Republicans were hardly as savage in their denunciation of the tax. But all this labor was wasted. The next year, the Supreme Court of the United States declared the income tax to be a direct tax, and therefore null and void, because it was laid on incomes wherever found and not apportioned among the states, according to population. The fact that 4 of the 9 judges dissented from this decision was also an index to the diversity of opinion that divided both parties. The railways and trusts. The Grangers and state regulation. The same uncertainty about the railways and trusts pervaded the ranks of the Republicans and Democrats. As to the railways, the first firm and consistent demand for their regulation came from the West. There, the farmers, in the early 70s, having got control in state legislatures, particularly in Iowa, Wisconsin, and Illinois, enacted drastic laws prescribing the maximum charges which companies could make for carrying freight and passengers. The application of these measures, however, was limited because the state could not fix the rates for transporting goods and passengers beyond its own borders. The power of regulating interstate commerce, under the Constitution, belonged to Congress. The Interstate Commerce Act of 1887. Within a few years, the movement which had been so effective in Western legislatures appeared at Washington in the form of demands for the federal regulation of interstate rates. In 1887, the pressure became so strong that Congress created the Interstate Commerce Commission and forbade many abuses on the part of railways, such as discriminating in charges between one shipper and another and granting secret rebates to favored persons. This law was a significant beginning, but it left the main question of rate fixing untouched, much to the discontent of farmers and shippers. The Sherman Antitrust Law of 1890. As in the case of the railways, attacks upon the trusts were first made in state legislatures, where it became the fashion to provide severe penalties for those who formed monopolies and conspired to enhance prices. Republicans and Democrats united in the promotion of measures of this kind. As in the case of the railways also, the movement to curb the trusts soon had spokesmen at Washington. Though Blaine had declared that trusts were largely a private affair with which neither the president nor any private citizen had any particular right to interfere, it was a Republican Congress that enacted in 1890 the first measure, the Sherman Antitrust Law, directed against great combinations in the business. This act declared illegal every contract, combination in the form of trust or otherwise, or conspiracy in restraint of trade and commerce among the several states or with foreign nations. The futility of the antitrust law. Whether the Sherman Law was directed against all combinations, or merely those which placed an unreasonable restraint on trade and competition, was not apparent. Senator Platt of Connecticut, a careful statesman of the old school, averred, "The questions of whether the bill would be operative, of how it would operate, or whether it was within the power of Congress to enact it, have been whistled down the wind in the Senate as idle talk, and the whole effort has been to get some bill headed, a bill to punish trusts, with which to go to the country. Whatever its purpose, its effect upon existing trusts and upon the formation of new combinations was negligible. It was practically unenforced by President Harrison and President Cleveland, in spite of the constant demand for harsh action against monopolies. It was patent that neither the Republicans nor the Democrats were prepared for a war on the trusts to the bitter end." The minor parties and unrest. The demands of dissenting parties. From the election of 1872, when Horace Greeley made his ill-fated excursion into politics, onward, there appeared in each presidential campaign one and sometimes two or more parties stressing issues that appealed mainly to wage earners and farmers. Whether they chose to call themselves labor reformers, greenbackers, or anti-monopolists, their slogans and their platforms all pointed in one direction. Even the prohibitionists, who in 1872 started on their career with a single issue, the abolition of the liquor traffic, found themselves making declarations of faith on other matters and hopelessly split over the money question in 1896. A composite view of the platforms put forth by the dissenting parties from the administration of Grant to the close of Cleveland's second term reveals certain notions common to them all. These included, among many others, the earliest possible payment of the national debt, regulation of the rates of railways and telegraph companies, repeal of the Specie Resumption Act of 1875, the issue of legal tender notes by the government convertible into interest-bearing obligations on demand, unlimited coinage of silver as well as gold, a graduated inheritance tax, legislation to take from land, railroad, money, and other gigantic corporate monopolies the powers they have so corruptly and unjustly usurped, popular or direct election of United States senators, woman suffrage, and a graduated income tax placing the burden of government on those who can best afford to pay instead of laying it on the farmers and producers. Criticism of the old parties. To this long program of measures, the reformers added harsh and acrid criticism of the old parties and sometimes, it must be said, of established institutions of government. "We denounce," exclaimed the Labor Party in 1888, "the Democratic and Republican parties as hopelessly and shamelessly corrupt, and by reason of their affiliation with monopolies, equally unworthy of the suffrages of those who did not live upon the public plunder." The United States Senate insisted the Greenbackers is a body composed largely of aristocratic millionaires who, according to their own party papers, generally purchased their elections in order to protect the great monopolies which they represent. Indeed, if their platforms are to be accepted at face value, the Greenbackers believed that the entire government had passed out of the hands of the people. The Grangers. This unsparing, not to say revolutionary criticism of American political life appealed, it seems, mainly to farmers in the Middle West. Always active in politics, they had, before the Civil War, cast their lot as a rule with one or the other of the leading parties. In 1867, however, there grew up among them an association known as the Patrons of Husbandry, which was destined to play a large role in the partisan contests of the succeeding decades. This society, which organized local lodges or granges on principles of secrecy and fraternity, was originally designed to promote in a general way the interests of the farmers. Its political bearings were apparently not grasped at first by its promoters. Yet, appealing as it did to the most active and independent spirits among the farmers and gathering to itself the strength that always comes from organization, it soon found itself in the hands of leaders more or less involved in politics. Where a few votes are marshaled together in a democracy, there is power. The Greenback Party. The first extensive activity of the Grangers was connected with the attack on the railways in the Middle West, which forced several state legislatures to reduce freight and passenger rates by law. At the same time, some leaders in the movement, no doubt emboldened by this success, launched in 1876 a new political party, popularly known as the Greenbackers, favoring a continued reissue of the legal tenders. The beginnings were disappointing, but 2 years later, in the congressional elections, the Greenbackers swept whole sections of the country. Their candidates polled more than 1 million votes, and 14 of them were returned to the House of Representatives. To all outward signs, a new and formidable party had entered the lists. The sanguine hopes of the leaders proved to be illusory. The quiet operations of the Resumption Act the following year, a revival of industry from a severe panic which had set in during 1873, the Silver Purchase Act, and the reissue of greenbacks cut away some of the grounds of agitation. There was also a diversion of forces to the silver faction, which had a substantial support in the silver mine owners of the West. At all events, the greenback vote fell to about 300,000 in the election of 1880. A still greater drop came 4 years later, and the party gave up the ghost, its sponsors returning to their former allegiance or sulking in their tents. The rise of the Populist Party. Those leaders of the old parties who now looked for a happy future, unvexed by new factions, were doomed to disappointment. The funeral of the Greenback Party was hardly over before there arose two other political specters in the agrarian sections, the National Farmers Alliance and Industrial Union, particularly strong in the South and West, and the Farmers Alliance operating in the North. By 1890, the two orders claimed over 3 million members. As in the case of the Grangers many years before, the leaders among them found an easy way into politics. In 1892 they held a convention, nominated a candidate for president, and adopted the name of People's Party, from which they were known as Populists. Their platform, in every line, breathed a spirit of radicalism. They declared that the newspapers are largely subsidized or muzzled, public opinion silenced, business prostrate, our homes covered with mortgages, and the land concentrating in the hands of capitalists. The fruits of the toil of millions are boldly stolen to build up colossal fortunes for a few. Having delivered this sweeping indictment, the Populists put forward their remedies: the free coinage of silver, a graduated income tax, postal savings banks, and government ownership of railways and telegraphs. At the same time, they approved the initiative, referendum, and popular election of senators and condemned the use of federal troops in labor disputes. On this platform, the Populists polled over 1 million votes, captured 22 presidential electors, and sent a powerful delegation to Congress. Industrial distress augments unrest. The 4 years intervening between the campaign of 1892 and the next presidential election brought forth many events which aggravated the ill feeling expressed in the portentous platform of populism. Cleveland, a consistent enemy of free silver, gave his powerful support to the gold standard and insisted on the repeal of the Silver Purchase Act, thus alienating an increasing number of his own party. In 1893, a grave industrial crisis fell upon the land. Banks and business houses went into bankruptcy with startling rapidity. Factories were closed. Idle men thronged the streets hunting for work, and the prices of wheat and corn dropped to a ruinous level. Labor disputes also filled the crowded record. A strike at the Pullman Car Works in Chicago spread to the railways. Disorders ensued. President Cleveland, against the protests of the governor of Illinois, John P. Altgeld, dispatched troops to the scene of action. The United States District Court at Chicago issued an injunction forbidding the president of the Railway Union, Eugene V. Debs, or his assistants to interfere with the transmission of the mails or interstate commerce in any form. For refusing to obey the order, Debs was arrested and imprisoned. With federal troops in possession of the field, with their leader in jail, the strikers gave up the battle, defeated but not subdued. To cap the climax, the Supreme Court of the United States, the following year, 1895, declared null and void the income tax law just enacted by Congress, thus fanning the flames of populist discontent all over the West and South. The Sound Money Battle of 1896. Conservative men alarmed. Men of conservative thought and leaning in both parties were by this time thoroughly disturbed. They looked upon the rise of populism and the growth of labor disputes as the signs of a revolutionary spirit, indeed nothing short of a menace to American institutions and ideals. "The income tax of 1894," exclaimed the distinguished New York advocate Joseph H. Choate in an impassioned speech before the Supreme Court, "is communistic in its purposes and tendencies, and is defended here upon principles as communistic, socialistic, what shall I call them? Populistic as ever have been addressed to any political assembly in the world." Mr. Justice Field, in the name of the court, replied, "The present assault upon capital is but the beginning. It will be but the stepping stone to others larger and more sweeping till our political conditions will become a war of the poor against the rich. In declaring the income tax unconstitutional, he believed that he was but averting greater evils lurking under its guise. As for free silver, nearly all conservative men were united in calling it a measure of confiscation and repudiation, an effort of the debtors to pay their obligations with money worth 50 cents on the dollar, the climax of villainies openly defended, a challenge to law, order, and honor. The Republicans come out for the gold standard. It was among the Republicans that this opinion was most widely shared and firmly held. It was they who picked up the gauge thrown down by the Populists, though a host of Democrats like Cleveland and Hill of New York also battled against the growing Populist defection in Democratic ranks. When the Republican National Convention assembled in 1896, the die was soon cast. A declaration of opposition to free silver, save by international agreement, was carried by a vote of 8-1. The Republican Party, to use the vigorous language of Mr. Lodge, arrayed itself against not only that organized failure, the Democratic Party, but all the wandering forces of political chaos and social disorder. In these bitter times, when the forces of disorder are loose, and the wreckers, with their false lights, gather at the shore to lure the ship of state upon the rocks. Yet it is due to historic truth to state that McKinley, whom the Republicans nominated, had voted in Congress for the free coinage of silver, was widely known as a bimetallist, and was only, with difficulty, persuaded to accept the unequivocal endorsement of the gold standard which was pressed upon him by his counselors. Having accepted it, however, he proved to be a valiant champion, though his major interest was undoubtedly in the protective tariff. To him nothing was more reprehensible than attempts to array class against class, the classes against the masses, section against section, labor against capital, the poor against the rich, or interest against interest. Such was the language of his acceptance speech. The whole program of populism he now viewed as a sudden, dangerous, and revolutionary assault upon law and order. The Democratic Convention at Chicago. Never, save at the great disruption on the eve of the Civil War, did a Democratic National Convention display more feeling than at Chicago in 1896. From the opening prayer to the last motion before the House, every act, every speech, every scene, every resolution evoked passions and sowed dissensions. Departing from long party custom, it voted down in anger a proposal to praise the administration of the Democratic president, Cleveland. When the platform, with its radical planks, including free silver, was reported, a veritable storm broke. Senator Hill, trembling with emotion, protested against the departure from old tests of Democratic allegiance, against principles that must drive out the party men who had gone gray in its service, against revolutionary, unwise, and unprecedented steps in the history of the party. Senator Vilas of Wisconsin, in great fervor, avowed that there was no difference in principle between the free coinage of silver, the confiscation of one half of the credits of the nation for the benefit of debtors, and communism itself, a universal distribution of property. In the triumph of that cause, he saw the beginning of the overthrow of all law, all justice, all security and repose in the social order. The Crown of Thorns speech. The champions of free silver replied in strident tones. They accused the gold advocates of being the aggressors who had assailed the labor and the homes of the people. William Jennings Bryan, of Nebraska, voiced their sentiments in a memorable oration. He declared that their cause was as holy as the cause of liberty, the cause of humanity. He exclaimed that the contest was between the idle holders of idle capital and the toiling millions. Then he named those for whom he spoke: the wage earner, the country lawyer, the small merchant, the farmer, and the miner. The man who is employed for wages is as much a businessman as his employer. The attorney in a country town is as much a businessman as the corporation counsel in a great metropolis. The merchant at the crossroads store is as much a businessman as the merchant of New York. The farmer is as much a businessman as the man who goes upon the Board of Trade and bets upon the price of grain. The miners who go 1,000 feet into the earth or climb 2,000 feet upon the cliffs are as much businessmen as the few financial magnates who in a back room corner the money of the world. It is for these that we speak. We do not come as aggressors. Ours is not a war of conquest. We are fighting in defense of our homes, our families, and our posterity. We have petitioned, and our petitions have been scorned. We have entreated, and our entreaties have been disregarded. We have begged, and they have mocked when our calamity came. We beg no longer. We entreat no more. We petition no more. We defy them. We shall answer their demands for a gold standard by saying to them, You shall not press upon the brow of labor this crown of thorns. You shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold. Bryan nominated. In all the history of national conventions, never had an orator so completely swayed a multitude, not even Yancey in his memorable plea in the Charleston Convention of 1860 when, with grave and moving eloquence, he espoused the Southern cause against the impending fates. The delegates, after cheering Mr. Bryan until they could cheer no more, tore the standards from the floor and gathered around the Nebraska delegation to renew the deafening applause. The platform, as reported, was carried by a vote of 2-1, and the young orator from the West, hailed as America's Tiberius Gracchus, was nominated as the Democratic candidate for president. The South and West had triumphed over the East. The division was sectional, admittedly sectional, the old combination of power which Calhoun had so anxiously labored to build up a century earlier. The Gold Democrats were repudiated in terms which were clear to all. A few, unable to endure the thought of voting the Republican ticket, held a convention at Indianapolis where, with the sanction of Cleveland, they nominated candidates of their own and endorsed the gold standard in a forlorn hope. The Democratic Platform. It was to the call from Chicago that the Democrats gave heed and the Republicans made answer. The platform on which Mr. Bryan stood, unlike most party manifestos, was explicit in its language and its appeal. It denounced the practice of allowing national banks to issue notes intended to circulate as money on the ground that it was in derogation of the Constitution, recalling Jackson's famous attack on the bank in 1832. It declared that tariff duties should be laid for the purpose of revenue, Calhoun's doctrine. In demanding the free coinage of silver, it recurred to the practice abandoned in 1873. The income tax came next on the program. The platform alleged that the law of 1894, passed by a Democratic Congress, was in strict pursuance of the uniform decisions of the Supreme Court for nearly 100 years, and then hinted that the decision annulling the law might be reversed by the same body as it may hereafter be constituted. The appeal to labor voiced by Mr. Bryan in his Crown of Thorns speech was reinforced in the platform. As labor creates the wealth of the country, ran one plank, we demand the passage of such laws as may be necessary to protect it in all its rights, referring to the recent Pullman strike, the passions of which had not yet died away. The platform denounced arbitrary interference by federal authorities in local affairs as a violation of the Constitution of the United States and a crime against free institutions. A special objection was lodged against government by injunction as a new and highly dangerous form of oppression by which federal judges, in contempt of the laws of states and rights of citizens, became at once legislators, judges, and executioners. The remedy advanced was a federal law assuring trial by jury in all cases of contempt in labor disputes. Having made this declaration of faith, the Democrats, with Mr. Bryan at the head, raised their standard of battle. The heated campaign. The campaign which ensued, outrivaled in the range of its educational activities and the bitterness of its tone all other political conflicts in American history, not excepting the fateful struggle of 1860. Immense sums of money were contributed to the funds of both parties. Railway, banking, and other corporations gave generously to the Republicans. The silver miners, less lavishly but with the same anxiety, supported the Democrats. The country was flooded with pamphlets, posters, and handbills. Every public forum, from the great auditoriums of the cities to the red schoolhouses on the countryside, was occupied by the opposing forces. Mr. Bryan took the stump himself, visiting all parts of the country in special trains and addressing literally millions of people in the open air. Mr. McKinley chose the older and more formal plan. He received delegations at his home in Canton and discussed the issues of the campaign from his front porch, leaving to an army of well-organized orators the task of reaching the people in their home towns. Parades, processions, and monster demonstrations filled the land with politics. Whole states were polled in advance by the Republicans and the doubtful voters personally visited by men equipped with arguments and literature. Manufacturers, frightened at the possibility of disordered public credit, announced that they would close their doors if the Democrats won the election. Men were dismissed from public and private places on account of their political views, one eminent college president being forced out for advocating free silver. The language employed by impassioned and embittered speakers on both sides roused the public to a state of frenzy, once more showing the lengths to which men could go in personal and political abuse. The Republican victory. The verdict of the nation was decisive. McKinley received 271 of the 447 electoral votes and 7,111,000 popular votes as against Bryan's 6,509,000. The congressional elections were equally positive, although on account of the composition of the Senate, the holdover Democrats and Populists still enjoyed a power out of proportion to their strength as measured at the polls. Even as it was, the Republicans got full control of both houses, a dominion of the entire government which they were to hold for 14 years, until the second half of Mr. Taft's administration, when they lost possession of the House of Representatives. The yoke of indecision was broken. The party of sound finance and protective tariffs set out upon its lease of power with untroubled assurance. Republican measures and results. The gold standard and the tariff. Yet, strange as it may seem, the Republicans did not at once enact the legislation making the gold dollar the standard for national currency. Not until 1900 did they take that positive step. In his first inaugural, President McKinley, as if still uncertain in his own mind, or fearing a revival of the contest just closed, placed the tariff, not the money question, in the forefront. "The people have decided," he said, "that such legislation should be had as well give ample protection and encouragement to the industries and development of our country. Protection for American industries, therefore," he urged, "is the task before Congress. With adequate revenue secured, but not until then, we can enter upon changes in our fiscal laws." As the Republicans had only 46 of the 90 senators, and at least 4 of them were known advocates of free silver, the discretion exercised by the President in selecting the tariff for congressional debate was the better part of valor. Congress gave heed to the warning. Under the direction of Nelson P. Dingley, whose name was given to the bill, a tariff measure levying the highest rates yet laid in the history of American imports was prepared and driven through the House of Representatives. The opposition encountered in the Senate, especially from the West, was overcome by concessions in favor of that section, but the duties on sugar, tin, steel, lumber, hemp, and in fact all of the essential commodities handled by combinations and trusts were materially raised. Growth of combinations. The years that followed the enactment of the Dingley Law were, whatever the cause, the most prosperous the country had witnessed for many a decade. Industries of every kind were soon running full blast. Labor was employed. Commerce spread more swiftly than ever to the markets of the world. Coincident with this progress was the organization of the greatest combinations and trusts the world had yet seen. In 1899, the smelters formed a trust with a capital of $65 million. In the same year, the Standard Oil Company, with a capital of over 100 millions, took the place of the old trust. And the Copper Trust was incorporated under the laws of New Jersey, its par value capital being fixed shortly afterward at $175 million. A year later, the National Sugar Refining Company of New Jersey started with a capital of $90 million, adopting the policy of issuing to the stockholders no public statement of its earnings or financial condition. Before another 12-month had elapsed, all previous corporate financing was reduced to small proportions by the flotation of the United States Steel Corporation with a capital of more than $1 billion, an enterprise set in motion by the famous Morgan banking house of New York. In nearly all these gigantic undertakings, the same great leaders in finance were more or less intimately associated. To use the language of an eminent authority, they are all allied and intertwined by their various mutual interests. For instance, the Pennsylvania Railroad interests are on the one hand allied with the Vanderbilts and on the other with the Rockefellers. The Vanderbilts are closely allied with the Morgan Group. Viewed as a whole, we find the dominating influence in the trusts to be made up of a network of large and small capitalists, many allied to one another by ties of more or less importance, but all being appendages to or parts of the greater groups which are themselves dependent on and allied with the two mammoth or Rockefeller and Morgan groups. These two mammoth groups jointly constitute the heart of the business and commercial life of the nation. Such was the picture of triumphant business enterprise drawn by a financier within a few years after the memorable campaign of 1896. America had become one of the first workshops of the world. It was, by virtue of the closely knit organization of its business and finance, one of the most powerful and energetic leaders in the struggle of the giants for the business of the earth. The capital of the Steel Corporation alone was more than 10 times the total national debt which the apostles of calamity in the days of Washington and Hamilton declared the nation could never pay. American industry, filling domestic markets to overflowing, was ready for new worlds to conquer. References: F. W. Taussig, Tariff History of the United States. J. L. Laughlin, Bimetallism in the United States. A. B. Hepburn, History of Coinage and the Currency in the United States. E. R. A. Seligman, The Income Tax. S. J. Buck, The Granger Movement, Harvard Studies. F. H. Dixon, State Railroad Control. H. R. Meyer, Government Regulation of Railway Rates. W. Z. Ripley, Editor, Trusts, Pools, and Corporations. R. T. Ely, Monopolies and Trusts. J. B. Clark, The Control of Trusts. Questions. 1. What proof have we that the political parties were not clearly divided over issues between 1865 and 1896? 2. Why is a fall in prices a loss to farmers and a gain to holders of fixed investments? 3. Explain the theory that the quantity of money determines the prices of commodities. 4. Why was it difficult, if not impossible, to keep gold and silver at a parity? 5. What special conditions favored a fall in silver between 1870 and 1896? 6. Describe some of the measures taken to raise the value of silver. 7. Explain the relation between the tariff and the income tax in 1894. 8. How did it happen that the farmers led in regulating railway rates? 9. Give the terms of the Sherman Antitrust Act. What was its immediate effect? 10. Name some of the minor parties. Enumerate the reforms they advocated. 11. Briefly describe the experiments of the farmers in politics. 12. How did industrial conditions increase unrest? 13. Why were conservative men disturbed in the early 90s? 14. Explain the Republican position in 1896. 15. Give Mr. Bryan's doctrines in 1896. Enumerate the chief features of the Democratic platform. 16. What were the leading measures adopted by the Republicans after their victory in 1896? Research topics. Greenbacks and Resumption. Dewey, Financial History of the United States, 6th edition, sections 122 through 125, 154, and 378. MacDonald, Documentary Source Book of American History, pages 446, 566. Hart, American History Told by Contemporaries, Volume 4, pages 531 through 533. Rhodes, History of the United States, Volume 8, pages 97 through 101. Demonetization and Coinage of Silver. Dewey, Financial History, sections 170 through 173, 186, 189, 194. MacDonald, Documentary Source Book, pages 174, 573, 593, 595. Hart, Contemporaries, Volume 4, pages 529 through 531. Rhodes, History, Volume 8, pages 93 through 97. Free Silver and the Campaign of 1896. Dewey, National Problems, American Nation Series, pages 220 through 237, 314 through 328. Hart, Contemporaries, Volume 4, pages 533 through 538. Tariff Revision. Dewey, Financial History, sections 167, 180, 181, 187, 192, 196. Hart, Contemporaries, Volume 4, pages 518 through 525. Rhodes, History, Volume 8, pages 168 through 179, 346 through 351, 418 through 422. Federal Regulation of Railways. Dewey, National Problems, pages 91 through 111. MacDonald, Documentary Source Book, pages 581 through 590. Hart, Contemporaries, Volume 4, pages 521 through 523. Rhodes, History, Volume 8, pages 288 through 292. The Rise and Regulation of Trusts. Dewey, National Problems, pages 188 through 202. MacDonald, Documentary Source Book, pages 591 through 593. The Grangers and Populism. Paxson, The New Nation, Riverside Series, pages 20 through 37, 177 through 191, 208 through 223. General Analysis of Domestic Problems. Syllabus in History, New York State, 1920, pages 137 through 142. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20. America, a World Power, 1865 through 1900. It has now become a fashion, sanctioned by wide usage and by eminent historians, to speak of America, triumphant over Spain and possessed of new colonies, as entering the 20th century in the role of a world power for the first time. Perhaps at this late day it is useless to protest against the currency of the idea. Nevertheless, the truth is that from the fateful moment in March 1775, When Edmund Burke unfolded to his colleagues in the British Parliament the resources of an invincible America, down to the settlement at Versailles in 1919 closing the drama of the World War, this nation has been a world power, influencing by its example, by its institutions, by its wealth, trade, and arms the course of international affairs. And it should be said also that neither in the field of commercial enterprise nor in that of diplomacy has it been wanting in spirit or ingenuity. When John Hay, Secretary of State, heard that an American citizen, Perdicaris, had been seized by Raisuli, a Moroccan bandit, in 1904, he wired his brusque message, "We want Perdicaris alive or Raisuli dead." This was but an echo of Commodore Decatur's equally characteristic answer, "Not a minute," given nearly 100 years before to the pirates of Algiers, begging for time to consider whether they would cease preying upon American merchantmen. Was it not as early as 1844 that the American commissioner, Caleb Cushing, taking advantage of the British Opium War on China, negotiated with the Celestial Empire a successful commercial treaty? Did he not then exultantly exclaim, "The laws of the Union follow its citizens, and its banner protects them, even within the domain of the Chinese Empire"? Was it not almost half a century before the Battle of Manila Bay in 1898 that Commodore Perry, with an adequate naval force, gently coerced Japan into friendship with us, leading all the nations of the earth in the opening of that empire to the trade of the Occident? Nor is it inappropriate in this connection to recall the fact that the Monroe Doctrine celebrates in 1923 its 100th anniversary. American Foreign Relations, 1865 through 1898. French intrigues in Mexico blocked. Between the war for the Union and the war with Spain, the Department of State had many an occasion to present the rights of America among the powers of the world. Only a little while after the civil conflict came to a close, it was called upon to deal with the dangerous situation created in Mexico by the ambitions of Napoleon III. During the administration of Buchanan, Mexico had fallen into disorder through the strife of the liberal and the clerical parties. The President asked for authority to use American troops to bring to a peaceful haven a wreck upon the ocean drifting about as she is impelled by different factions. Our own domestic crisis then intervened. Observing the United States heavily involved in its own problems, the great powers, England, France, and Spain, decided in the autumn of 1861 to take a hand themselves in restoring order in Mexico. They entered into an agreement to enforce the claims of their citizens against Mexico and to protect their subjects residing in that republic. They invited the United States to join them, and, on meeting a polite refusal, they prepared for a combined military and naval demonstration on their own account. In the midst of this action, England and Spain, discovering the sinister purposes of Napoleon, withdrew their troops and left the field to him. The French emperor, it was well known, looked with jealousy upon the growth of the United States and dreamed of establishing in the Western Hemisphere an imperial power to offset the American Republic. Intervention to collect debts was only a cloak for his deeper designs. Throwing off that guise in due time, he made the Archduke Maximilian, a brother of the ruler of Austria, emperor in Mexico, and surrounded his throne by French soldiers, in spite of all protests. This insolent attack upon the Mexican Republic, deeply resented in the United States, was allowed to drift in its course until 1865. At that juncture, General Sheridan was dispatched to the Mexican border with a large armed force. General Grant urged the use of the American army to expel the French from this continent. The Secretary of State, Seward, counseled negotiations first, and, applying the Monroe Doctrine, was able to prevail upon Napoleon III to withdraw his troops. Without the support of French arms, the sham empire in Mexico collapsed like a house of cards, and the unhappy Maximilian, the victim of French ambition and intrigue, met his death at the hands of a Mexican firing squad. Alaska purchased. The Mexican affair had not been brought to a close before the Department of State was busy with negotiations which resulted in the purchase of Alaska from Russia. The Treaty of Cession, signed on March 30, 1867, added to the United States a domain of nearly 600,000 square miles, a territory larger than Texas and nearly three-fourths the size of the Louisiana Purchase. Though it was a distant colony separated from our continental domain by 1,000 miles of water, no question of imperialism or colonization foreign to American doctrines seems to have been raised at the time. The treaty was ratified promptly by the Senate. The purchase price, $7,200,000, was voted by the House of Representatives after the display of some resentment against the system that compelled it to appropriate money to fulfill an obligation which it had no part in making. Seward, who formulated the treaty, rejoiced, as he afterwards said, that he had kept Alaska out of the hands of England. American interest in the Caribbean. Having achieved this diplomatic triumph, Seward turned to the increase of American power in another direction. He negotiated with Denmark a treaty providing for the purchase of the islands of St. John and St. Thomas in the West Indies, strategic points in the Caribbean for sea power. This project, long afterward brought to fruition by other men, was defeated on this occasion by the refusal of the Senate to ratify the treaty. Evidently, it was not yet prepared to exercise colonial dominion over other races. Undaunted by this misadventure in Caribbean policies, President Grant warmly advocated the acquisition of Santo Domingo. This little republic had long been in a state of general disorder. In 1869, a treaty of annexation was concluded with its president. The document Grant transmitted to the Senate with his cordial approval, only to have it rejected. Not at all changed in his opinion by the outcome of his effort, he continued to urge the subject of annexation. Even in his last message to Congress he referred to it, saying that time had only proved the wisdom of his early course. The addition of Santo Domingo to the American sphere of protection was the work of a later generation. The State Department, temporarily checked, had to bide its time. The Alabama claims arbitrated. Indeed, it had in hand a far more serious matter, a vexing issue that grew out of Civil War diplomacy. The British government, as already pointed out in other connections, had permitted Confederate cruisers, including the famous Alabama, built in British ports, to escape and prey upon the commerce of the northern states. This action, denounced at the time by our government as a grave breach of neutrality as well as a grievous injury to American citizens, led first to remonstrances and finally to repeated claims for damages done to American ships and goods. For a long time Great Britain was firm. Her Foreign Secretary denied all obligations in the premises, adding, somewhat curtly, that he wished to say once for all that Her Majesty's government disclaimed any responsibility for the losses and hoped that they had made their position perfectly clear. Still, President Grant was not persuaded that the door of diplomacy, though closed, was barred. Hamilton Fish, his Secretary of State, renewed the demand. Finally, he secured from the British government in 1871 the Treaty of Washington, providing for the arbitration not merely of the Alabama and other claims, but also all points of serious controversy between the two countries. The Tribunal of Arbitration, thus authorized, sat at Geneva in Switzerland, and after a long and careful review of the arguments on both sides, awarded to the United States the lump sum of $15,500,000, to be distributed among the American claimants. The damages thus allowed were large, unquestionably larger than strict justice required, and it is not surprising that the decision excited much adverse comment in England. Nevertheless, the prompt payment by the British government swept away at once a great cloud of ill feeling in America. Moreover, the spectacle of two powerful nations choosing the way of peaceful arbitration to settle an angry dispute seemed a happy, if illusory, omen of a modern method for avoiding the arbitrament of war. Samoa. If the Senate had its doubts at first about the wisdom of acquiring strategic points for naval power in distant areas, the same could not be said of the State Department or naval officers. In 1872, Commander Meade of the United States Navy, alive to the importance of coaling stations even in mid-ocean, made a commercial agreement with the chief of Tutuila, one of the Samoan Islands, far below the equator in the southern Pacific, nearer to Australia than to California. This agreement, providing among other things for our use of the harbor of the Pago Pago as a naval base, was 6 years later changed into a formal treaty ratified by the Senate. Such enterprise could not escape the vigilant eyes of England and Germany, both mindful of the course of the sea power in history. The German emperor, seizing as a pretext a quarrel between his consul in the islands and a native king, laid claim to an interest in the Samoan group. England, aware of the dangers arising from German outposts in the southern seas so near to Australia, was not content to stand aside. So it happened that all three countries sent battleships to the Samoan waters, threatening a crisis that was fortunately averted by friendly settlement. If, as is alleged, Germany entertained a notion of challenging American sea power then and there, the presence of British ships must have dispelled that dream. The result of the affair was a tripartite agreement by which the three powers in 1889 undertook a protectorate over the islands. But joint control proved unsatisfactory. There was constant friction between the Germans and the English. The spheres of authority being vague and open to dispute, the plan had to be abandoned at the end of 10 years. England withdrew altogether, leaving to Germany all the islands except Tutuila, which was ceded outright to the United States. Thus, one of the finest harbors in the Pacific, to the intense delight of the American Navy, passed permanently under American dominion. Another triumph in diplomacy was set down to the credit of the State Department. Cleveland and the Venezuela Affair. In the relations with South America, as well as those with the distant Pacific, the diplomacy of the government at Washington was put to the test. For some time it had been watching a dispute between England and Venezuela over the western boundary of British Guiana, and, on an appeal from Venezuela, it had taken a lively interest in the contest. In 1895, President Cleveland saw that Great Britain would yield none of her claims. After hearing the arguments of Venezuela, his Secretary of State, Richard T. Olney, in a note none too conciliatory, asked the British government whether it was willing to arbitrate the points in controversy. This inquiry he accompanied by a warning to the effect that the United States could not permit any European power to contest its mastery in this hemisphere. "The United States," said the Secretary, "is practically sovereign on this continent, and its fiat is law upon the subjects to which it confines its interposition. Its infinite resources, combined with its isolated position, render it master of the situation and practically invulnerable against any or all other powers." The reply evoked from the British government by this strong statement was firm and clear. The Monroe Doctrine, it said, even if not so widely stretched by interpretation, was not binding in international law. The dispute with Venezuela was a matter of interest merely to the parties involved, and arbitration of the question was impossible. This response called forth President Cleveland's startling message of 1895. He asked Congress to create a commission authorized to ascertain by researches the true boundary between Venezuela and British Guiana. He added that it would be the duty of this country to resist by every means in its power, as a willful aggression upon its rights and interests, the appropriation by Great Britain of any lands or the exercise of governmental jurisdiction over any territory which, after investigation, we have determined of right belongs to Venezuela. The serious character of this statement he thoroughly understood. He declared that he was conscious of his responsibilities, intimating that war, much as it was to be deplored, was not comparable to a supine submission to wrong and injustice and the consequent loss of national self-respect and honor. The note of defiance which ran through this message, greeted by shrill cries of enthusiasm in many circles, was viewed in other quarters as a portent of war. Responsible newspapers in both countries spoke of an armed settlement of the dispute as inevitable. Congress created the commission and appropriated money for the investigation. A body of learned men was appointed to determine the merits of the conflicting boundary claims. The British government, deaf to the clamor of the bellicose section of the London press, deplored the incident, courteously replied in the affirmative to a request for assistance in the search for evidence, and finally agreed to the proposition that the issue be submitted to arbitration. The outcome of this somewhat perilous dispute contributed not a little to Cleveland's reputation as a sterling representative of the true American spirit. This was not diminished when the Tribunal of Arbitration found that Great Britain was, on the whole, right in her territorial claims against Venezuela. The annexation of Hawaii. While engaged in the dangerous Venezuela controversy, President Cleveland was compelled by a strange turn in events to consider the annexation of the Hawaiian Islands in the mid-Pacific. For more than half a century, American missionaries had been active in converting the natives to the Christian faith, and enterprising American businessmen had been developing the fertile sugar plantations. Both the Department of State and the Navy Department were fully conscious of the strategic relation of the islands to the growth of sea power and watched with anxiety any developments likely to bring them under some other dominion. The country at large was indifferent, however, until 1893, when a revolution headed by Americans broke out, ending in the overthrow of the native government, the abolition of the primitive monarchy, and the retirement of Queen Liliuokalani to private life. This crisis, a repetition of the Texas affair in a small theater, was immediately followed by a demand from the new Hawaiian government for annexation to the United States. President Harrison looked with favor on the proposal, negotiated the treaty of annexation, and laid it before the Senate for approval. There it still rested when his term of office was brought to a close. Harrison's successor, Cleveland, it was well known, had doubts about the propriety of American action in Hawaii. For the purpose of making an inquiry into the matter, he sent a special commissioner to the islands. On the basis of the report of his agent, Cleveland came to the conclusion that the revolution in the island kingdom had been accomplished by the improper use of the armed forces of the United States, and that the wrong should be righted by a restoration of the Queen to her throne. Such being his matured conviction, though the facts upon which he rested it were warmly controverted, he could do nothing but withdraw the treaty from the Senate and close the incident. To the Republicans, this sharp and cavalier disposal of their plans, carried out in a way that impugned the motives of a Republican president, was nothing less than a betrayal of American interests. In their platform of 1896, they made clear their position. Our foreign policy should be at all times firm, vigorous, and dignified, and all our interests in the Western Hemisphere carefully watched and guarded. The Hawaiian Islands should be controlled by the United States, and no foreign power should be permitted to interfere with them. There was no mistaking this view of the issue. As the vote in the election gave popular sanction to the Republican policies, Congress, by a joint resolution, passed on July 6, 1898, annexed the islands to the United States, and later conferred upon them the ordinary territorial form of government. Cuba and the Spanish War. Early American relations with Cuba. The year that brought Hawaii finally under the American flag likewise drew to a conclusion another long controversy over a similar outpost in the Atlantic, one of the last remnants of the once glorious Spanish Empire, the island of Cuba. For a century, the Department of State had kept an anxious eye upon this base of power, knowing full well that both France and England, already well established in the West Indies, had their attention also fixed upon Cuba. In the administration of President Fillmore, they had united in proposing to the United States a tripartite treaty guaranteeing Spain in her none too certain ownership. This proposal, squarely rejected, furnished the occasion for a statement of American policy which stood the test of all the years that followed, namely that the affair was one between Spain and the United States alone. In that long contest in the United States for the balance of power between the North and South, leaders in the latter section often thought of bringing Cuba into the Union to offset the free states. An opportunity to announce their purposes publicly was afforded in 1854 by a controversy over the seizure of an American ship by Cuban authorities. On that occasion, 3 American ministers abroad, stationed at Madrid, Paris, and London respectively, held a conference and issued the celebrated Ostend Manifesto. They united in declaring that Cuba, by her geographical position, formed a part of the United States, that possession by a foreign power was inimical to American interests, and that an effort should be made to purchase the island from Spain. In case the owner refused to sell, they concluded, with a menacing flourish, "By every law, human and divine, we shall be justified in wresting it from Spain if we possess the power." This startling proclamation to the world was promptly disowned by the United States government. Revolutions in Cuba. For nearly 20 years afterwards, the Cuban question rested. Then it was revived in another form during President Grant's administrations, when the natives became engaged in a destructive revolt against Spanish officials. For 10 years, 1868 through 1878, a guerrilla warfare raged in the island. American citizens, by virtue of their ancient traditions of democracy, naturally sympathized with a war for independence and self-government. Expeditions to help the insurgents were fitted out secretly in American ports. Arms and supplies were smuggled into Cuba. American soldiers of fortune joined their ranks. The enforcement of neutrality against the friends of Cuban independence, no pleasing task for a sympathetic president, the protection of American lives and property in the revolutionary area, and similar matters kept our government busy with Cuba for a whole decade. A brief lull in Cuban disorders was followed in 1895 by a renewal of the revolutionary movement. The contest between the rebels and the Spanish troops, marked by extreme cruelty and a total disregard for life and property, exceeded all bounds of decency, and once more raised the old questions that had tormented Grant's administration. Gomez, the leader of the revolt, intent upon provoking American interference, laid waste the land with fire and sword. By a proclamation of November 6, 1895, he ordered the destruction of sugar plantations and railway connections and the closure of all sugar factories. The work of ruin was completed by the ruthless Spanish general, Weyler, who concentrated the inhabitants from rural regions into military camps where they died by the hundreds of disease and starvation. Stories of the atrocities, bad enough in simple form, became lurid when transmuted into American news and deeply moved the sympathies of the American people. Sermons were preached about Spanish misdeeds. Orators demanded that the Cubans be sustained in their heroic struggle for independence. Newspapers, scouting the ordinary forms of diplomatic negotiation, spurned mediation and demanded intervention and war if necessary. President Cleveland's policy. Cleveland chose the way of peace. He ordered the observance of the rule of neutrality. He declined to act on a resolution of Congress in favor of giving to the Cubans the rights of belligerents. Anxious to bring order to the distracted island, he tendered to Spain the good offices of the United States as mediator in the contest, a tender rejected by the Spanish government with the broad hint that President Cleveland might be more vigorous in putting a stop to the unlawful aid in money, arms, and supplies afforded to the insurgents by American sympathizers. Thereupon, the President returned to the course he had marked out for himself, leaving the public nuisance to his successor, President McKinley. Republican policies. The Republicans in 1897 found themselves in a position to employ that firm, vigorous, and dignified foreign policy which they had approved in their platform. They had declared, the government of Spain having lost control of Cuba and being unable to protect the property or lives of resident American citizens or to comply with its treaty obligations, we believe that the government of the United States should actively use its influence and good offices to restore peace and give independence to the island. The American property in Cuba, to which the Republicans referred in their platform, amounted by this time to more than $50 million. The commerce with the island reached more than 100 millions annually, and the claims of American citizens against Spain for property destroyed totaled 16 millions. To the pleas of humanity which made such an effective appeal to the hearts of the American people, there were thus added practical considerations of great weight. President McKinley negotiates. In the face of the swelling tide of popular opinion in favor of quick, drastic, and positive action, McKinley chose first the way of diplomacy. A short time after his inauguration, he lodged with the Spanish government a dignified protest against its policies in Cuba, thus opening a game of thrust and parry with the suave ministers at Madrid. The results of the exchange of notes were the recall of the obnoxious General Weyler, the appointment of a governor-general, less bloodthirsty in his methods, a change in the policy of concentrating civilians in military camps, and finally a promise of home rule for Cuba. There is no doubt that the Spanish government was eager to avoid a war that could have but one outcome. The American minister at Madrid, General Woodford, was convinced that firm and patient pressure would have resulted in the final surrender of Cuba by the Spanish government. The Delaune and the Maine incidents. Such a policy was defeated by events. In February 1898, a private letter written by Señor Delaune, the Spanish ambassador at Washington, expressing contempt for the President of the United States, was filched from the mails and passed into the hands of a journalist, William R. Hearst, who published it to the world. In the excited state of American opinion, few gave heed to the grave breach of diplomatic courtesy committed by breaking open private correspondence. The Spanish government was compelled to recall Delaune, thus officially condemning his conduct. At this point, a far more serious crisis put the Pacific relations of the two negotiating countries in dire peril. On February 15th, the battleship Maine, riding in the harbor of Havana, was blown up and sunk, carrying to death 2 officers and 258 members of the crew. This tragedy, ascribed by the American public to the malevolence of Spanish officials, profoundly stirred an already furious nation. When, on March 21st, a commission of inquiry reported that the ill-fated ship had been blown up by a submarine mine, which had in turn set off some of the ship's magazines, the worst suspicions seemed confirmed. If anyone was inclined to be indifferent to the Cuban War for Independence, he was now met with the vehement cry, "Remember the Maine!" Spanish concessions. Still, the State Department, under McKinley's steady hand, pursued the path of negotiation, Spain proving more pliable and more ready with promises of reform in the island. Early in April, however, there came a decided change in the tenor of American diplomacy. On the 4th, McKinley, evidently convinced that promises did not mean performances, instructed our minister at Madrid to warn the Spanish government that as no effective armistice had been offered to the Cubans, he would lay the whole matter before Congress. This decision, everyone knew, from the temper of Congress, meant war, a prospect which excited all the European powers. The Pope took an active interest in the crisis. France and Germany, foreseeing from long experience in world politics an increase of American power and prestige through war, sought to prevent it. Spain, hopeless and conscious of her weakness, at last dispatched to the President a note promising to suspend hostilities, to call a Cuban parliament, and to grant all the autonomy that could be reasonably asked. President McKinley calls for war. For reasons of his own, reasons which have never yet been fully explained, McKinley ignored the final program of concessions presented by Spain. At the very moment when his patient negotiations seemed to bear full fruit, he veered sharply from his course and launched the country into the war by sending to Congress his militant message of April 11, 1898. Without making public the last note he had received from Spain, he declared that he was brought to the end of his effort and the cause was in the hands of Congress. Humanity, the protection of American citizens and property, the injuries to American commerce and business, the inability of Spain to bring about permanent peace in the island, these were the grounds for action that induced him to ask for authority to employ military and naval forces in establishing a stable government in Cuba. They were sufficient for a public already straining at the leash. The resolution of Congress. There was no doubt of the outcome when the issue was withdrawn from diplomacy and placed in charge of Congress. Resolutions were soon introduced into the House of Representatives authorizing the President to employ armed force in securing peace and order in the island, and establishing by the free action of the people thereof a stable and independent government of their own. To the form and spirit of this proposal, the Democrats and Populists took exception. In the Senate, where they were stronger, their position had to be reckoned with by the narrow Republican majority. As the resolution finally read, the independence of Cuba was recognized. Spain was called upon to relinquish her authority and withdraw from the island. And the President was empowered to use force to the extent necessary to carry the resolutions into effect. Furthermore, the United States disclaimed any disposition or intention to exercise sovereignty, jurisdiction, or control over said island, except for the pacification thereof. Final action was taken by Congress on April 19, 1898, and approved by the President on the following day. War and victory. Startling events then followed in swift succession. The Navy, as a result in no small measure of the alertness of Theodore Roosevelt, Assistant Secretary of the Department, was ready for the trial by battle. On May 1st, Commodore Dewey at Manila Bay shattered the Spanish fleet, marking the doom of the Spanish dominion in the Philippines. On July 3rd, the Spanish fleet under Admiral Cervera, in attempting to escape from Havana, was utterly destroyed by American forces under Commodore Schley. On July 17th, Santiago, invested by American troops under General Shafter and shelled by the American ships, gave up the struggle. On July 25th, General Miles landed in Puerto Rico. On August 13th, General Merritt and Admiral Dewey carried Manila by storm. The war was over. The Peace Protocol. Spain had already taken cognizance of stern facts. As early as July 26, 1898, acting through the French ambassador M. Cambon, the Madrid government approached President McKinley for a statement of the terms on which hostilities could be brought to a close. After some skirmishing, Spain yielded reluctantly to the ultimatum. On August 12, the preliminary peace protocol was signed, stipulating that Cuba should be free, Puerto Rico ceded to the United States, and Manila occupied by American troops pending the formal treaty of peace. On October 1st, the commissioners of the two countries met at Paris to bring about the final settlement. Peace negotiations. When the day for the first session of the conference arrived, the government at Washington apparently had not made up its mind on the final disposition of the Philippines. Perhaps before the Battle of Manila Bay, not 10,000 people in the United States knew or cared where the Philippines were. Certainly there was, in the autumn of 1898, no decided opinion as to what should be done with the fruits of Dewey's victory. President McKinley doubtless voiced the sentiment of the people when he stated to the peace commissioners on the eve of their departure that there had originally been no thought of conquest in the Pacific. The march of events, he added, had imposed new duties on the country. Incidental to our tenure in the Philippines, he said, is the commercial opportunity to which American statesmanship cannot be indifferent. It is just to use every legitimate means for the enlargement of American trade. On this ground he directed the commissioners to accept not less than the cession of the island of Luzon, the chief of the Philippine group, with its harbor of Manila. It was not until the latter part of October that he definitely instructed them to demand the entire archipelago, on the theory that the occupation of Luzon alone could not be justified on political, commercial, or humanitarian grounds. This departure from the letter of the peace protocol was bitterly resented by the Spanish agents. It was with heaviness of heart that they surrendered the last sign of Spain's ancient dominion in the far Pacific. The final terms of peace. The Treaty of Peace, as finally agreed upon, embraced the following terms: the independence of Cuba, the cession of Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines to the United States, the settlement of claims filed by the citizens of both countries, the payment of $20 million to Spain by the United States for the Philippines, and the determination of the status of the inhabitants of the ceded territories by Congress. The great decision had been made. Its issue was in the hands of the Senate, where the Democrats and the Populists held the balance of power under the requirement of the two-thirds vote for ratification. The contest in America over the Treaty of Peace. The publication of the treaty committing the United States to the administration of distant colonies directed the shifting tides of public opinion in two distinct channels: support of the policy and opposition to it. The trend in Republican leadership, long in the direction marked out by the treaty, now came into the open. Perhaps a majority of the men highest in the councils of that party had undergone the change of heart reflected in the letters of John Hay, Secretary of State. In August of 1898, he had hinted in a friendly letter to Andrew Carnegie that he sympathized with the latter's opposition to imperialism. But, he added quickly, the only question in my mind is how far it is now possible for us to withdraw from the Philippines. In November of the same year, he wrote to Whitelaw Reid, one of the peace commissioners at Paris. There is a wild and frantic attack now going on in the press against the whole Philippine transaction. Andrew Carnegie really seems to be off his head. But all this confusion of tongues will go its way. The country will applaud the resolution that has been reached, and you will return to the role of conquering heroes with your brows bound with oak. Senator Beveridge of Indiana and Senator Platt of Connecticut, accepting the verdict of history as the proof of manifest destiny, called for unquestioning support of the administration in its final step. Every expansion of our territory, said the latter, has been in accordance with the irresistible law of growth. We could no more resist the successive expansions by which we have grown to be the strongest nation on earth than a tree can resist its growth. The history of territorial expansion is the history of our nation's progress and glory. It is a matter to be proud of, not to lament. We should rejoice that Providence has given us the opportunity to extend our influence, our institutions, and our civilization into regions hitherto closed to us, rather than contrive how we can thwart its designs. This doctrine was savagely attacked by opponents of McKinley's policy, many a stanch Republican joining with the majority of Democrats in denouncing the treaty as a departure from the ideals of the Republic. Senator Vest introduced in the Senate a resolution that, under the Constitution of the United States, no power is given to the federal government to acquire territory, to be held and governed permanently as colonies. Senator Hoar of Massachusetts, whose long and honorable career gave weight to his lightest words, inveighed against the whole procedure and to the end of his days believed that the new drift into rivalry with European nations as a colonial power was fraught with genuine danger. Our imperialistic friends, he said, seem to have forgotten the use of the vocabulary of liberty. They talk about giving good government. We shall give them such a government as we think they are fitted for. We shall give them a better government than they had before. Why, Mr. President, that one phrase conveys to a free man and a free people the most stinging of insults. In that little phrase, as in a seed, contained the germ of all despotism and of all tyranny. Government is not a gift. Free government is not to be given by all the blended powers of earth and heaven. It is a birthright. It belongs, as our fathers said, and as their children said, as Jefferson said, and as President McKinley said, to human nature itself. The Senate, more conservative on the question of annexation than the House of Representatives, composed of men freshly elected in the stirring campaign of 1896, was deliberate about the ratification of the treaty. The Democrats and Populists were especially recalcitrant. Mr. Bryan hurried to Washington and brought his personal influence to bear in favor of speedy action. Patriotism required ratification. It was said in one quarter, "The country desires peace, and the Senate ought not to delay," it was urged in another. Finally, on February 6, 1899, the requisite majority of 2/3 was mustered. Many a senator who voted for the treaty, however, sharing the misgivings of Senator Hoar as to the dangers of imperialism. Indeed, at the time, the senators passed a resolution declaring that the policy to be adopted in the Philippines was still an open question, leaving to the future, in this way, the possibility of retracing their steps. The attitude of England. The Spanish War, while accomplishing the simple objects of those who launched the nation on that course, like all other wars, produced results wholly unforeseen. In the first place, it exercised a profound influence on the drift of opinion among European powers. In England, sympathy with the United States was from the first positive and outspoken. "The state of feeling here," wrote Mr. Hay, then ambassador in London, "is the best I have ever known. From every quarter the evidences of it come to me. The royal family by habit and tradition are most careful not to break the rules of strict neutrality, but even among them I find nothing but hearty kindness and, so far as it is consistent with propriety, sympathy. Among the political leaders on both sides I find not only sympathy, but a somewhat eager desire that the other fellows shall not seem more friendly." Joseph Chamberlain, the distinguished liberal statesman, thinking no doubt of the continental situation, said in a political address at the very opening of the war that the next duty of Englishmen is to establish and maintain bonds of permanent unity with our kinsmen across the Atlantic. I even go so far as to say that, terrible as war may be, even war would be cheaply purchased if, in a great and noble cause, the Stars and Stripes and the Union Jack should wave together over an Anglo-Saxon alliance. To the American ambassador, he added significantly that he did not care a hang what they say about it on the continent, which was another way of expressing the hope that the warning to Germany and France was sufficient. This friendly English opinion, so useful to the United States when a combination of powers to support Spain was more than possible, removed all fears as to the consequences of the war. Henry Adams, recalling days of humiliation in London during the Civil War, when his father was the American ambassador, coolly remarked that it was the sudden appearance of Germany as the grisly terror that frightened England into America's arms. But the net result in keeping the field free for any easy triumph of American arms was none the less appreciated in Washington, where, despite outward calm, fears of European complications were never absent. American policies in the Philippines and the Orient. The Filipino revolt against American rule. In the sphere of domestic policies, as well as in the field of foreign relations, the outcome of the Spanish War exercised a marked influence. It introduced at once problems of colonial administration and difficulties in adjusting trade relations with the outlying dominions. These were furthermore complicated in the very beginning by the outbreak of an insurrection against American sovereignty in the Philippines. The leader of the revolt, Aguinaldo, had been invited to join the American forces in overthrowing Spanish dominion, and he had assumed, apparently without warrant, that independence would be the result of the joint operations. When the news reached him that the American flag had been substituted for the Spanish flag, his resentment was keen. In February 1899, there occurred a slight collision between his men and some American soldiers. The conflict thus begun was followed by serious fighting which finally dwindled into a vexatious guerrilla warfare lasting 3 years and costing heavily in men and money. Atrocities were committed by the native insurrectionists, and, sad to relate, they were repaid in kind. It was argued in defense of the army that the ordinary rules of warfare were without terror to men accustomed to fighting like savages. In vain did McKinley assure the Filipinos that the institutions and laws established in the islands would be designed not for our satisfaction or for the expression of our theoretical views, but for the happiness, peace, and prosperity of the people of the Philippine Islands. Nothing short of military pressure could bring the warring revolutionists to terms. Attacks on Republican imperialism. The Filipino insurrection, following so quickly upon the ratification of the treaty with Spain, moved the American opponents of McKinley's colonial policies to redouble their denunciation of what they were pleased to call imperialism. Senator Hoar was more than usually caustic in his indictment of the new course. The revolt against American rule did but convince him of the folly hidden in the first faithful measures. Everywhere he saw a conspiracy of silence and justice. "I have failed to discover in the speeches, public or private, of the advocates of this war," he contended in the Senate, "or in the press which supports it and them, a single expression anywhere of a desire to do justice to the people of the Philippine Islands, or of a desire to make known to the people of the United States the truth of the case. The catchwords, the cries, the pithy and pregnant phrases of which their speech is full, all mean dominion. They mean perpetual dominion. There is not one of these gentlemen who will rise in his place and affirm that if he were a Filipino, he would not do exactly as the Filipinos are doing, that he would not despise them if they were to do otherwise. So much at least they owe of respect to the dead and buried history, the dead and buried history so far as they can slay and bury it, of their country." In the way of practical suggestions, the Senator offered as a solution of the problem the recognition of independence, assistance in establishing self-government, and an invitation to all powers to join in a guarantee of freedom to the islands. The Republican answer. To McKinley and his supporters, engaged in a sanguinary struggle to maintain American supremacy, such talk was more than quixotic. It was scarcely short of treasonable. They pointed out the practical obstacles in the way of uniform self-government for a collection of 7 million people, ranging in civilization from the most ignorant hillmen to the highly cultivated inhabitants of Manila. The incidents of the revolt and its repression, they admitted, were painful enough, but still nothing is compared with the chaos that would follow the attempt of a people who had never had experience in such matters to set up and sustain democratic institutions. They preferred rather the gradual process of fitting the inhabitants of the islands for self-government. This course, in their eyes, though less poetic, was more in harmony with the ideals of humanity. Having set out upon it, they pursued it steadfastly to the end. First they applied force without stint to the suppression of the revolt. Then they devoted such genius for colonial administration as they could command to the development of civil government, commerce, and industry. The Boxer Rebellion in China. For a nation with a worldwide trade, steadily growing as the progress of home industries redoubled the zeal for new markets, isolation was obviously impossible. Never was this clearer than in 1900, when a native revolt against foreigners in China, known as the Boxer Uprising, compelled the United States to join with the powers of Europe in a military expedition and a diplomatic settlement. The Boxers, a Chinese association, had for some time carried on a campaign of hatred against all aliens in the Celestial Empire, calling upon the natives to rise in patriotic wrath and drive out the foreigners who, they said, were lacerating China like tigers. In the summer of 1900, the revolt flamed up in deeds of cruelty. Missionaries and traders were murdered in the provinces. Foreign legations were stoned. The German ambassador, one of the most cordially despised foreigners, was killed in the streets of Peking, and to all appearances a frightful war of extermination had begun. In the month of June, nearly 500 men, women, and children, representing all nations, were besieged in the British quarters in Peking, under constant fire of Chinese guns and in peril of a terrible death. Intervention in China. Nothing but the arrival of armed forces, made up of Japanese, Russian, British, American, French, and German soldiers and marines, prevented the destruction of the beleaguered aliens. When once the foreign troops were in possession of the Chinese capital, diplomatic questions of the most delicate character arose. For more than half a century, the imperial powers of Europe had been carving up the Chinese empire, taking to themselves territory, railway concessions, mining rights, ports, and commercial privileges at the expense of the huge but helpless victim. The United States alone among the great nations, while as zealous as any in the pursuit of peaceful trade, had refrained from seizing Chinese territory or ports. Moreover, the Department of State had been urging European countries to treat China with fairness, to respect her territorial integrity, and to give her equal trading privileges with all nations. The American policy of the open door. In the autumn of 1899, Secretary Hay had addressed to London, Berlin, Rome, Paris, Tokyo, and St. Petersburg his famous note on the open door policy in China. In this document he proposed that existing treaty ports and vested interests of the several foreign countries should be respected, that the Chinese government should be permitted to extend its tariffs to all ports held by alien powers, except the few free ports, and that there should be no discrimination in railway and port charges among the citizens of foreign countries operating in the empire. To these principles the governments addressed by Mr. Hay finally acceded with evident reluctance. On this basis he then proposed the settlement that had to follow the Boxer uprising. The policy of the government of the United States, he said to be the great powers, in the summer of 1900, is to seek a solution which may bring about permanent safety and peace to China, preserve Chinese territorial and administrative entity, protect all rights guaranteed to friendly powers by treaty and international law, and safeguard for the world the principle of equal and impartial trade with all parts of the Chinese empire. This was a friendly warning to the world that the United States would not join in a scramble to punish the Chinese by carving out more territory. The moment we acted, said Mr. Hay, the rest of the world paused and finally came over to our ground, and the German government, which is generally brutal but seldom silly, recovered its senses and climbed down off its perch. In taking this position, the Secretary of State did but reflect the common sense of America. We are, of course, he explained, opposed to the dismemberment of that empire, and we do not think that the public opinion of the United States would justify this government in taking part in the great game of spoliation now going on. Heavy damages were collected by the European powers from China for the injuries inflicted upon their citizens by the Boxers, but the United States, finding the sum awarded in excess of the legitimate claims, returned the balance in the form of a fund to be applied to the education of Chinese students in American universities. I would rather be, I think, said Mr. Hay, the dupe of China than the chum of the Kaiser. By pursuing a liberal policy, he strengthened the hold of the United States upon the affections of the Chinese people, and, in the long run, as he remarks himself, safeguarded our great commercial interests in that empire. Imperialism in the presidential campaign of 1900. It is not strange that the policy pursued by the Republican administration in disposing of the questions raised by the Spanish War became one of the first issues in the presidential campaign of 1900. Anticipating attacks from every quarter, the Republicans, in renominating McKinley, set forth their position in clear and ringing phrases. In accepting by the Treaty of Paris the just responsibility of our victories in the Spanish War, the President and Senate won the undoubted approval of the American people. No other course was possible, than to destroy Spain's sovereignty throughout the West Indies and in the Philippine Islands. That course created our responsibility, before the world and with the unorganized population whom our intervention had freed from Spain, to provide for the maintenance of law and order, and for the establishment of good government and for the performance of international obligations. Our authority could not be less than our responsibility, and wherever sovereign rights were extended it became the high duty of the government to maintain its authority, to put down armed insurrection, and to confer the blessings of liberty and civilization upon all the rescued peoples. The largest measure of self-government consistent with their welfare and our duties shall be secured to them by law. To give more strength to their ticket, the Republican Convention, in a whirlwind of enthusiasm, nominated for the vice presidency, against his protest, Theodore Roosevelt, the governor of New York and the hero of the Rough Riders, so popular on account of their Cuban campaign. The Democrats, as expected, picked up the gauntlet thrown down with such defiance by the Republicans. Mr. Bryan, whom they selected as their candidate, still clung to the currency issue. But the main emphasis, both of the platform and the appeal for votes, was on the imperialistic program of the Republican administration. The Democrats denounced the treatment of Cuba and Puerto Rico and condemned the Philippine policy in sharp and vigorous terms. As we are not willing, ran the platform, to surrender our civilization or to convert the republic into an empire, we favor an immediate declaration of the nation's purpose to give to the Filipinos, first, a stable form of government, second, independence, third, protection from outside interference. The greedy commercialism which dictated the Philippine policy of the Republican administration attempts to justify it with the plea that it will pay, but even this sordid and unworthy plea fails when brought to the test of facts. The war of the criminal aggression against the Filipinos, entailing an annual expense of many millions, has already cost more than any possible profit that could accrue from the entire Philippine trade for years to come. We oppose militarism. It means conquest abroad and intimidation and oppression at home. It means the strong arm which has ever been fatal to free institutions. It is what millions of our citizens have fled from in Europe. It will impose upon our peace-loving people a large standing army, an unnecessary burden of taxation, and would be a constant menace to their liberties. Such was the tenor of the appeal to the voters. With the issues clearly joined, the country rejected the Democratic candidate even more positively than 4 years before. The popular vote cast for McKinley was larger and that cast for Bryan smaller than in the Silver election. Thus vindicated at the polls, McKinley turned with renewed confidence to the development of the policies he had so far advanced. But fate cut short his designs. In the September following his second inauguration, he was shot by an anarchist while attending the Buffalo Exposition. "What a strange and tragic fate it has been of mine," wrote the Secretary of State, John Hay, on the day of the President's death, "to stand by the bier of three of my dearest friends, Lincoln, Garfield, and McKinley, three of the gentlest of men, all risen to the head of the state and all done to death by assassins." On September 14, 1901, the Vice President, Theodore Roosevelt, took up the lines of power that had fallen from the hands of his distinguished chief, promising to continue absolutely unbroken the policies he had inherited. Summary of national growth and world politics. The economic aspects of the period between 1865 and 1900 may be readily summed up. The recovery of the South from the ruin of the Civil War, the extension of the railways, the development of the Great West, and the triumph of industry and business enterprise. In the South, many of the great plantations were broken up and sold in small farms. Crops were diversified, the small farming class was raised in the scale of social importance, the cotton industry was launched, and the coal, iron, timber, and other resources were brought into use. In the West, the free arable land was practically exhausted by 1890, under the terms of the Homestead Act. Gold, silver, copper, coal, and other minerals were discovered in abundance. Numerous rail connections were formed with the Atlantic seaboard. The cowboy and the Indian were swept away before a standardized civilization of electric lights and bathtubs. By the end of the century, the American frontier had disappeared. The wild, primitive life so long associated with America was gone. The unity of the nation was established. In the field of business enterprise, progress was most marked. The industrial system, which had risen and flourished before the Civil War, grew into immense proportions, and the industrial area was extended from the Northeast into all parts of the country. Small business concerns were transformed into huge corporations. Individual plants were merged under the management of gigantic trusts. Short railway lines were consolidated into national systems. The industrial population of wage earners rose into the tens of millions. The immigration of aliens increased by leaps and bounds. The cities overshadowed the country. The nation that had once depended upon Europe for most of its manufactured goods became a competitor of Europe in the markets of the earth. In the sphere of politics, the period witnessed the recovery of white supremacy in the South. The continued discussion of the old questions, such as the currency, the tariff, and national banking, and the injection of new issues like the trusts and labor problems. As of old, foreign affairs were kept well at the front. Alaska was purchased from Russia. Attempts were made to extend American influence in the Caribbean region. A Samoan island was brought under the flag, and Hawaiian Islands were annexed. The Monroe Doctrine was applied with vigor in the dispute between Venezuela and Great Britain. Assistance was given to the Cubans in their revolutionary struggle against Spain, and thus there was precipitated a war which ended in the annexation of Puerto Rico and the Philippines. American influence in the Pacific and the Orient was so enlarged as to be a factor of great weight in world affairs. Thus, questions connected with foreign and imperial policies were united with domestic issues to make up the warp and woof of politics. In the direction of affairs, the Republicans took the leadership, for they held the presidency during all the years except 8 between 1865 and 1900. References: J. W. Foster, A Century of American Diplomacy in the Orient. W. F. Reddaway, The Monroe Doctrine. J. H. Latané, The United States and Spanish America. A. C. Coolidge, United States as a World Power. A. T. Mahan, Interest of the United States in the Sea Power. F. E. Chadwick, Spanish-American War. D. C. Worcester, The Philippine Islands and Their People. M. M. Kala, Self-Government in the Philippines. L. S. Rowe, The United States and Puerto Rico. F. E. Chadwick, The Relations of the United States and Spain. W. R. Shepard, Latin America, Central and South America. Questions. 1. Tell the story of the international crisis that developed soon after the Civil War with regard to Mexico. 2. Give the essential facts relating to the purchase of Alaska. 3. Review the early history of our interest in the Caribbean. 4. Amid what circumstances was the Monroe Doctrine applied in Cleveland's administration? 5. Give the causes that led to the war with Spain. 6. Tell the leading events in that war. 7. What was the outcome as far as Cuba was concerned? The outcome for the United States? 8. Discuss the attitude of the Filipinos toward American sovereignty in the islands. 9. Describe McKinley's colonial policy. 10. How is the Spanish War viewed in England? On the continent? 11. Was there a unified American opinion on American expansion? 12. Was this expansion a departure from our traditions? 13. What events led to foreign intervention in China? 14. Explain the policy of the open door. Research topics: Hawaii and Venezuela. Dewey, National Problems. American Nation Series, pages 279 through 313. MacDonald, Documentary Sourcebook, pages 600 through 602. Hart, American History Told by Contemporaries, Volume 4, pages 612 through 616. Intervention in Cuba. Latané, America as a World Power, American Nation Series, pages 3 through 28. MacDonald, Documentary Sourcebook, pages 597 through 598. Roosevelt, Autobiography, pages 223 through 277. Hayworth, The United States in Our Own Time, pages 232 through 256. Hart, Contemporaries, Volume 4, pages 573 through 578. The War with Spain. Elson, History of the United States, pages 889 through 896. Terms of Peace with Spain. Latané, pages 63 through 81. MacDonald, pages 602 through 608. Hart, Contemporaries, Volume 4, pages 588 through 590. The Philippine Insurrection. Latané, pages 82 through 99. Imperialism as a Campaign Issue. Latané, pages 120 through 132. Hayworth, pages 257 through 277. Hart, Contemporaries, Volume 4, pages 604 through 611. Biographical Studies. William McKinley, M. A. Hanna, John Hay, Admirals, George Dewey, W. T. Sampson, and W. S. Schley, and Generals W. R. Shafter, Joseph Wheeler, and H. W. Lawton. General Analysis of American Expansion. Syllabus in History, New York State, 1920, pages 142 through 147. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Anthony Wilson. End of History of the United States by Charles A. Beard and Mary Ritter Beard. Part 6. National Growth and World Politics.
Part 7. Progressive Democracy and the World War. Section 1. The Evolution of Republican Policies, 1901 to 1913. Chapter 21. The Evolution of Republican Policies, 1901 to 13. The Personality and Early Career of Roosevelt. On September 14, 1901, when Theodore Roosevelt took the oath of office, the presidency passed to a new generation and a leader of a new type, recalling, if comparisons must be made, Andrew Jackson rather than any Republican predecessor. Roosevelt was brusque, hardy, restless, and fond of action. Quote, a young fellow of infinite dash and originality, end quote, as John Hay remarked of him, combining the spirit of his old college, Harvard, with the breezy freedom of the plains. Interested in everything. A new species of game, a new book, a diplomatic riddle, or a novel theory of history or biology. Though only 43 years old, he was well versed in the art of practical politics. Coming upon the political scene in the early 80s, he had associated himself with the reformers in the Republican Party, But he was no mugwump. From the first, he vehemently preached the doctrine of party loyalty. If beaten in the convention, he voted the straight ticket in the election. For 20 years he adhered to this rule, and during a considerable portion of that period he held office as a spokesman of his party. He served in the New York legislature, as head of the Metropolitan Police Force, as Federal Civil Service Commissioner under President Harrison, as Assistant Secretary of the Navy under President McKinley, and as Governor of the Empire State. Political managers of the old school spoke of him as, quote, brilliant but erratic, end quote. They soon found him equal to the shrewdest in negotiation and action. Foreign affairs, the Panama Canal. The most important foreign question confronting President Roosevelt on the day of his inauguration, that of the Panama Canal, was a heritage from his predecessor. The idea of a water route across the isthmus, long a dream of navigators, had become a living issue after the historic voyage of the battleship Oregon around South America during the Spanish War. But before the United States could act, it had to undo the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty, made with Great Britain in 1850, providing for the construction of the canal under joint supervision. This was finally effected by the Hay-Pauncefote Treaty of 1901, authorizing the United States to pursue a loan on condition that there should be no discriminations against other nations in the matter of rates and charges. This accomplished, it was necessary to decide just where the canal should be built. One group in Congress favored the route through Nicaragua. In fact, 2 official commissions had already approved that location. Another group favored cutting the way through Panama after purchasing the rights of the old French company, which under the direction of de Lesseps, the hero of the Suez Canal, had made a costly failure some 20 years before. After a heated argument over the merits of the 2 plans, preference was given to the Panama route. As the isthmus was then a part of Colombia, President Roosevelt proceeded to negotiate with the government at Bogota a treaty authorizing the United States to cut a canal through its territory. The treaty was easily framed, but it was rejected by the Colombian Senate, much to the president's exasperation. Quote, "You could no more make an agreement with the Colombian rulers," end quote, he exclaimed, quote, "than you could nail jelly to a wall," end quote. He was spared the necessity by a timely revolution. On November 3, 1903, Panama renounced its allegiance to Colombia, and 3 days later, the United States recognized its independence. This amazing incident was followed shortly by the signature of a treaty between Panama and the United States, in which the latter secured the right to construct the long-discussed canal in return for a guarantee of independence and certain cash payments. The rights and property of the French concern were then bought and the final details settled. A lock rather than a sea-level canal was agreed upon. Construction by the government directly instead of by private contractors was adopted. Scientific medicine was summoned to stamp out the tropical diseases that had made Panama a plague spot. Finally, in 1904, as the president said, quote, "the dirt began to fly," end quote. After surmounting formidable difficulties, engineering, labor, and sanitary, the American forces in 1913 joined the waters of the Atlantic and the Pacific. Nearly 8,000 miles were cut off the sea voyage from New York to San Francisco. If any were inclined to criticize President Roosevelt for the way in which he snapped off negotiations with Colombia and recognized the Panama revolutionists, their attention was drawn to the magnificent outcome of the affair. Notwithstanding the treaty with Great Britain, Congress passed a tolls bill discriminating in rates in favor of American ships. It was only on the urgent insistence of President Wilson that the measure was later repealed. The conclusion of the Russo-Japanese War. The applause which greeted the president's next diplomatic stroke was unmarred by censure of any kind. In the winter of 1904, there broke out between Japan and Russia a terrible conflict over the division of spoils in Manchuria. The fortunes of war were with the agile forces of Nippon. In this struggle, it seems, President Roosevelt's sympathies were mainly with the Japanese, although he observed the proprieties of neutrality. At all events, Secretary Hay wrote in his diary on New Year's Day 1905 that the president was, quote, quite firm in his view that we cannot permit Japan to be robbed a second time of her victory, end quote. Referring to the fact that Japan 10 years before, after defeating China on the field of battle, had been forced by Russia, Germany, and France to forego the fruits of conquest. Whatever the president's personal feelings may have been, he was aware that Japan, despite her triumphs over Russia, was staggering under a heavy burden of debt. At a suggestion from Tokyo, he invited both belligerents in the summer of 1905 to join in a peace conference. The celerity of their reply was aided by the pressure of European bankers who had already come to a substantial agreement that the war must stop. After some delay, Portsmouth, New Hampshire was chosen as the meeting place for the spokesman of the two warring powers. Roosevelt presided over the opening ceremonies with fine urbanity, thoroughly enjoying the justly earned honor of being for the moment at the center of the world's interest. He had the satisfaction of seeing the conference end in a treaty of peace and amity. The Monroe Doctrine applied to Germany. Less spectacular than the Russo-Japanese settlement, but not less important, was a diplomatic passage at arms with Germany over the Monroe Doctrine. This clash grew out of the inability or unwillingness of the Venezuelan government to pay debts due to foreign creditors. Having exhausted their patience in negotiations, England and Germany in December 1901 sent battleships to establish what they characterized as, quote, a peaceful blockade, end quote, of Venezuelan ports. Their action was followed by the rupture of diplomatic relations. There was a possibility that war and the occupation of Venezuelan territory might result. While unwilling to stand between a Latin American country and its creditors, President Roosevelt was determined that debt collecting should not be made an excuse for European countries to seize territory. He therefore urged arbitration of the dispute, winning the assent of England and Italy. Germany, with a somewhat haughty air, refused to take the milder course. The president, learning of this refusal, called the German ambassador to the White House and informed him in very precise terms that unless the Imperial German government consented to arbitrate, Admiral Dewey would be ordered to the scene with instructions to prevent Germany from seizing any Venezuelan territory. A week passed and no answer came from Berlin. Not baffled, the president again took the matter up with the ambassador, this time with even more firmness. He stated in language admitting of but one meaning that unless, within 48 hours, the emperor consented to arbitration, American battleships, already coaled and cleared, would sail for Venezuelan waters. The hint was sufficient. The Kaiser accepted the proposal, and the president, with the fine irony of diplomacy, complimented him publicly on, quote, being so staunch an advocate of arbitration, end quote. In terms of the Monroe Doctrine, this action meant that the United States, while not denying the obligations of debtors, would not permit any move on the part of European powers that might easily lead to the temporary or permanent occupation of Latin American territory. The Santo Domingo affair. The same issue was involved in a controversy over Santo Domingo, which arose in 1904. The Dominican Republic, like Venezuela, was heavily in debt, and certain European countries declared that unless the United States undertook to look after the finances of the embarrassed debtor, they would resort to armed coercion. What was the United States to do? The danger of having some European power strongly entrenched in Santo Domingo was too imminent to be denied. President Roosevelt acted with characteristic speed, and notwithstanding strong opposition in the Senate, was able in 1907 to effect a treaty arrangement which placed Dominican finances under American supervision. In the course of the debate over this settlement, a number of interesting questions arose. It was pertinently asked whether the American Navy should be used to help creditors collect their debts anywhere in Latin America. It was suggested also that no sanction should be given to the practice among European governments of using armed force to collect private claims. Opponents of President Roosevelt's policy, and they were neither few nor insignificant, urged that such matters should be referred to the Hague Court or to special international commissions for arbitration. To this the answer was made that the United States could not surrender any question coming under the terms of the Monroe Doctrine to the decision of an international tribunal. The position of the administration was very clearly stated by President Roosevelt himself. Quote, the country, end quote, he said, quote, would certainly decline to go to war to prevent a foreign government from collecting a just debt. On the other hand, it is very inadvisable to permit any foreign power to take possession, even temporarily, of the customs houses of an American republic in order to enforce the payment of its obligations. For such a temporary occupation might turn into a permanent occupation. The only escape from these alternatives may at any time be that we must ourselves undertake to bring about some arrangement by which so much as possible of a just obligation shall be paid. End quote. The Monroe Doctrine was negative. It denied to European powers a certain liberty of operation in this hemisphere. The positive obligations resulting from its application by the United States were points now emphasized and developed. The Hague Conference. The controversies over Latin American relations and his part in bringing the Russo-Japanese War to a close naturally made a deep impression upon Roosevelt. turning his mind in the direction of the peaceful settlement of international disputes. The subject was, moreover, in the air. As if conscious of impending calamity, the statesmen of the old world, to all outward signs at least, seemed searching for a way to reduce armaments and avoid the bloody and costly trial of international causes by the ancient process of battle. It was the Tsar, Nicholas II, fated to die in one of the terrible holocausts which he helped to bring upon mankind, who summoned the delegates of the nations in the First Hague Peace Conference in 1899. The conference did nothing to reduce military burdens or avoid wars, but it did recognize the right of friendly nations to offer the services of mediation to countries at war, and did establish a court at The Hague for the arbitration of international disputes. Encouraged by this experiment, feeble as it was, President Roosevelt in 1904 proposed a second conference, yielding to the Tsar the honor of issuing the call. At this great international assembly held at The Hague in 1907, the representatives of the United States proposed a plan for the compulsory arbitration of certain matters of international dispute. This was rejected with contempt by Germany. Reduction of armaments, likewise proposed in the conference, was again deferred. In fact, nothing was accomplished beyond agreement upon certain rules for the conduct of, quote, civilized warfare, end quote, casting a somewhat lurid light upon the, quote, pacific, end quote, intentions of most of the powers assembled. The World Tour of the Fleet. As if to assure the world that the United States placed little reliance upon the frail reed of peace conferences, Roosevelt the following year, 1908, made an imposing display of American naval power by sending a fleet of 16 battleships on a tour around the globe. On his own authority, he ordered the ships to sail out of Hampton Roads and circle the earth by way of the Straits of Magellan, San Francisco, Australia, the Philippines, China, Japan, and the Suez Canal. This enterprise was not, as some critics claimed, a, quote, mere boyish flourish, end quote. President Roosevelt knew how deep was the influence of sea power on the fate of nations. He was aware that no country could have a wide empire of trade and dominion without force adequate to sustain it. The voyage around the world, therefore, served a double purpose. It interested his own country in the naval program of the government, and it reminded other powers that the American giant, though quiet, was not sleeping in the midst of international rivalries. Colonial administration. A constitutional question settled. In colonial administration, as in foreign policy, President Roosevelt advanced with firm step in a path already marked out. President McKinley had defined the principles that were to control the development of Puerto Rico and the Philippines. The Republican Party had announced a program of pacification, gradual self-government, and commercial improvement. The only remaining question of importance, to use the popular phrase, quote, does the Constitution follow the flag, end quote, had been answered by the Supreme Court of the United States. Although it was well known that the Constitution did not contemplate the government of dependencies such as the Philippines and Puerto Rico, the court, by generous and ingenious interpretations, found a way for Congress to apply any reasonable rules required by the occasion. Puerto Rico. The government of Puerto Rico was a relatively simple matter. It was a single island with a fairly homogeneous population apart from the Spanish upper class. For a time after military occupation in 1898, it was administered under military rule. This was succeeded by the establishment of civil government under the, quote, Organic Act, unquote, passed by Congress in 1900. The law assured to the Puerto Ricans American protection but withheld American citizenship, a boon finally granted in 1917. It provided for a governor and 6 executive secretaries appointed by the President with the approval of the Senate, and for a legislature of 2 houses, one elected by popular native vote and an upper chamber composed of the executive secretaries and 5 other persons appointed in the same manner. Thus the United States turned back to the provincial system maintained by England in Virginia or New York in old colonial days. The natives were given a voice in their government and the power of initiating laws, but the final word, both in lawmaking and administration, was vested in officers appointed in Washington. Such was the plan under which the affairs of Puerto Rico were conducted by President Roosevelt. It lasted until the new Organic Act of 1917. The Philippines. The administration of the Philippines presented far more difficult questions. The number of islands, the variety of languages and races, the differences in civilization all combined to challenge the skill of the government. Moreover, there was raging in 1901 a stubborn revolt against American authority, which had to be faced. Following the lines laid down by President McKinley, the evolution of American policy fell into 3 stages. At first, the islands were governed directly by the President under his supreme military power. In 1901, a civilian commission, headed by William Howard Taft, was selected by the President and charged with the government of the provinces in which order had been restored. 6 years later, under the terms of an Organic Act passed by Congress in 1902, the 3rd stage was reached. The local government passed into the hands of a governor and commission appointed by the President and Senate, and a legislature, 1 house elected by popular vote, and an upper chamber composed of the commission. This scheme, like that obtaining in Puerto Rico, remained intact until a Democratic Congress, under President Wilson's leadership, carried the colonial administration into its 4th phase by making both houses elective. Thus, by the steady pursuit of a liberal policy, self-government was extended to the dependencies, but it encouraged rather than extinguished the vigorous movement among the Philippine natives for independence. Cuban relations. Within the sphere of colonial affairs, Cuba, though nominally independent, also presented problems to the government at Washington. In the fine enthusiasm that accompanied the declaration of war on Spain, Congress, unmindful of practical considerations, recognized the independence of Cuba and disclaimed, quote, any disposition or intention to exercise sovereignty, jurisdiction, or control over said island, except for the pacification thereof, end quote. In the settlement that followed the war, however, it was deemed undesirable to set the young republic adrift upon the stormy sea of international politics without a guiding hand. Before withdrawing American troops from the island, Congress in March 1901 enacted and required Cuba to approve a series of restrictions known as the Platt Amendment, limiting her power to incur indebtedness, securing the right of the United States to intervene whenever necessary to protect life and property, and reserving to the United States coaling stations at certain points to be agreed upon. The Cubans made strong protests against what they deemed, quote, infringements of their sovereignty, end quote, but finally, with good grace, accepted their fate. Even when, in 1906, President Roosevelt landed American troops in the island to quell a domestic dissension, they acquiesced in the action, evidently regarding it as a distinct warning that they should learn to manage their elections in an orderly manner. The Roosevelt domestic policies. Social questions to the front. From the day of his inauguration to the close of his service in 1909, President Roosevelt, in messages, speeches, and interviews, kept up a lively and interesting discussion of trusts, capital, labor, poverty, riches, lawbreaking, good citizenship, and kindred themes. Many a subject, previously touched upon only by representatives of the minor and dissenting parties, he dignified by a careful examination. That he did this with any fixed design or policy in mind does not seem to be the case. He admitted himself that when he became president, he did not have in hand any settled or far-reaching plan of social betterment. He did have, however, serious convictions on general principles. Quote, I was bent upon making the government, end quote, he wrote, quote, the most efficient possible instrument in helping the people of the United States to better themselves in every way, politically, socially, and industrially. I believed with all my heart in real and thoroughgoing democracy, and I wished to make the democracy industrial as well as political, although I had only partially formulated the method I believed we should follow, end quote. It is thus evident, at least, that he had departed a long way from the old idea of the government as nothing but a great policeman keeping order among the people in a struggle over the distribution of the nation's wealth and resources. Roosevelt's view of the Constitution. Equally significant was Roosevelt's attitude toward the Constitution and the office of president. He utterly repudiated the narrow construction of our national charter. He held that the Constitution, quote, should be treated as the greatest document ever devised by the wit of man to aid a people in exercising every power necessary for its own betterment, not as a straitjacket cunningly fashioned to strangle growth, end quote. He viewed the presidency as he did the Constitution, strict constructionists of the Jeffersonian school, of whom there were many on occasion, even in the Republican Party, had taken a view that the president could do nothing that he was not specifically authorized by the Constitution to do. Roosevelt took exactly the opposite position. It was his opinion that it was not only the president's right, but his duty, quote, to do anything that the needs of the nation demanded, unless such action was forbidden by the Constitution or the laws, end quote. He went on to say that he acted, quote, for the common well-being of all our people, whenever and in whatever manner was necessary, unless prevented by direct constitutional or legislative prohibition." End quote. The trusts and railways. To the trust question, Roosevelt devoted especial attention. This was unavoidable. By far, the larger part of the business of the country was done by corporations, as distinguished from partnerships and individual owners. The growth of these gigantic aggregations of capital had been the leading feature in American industrial development during the last 2 decades of the 19th century. In the conquest of business by trusts and, quote, "the resulting private fortunes of great magnitude," unquote, the Populists and the Democrats had seen a grievous danger to the Republic. Quote, "Plutocracy has taken the place of democracy. The tariff breeds trusts. Let us destroy, therefore, the tariff and the trusts." End quote. Such was the battle cry which had been taken up by Bryan and his followers. President Roosevelt countered vigorously. He rejected the idea that the trusts were the product of the tariff or of governmental action of any kind. He insisted that they were the outcome of, quote, "natural economic forces," end quote. 1. Destructive competition among businessmen, compelling them to avoid ruin by cooperation in fixing prices. 2. The growth of markets on a national scale and even international scale, calling for vast accumulations of capital to carry on such business. 3. The possibility of immense savings by the union of many plants under one management. In the corporation, he saw a new stage in the development of American industry. Unregulated competition he regarded as, quote, "the source of evils which all men concede must be remedied if this civilization of ours is to survive," end quote. The notion, therefore, that these immense business concerns should be or could be broken up by a decree of law, Roosevelt considered absurd. At the same time, he proposed that, quote, "evil trusts," end quote, should be prevented from, quote, "wrongdoing of any kind," end quote. That is, punished for plain swindling, for making agreements to limit output, for refusing to sell to customers who dealt with rival firms, and for conspiracies with railways to ruin competitors by charging high freight rates, and for similar abuses. Accordingly, he proposed not the destruction of the trusts, but their regulation by the government. This, he contended, would preserve the advantages of business on a national scale, while preventing the evils that accompanied it. The railway company he declared to be a public servant. Quote, "Its rates should be just to and open to all shippers alike," end quote. So, he answered those who thought that trusts and railway combinations were private concerns to be managed solely by their owners without let or hindrance, and also those who thought trusts and railway combinations could be abolished by tariff reduction or criminal prosecution. The labor question. On the labor question, then pressing to the front in public interest, President Roosevelt took advanced ground for his time. He declared that the working man, single-handed and empty-handed, threatened with starvation if unemployed, was no match for the employer, who was able to bargain and wait. This led him accordingly to accept the principle of the trade union, namely that only by collective bargaining can labor be put on a footing to measure its strength equally with capital. While he severely arraigned labor leaders who advocated violence and destructive doctrines, he held that, quote, the organization of labor into trade unions and federations is necessary, is beneficent, and is one of the greatest possible agencies in the attainment of a true industrial as well as a true political democracy in the United States, end quote. The last resort of trade unions in labor disputes, the strike, he approved in case negotiations failed to secure, quote, a fair deal, end quote. He thought, however, that labor organizations, even if wisely managed, could not solve all the pressing social questions of the time. The aid of the government at many points he believed to be necessary to eliminate undeserved poverty, industrial diseases, unemployment, and the unfortunate consequences of industrial accidents. In his first message of 1901, for instance, he urged that workers injured in industry should have certain and ample compensation. From time to time he advocated other legislation to obtain what he called, quote, a larger measure of social and industrial justice, end quote. Great riches and taxation. Even the challenge of the radicals, such as the populists, who allege that, quote, the toil of millions is boldly stolen to build up colossal fortunes for a few, end quote, challenges which his predecessors did not consider worthy of notice, President Roosevelt refused to let pass without an answer. In his first message, he denied the truth of the common saying that the rich were growing richer and the poor were growing poorer. He asserted that, on the contrary, the average man, wage worker, farmer, and small businessman was better off than ever before in the history of our country. That there had been abuses in the accumulation of wealth he did not pretend to ignore, but he believed that even immense fortunes on the whole represented positive benefits conferred upon the country. Nevertheless, he felt that grave dangers to the safety and the happiness of the people lurked in great inequalities of wealth. In 1906 he wrote that he wished it were in his power to prevent the heaping up of enormous fortunes. The next year, to the astonishment of many leaders in his own party, he boldly announced in a message to Congress that he approved both income and inheritance taxes, then generally viewed as populist or democratic measures. He even took the stand that such taxes should be laid in order to bring about a more equitable distribution of wealth and greater equality of opportunity among citizens. End of Section 1.
Section 2, The Evolution of Republican Policies, 1901 to 1913, concluded. Legislative and executive activities. Economic legislation. When President Roosevelt turned from the field of opinion, he found himself in a different sphere. Many of his views were too advanced for the members of his party in Congress, and where results depended upon the making of new laws, his progress was slow. Nevertheless, in his administrations, several measures were enacted that bore the stamp of his theories. Though it could hardly be said that he dominated Congress to the same degree as did some other presidents, the Hepburn Railway Act of 1906 enlarged the Interstate Commerce Commission. It extended the Commission's power over all pipelines, express companies, and other interstate carriers. It gave the Commission the right to reduce rates, found to be unreasonable and discriminatory. It forbade midnight tariffs, that is, sudden changes in rates favoring certain shippers, and it prohibited common carriers from transporting goods owned by themselves, especially coal, except for their own proper use. Two important pure food and drug laws, enacted during the same year, were designed to protect the public against diseased meats and deleterious foods and drugs. A significant piece of labor legislation was an act of the same Congress making interstate railways liable to damages for injuries sustained by their employees. When this measure was declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, it was reenacted with the objectionable clauses removed. A second installment of labor legislation was offered in the law of 1908, limiting the hours of railway employees engaged as trainmen or telegraph operators. Reclamation and conservation. The open country, the deserts, the forests, waterways, and the public lands interested President Roosevelt no less than railway and industrial questions. Indeed, in his first message to Congress, he placed the conservation of natural resources among the most vital internal problems of the age, and forcibly emphasized an issue that had been discussed in a casual way since Cleveland's first administration. The suggestion evoked an immediate response in Congress. Under the leadership of Senator Newlands of Nevada, the Reclamation Act of 1902 was passed, providing for the redemption of the desert areas of the West. The proceeds from the sale of public lands were dedicated to the construction of storage dams and sluiceways to hold water and divert it as needed to the thirsty sands. Furthermore, it was stipulated that the rents paid by water users should go into a reclamation fund to continue the good work forever. Construction was started immediately under the terms of the law. Within 17 years, about 1,600,000 acres had been reclaimed, and more than 1 million were actually irrigated in the single year 1918. The crops of the irrigated districts were valued at approximately $100 million. In his first message, also, President Roosevelt urged the transfer of all control over national forests to trained men in the Bureau of Forestry, a recommendation carried out in 1907 when the Forestry Service was created. In every direction noteworthy advances were made in the administration of the national domain. The science of forestry was improved and knowledge of the subject spread among the people. Lands in the national forest available for agriculture were opened to settlers. Water power sites on the public domain were leased for a term of years to private companies instead of being sold outright. The area of the national forests was enlarged from 43 million acres to 194 million acres by presidential proclamation, more than 43 million acres being added in 1 year, 1907. The men who turned sheep and cattle to graze on the public lands were compelled to pay a fair rental, much to their dissatisfaction. Fire prevention work was undertaken in the forests on a large scale, reducing the appalling annual destruction of timber. Millions of acres of coal land, such as the government had been carelessly selling to mining companies at low figures, were withdrawn from sale and held until Congress was prepared to enact laws for the disposition of them in the public interest. Prosecutions were instituted against men who had obtained public lands by fraud, and vast tracts were recovered for the national domain. An agitation was begun, which bore fruit under the administrations of Taft and Wilson, in laws reserving to the federal government the ownership of coal, water power, phosphates, and other natural resources, while authorizing corporations to develop them under leases for a period of years. The prosecution of the trusts. As an executive, President Roosevelt was also a distinct personality. His discrimination between good and bad trusts led him to prosecute some of them with vigor. On his initiative, the Northern Securities Company, formed to obtain control of certain Great Western railways, was dissolved by order of the Supreme Court. Proceedings were instituted against the American Tobacco Company and the Standard Oil Company as monopolies in violation of the Sherman antitrust law. The Sugar Trust was found guilty of cheating the New York Customs House, and some of the minor officers were sent to prison. Frauds in the Post Office Department were uncovered and the offenders brought to book. In fact, hardly a week passed without stirring news of wrongdoers and malefactors haled into federal courts. The Great Coal Strike. The Roosevelt theory that the president could do anything for public welfare not forbidden by the Constitution and the laws was put to a severe test in 1902. A strike of the anthracite coal miners, which started in the summer, ran late into the autumn. Industries were paralyzed for the want of coal. Cities were threatened with the appalling menace of a winter without heat. Governors and mayors were powerless and appealed for aid. The mine owners rejected the demands of the men and refused to permit the arbitration of the points in dispute, although John Mitchell, the leader of the miners, repeatedly urged it. After observing closely the course affairs, President Roosevelt made up his mind that the situation was intolerable. He arranged to have the Federal troops, if necessary, take possession of the mines and operate them until the strike could be settled. He then invited the contestants to the White House, and by dint of hard labor induced them to accept, as a substitute or compromise, arbitration by a commission which he appointed. Thus, by stepping outside the Constitution and acting as the first citizen of the land, President Roosevelt averted a crisis of great magnitude. The election of 1904. The views and measures which he advocated with such vigor aroused deep hostility within as well as without his party. There were rumors of a Republican movement to defeat his nomination in 1904, and it was said that the financial and corporation interests were in arms against him. A prominent Republican paper in New York City accused him of having stolen Mr. Bryan's thunder by harrying the trusts and favoring labor unions. When the Republican convention assembled in Chicago, however, the opposition disappeared, and Roosevelt was nominated by acclamation. This was the signal for a change on the part of Democratic leaders. They denounced the president as erratic, dangerous, and radical, and decided to assume the moderate role themselves. They put aside Mr. Bryan and selected as their candidate Judge Alton B. Parker of New York, a man who repudiated free silver and made a direct appeal for the conservative vote. The outcome of the reversal was astounding. Judge Parker's vote fell more than 1 million below that cast for Bryan in 1900. Of the 476 electoral votes, he received only 140. Roosevelt, in addition to sweeping the Republican sections, even invaded Democratic territory, carrying the state of Missouri. Thus vindicated at the polls, he became more outspoken than ever. His leadership in the party was so widely recognized that he virtually selected his own successor. The administration of President Taft. The campaign of 1908. Long before the end of his election term, President Roosevelt let it be known that he favored as his successor William Howard Taft of Ohio, his Secretary of War. To attain this end, he used every shred of his powerful influence. When the Republican convention assembled, Mr. Taft easily won the nomination. Though the party platform was conservative in tone, he gave it a progressive tinge by expressing his personal belief in the popular election of United States senators, an income tax, and other liberal measures. President Roosevelt announced his faith in the Republican candidate and appealed to the country for his election. The turn in Republican affairs now convinced Mr. Bryan that the signs were propitious for a third attempt to win the presidency. The disaster to Judge Parker had taught the party that victory did not lie in a conservative policy. With little difficulty, therefore, the veteran leader from Nebraska once more rallied the Democrats around his standard, won the nomination, and wrote a platform vigorously attacking the tariff, trusts, and monopolies. Supported by a loyal following, he entered the lists, only to meet another defeat. Though he polled almost 1.5 million more votes than did Judge Parker in 1904, the palm went to Mr. Taft. The Tariff Revision and Party Dissensions. At the very beginning of his term, President Taft had to face the tariff issue. He had met it in the campaign. Moved by the Democratic demand for a drastic reduction, he had expressed opinions which were thought to imply a downward revision. The Democrats made much of the implication, and the Republicans from the Middle West rejoiced in it. Pressure was coming from all sides. More than 10 years had elapsed since the enactment of the Dingley Bill, and the position of many industries had been altered with the course of time. Evidently, the day for revision, at best a thankless task, had arrived. Taft accepted the inevitable and called Congress in a special session. Until the midsummer of 1909, Republican senators and representatives wrangled over tariff schedules, the President making little effort to influence their decisions. When, on August 5th, the Payne-Aldrich bill became a law, a breach had been made in Republican ranks. Powerful senators from the Middle West had spoken angrily against many of the high rates imposed by the bill. They had even broken with their party colleagues to vote against the entire scheme of tariff revision. The Income Tax Amendment. The rift in party harmony was widened by another serious difference of opinion. During the debate on the tariff bill, there was a concerted movement to include it in an income tax provision. This in spite of the decision of the Supreme Court in 1895 declaring it unconstitutional. Conservative men were alarmed by the evident willingness of some members to flout a solemn decree of that eminent tribunal. At the same time, they saw a powerful combination of Republicans and Democrats determined upon shifting some of the burden of taxation to large incomes. In the press of circumstances, a compromise was reached. The income tax bill was dropped for the present, but Congress passed the 16th Amendment to the Constitution, authorizing taxes upon incomes from whatever source they might be derived, without reference to any apportionment among the states on the basis of population. The states ratified the amendment, and early in 1913 it was proclaimed. President Taft's policies. After the enactment of the tariff bill, Taft continued to push forward with his legislative program. He recommended, and Congress created, a special court of commerce with jurisdiction, among other things, over appeals from the Interstate Commerce Commission, thus facilitating judicial review of the railway rates fixed and the orders issued by that body. This measure was quickly followed by an act establishing a system of postal savings banks in connection with the post office, a scheme which had long been opposed by private banks. 2 years later, Congress defied the lobby of the express companies and supplemented the savings banks with a parcels post system, thus enabling the American Postal Service to catch up with that of other progressive nations. With a view to improving the business administration of the federal government, the President obtained from Congress a large appropriation for an Economy and Efficiency Commission charged with the duty of inquiring into wasteful and obsolete methods and recommending improved devices and practices. The chief result of this investigation was a vigorous report in favor of a national budget system, which soon found public backing. President Taft negotiated with England and France general treaties providing for the arbitration of disputes which were justiciable in character, even though they might involve questions of vital interest and national honor. They were coldly received in the Senate, and so amended that Taft abandoned them altogether. A tariff reciprocity agreement with Canada, however, he forced through Congress in the face of strong opposition from his own party. After making a serious breach in Republican ranks, he was chagrined to see the whole scheme come to naught by the overthrow of the Liberals in the Canadian elections of 1911. Prosecution of the trusts. The party schism was even enlarged by what appeared to be the successful prosecution of several great combinations. In two important cases, the Supreme Court ordered the dissolution of the Standard Oil Company and the American Tobacco Company on the ground that they violated the Sherman antitrust law. In taking this step, Chief Justice White was at some pains to state that the law did not apply to combinations which did not unduly restrain trade. His remark construed to mean that the court would not interfere with corporations as such, became the subject of a popular outcry against the president and the judges. Progressive insurgency and the election of 1912. Growing dissension. All in all, Taft's administration from the first day had been disturbed by party discord. High words had passed over the tariff bill, and disgruntled members of Congress could not forget them. To differences over issues were added quarrels between youth and old age. In the House of Representatives there developed a group of young insurgent Republicans who resented the dominance of the Speaker, Joseph G. Cannon, and other members of the Old Guard, as they named the men of long service and conservative minds. In 1910, the insurgents went so far as to join with the Democrats in a movement to break the Speaker's sway by ousting him from the Rules Committee and depriving him of the power to appoint its members. The storm was brewing. In the autumn of that year, the Democrats won a clear majority of the House of Representatives and began an open battle with President Taft by demanding an immediate downward revision of the tariff. The rise of the Progressive Republicans. Preparatory to the campaign of 1912, the dissenters within the Republican Party added the prefix "Progressive" to their old title and began to organize a movement to prevent the renomination of Mr. Taft. As early as January 21, 1911, they formed a Progressive Republican League at the home of Senator La Follette of Wisconsin and launched an attack on the Taft measures and policies. In October they endorsed Mr. La Follette as the logical Republican candidate and appealed to the party for support. The controversy over the tariff had grown into a formidable revolt against the occupant of the White House. Roosevelt in the field. After looking on for a while, ex-President Roosevelt took a hand in the fray. Soon after his return in 1910 from a hunting trip to Africa and a tour in Europe, he made a series of addresses in which he formulated a progressive program. In a speech in Kansas, he favored regulation of the trusts, a graduated income tax bearing heavily on great fortunes, tariff revision schedule by schedule, conservation of natural resources, labor legislation, the direct primary, and the recall of elective officials. In an address before the Ohio State Constitutional Convention in February 1912, he endorsed the initiative and referendum and announced a doctrine known as the recall of judicial decisions. This was a new and radical note in American politics. An ex-president of the United States proposed that the people at the polls should have the right to reverse the decision of a judge who set aside any act of a state legislature passed in the interests of social welfare. The Progressive Republicans, impressed by these addresses, turned from La Follette to Roosevelt, and on February 24th induced him to come out openly as a candidate against Taft for the Republican nomination. A split in the Republican Party. The country then witnessed the strange spectacle of two men who had once been close companions engaged in a bitter rivalry to secure a majority of the delegates to the Republican convention to be held at Chicago. When the convention assembled, about one-fourth of the seats were contested, the delegates for both candidates loudly proclaiming the regularity of their election. In deciding between the contestants, the National Committee, after the usual hearings, settled the disputes in such a way that Taft received a safe majority. After a week of negotiation, Roosevelt and his followers left the Republican Party. Most of his supporters withdrew from the convention, and the few who remained behind refused to answer the roll call. Undisturbed by this formidable bolt, the regular Republicans went on with their work. They renominated Mr. Taft and put forth a platform roundly condemning such progressive doctrines as the recall of judges. The formation of the Progressive Party. The action of the Republicans in seating the Taft delegates was vigorously denounced by Roosevelt. He declared that the convention had no claim to represent the voters of the Republican Party, that any candidate named by it would be the beneficiary of a successful fraud, and that it would be deeply discreditable to any man to accept the convention's approval under such circumstances. The bitterness of his followers was extreme. On July 8th, a call went forth for a progressive convention to be held in Chicago on August 5th. The assembly, which duly met on that day, was a unique political conference. Prominence was given to women delegates, and politicians were notably absent. Roosevelt himself, who was cheered as a conquering hero, made an impassioned speech setting forth his confession of faith. He was nominated by acclamation. Governor Hiram Johnson of California was selected as his companion candidate for vice president. The platform endorsed such political reforms as woman suffrage, direct primaries, the initiative, referendum, and recall, popular election of United States senators, and the short ballot. It favored a program of social legislation, including the prohibition of child labor and minimum wages for women. It approved the regulation, rather than the dissolution, of the trusts. Like apostles in a new and lofty cause, the progressives entered a vigorous campaign for the election of their distinguished leader. Woodrow Wilson and the election of 1912. With the Republicans divided, victory loomed up before the Democrats. Naturally, a terrific contest over the nomination occurred at their convention in Baltimore. Champ Clark, Speaker of the House of Representatives, and Governor Woodrow Wilson of New Jersey were the chief contestants. After tossing to and fro for 7 long, hot days and taking 46 ballots, the delegates, powerfully influenced by Mr. Bryan, finally decided in favor of the governor. As a professor, a writer on historical and political subjects, and the president of Princeton University, Mr. Wilson had become widely known in public life. As the governor of New Jersey, he had attracted the support of the progressives in both parties. With grim determination, he had waged war on the bosses, and pushed through the legislature measures establishing direct primaries, regulating public utilities, and creating a system of workmen's compensation in industries. During the presidential campaign that followed, Governor Wilson toured the country and aroused great enthusiasm. By a series of addresses later published under the title of The New Freedom, he declared that the government of the United States is at present the foster child of the special interests. He proposed to free the country by breaking the dominance of the big bankers, the big manufacturers, the big masters of commerce, the heads of railroad corporations and of steamship corporations. In the election, Governor Wilson easily secured a majority of the electoral votes, and his party, while retaining possession of the House of Representatives, captured the Senate as well. The popular verdict, however, indicated a state of confusion in the country. The combined Progressive and Republican vote exceeded that of the Democrats by 1,300,000. The Socialists, with Eugene V. Debs as their candidate again, polled about 900,000 votes, more than double the number received 4 years before. Thus, as the result of an extraordinary upheaval, the Republicans, after holding the office of president for 16 years, passed out of power, and the government of the country was entrusted to the Democrats under the leadership of a man destined to be one of the outstanding figures of the modern age, Woodrow Wilson. General references: J.B. Bishop, Theodore Roosevelt and His Time, 2 volumes. Theodore Roosevelt, Autobiography, New Nationalism, Progressive Principles. W. H. Taft, Popular Government. Walter Weil, The New Democracy. H. Crowley, The Promise of American Life. J.B. Bishop, The Panama Gateway. J.B. Scott, The Hague Peace Conferences. W.B. Monroe, E.D., Initiative, Referendum, and Recall. C.R. Van Hise, The Conservation of Natural Resources. Gifford Pinchot, The Fight for Conservation. W. F. Willoughby, Territories and Dependencies of the United States, 1905. Research topics: Roosevelt and Big Business. Haworth, The United States in Our Own Time, pages 281 to 289. F. A. Ogg, National Progress, American Nation Series, pages 40 to 75. Paxson, The New Nation, Riverside Series, pages 293 to 307. Our Insular Possessions, Elson, History of the United States, pages 896 to 904. Latin American Relations, Haworth, pages 294 to 299. Ogg, pages 254 to 257. The Panama Canal, Haworth, pages 300 to 309. Ogg, pages 266 to 277. Paxson, pages 286 to 292. Elson, pages 906 to 911. Conservation, Haworth, pages 331 to 334. Ogg, pages 96 to 115. Beard, American Government and Politics, 3rd edition, pages 401 to 416. Republican Dissensions under Taft's Administration, Haworth, pages 351 to 360. Ogg, pages 167 to 186. Paxson, pages 324 to 342. Elson, pages 916 to 924. The Campaign of 1912, Haworth, pages 360 to 379. Ogg, pages 187 to 208. Questions. 1. Compare the early career of Roosevelt with that of some other president. 2. Name the chief foreign and domestic questions of the Roosevelt-Taft administrations. 3. What international complications were involved in the Panama Canal problem? 4. The Monroe Doctrine. Discuss Roosevelt's applications of it. 5. What is the strategic importance of the Caribbean to the United States? 6. What is meant by the sea power? Trace the voyage of the fleet around the world and mention the significant imperial and commercial points touched. 7. What is meant by the question, does the Constitution follow the flag? 8. Trace the history of self-government in Puerto Rico, in the Philippines. 9. What is Cuba's relation to the United States? 10. What was Roosevelt's theory of our Constitution? 11. Give Roosevelt's views on trusts, labor, taxation. 12. Outline the domestic phases of Roosevelt's administrations. 13. Account for the dissensions under Taft. 14. Trace the rise of the progressive movement. 15. What was Roosevelt's progressive program? 16. Review Wilson's early career and explain the underlying theory of the New Freedom. End of Section 2.
Section 3, Chapter 22, The Spirit of Reform in America. An Age of Criticism. Attacks on Abuses in American Life. The crisis precipitated by the Progressive Uprising was not a sudden and unexpected one. It had been long in preparation. The revolt against corruption in politics, which produced the liberal Republican outbreak in the 70s and the mugwump movement of the 80s, was followed by continuous criticism of American political and economic development. From 1880 until his death in 1892, George William Curtis, as president of the Civil Service Reform Association, kept up a running fire upon the abuses of the spoils system. James Bryce, an observant English scholar and man of affairs, in his great work, The American Commonwealth, published in 1888, by picturing fearlessly the political rings and machines which dominated the cities, gave the whole country a fresh shock. 6 years later, Henry D. Lloyd, in a powerful book entitled Wealth Against Commonwealth, attacked in scathing language certain trusts which had destroyed their rivals and bribed public officials. In 1903, Miss Ida Tarbell, an author of established reputation in the historical field, gave to the public an account of the Standard Oil Company, revealing the ruthless methods of that corporation in crushing competition. About the same time, Lincoln Steffens exposed the sordid character of politics in several municipalities in a series of articles bearing the painful heading, "The Shame of the Cities." The critical spirit appeared in almost every form, in weekly and monthly magazines, in essays and pamphlets, in editorials and news stories, in novels like Churchill's Coniston and Sinclair's The Jungle. It became so savage and so wanton that the opening years of the 20th century were well named, quote, "the age of the muckrakers," end quote. The subjects of the criticism. In this outburst of invective, nothing was spared. It was charged that each of the political parties had fallen into the hands of professional politicians who devoted their time to managing conventions, making platforms, nominating candidates, and dictating to officials. In return for their services, they sold offices and privileges. It was alleged that mayors and councils had bargained away for private benefit street, railway, and other franchises. It was asserted that many powerful labor unions were dominated by men who blackmailed employers. Some critics specialized in descriptions of the poverty, slums, and misery of great cities. Others took up frenzied finance and accused financiers of selling worthless stocks and bonds to an innocent public. Still others professed to see in the accumulations of millionaires the downfall of our republic. The attack on invisible government. Some even maintained that the control of public affairs had passed from the people to a sinister minority called, quote, "the invisible government," end quote. So eminent and conservative a statesman as the Honorable Elihu Root lent the weight of his great name to such an imputation. Speaking of his native state, New York, he said, quote, "What is the government of this state? What has it been during the 40 years of my acquaintance with it? The government of the Constitution? Oh, no, not half of the time or halfway. From the days of Fenton and Conkling and Arthur and Cornell and Platt, from the days of David B. Hill, down to the present time, the government of the state has presented two different lines of activity. One of the constitutional and statutory offices of the state, and the other of the party leaders. They call them party bosses. They call the system, I don't coin the phrase, the system they call invisible government. For I don't know how many years Mr. Conkling was the supreme ruler in this state. The governor did not count. The legislature did not count. Comptrollers and secretaries of state and whatnot did not count. It was what Mr. Conkling said, and in a great outburst of public rage, he was pulled down. Then Mr. Platt ruled the state. For nigh upon 20 years he ruled it. It was not the governor. It was not the legislature. It was Mr. Platt. And the Capitol was not here in Albany. It was at 49 Broadway. Mr. Platt and his lieutenants. It makes no difference what name you give, whether you call it Fenton, or Conkling, or Cornell, or Arthur, or Platt, or by the names of men now living. The ruler of the state during the greater part of the 40 years of my acquaintance with the state government has not been any man authorized by the Constitution or by law. The party leader is elected by no one, accountable to no one, bound by no oath of office, removable by no one." End quote. The nation aroused. With the spirit of criticism came also the spirit of reform. The charges were usually exaggerated, often wholly false, but there was enough truth in them to warrant renewed vigilance on the part of American democracy. President Roosevelt, doubtless, summed up the sentiment of the great majority of citizens when he demanded the punishment of wrongdoers in 1907, saying, quote, "It makes not a particle of difference whether these crimes are committed by a capitalist or by a laborer, by a leading banker or manufacturer or railroad man, or by a leading representative of a labor union. Swindling in stocks, corrupting legislatures, making fortunes by the inflation of securities, by wrecking railroads, by destroying competitors through rebates, these forms of wrongdoing in the capitalist are far more infamous than any ordinary form of embezzlement or forgery." End quote. The time had come, he added, to stop muckraking and proceed to the constructive work of removing the abuses that had grown up. Political reforms. The public service. It was a wise comprehension of the needs of American democracy that led the friends of reform to launch and to sustain for more than half a century a movement to improve the public service. On the one side, they struck at the spoils system, at the right of the politicians to use public offices as mere rewards for partisan work. The Federal Civil Service Act of 1883 opened the way to reform by establishing 5 vital principles in law. 1. Admission to office, not on the recommendation of party workers, but on the basis of competitive examinations. 2. Promotion for meritorious service of the government rather than of parties. 3. No assessment of office holders for campaign funds. 4. Permanent tenure during good behavior. And 5. No dismissals for political reasons. The act itself, at first, applied to only 14,000 federal offices, but under the constant pressure from the reformers, it was extended until, in 1916, it covered nearly 300,000 employees out of an executive force of approximately 414,000. While gaining steadily at Washington, civil service reformers carried their agitation into the states and cities. By 1920, they were able to report 10 states with civil service commissions and the merit system well entrenched in more than 300 municipalities. In excluding spoilsmen from public office, the reformers were, in a sense, engaged in a negative work, that of keeping the rascals out. But there was a second and larger phase to their movement, one constructive in character, that of getting skilled, loyal, and efficient servants into the places of responsibility. Everywhere, on land and sea, in town and country, new burdens were laid upon public officers. They were called upon to supervise the ships sailing to and from our ports, to inspect the water and milk supplies of our cities, to construct and operate great public works, such as the Panama and Erie canals, to regulate the complicated rates of railway companies, to safeguard health and safety in 1,000 ways, to climb the mountains to fight forest fires, and to descend into the deeps of the earth to combat the deadly coal gases that assail the miners. In a word, those who labored to master the secrets and the powers of nature were summoned to the aid of the government. Chemists, engineers, architects, nurses, surgeons, foresters, the skilled in all the sciences, arts, and crafts. Keeping rascals out was no task at all compared with the problem of finding competent people for all the technical offices. Now, said the reformers, quote, "we must make attractive careers in the government work for the best American talent." We must train those applying for admission and increase the skill of those already in positions of trust. We must see to it that those entering at the bottom have a chance to rise to the top. In short, we must work for a government as skilled and efficient as it is strong, one commanding all the wisdom and talent of America that public welfare requires." End quote. The Australian Ballot. A second line of attack on the political machines was made in connection with the ballot. In the early days, elections were frequently held in the open air, and the poll was taken by a show of hands or by the enrollment of the voters under names of their favorite candidates. When this ancient practice was abandoned in favor of the printed ballot, there was still no secrecy about elections. Each party prepared its own ballot, often of a distinctive color, containing the names of its candidates. On election day, these papers were handed out to the voters by party workers. Anyone could tell from the color of the ballot dropped into the box, or from some mark on the outside of the folded ballot, just how each man voted. Those who bought votes were sure that their purchases were delivered. Those who intimidated voters could know when their intimidation was effective. In this way, the party ballot strengthened the party machine. As a remedy for such abuses, reformers, learning from the experience of Australia, urged the adoption of the Australian ballot. That ballot, though it appeared in many forms, had certain constant features. It was official, that is, furnished by the government, not by party workers. It contained the names of all candidates of all parties. It was given out only in the polling places, and it was marked in secret. The first state to introduce it was Massachusetts. The year was 1888. Before the end of the century, it had been adopted by nearly all the states in the Union. The salutary effect of the reform in reducing the amount of cheating and bribery in elections was beyond all question. The direct primary. In connection with the uprising against machine politics came a call for the abolition of the old method of nominating candidates by conventions. These time-honored party assemblies, which had come down from the days of Andrew Jackson, were, it was said, merely conclaves of party workers, sustained by the spoils system, and dominated by an inner circle of bosses. The remedy offered in this case was again more democracy, namely the abolition of the party convention and the adoption of the direct primary. Candidates were no longer to be chosen by secret conferences. Any member of a party was to be allowed to run for any office, to present his name to his party by securing signatures to a petition, and to submit his candidacy to his fellow partisans at a direct primary, an election within the party. In this movement, Governor La Follette of Wisconsin took the lead, and his state was the first in the Union to adopt the direct primary for statewide purposes. The idea spread rapidly in the West, more slowly in the East. The public, already angered against the bosses, grasped eagerly at it. Governor Hughes in New York pressed it upon the unwilling legislature. State after state accepted it until by 1918, Rhode Island, Delaware, Connecticut, and New Mexico were the only states that had not bowed to the storm. Still, the results were disappointing, and at that very time, the pendulum was beginning to swing backward. Popular election of federal senators. While the movement for direct primaries was still advancing everywhere, a demand for the popular election of senators, usually associated with it, swept forward to victory. Under the original Constitution, it had been expressly provided that senators should be chosen by the legislatures of the states. In practice, this rule transferred the selection of senators to secret caucuses of party members in the state legislatures. In connection with these caucuses, there had been many scandals, some direct proofs of brazen bribery and corruption, and dark hints besides. The Senate was called by its detractors, quote, a millionaire's club, end quote, and it was looked upon as the, quote, citadel of conservatism, end quote. The prescription in this case was likewise more democracy, direct election of senators by popular vote. This reform was not a new idea. It had been proposed in Congress as early as 1826. President Johnson, an ardent advocate, made it the subject of a special message in 1868. Not long afterward, it appeared in Congress. At last, in 1893, the year after the great populist upheaval, the House of Representatives, by the requisite two-thirds vote, incorporated it in an amendment to the federal Constitution. Again and again it passed the House, but the Senate itself was obdurate. Able senators leveled their batteries against it. Mr. Hoar of Massachusetts declared that it would transfer the seat of power to the, quote, great cities and masses of population, end quote, that it would, quote, overthrow the whole scheme of the Senate, and in the end the whole scheme of the national Constitution as designed and established by the framers of the Constitution and the people who adopted it, end quote. Failing in the Senate, advocates of popular election made a rear assault through the states. They induced state legislatures to enact laws requiring the nomination of candidates for the Senate by the direct primary, and then they bound the legislatures to abide by the popular choice. Nevada took the lead in 1899. Shortly afterward, Oregon, by the use of the initiative and referendum, practically bound legislators to accept the popular nominee, and the country witnessed the spectacle of a Republican legislature electing a Democrat to represent the state in the Senate at Washington. By 1910, three-fourths of the states had applied the direct primary in some form to the choice of senators. Men selected by that method began to pour in upon the floors of Congress. Finally, in 1912, the two-thirds majority was secured for an amendment to the federal Constitution providing for the popular election of senators. It was quickly ratified by the states. The following year, it was proclaimed in effect. The initiative and referendum. As a corrective for the evils which had grown up in state legislatures, there arose a demand for the introduction of a Swiss device known as the initiative and referendum. The initiative permits anyone to draw up a proposed bill, and on securing a certain number of signatures among the voters, to require the submission of the measure to the people at an election. If the bill thus initiated receives a sufficient majority, it becomes a law. The referendum allows citizens who disapprove any act passed by the legislature to get up a petition against it, and thus bring about a reference of the measure to the voters at the polls for approval or rejection. These two practices constitute a form of direct government. These devices were prescribed, quote, to restore the government to the people, end quote. The Populists favored them in their platform of 1896. Mr. Bryan, 2 years later, made them a part of his program, and in the same year South Dakota adopted them. In 1902, Oregon, after a strenuous campaign, added a direct legislation amendment to the state constitution. Within 10 years, all the southwestern, mountain, and Pacific states, except Texas and Wyoming, had followed this example. To the east of the Mississippi, however, direct legislation met a chilly reception. By 1920, only 5 states in this section had accepted it: Maine, Massachusetts, Ohio, Michigan, and Maryland, the last approving the referendum only. The recall. Executive officers and judges, as well as legislatures, had come in for their share of criticism, and it was proposed that they should likewise be subjected to a closer scrutiny by the public. For this purpose there was advanced a scheme known as the recall, which permitted a certain percentage of the voters to compel any officer at any time during his term to go before the people at a new election. This feature of direct government, tried out first in the city of Los Angeles, was extended to statewide uses in Oregon in 1908. It failed, however, to capture popular imagination to the same degree as the initiative and referendum. At the end of 10 years' agitation, only 10 states, mainly in the West, had adopted it for general purposes, and 4 of them did not apply it to the judges of the courts. Still, it was extensively acclaimed in cities and incorporated into hundreds of municipal laws and charters. As a general proposition, direct government in all its forms was bitterly opposed by men of a conservative cast of mind. It was denounced by Senator Henry Cabot Lodge as, quote, "nothing less than a complete revolution in the fabric of our government and in the fundamental principles upon which that government rests." End quote. In his opinion, it promised to break down the representative principle and, quote, "undermine and overthrow the bulwarks of ordered liberty and individual freedom." End quote. Mr. Taft shared Mr. Lodge's views and spoke of direct government with scorn. "Votes," he exclaimed, quote, "are not bread. Referendums do not pay rent or furnish houses. Recalls do not furnish clothes. Initiatives do not supply employment or relieve inequalities of condition or of opportunity." End quote. Commission government for cities. In the restless searching out of evils, the management of cities early came under critical scrutiny. City government, Mr. Bryce had remarked, was the one conspicuous failure in America. This sharp thrust, though resented by some, was accepted as a warning by others. Many prescriptions were offered by doctors of the body politic. Chief among them was the idea of simplifying the city government so that the light of public scrutiny could shine through it. Quote, "let us elect only a few men and make them clearly responsible for the city government," end quote, was the new cry in municipal reform. So many city councils were reduced in size. One of the 2 houses, which several cities had adopted in imitation of the federal government, was abolished, and in order that the mayor could be held to account, he was given the power to appoint all the chief officials. This made the mayor, in some cases, the only elective city official, and gave the voters a short ballot containing only a few names, an idea which some proposed to apply also to the state government. A further step in the concentration of authority was taken in Galveston, Texas, where the people, looking upon the ruin of their city wrought by the devastating storm of 1901, and confronted by the difficult problems of Reconstruction, felt the necessity for a more business-like management of city affairs, and instituted a new form of local administration. They abolished the old scheme of mayor and council, and vested all power in 5 commissioners, one of whom, without any special prerogatives, was assigned to the office of mayor-president. In 1908, the commission form of government, as it was soon characterized, was adopted by Des Moines, Iowa. The attention of all municipal reformers was drawn to it, and it was hailed as the guarantee of a better day. By 1920, more than 400 cities, including Memphis, Spokane, Birmingham, Newark, and Buffalo, had adopted it. Still, the larger cities like New York and Chicago kept their boards of aldermen. The city manager plan. A few years' experience with commission government revealed certain patent defects. The division of the work among 5 men was frequently found to introduce dissensions and irresponsibility. Commissioners were often lacking in the technical ability required to manage such difficult matters as fire and police protection, public health, public works, and public utilities. Someone then proposed to carry over into city government an idea from the business world. In that sphere, the stockholders of each corporation elect the directors, and the directors, in turn, choose a business manager to conduct the affairs of the company. It was suggested that the city commissioners, instead of attempting to supervise the details of the city administration, should select a manager to do this. The scheme was put into effect in Sumter, South Carolina in 1912. Like the commission plan, it became popular. Within 8 years, more than 150 towns and cities had adopted it. Among the larger municipalities were Dayton, Springfield, Ohio, Akron, Kalamazoo, and Phoenix. It promised to create a new public service profession, that of city manager. Measures of economic reform. The spirit of American reform. The purification of the ballot, the restriction of the spoils system, the enlargement of direct popular control over the organs of government were not the sole answers made by the reformers to the critics of American institutions, nor were they the most important. In fact, they were regarded not as ends in themselves, but as means to serve a wider purpose. That purpose was the promotion of the general welfare. The concrete objects covered by that broad term were many and varied, but they included the prevention of extortion by railway and other corporations, the protection of public health, the extension of education, the improvement of living conditions in the cities, the elimination of undeserved poverty, the removal of gross inequalities in wealth, and more equality of opportunity. All these things involve the use of the powers of government. Although a few clung to the ancient doctrine that the government should not interfere with private business at all, the American people at large rejected that theory as vigorously as they rejected the doctrines of an extreme socialism which exalts the state above the individual. Leaders representing every shade of opinion proclaimed the government an instrument of common welfare to be used in the public interest. Quote, "We must abandon definitely," end quote, said Roosevelt, quote, "the laissez-faire theory of political economy, and fearlessly champion a system of increased governmental control, paying no attention to the cries of worthy people who denounce this as socialistic." End quote. This view was shared by Mr. Taft, who observed, quote, "Undoubtedly the government can wisely do much more to relieve the oppressed, to create greater equality of opportunity, to make reasonable terms for labor in employment, and to furnish vocational education." End quote. He was quick to add his caution that, quote, "there is a line beyond which the government cannot go with any good practical results in seeking to make men and society better." End quote. The regulation of railways. The first attempts to use the government in a large way to control private enterprise in the public interest were made by the Northwestern states in the decade between 1870 and 1880. Charges were advanced by the farmers, particularly those organized into granges, that the railways extorted the highest possible rates for freight and passengers, that favoritism was shown to large shippers, that fraudulent stocks and bonds were sold to the innocent public. It was claimed that railways were not like other enterprises, but were quasi-public concerns, like the roads and ferries, and thus subject to government control. Accordingly, laws were enacted, bringing the railroads under state supervision. In some cases, the state legislature fixed the maximum rates to be charged by common carriers, and in other cases, commissions were created with the power to establish the rates after an investigation. This legislation was at first denounced in the East as nothing less than the confiscation of the railways in the interest of the farmers. Attempts to have the Supreme Court of the United States declare it unconstitutional were made without avail. Still, a principle was finally laid down to the effect that, in fixing rates, state legislatures and commissions must permit railway companies to earn a fair return on the capital invested. In a few years, the Granger spirit appeared in Congress. An investigation revealed a long list of abuses committed by the railways against shippers and travelers. The result was the Interstate Commerce Act of 1887, which created the Interstate Commerce Commission, forbade discriminations in rates, and prohibited other objectionable practices on the part of railways. This measure was loosely enforced, and the abuses against which it was directed continued almost unabated. A demand for stricter control grew louder and louder. Congress was forced to heed. In 1903, it enacted the Elkins Law, forbidding railways to charge rates other than those published, and laid penalties upon the officers and agents of companies who granted secret favors to shippers and upon shippers who accepted them. 3 years later, a still more drastic step was taken by the passage of the Hepburn Act. The Interstate Commerce Commission was authorized, upon complaint of some party aggrieved, and after a public hearing, to determine whether just and reasonable rates had been charged by the companies. In effect, the right to fix freight and passenger rates was taken out of the hands of the owners of the railways engaged in interstate commerce and vested in the hands of the Interstate Commerce Commission. Thus, private property to the value of $20 billion or more was declared to be a matter of public concern and subject to government regulations in the common interest. Municipal utilities. Similar problems arose in connection with the street railways, electric light plants, and other utilities in the great cities. In the beginning, the right to construct such undertakings was freely, and often corruptly, granted to private companies by city councils. Distressing abuses arose in connection with such practices. Many grants or franchises were made perpetual, or perhaps for a term of 999 years. The rates charged and services rendered were left largely to the will of the companies holding the franchises. Mergers or unions of companies were common, and the public was deluged with stocks and bonds of doubtful value. Bankruptcies were frequent. The connection between the utility companies and the politicians was, to say the least, not always in the public interest. American ingenuity was quick to devise methods for eliminating such evils. 3 lines of progress were laid out by the reformers. One group proposed that such utilities should be subject to municipal or state regulation, that the formation of utility companies should be under public control, and that the issue of stocks and bonds must be approved by public authority. In some cases, state, and in other cases, municipal, commissions were created to exercise this great power over quasi-public corporations. Wisconsin, by laws enacted in 1907, put all heat, light, waterworks, telephone, and street railway companies under the supervision of a single railway commission. Other states followed this example rapidly. By 1920, the principle of public control over municipal utilities was accepted in nearly every section of the Union. A second line of reform appeared in the model franchise for utility corporations. An illustration of this tendency was afforded by the Chicago Street Railway settlement of 1906. The total capital of the company was fixed at a definite sum, its earnings were agreed upon, and the city was given the right to buy and operate the system if it desired to do so. In many states, about the same time, it was provided that no franchises to utility companies could run more than 25 years. A third group of reformers were satisfied with nothing short of municipal ownership. They proposed to drive private companies entirely out of the field and vest the ownership and management of municipal plants in the city itself. This idea was extensively applied to electric light and waterworks plants, but to street railways in only a few cities, including San Francisco and Seattle. In New York, the subways are owned by the city, but leased for operation. Tenement house control. Among the other pressing problems of the cities was the overcrowding in houses unfit for habitation. An inquiry in New York City made under the authority of the state in 1902 revealed poverty, misery, slums, dirt, and disease almost beyond imagination. The immediate answer was the enactment of a tenement house law prescribing in great detail the size of the rooms, the air space, the light, and the sanitary arrangement for all new buildings. An immense improvement followed, and the idea was quickly taken up in other states having large industrial centers. In 1920, New York made a further invasion of the rights of landlords by assuring to the public reasonable rents for flats and apartments. Workmen's compensation. No small part of the poverty in cities was due to the injury of wage earners while at their trade. Every year the number of men and women killed or wounded in industry mounted higher. Under the old law, the workman or his family had to bear the loss unless the employer had been guilty of some extraordinary negligence. Even in that case, an expensive lawsuit was usually necessary to recover damages. In short, although employers insured their buildings and machinery against necessary risk from fire and storm, they allowed their employees to assume the heavy losses due to accidents. The injustice of this, though apparent enough now, was once not generally recognized. It was said to be unfair to make the employer pay for injuries for which he was not personally responsible, but the argument was overborne. About 1910, there set in a decided movement in the direction of lifting the burden of accidents from the unfortunate victims. In the first place, laws were enacted requiring employers to pay damages in certain amounts according to the nature of the case, no matter how the accident occurred, as long as the injured person was not guilty of willful negligence. By 1914, more than one-half of the states had such laws. In the second place, there developed schemes of industrial insurance in the form of automatic grants made by state commissions to persons injured in industries, the funds to be provided by the employers or the state or by both. By 1917, 36 states had legislation of this type. Minimum wages and mothers' pensions. Another source of poverty, especially among women and children, was found to be the low wages paid for their labor. Report after report showed this. In 1912, Massachusetts took a significant step in the direction of declaring the minimum wages which might be paid to women and children. Oregon, the following year, created a commission with power to prescribe minimum wages in certain industries based on the cost of living and to enforce the rates fixed. Within a short time, 1/3 of the states had legislation of this character. To cut away some of the evils of poverty and enable widows to keep their homes intact and bring up their children, a device known as mothers' pensions became popular during the second decade of the 20th century. At the opening of 1913, 2 states, Colorado and Illinois, had laws authorizing the payment from public funds of definite sums to widows with children. Within 4 years, 35 states had similar legislation. Taxation and great fortunes. As a part of the campaign waged against poverty by reformers, there came a demand for heavy taxes upon great fortunes, particularly taxes upon inheritances or estates passing to heirs on the decease of the owners. Roosevelt was an ardent champion of this type of taxation and dwelt upon it at length in his message to Congress in 1907. Such a tax, he said, quote, would help to preserve a measurable equality of opportunity for the people of the generations growing to manhood. Our aim is to recognize what Lincoln pointed out, the fact that there are some respects in which men are obviously not equal, but also to insist that there should be equality of self-respect and of mutual respect, an equality of rights before the law, and at least an approximate equality in the conditions under which each man obtains the chance to show the stuff that is in him when compared with his fellows. End quote. The spirit of the new age was, therefore, one of reform, not of revolution. It called for no evolutionary or utopian experiments, but for the steady and progressive enactment of measures aimed at admitting abuses and designed to accomplish tangible results in the name of public welfare. General references: J. Bryce, The American Commonwealth; R.C. Brooks, Corruption in American Life; E. A. Ross, Changing America; P. L. Hayworth, America in Ferment; E. R. A. Seligman, The Income Tax; W. Z. Ripley, Railroads, Rates and Regulation; E. S. Bradford, Commission Government in American Cities; H. R. Seeger, A Program of Social Reform; C. Zublin, American Municipal Progress; W. E. Walling, Progressivism and After; The American Yearbook, an annual publication which contains reviews of reform legislation. Research topics: The Muckrakers, Paxson, The New Nation, Riverside Series, pages 309 to 323. Civil Service Reform, Beard, American Government and Politics, 3rd edition, pages 222 to 230. Ogg, National Progress, American Nation Series, pages 135 to 142. Direct Government, Beard, American Government, pages 461 to 473. Ogg, pages 160 to 166. Popular Election of Senators, Beard, American Government, pages 241 to 244. Ogg, pages 149 to 150. Party Methods, Beard, American Government, pages 656 to 672. Ballot Reform, Beard, American Government, pages 672 to 705. Social and Economic Legislation, Beard, American Government, pages 721 to 752. Questions. 1. Who were some of the critics of abuses in American life? 2. What particular criticisms were advanced? 3. How did Elihu Root define invisible government. 4. Discuss the use of criticism as an aid to progress in a democracy. 5. Explain what is meant by the merit system in the civil service. Review the rise of the spoil system. 6. Why is the public service of increasing importance? Give some of its new problems. 7. Describe the Australian ballot and the abuses against which it is directed. 8. What are the elements of direct government? Sketch their progress in the United States. 9. Trace the history of popular election of senators. 10. Explain the direct primary, commission government, the city manager plan. 11. How does modern reform involve government action? On what theory is it justified? 12. Enumerate 5 lines of recent economic reform. End of section 3.
Section 4. The New Political Democracy. Women in Public Affairs. The social legislation enacted in response to the spirit of reform vitally affected women in the home and in industry, and was promoted by their organizations. Where they did not lead, they were affiliated with movements for social improvement. No cause escaped their attention. No year passed without widening the range of their interests. They served on committees that inquired into the problems of the day. They appeared before legislative assemblies to advocate remedies for the evils they discovered. By 1912, they were a force to be reckoned with in national politics. In 9 states, complete and equal suffrage had been established, and a widespread campaign for a national suffrage amendment was in full swing. On every hand lay evidences that their sphere had been broadened to include public affairs. This was the culmination of forces that had long been operating. A new emphasis in history. A movement so deeply affecting important interests could not fail to find a place in time in the written record of human progress. History often began as a chronicle of kings and queens, knights and ladies, written partly to amuse and partly to instruct the classes that appeared in its pages. With the growth of commerce, parliaments, and international relations, politics and diplomacy were added to such chronicles of royal and princely doings. After the rise of democracy, industry, and organized labor, the transactions of everyday life were deemed worthy of a place in the pages of history. In each case, history was rewritten and the past rediscovered in the light of the new age. So it will be with the rise and growth of women's political power. The history of their labor, their education, their status in society, their influence on the course of events will be explored and given its place in the general record. It will be a history of change. The superior position which women enjoy in America today is the result of a slow evolution from an almost rightless condition in colonial times. The founders of America brought with them the English common law. Under that law, a married woman's personal property, jewels, money, furniture, and the like, became her husband's property. The management of her lands passed into his control. Even the wages she earned, if she worked for someone else, belonged to him. Custom, if not law, prescribed that women should not take part in town meetings or enter into public discussions of religious questions. Indeed, it is a far cry from the banishment of Anne Hutchinson from Massachusetts in 1637 for daring to dispute with the Church Fathers, to the political conventions of 1920 in which women sat as delegates, made nominating speeches, and served on committees. In the contrast between these two scenes may be measured the change in the privileges of women since the landing of the Pilgrims. The account of this progress is a narrative of individual effort on the part of women, of organizations among them, of generous aid from sympathetic men in the long agitation for the removal of civil and political disabilities. it is in part also a narrative of irresistible economic change which drew women into industry, created a leisure class, gave women wages and incomes, and therewith economic independence. The rise of the woman movement. Protests of colonial women. The Republican spirit which produced American independence was of slow and steady growth. It did not spring up full-armed in a single night. It was, on the contrary, nourished during a long period of time by fireside discussions as well as by debates in the public forum. Women shared that fireside sifting of political principles and passed on the findings of that scrutiny in letters to their friends, newspaper articles, and every form of written word. How widespread was this potent, though not spectacular force, is revealed in the collections of women's letters, articles, songs, dramas, and satirical skits on English rule that have come down to us. In this search into the reasons of government, some women began to take thought about laws that excluded them from the ballot. 2 women at least left their protests on record. Abigail, the ingenious and witty wife of John Adams, wrote to her husband in March 1776 that women objected, "to all arbitrary power, whether of state or males," and demanded political privileges in the new order then being created. Hannah Lee Corbin, the sister of Light Horse Harry Lee, protested to her brother against the taxation of women without representation. The stir among European women. Ferment in America, in the case of women as of men, was quickened by events in Europe. In 1792, Mary Wollstonecraft published in England the Vindication of the Rights of Women, a book that was destined to serve the cause of liberty among women as the writings of Locke and Paine had served that of men. The specific grievances which stirred English women were men's invasion of women's industries, such as spinning and weaving, the denial of equal educational opportunities, and political disabilities. In France also, the Great Revolution raised questionings about the status of women. The rights of citizenesses, as well as the rights of citizens, were examined by the boldest thinkers. This, in turn, reacted upon women in the United States. Leadership in America. The origins of the American woman movement are to be found in the writings of a few early intellectual leaders. During the first decades of the 19th century, books, articles, and pamphlets about women came in increasing numbers from the press. Lydia Maria Child wrote a history of women. Margaret Fuller made a critical examination of the status of women in her time, and Mrs. Elizabeth Elliot supplemented the older histories by showing what an important part women had played in the American Revolution. The struggle for education. Along with criticism, there was carried on a constructive struggle for better educational facilities for women who had been from the beginning excluded from every college in the country. In this long battle, Emma Willard and Mary Lyon led the way. The former founded a seminary at Troy, New York, and the latter made the beginnings of Mount Holyoke College in Massachusetts. Oberlin College in Ohio, established in 1833, opened its doors to girls, and from it were graduated young students to lead in the woman movement. Sarah J. Hale, who in 1827 became the editor of A Lady's Magazine, published in Boston, conducted a campaign for equal educational opportunities which helped to bear fruit in the founding of Vassar College shortly after the Civil War. The desire to effect reforms. As they came to study their own history and their own part in civilization, women naturally became deeply interested in all the controversies going on around them. The temperance question made a special appeal to them, and they organized to demand the right to be heard on it. In 1846, the Daughters of Temperance formed a secret society favoring prohibition. They dared to criticize the churches for their indifference, and were so bold as to ask that drunkenness be made a ground for divorce. The slavery issue, even more than temperance, called women into public life. The Grimsky sisters of South Carolina emancipated their bondmen, and one of these sisters, exiled from Charleston for her "Appeal to the Christian Women of the South," went north to work against the slavery system. In 1837, the National Women's Anti-Slavery Convention met in New York. 71 women delegates represented 8 states. 3 years later, 8 American women, 5 of them in Quaker costume, attended the World Anti-Slavery Convention in London, much to the horror of the men, who promptly excluded them from the sessions on the ground that it was not fitting for women to take part in such meetings. In other spheres of activity, especially social service, women steadily enlarged their interest. Nothing human did they consider alien to them. They inveighed against cruel criminal laws and unsanitary prisons. They organized poor relief and led in private philanthropy. Dorothea Dix directed the movement that induced the New York legislature to establish in 1845 a separate asylum for the criminal insane. In the same year, Sarah G. Bagley organized the Lowell Female Reform Association for the purpose of reducing the long hours of labor for women, safeguarding, quote, the constitutions of future generations, end quote. Miss Eliza Woodson Farnham, matron in Sing Sing Penitentiary, was known throughout the nation for her social work, especially prison reform. Wherever there were misery and suffering, women were preparing programs of relief. Freedom of speech for women. In the advancement of their causes, of whatever kind, women of necessity had to make public appeals and take part in open meetings. Here they encountered difficulties. The appearance of women on the platform was new and strange. Naturally, it was widely resented. Antoinette Brown, although she had credentials as a delegate, was driven off the platform of a temperance convention in New York City simply because she was a woman. James Russell Lowell, editor of the Atlantic Monthly, declined a poem from Julia Ward Howe on the theory that no woman could write a poem, but he added on second thought that he might consider an article in prose. Nathaniel Hawthorne, another editor, even objected to something in prose because to him, quote, all ink-stained women were equally detestable, end quote. To the natural resentment against their intrusion into new fields was added that aroused by their ideas and methods. As temperance reformers, they criticized in a caustic manner those who would not accept their opinions. As opponents of slavery, they were especially bitter. One of their conventions, held at Philadelphia in 1833, passed a resolution calling on all women to leave those churches that would not condemn every form of human bondage. This stirred against them many of the clergy, who, accustomed to having women sit silent during services, were in no mood to treat such a revolt leniently. Then came the last straw. Women decided that they would preach, out of the pulpit first, and finally in it. Women in industry. The period of this ferment was also the age of the Industrial Revolution in America, the rise of the factory system, and the growth of mill towns. The labor of women was transferred from the homes to the factories. Then arose many questions: the hours of labor, the sanitary conditions of the mills, the pressure of foreign immigration on native labor, wages of women as compared with those of men, and the right of married women to their own earnings. Labor organizations sprang up among working women. The mill girls of Lowell, Massachusetts, mainly the daughters of New England farmers, published a magazine, The Lowell Offering. So excellent were their writings that the French statesman, Thiers, carried a copy of their paper into the Chamber of Deputies to show what working women could achieve in a republic. As women were now admittedly earning their own way in the world by their own labor, they began to talk of their economic independence. The world shaken by revolution. Such was the quickening of women's minds in 1848, when the world was startled once more by a revolution in France which spread to Germany, Poland, Austria, Hungary, and Italy. Once more the people of the earth began to explore the principles of democracy and expound human rights. Women, now better educated and more advanced in their ideas, played a role of still greater importance in that revolution. They led in agitations and uprisings. They suffered from reaction and persecution. From their prison in France, 2 of them who had been jailed for too much insistence on women's rights exchanged greetings with American women who were raising the same issue here. By this time, the women had more supporters among the men. Horace Greeley, editor of the New York Tribune, though he afterwards recanted, used his powerful pen in their behalf. Anti-slavery leaders welcomed their aid and repaid them by urging the enfranchisement of women. The Women's Rights Convention of 1848. The forces, moral and intellectual, which had been stirring among women, crystallized a few months after the outbreak of the European Revolution in the first Women's Rights Convention in the history of America. It met at Seneca Falls, New York, in 1848, on the call of Lucretia Mott, Martha Wright, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Mary Ann McClintock, 3 of them Quakers. Accustomed to take part in church meetings with men, the Quakers naturally suggested that men as well as women be invited to attend the convention. Indeed, a man presided over the conference, for that position seemed too presumptuous even for such stout advocates of women's rights. The deliberations of the Seneca Falls Convention resulted in a Declaration of Rights modeled after the Declaration of Independence. For example, the preamble began, quote, "When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one portion of the family of man to assume among the people of the earth a position different from that which they have hitherto occupied," end quote. So also it closed, quote, "Such has been the patient suffering of women under this government, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to demand the equal station to which they are entitled," end quote. Then followed the list of grievances, the same number which had been exhibited to George III in 1776. Especially did they assail the disabilities imposed upon them by the English common law imported into America, the law which denied married women their property, their wages, and their legal existence as separate persons. All these grievances they recited to "a candid world." The remedies for the evils which they had endured were then set forth in detail. They demanded equal rights in the colleges, trades, and professions, equal suffrage, the right to share in all political offices, honors, and emoluments, the right to complete equality in marriage, including equal guardianship of the children, and for married women the right to own property, to keep wages, to make contracts, to transact business, and to testify in the courts of justice. In short, they declared women to be persons as men are persons, and entitled to all the rights and privileges of human beings. Such was the clarion call which went forth to the world in 1848, to an amused and contemptuous world, it must be admitted, but to a world fated to heed and obey. The first gains in civil liberty. The Convention of 1848 did not make political enfranchisement the leading issue. Rather did it emphasize the civil disabilities of women which were most seriously under discussion at the time. Indeed, the New York legislature of that very year, as the result of a 12 years' agitation, passed the Married Woman's Property Act, setting aside the general principles of the English common law as applied to women and giving them many of the rights of man. California and Wisconsin followed in 1850, Massachusetts in 1854, and Kansas in 1859. Other states soon fell into line. Women's earnings and inheritances were at last their own, in some states at least. In a little while, laws were passed granting women rights as equal guardians of their children, and permitting them to divorce their husbands on the grounds of cruelty and drunkenness. By degrees, other steps were taken. The Women's Medical College of Pennsylvania was founded in 1850, and the Philadelphia School of Design for Women 3 years later. In 1852, the American Women's Educational Association was formed to initiate an agitation for enlarged educational opportunities for women. Other colleges soon emulated the example of Oberlin. The University of Utah in 1850, Hillsdale College in Michigan in 1855, Baker University in Kansas in 1858, and the University of Iowa in 1860. New trades and professions were opened to women, and old prejudices against their activities and demands slowly gave way. The national struggle for women's suffrage. The beginnings of organization. As women surmounted one obstacle after another, the agitation for equal suffrage came to the front. If any year is to be fixed as the date of its beginning, it may well be 1850, when the suffragists of Ohio urged the state constitutional convention to confer the vote upon them. With apparent spontaneity, there were held in the same year state suffrage conferences in Indiana, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts, and connections were formed among the leaders of these meetings. At the same time, the first National Suffrage Convention was held in Worcester, Massachusetts, on the call of 89 leading men and women representing 6 states. Accounts of the convention were widely circulated in this country and abroad. English women, for instance Harriet Martineau, sent words of appreciation for the work thus inaugurated. It inspired a leading article in the Westminster Review, which deeply interested the distinguished economist John Stuart Mill. Soon he was the champion of women's suffrage in the British Parliament and the author of a powerful tract, The Subjection of Women, widely read throughout the English-speaking world. Thus do world movements grow. Strange to relate, the women of England were enfranchised before the adoption of the federal suffrage amendment in America. The National Suffrage Convention of 1850 was followed by an extraordinary outburst of agitation. Pamphlets streamed from the press. Petitions to legislative bodies were drafted, signed, and presented. There were addresses by favorite orators like Garrison, Phillips, and Curtis, and lectures and poems by men like Emerson, Longfellow, and Whittier. In 1853, the first suffrage paper was founded by the wife of a member of Congress from Rhode Island. By this time, the last barrier to white manhood suffrage in the North had been swept away, and the women's movement was gaining momentum every year. The suffrage movement checked by the Civil War. Advocates of women's suffrage believed themselves on the high road to success when the Civil War engaged the energies and labors of the nation. Northern women became absorbed in the struggle to preserve the Union. They held no suffrage conventions for 5 years. They transferred their associations into loyalty leagues. They banded together to buy only domestic goods when foreign imports threatened to ruin American markets. They rolled up monster petitions in favor of the emancipation of slaves. In hospitals, in military prisons, in agriculture, and in industry, they bore their full share of responsibility. Even when the New York legislature took advantage of their unguarded moments and repealed the law giving the mother equal rights with the father in the guardianship of children, they refused to lay aside war work for agitation. As in all other wars, their devotion was unstinted and their sacrifices equal to the necessities of the hour. The Federal Suffrage Amendment. Their plans and activities, when the war closed, were shaped by events beyond their control. The emancipation of the slaves and their proposed enfranchisement made prominent the question of a national suffrage for the first time in our history. Friends of the colored man insisted that his civil liberties would not be safe unless he was granted the right to vote. The women suffragists very pertinently asked why the same principle did not apply to women. The answer which they received was negative. The 14th Amendment to the Federal Constitution, adopted in 1868, definitely put women aside by limiting the scope of its application, so far as suffrage was concerned, to the male sex. In making manhood suffrage national, however, it nationalized the issue. This was the signal for the advocates of women's suffrage. In March 1869, their proposed amendment was introduced in Congress by George W. Julian of Indiana. It provided that no citizen should be deprived of the vote on account of sex, following the language of the 15th Amendment, which forbade disfranchisement on account of race. Support for the amendment, coming from many directions, led the suffragists to believe that their cause was hopeful. In their platform of 1872, for example, the Republicans praised the women for their loyal devotion to freedom, welcomed them to spheres of wider usefulness, and declared that the demand of any class of citizens for additional rights deserved, quote, respectful consideration, end quote. Experience soon demonstrated, however, that praise was not the ballot. Indeed, the suffragists already had realized that a tedious contest lay before them. They had revived in 1866 their regular national convention. They gave the name of The Revolution to their paper, edited by Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony. They formed a National Suffrage Association and organized annual pilgrimages to Congress to present their claims. Such activities bore some results. Many eminent congressmen were converted to their cause and presented it ably to their colleagues of both chambers. Still, the subject was ridiculed by the newspapers and looked upon as freakish by the masses. The state campaigns. Discouraged by the outcome of the national campaign, suffragists turned to the voters of the individual states and sought the ballot at their hands. Gains by this process were painfully slow. Wyoming, it is true, while still a territory, granted suffrage to women in 1869 and continued it on becoming a state 20 years later, in spite of strong protests in Congress. In 1893, Colorado established complete political equality. In Utah, the third suffrage state, the cause suffered many vicissitudes. Women were enfranchised by the territorial legislature, they were deprived of the ballot by Congress in 1887, finally in 1896, on the admission of Utah to the Union, they recovered their former rights. During the same year, 1896, Ohio conferred equal suffrage upon the women. This was the last suffrage victory for more than a decade. The suffrage cause in Congress. In the midst of the meager gains among the states, there were occasional flurries of hope for immediate action on the federal amendment. Between 1878 and 1896, the Senate committee reported the suffrage resolution by a favorable majority on 5 different occasions. During the same period, however, there were 9 unfavorable reports, and only once did the subject reach the point of a general debate. At no time could anything like the required 2/3 vote be obtained. The changing status of women. While the suffrage movement was lagging, the activities of women in other directions were steadily multiplying. College after college, Vassar, Bryn Mawr, Smith, Wellesley, to mention a few, was founded to give them the advantages of higher education. Other institutions, especially the state universities of the West, opened their doors to women, and women were received into the professions of law and medicine. By the rapid growth of public high schools in which girls enjoyed the same rights as boys, education was extended still more widely. The number of women teachers increased by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, women were entering nearly every branch of industry and business. How many of them worked at gainful occupations before 1870 we do not know, but from that year forward we have the records of the census. Between 1870 and 1900, the proportion of women in the professions rose from less than 2% to more than 10%. In trade and transportation, from 24.8% to 43.2%. And in manufacturing, from 13 to 19%. In 1910, there were over 8 million women gainfully employed as compared with 30 million men. When, during the war on Germany, the government issued the principle of equal pay for equal work and gave official recognition to the value of their services in industry, it was discovered how far women had traveled along the road forecast by the leaders of 1848. The club movement among women. All over the country, women's societies and clubs were started to advance this or that reform, or merely to study literature, art, and science. In time, these women's organizations of all kinds were federated into city, state, and national associations and drawn into the consideration of public questions. Under the leadership of Frances Willard, they made temperance reform a vital issue. They took an interest in legislation pertaining to prisons, pure food, public health, and municipal government, among other things. At their sessions and conferences, local, state, and national issues were discussed, until finally, it seems, everything led to the quest of the franchise. By solemn resolution in 1914, the National Federation of Women's Clubs, representing nearly 2 million club women, formally endorsed women's suffrage. In the same year, the National Education Association, speaking for the public school teachers of the land, added its seal of approval. State and national action. Again, the suffrage movement was in full swing in the states. Washington in 1910, California in 1911, Oregon, Kansas, and Arizona in 1912, Nevada and Montana in 1914 by popular vote enfranchised their women. Illinois in 1913 conferred upon them the right to vote for President of the United States. The time had arrived for a new movement. A number of younger suffragists sought to use the votes of women in the equal suffrage states to compel one or both of the national political parties to endorse and carry through Congress the federal suffrage amendment. Pressure then came upon Congress from every direction, from the suffragists who made a straight appeal on the grounds of justice, and from the suffragists who besought the women of the West to vote against candidates for president who would not approve the federal amendment. In 1916, for the first time, a leading presidential candidate, Mr. Charles E. Hughes, speaking for the Republicans, endorsed the federal amendment, and a distinguished ex-president, Roosevelt, exerted a powerful influence to keep it an issue in the campaign. National enfranchisement. After that, events moved rapidly. The great state of New York adopted equal suffrage in 1917. Oklahoma, South Dakota, and Michigan swung into line the following year. Several other states, by legislative action, gave women the right to vote for president. In the meantime, the suffrage battle at Washington grew intense. Appeals and petitions poured in upon Congress and the president. Militant suffragists held daily demonstrations in Washington. On September 30, 1918, President Wilson, who 2 years before had opposed federal action and endorsed suffrage by state adoption only, went before Congress and urged the passage of the suffrage amendment to the Constitution. In June 1919, the requisite two-thirds vote was secured. The resolution was carried and transmitted to the states for ratification. On August 28, 1920, the 36th state, Tennessee, approved the amendment, making 3/4 of the states as required by the Constitution. Thus women's suffrage became the law of the land. A new political democracy had been created. The age of agitation was closed, and the epoch of responsible citizenship opened. General references: Edith Abbott, Women in Industry; C.P. Gilman, Woman and Economics; I.H. Harper, Life and Work of Susan B. Anthony; E.R. Hecker, Short History of Women's Rights; S.B. Anthony and I.H. Harper, History of Women's Suffrage, 4 volumes; J.W. Taylor, Before Vassar Opened; A.H. Shaw, The Story of a Pioneer. Research topics: The Rise of the Women's Suffrage Movement, McMaster, History of the People of the United States, Volume 8, pages 116 to 121. K. Porter, History of Suffrage in the United States, pages 135 to 145. The Development of the Suffrage Movement. Porter, pages 228 to 254. Ogg, National Progress, American Nation Series, pages 151 to 156 and page 382. Women's Labor in the Colonial Period. E. Abbott, Women in Industry, pages 10 to 34. Women and the Factory System. Abbott, pages 35 to 62. Early Occupations for Women. Abbott, pages 63 to 85. Women's Wages. Abbott, pages 262 to 316. Questions. 1. Why were women involved in the reform movements of the new century? 2. What is history? What determines the topics that appear in written history? 3. State the position of women under the old common law. 4. What part did women play in the intellectual movement that preceded the American Revolution? 5. Explain the rise of the discussion of women's rights. 6. What were some of the early writings about women? 7. Why was there a struggle for educational opportunities? 8. How did reform movements draw women into public affairs, and what were the chief results? 9. Show how the rise of the factory affected the life and labor of women. 10. Why is the year 1848 an important year in the woman movement? Discuss the work of the Seneca Falls Convention. 11. Enumerate some of the early gains in civil liberty for women. 12. Trace the rise of the suffrage movement. Show the effect of the Civil War. 13. Review the history of the federal suffrage amendment. 14. Summarize the history of the suffrage in the states. End of section 4.
Section 5. Industrial Democracy. The New Economic Age. The spirit of criticism and the measures of reform designed to meet it, which characterized the opening years of the 20th century, were merely the signs of a new age. The nation had definitely passed into industrialism. The number of city dwellers employed for wages, as contrasted with the farmers working on their own land, was steadily mounting. The free land, once the refuge of restless workingmen of the East and the immigrants from Europe, was a thing of the past. As President Roosevelt later said in speaking of the great coal strike, "A few generations ago, the American workman could have saved money, gone west, and taken up a homestead. Now the free lands were gone. In earlier days a man who began with a pick and shovel might come to own a mine. That outlet was now closed as regards the immense majority. The majority of men who earned wages in the coal industry, if they wished to progress at all, were compelled to progress not by ceasing to be wage earners, but by improving the conditions under which all the wage earners of the country lived and worked." The disappearance of the free land, President Roosevelt went on to say, also produced "a crass inequality in the bargaining relation of the employer and the individual employee standing alone. The great coal mining and coal carrying companies, which employed their tens of thousands, could easily dispense with the services of any particular miner. The miner, on the other hand, however expert, could not dispense with the companies. He needed a job. His wife and children would starve if he did not get one. Individually, the miners were impotent when they sought to enter a wage contract with the great companies. They could make fair terms only by uniting into trade unions, to bargain collectively. It was of this state of affairs that President Taft spoke when he favored the modification of the common law, so as to put employees of little power and means on a level with their employers in adjusting and agreeing upon their mutual obligations. John D. Rockefeller, Jr., on the side of the great captains of industry, recognized the same facts. He said, "In the early days of the development of industry, the employer and capital investor were frequently one. Daily contact was had between him and his employees, who were his friends and neighbors. Because of the proportions which modern industry has attained, employers and employees are too often strangers to each other. Personal relations can be revived only through adequate representation of the employees. Representation is a principle which is fundamentally just and vital to the successful conduct of industry. It is not consistent for us as Americans to demand democracy in government and practice autocracy in industry. With the developments what they are in industry today, there is sure to come a progressive evolution from aristocratic single control, whether by capital, labor, or the state, to democratic cooperative control by all three." Cooperation between employers and employees. Company unions. The changed economic life described by the three eminent men just quoted was acknowledged by several great companies and business concerns. All over the country, decided efforts were made to bridge the gulf which industry and the corporation had created. Among the devices adopted was that of the company union. In one of the Western lumber mills, for example, all the employees were invited to join a company organization. They held monthly meetings to discuss matters of common concern. They elected a shop committee to confer with the representatives of the company,
and periodically the agents of the employers attended the conferences of the men to talk over matters of mutual interest. The function of the shop committee was to consider wages, hours, safety rules, sanitation, recreation, and other problems. Whenever any employee had a grievance, he took it up with the foreman, and if it was not settled to his satisfaction, he brought it up before the shop committee. If the members of the shop committee decided in favor of the man with a grievance, they attempted to settle the matter with the company's agents. All these things failing, the dispute was transferred to a grand meeting of all the employees with the employer's representatives, in common council. A deadlock, if it ensued from such a conference, was broken by calling in impartial arbitrators selected by both sides from among citizens outside the mill. Thus the employees were given a voice in all decisions affecting their work and welfare. Rights and grievances were treated as matters of mutual interest rather than individual concern. Representatives of trade unions from outside, however, were rigidly excluded from all negotiations between employers and the employees. Profit sharing. Another proposal for drawing capital and labor together was to supplement the wage system by other ties. Sometimes lump sums were paid to employees who remained in a company's service for a definite period of years. Again, they were given a certain percentage of the annual profits. In other instances, employees were allowed to buy stock on easy terms and thus become part owners in the concern. This last plan was carried so far by a large soap manufacturing company that the employees, besides becoming stockholders, secured the right to elect representatives to serve on the board of directors, who managed the entire business. So extensive had profit sharing become by 1914 that the Federal Industrial Relations Committee, appointed by the President, deemed it worthy of a special study. Though opposed by regular trade unions, it was undoubtedly growing in popularity. Labor managers and welfare work. Another effort of employers to meet the problems of the new age appeared in the appointment of specialists, known as employment managers, whose task it was to study the relations existing between masters and workers and discover practical methods for dealing with each grievance as it arose. By 1918, hundreds of big companies had recognized this modern profession, and universities were giving courses of instruction on the subject to young men and women. In that year, a national conference of employment managers was held at Rochester, New York. The discussion revealed a wide range of duties assigned to managers, including questions of wages, hours, sanitation, restrooms, recreational facilities, and welfare work of every kind, designed to make the conditions in mills and factories safer and more humane. Thus it was evident that hundreds of employers had abandoned the old idea that they were dealing merely with individual employees, and that their obligations ended with the payment of any wages they saw fit to fix. In short, they were seeking to develop a spirit of cooperation to take the place of competition and enmity, and to increase the production of commodities by promoting the efficiency and happiness of the producers. The rise and growth of organized labor. The American Federation of Labor. Meanwhile, a powerful association of workers representing all the leading trades and crafts, organized into unions of their own, had been built up outside the control of employers. This was the American Federation of Labor, a nationwide union of unions, founded in 1886 on the basis of beginnings made 5 years before. At the time of its establishment it had approximately 150,000 members. Its growth up to the end of the century was slow, for the total enrollment in 1900 was only 300,000. At that point the increase became marked. The membership reached 1,650,000 in 1904 and more than 3 million in 1919. To be counted in the ranks of organized labor were several strong unions, friendly to the Federation though not affiliated with it. Such, for example, were the railway brotherhoods with more than 500,000 members. By the opening of 1920, the total strength of organized labor was put at about 4 million members, meaning, if we include their families, that nearly 1/5 of the people in the United States were in some positive way dependent upon the operations of trade unions. Historical background. This was the culmination of a long and significant history. Before the end of the 18th century, the skilled workmen, printers, shoemakers, tailors, and carpenters, had, as we have seen, formed local unions in the large cities. Between 1830 and 1860, several aggressive steps were taken in the American labor movement. For one thing, the number of local unions increased by leaps and bounds in all the industrial towns. For another, there was established in every large manufacturing city a central labor body, composed of delegates from the unions of the separate trades. In the local union, the printers or the cordwainers, for example, considered only their special trade problems. In the central labor union, printers, cordwainers, iron molders, and other craftsmen considered common problems and learned to cooperate with one another in enforcing the demands of each craft. A third step was the federation of the unions of the same craftsmen in different cities. The printers of New York, Philadelphia, Boston, and other towns, for instance, drew together and formed a national trade union of printers, built upon the local unions of that craft. By the eve of the Civil War there were 4 or 5 powerful national unions of this character. The expansion of the railway made travel and correspondence easier, and national conventions possible even for workmen of small means. About 1834 an attempt was made to federate the unions of all the different crafts into a national organization, but the effort was premature. The National Labor Union. The plan which failed in 1834 was tried again in the 60s. During the war, industries and railways had flourished as never before, prices had risen rapidly, the demand for labor had increased, wages had mounted slowly but steadily. Hundreds of new local unions had been founded and 8 or 10 national trade unions had sprung into being. The time was ripe, it seemed, for a national consolidation of all labor's forces, and in 1866, the year after the surrender of General Lee at Appomattox, the National Labor Union was formed at Baltimore under the leadership of an experienced organizer, W. H. Silvis of the iron molders. The purpose of the National Labor Union was not merely to secure labor's standard demands touching hours, wages, and conditions of work, or to maintain the gains already won. It leaned toward political action and radical opinions. Above all, it sought to eliminate the conflict between capital and labor by making working men the owners of shops through the formation of cooperative industries. For 6 years the National Labor Union continued to hold conferences and carry on its propaganda, but most of the cooperative enterprises failed, political dissensions arose, and by 1872 the experiment had come to an end. The Knights of Labor. While the National Labor Union was experimenting, there grew up in the industrial world a more radical organization known as the Noble Order of the Knights of Labor. It was founded in Philadelphia in 1869, first as a secret society with rituals, signs, and passwords, so that no spy of the boss can find his way into the lodge room to betray his fellows, as the Knights put it. In form, the new organization was simple. It sought to bring all laborers, skilled and unskilled, men and women, white and colored, into a mighty body of local and national unions, without distinction of trade or craft. By 1885, 10 years after the national organization was established, it boasted a membership of over 700,000. In philosophy, the Knights of Labor were socialistic, for they advocated public ownership of the railways and other utilities, and the formation of cooperative societies to own and manage stores and factories. As the Knights were radical in spirit, and their strikes, numerous and prolonged, were often accompanied by violence, the organization alarmed employers and the general public, raising up against itself a vigorous opposition. Weaknesses within, as well as foes from without, started the Knights on the path to dissolution. They waged more strikes than they could carry on successfully, their cooperative experiments failed as those of other labor groups before them had failed, and the rank and file could not be kept in line. The majority of the members wanted immediate gains in wages or the reduction of hours. When their hopes were not realized, they drifted away from the order. The troubles were increased by the appearance of the American Federation of Labor, a still mightier organization composed mainly of skilled workers who held strategic positions in industry. When they failed to secure the effective support of the Federation in their efforts to organize the unskilled, the employers closed in upon them. Then the Knights declined rapidly in power. By 1890 they were a negligible factor, and in a short time they passed into the limbo of dead experiments. The policies of the American Federation. Unlike the Knights of Labor, the American Federation of Labor sought, first of all, to be very practical in its objects and methods. It avoided all kinds of socialistic theories and attended strictly to the business of organizing unions for the purpose of increasing wages, shortening hours, and improving working conditions for its members. It did not try to include everybody in one big union, but brought together the employees of each particular craft whose interests were clearly the same. To prepare for strikes in periods of unemployment, it raised large funds by imposing heavy dues and created a benefit system to hold men loyally to the union. In order to permit action on a national scale, it gave the superior officers extensive powers over local unions. While declaring that employers and employees had much in common, the Federation strongly opposed company unions. Employers, it argued, were affiliated with the National Manufacturers Association, or with similar employers' organizations. Every important industry was now national in scope, and wages and hours, in view of competition with other shops, could not be determined in a single factory, no matter how amicable might be the relations of the company and its workers in that particular plant. For these reasons, the Federation declared company unions and local shop committees inherently weak. It insisted that hours, wages, and other labor standards should be fixed by general trade agreements applicable to all the plants of a given industry, even if subject to local modifications. At the same time, the Federation, far from deliberately antagonizing employers, sought to enlist their cooperation and support. It affiliated with the National Civic Federation, an association of businessmen, financiers, and professional men, founded in 1900 to promote friendly relations in the industrial world. In brief, the American Federation of Labor accepted the modern industrial system and, by organization within it, endeavored to secure certain definite terms and conditions for trade unionists. The wider relations of organized labor. The Socialists. The trade unionism, pure and simple, espoused by the American Federation of Labor, seemed to involve at first glance nothing but businesslike negotiations with employers. In practice, it did not work out that way. The Federation was only 6 years old when a new organization, appealing directly for the labor vote, namely the Socialist Labor Party, nominated a candidate for president, launched into a national campaign, and called upon trade unionists to desert the older parties and enter its fold. The socialistic idea, introduced into national politics in 1892, had long been in germination. Before the Civil War, a number of reformers, including Nathaniel Hawthorne, Horace Greeley, and Wendell Phillips, deeply moved by the poverty of the great industrial cities, had earnestly sought relief in the establishment of cooperative or communistic colonies. They believed that people should go into the country, secure land and tools, own them in common, so that no one could profit from exclusive ownership, and produce by common labor the food and clothing necessary for their support. For a time, this movement attracted wide interest, but it had little vitality. Nearly all the colonies failed. Selfishness and indolence usually disrupted the best of them. In the course of time, this utopian idea was abandoned, and another set of socialist doctrines, claiming to be more scientific, appeared instead. The new school of socialists, adopting the principles of a German writer and agitator, Karl Marx, appealed directly to working men. It urged them to unite against the capitalists, to get possession of the machinery of government, and to introduce collective or public ownership of railways, land, mines, mills, and other means of production. The Marxian socialists, therefore, became political. They sought to organize labor and to win elections. Like the other parties, they put forward candidates and platforms. The Socialist Labor Party in 1892, for example, declared in favor of government ownership of utilities, free school books, women's suffrage, heavy income taxes, and the referendum. The Socialist Party, founded in 1900 with Eugene V. Debs, the leader of the Pullman strike, as its candidate, called for public ownership of all trusts, monopolies, mines, railways, and the chief means of production. In the course of time, the vote of the latter organization rose to considerable proportions, reaching almost 1 million in 1912. It declined 4 years later, and then rose in 1920 to about the same figure. In their appeal for votes, the socialists of every type turned first to labor. At the annual conventions of the American Federation of Labor, they besought the delegates to endorse socialism. The president of the Federation, Samuel Gompers, on each occasion took the floor against them. He repudiated socialism and the socialists on both theoretical and practical grounds. He opposed too much public ownership, declaring that the government was as likely as any private employer to oppress labor. The approval of socialism, he maintained, would split the Federation on the rock of politics, weaken it in its fight for higher wages and shorter hours, and prejudice the public against it. At every turn he was able to vanquish the socialists in the Federation, although he could not prevent it from endorsing public ownership of the railways at the convention in 1920. The extreme radicals. Some of the socialists, defeated in their efforts to capture organized labor and seeing that the gains in elections were very meager, broke away from both trade unionism and politics. One faction, the Industrial Workers of the World, founded in 1905, declared themselves opposed to all capitalists, the wage system, and craft unions. They asserted that the working class and the employing class have nothing in common, and that trade unions only pitted one set of workers against another set. They repudiated all government ownership and the government itself, boldly proclaiming their intention to unite all employees into one big union and seize the railways, mines, and mills of the country. This doctrine, so revolutionary in tone, called down upon the extremists the condemnation of the American Federation of Labor, as well as of the general public. At its convention in 1919, the Federation went on record as opposed to Bolshevism, IWWism, and the irresponsible leadership that encourages such a policy. It announced its firm adherence to American ideals. The Federation and political issues. The hostility of the Federation to the Socialists did not mean, however, that it was indifferent to political issues or political parties. On the contrary, from time to time at its annual conventions, it endorsed political and social reforms, such as the initiative, referendum, and recall, the abolition of child labor, the exclusion of Oriental labor, old age pensions, and government ownership. Moreover, it adopted the policy of rewarding friends and punishing enemies by advising members to vote for or against candidates according to their stand on the demands of organized labor. Image. Copyright by Underwood and Underwood, New York. Samuel Gompers and other labor leaders. This policy was pursued with especial zeal in connection with disputes over the use of injunctions in labor controversies. An injunction is a bill or writ issued by a judge ordering some person or corporation to do or to refrain from doing something. For example, a judge may order a trade union to refrain from interfering with non-union men or to continue at work handling goods made by non-union labor, and he may fine or imprison those who disobey his injunction, the penalty being inflicted for contempt of court. This ancient legal device came into prominence in connection with the nationwide railway strikes in 1877. It was applied with increasing frequency after its effective use against Eugene V. Debs in the Pullman strike of 1894. Aroused by the extensive use of the writ, organized labor demanded that the power of judges to issue injunctions in labor disputes be limited by law. Representatives of the unions sought support from the Democrats and the Republicans. They received from the former very specific and cordial endorsement. In 1896, the Democratic platform denounced government by injunction as a new and highly dangerous form of oppression. Mr. Gompers, while refusing to commit the Federation to Democratic politics, privately supported Mr. Bryan. In 1908, he came out openly and boasted that 80% of the votes of the Federation had been cast for the Democratic candidate. Again, in 1912, the same policy was pursued. The reward was the enactment in 1914 of a federal law exempting trade unions from prosecution as combinations in restraint of trade, limiting the use of the injunction in labor disputes, and prescribing trial by jury in case of contempt of court. This measure was hailed by Mr. Gompers as the Magna Carta of labor, and a vindication of his policy. As a matter of fact, however, it did not prevent the continued use of injunctions against trade unions. Nevertheless, Mr. Gompers was unshaken in his conviction that organized labor should not attempt to form an independent political party, or endorse socialist or other radical economic theories. Organized labor and the public. Besides its relations to employers, radicals within its own ranks, and political questions, the Federation had to face responsibilities to the general public. With the passing of time, these became heavy and grave. While industries were small and conflicts were local in character, a strike seldom affected anybody but the employer and the employees immediately involved in it. When, however, industries and trade unions became organized on a national scale, and a strike could paralyze a basic enterprise like coal mining or railways, the vital interests of all citizens were put in jeopardy. Moreover, as increases in wages and reductions in hours were often added directly to the cost of living, the action of the unions affected the well-being of all, the food, clothing, and shelter of the whole people. For the purpose of meeting the issue raised by this state of affairs, it was suggested that employers and employees should lay their disputes before commissions of arbitration for decision and settlement. President Cleveland, in a message of April 2, 1886, proposed such a method for disposing of industrial controversies, and 2 years later Congress enacted a voluntary arbitration law applicable to the railways. The principle was extended in 1898 and again in 1913, and under the authority of the federal government, many contentions in the railway were settled by arbitration. The success of such legislation induced some students of industrial questions to urge that unions and employers should be compelled to submit all disputes to official tribunals of arbitration. Kansas actually passed such a law in 1920. Congress, in the Esch-Cummins Railway Bill of the same year, created a federal board of 9 members, to which all railway controversies not settled by negotiation must be submitted. Strikes, however, were not absolutely forbidden. Generally speaking, both employers and employees opposed compulsory adjustments without offering any substitute, in case voluntary arbitration should not be accepted by both parties to a dispute. Immigration and Americanization. The problems of immigration. From its very inception, the American Federation of Labor, like the Knights of Labor before it, was confronted by numerous questions raised by the ever-swelling tide of aliens coming to our shores. In its effort to make each trade union all-inclusive, it had to wrestle with a score or more languages. When it succeeded in thoroughly organizing a craft, it often found its purposes defeated by an influx of foreigners ready to work for lower wages and thus undermine the foundations of the Union. At the same time, persons outside the labor movement began to be apprehensive as they contemplated the undoubted evil, as well as the good, that seemed to be associated with the alien invasion. They saw whole sections of great cities occupied by people speaking foreign tongues, reading only foreign newspapers, and looking to the Old World alone for their ideas and their customs. They witnessed an expanding army of total illiterates, men and women who could read and write no language at all, while, among those aliens who could read, few there were who knew anything of American history, traditions, and ideals. Official reports revealed that over 20% of the men of the draft army during the World War could not read a newspaper or write a letter home. Perhaps the most alarming of all was the discovery that thousands of alien men are in the United States only on a temporary sojourn, solely to make money and return home with their savings. These men, willing to work for low wages and living in places unfit for human beings, have no stake in this country and do not care what becomes of it. The restriction of immigration. In all this there was, strictly speaking, no cause for surprise. Since the foundation of our republic, the policy of the government has been to encourage the coming of the alien. For nearly 100 years no restraining act was passed by Congress, while 2 important laws positively encouraged it, namely, the Homestead Act of 1862 and the Contract Immigration Law of 1864. Not until American workingmen came into open collision with cheap Chinese labor on the Pacific coast did the federal government spread the first measure of limitation on the statute books. After the discovery of gold, and particularly after the opening of the railway construction era, a horde of laborers from China descended upon California. Accustomed to starvation wages and indifferent to the conditions of living, they threatened to cut the American standard to the point of subsistence. By 1876 the protest of American labor was loud and long, and both the Republicans and the Democrats gave heed to it. In 1882, Congress enacted a law prohibiting the admission of Chinese laborers to the United States for a term of 10 years, later extended by legislation. In a little while the demand arose for the exclusion of the Japanese as well. In this case no exclusion law was passed, but an understanding was reached by which Japan agreed not to issue passports to her laborers, authorizing them to come to the United States. By act of Congress in 1907, the President was empowered to exclude any laborers who, having passports to Canada, Hawaii, or Mexico, attempted to enter our country. The laws and agreements, however, did not remove all grounds for the agitation of the subject. They were difficult to enforce, and it was claimed by residents of the coast that in spite of federal authority, Oriental laborers were finding their way into American ports. Moreover, several Western states, anxious to preserve the soil for American ownership, enacted laws making it impossible for Chinese and Japanese to buy land outright, and in other ways they discriminated against the Orientals. Such proceedings placed the federal government in an embarrassing position. By treaty it had guaranteed specific rights to Japanese citizens in the United States, and the government of Tokyo contended that the state laws just cited violated the terms of the international agreement. The Western states were fixed in their determination to control Oriental residents. Japan was equally persistent in asking that no badge of inferiority be attached to her citizens. Subjected to pressure on both sides, the federal government sought a way out of the deadlock. Having embarked upon the policy restriction in 1882, Congress readily extended it. In that same year it barred paupers, criminals, convicts, and the insane. 3 years later, mainly owing to the pressure of the Knights of Labor, it forbade any person, company, or association to import aliens under contract. By an act of 1887, the contract labor restriction was made even more severe. In 1903, anarchists were excluded, and the Bureau of Immigration was transferred from the Treasury Department to the Department of Commerce and Labor, in order to provide for a more rigid execution of the law. In 1907, the classes of persons denied admission were widened to embrace those suffering from physical and mental defects and otherwise unfit for effective citizenship. When the Department of Labor was established in 1913, the enforcement of the law was placed in the hands of the Secretary of Labor, W.B. Wilson, who was a former leader in the American Federation of Labor. The literacy test. Still, the advocates of restriction were not satisfied. Still, organized labor protested and demanded more protection against the competition of immigrants. In 1917, it won a 30-year battle in the passage of a bill excluding all aliens over 16 years of age, physically capable of reading, who cannot read the English language or some other language or dialect, including Hebrew or Yiddish. Even President Wilson could not block it, for a 2/3 vote to overcome his veto was mustered in Congress. This act, while it served to exclude illiterates, made no drastic cut in the volume of immigration. Indeed, a material reduction was resolutely opposed in many quarters. People of certain nationalities already in the United States objected to every barrier that shut out their own kinsmen. Some Americans of the old stock still held to the idea that the United States should continue to be an asylum for the oppressed of the earth. Many employers looked upon an increased labor supply as the means of escaping what they called the domination of trade unions. In the babble of countless voices, the discussion of these vital matters went on in town and country. Americanization. Intimately connected with the subject of immigration was a call for the Americanization of the alien already within our gates. The revelation of the illiteracy in the army raised the cry, and the demand was intensified when it was found that many of the leaders among the extreme radicals were foreign in birth and citizenship. Innumerable programs for assimilating the alien to American life were drawn up, and in 1919 a national conference on the subject was held in Washington, under the auspices of the Department of the Interior. All were agreed that the foreigner should be taught to speak and write the language and understand the government of our country. Congress was urged to lend aid in this vast undertaking. America, as ex-President Roosevelt had said, was to find out whether it was a nation or a boarding house. General references: J.R. Commons and Associates, History of Labor in the United States, 2 volumes. Samuel Gompers, Labor and the Common Welfare. W. E. Walling, Socialism as It Is. W. E. Walling and others, The Socialism of Today. R. T. Ely, The Labor Movement in America. T. S. Adams and H. Sumner, Labor Problems. J. G. Brooks, American Syndicalism and Social Unrest. P. F. Hall, Immigration and Its Effects on the United States. Research topics: The Rise of Trade Unionism, Mary Beard, Short History of the American Labor Movement, pages 10 through 18, 47 through 53, 62 through 79. Carleton, Organized Labor in American History, pages 11 through 44. Labor and Politics, Beard, Short History, pages 33 through 46, 54 through 61, 103 through 112. Carleton, pages 169 through 197. Ogg, National Progress, American Nation Series, pages 76 through 85. The Knights of Labor, Beard, Short History, pages 116 through 126. Dewey, National Problems, American Nation Series, pages 40 through 49. The American Federation of Labor, Organization and Policies, Beard, Short History, pages 86 through 112. Organized Labor and the Socialists, Beard, Short History, pages 126 through 149. Labor and the Great War, Carleton, pages 282 through 306. Beard, Short History, pages 150 through 170. Questions. 1. What are the striking features of the new economic age? 2. Give Mr. Rockefeller's view of industrial democracy. 3. Outline the efforts made by employers to establish closer relations with their employees. 4. Sketch the rise and growth of the American Federation of Labor. 5. How far back in our history does the labor movement extend? 6. Describe the purposes and outcome of the National Labor Union and the Knights of Labor. 7. State the chief policies of the American Federation of Labor. 8. How does organized labor become involved with outside forces? 9. Outline the rise of the socialist movement. How did it come into contact with the American Federation? 10. What was the relation of the Federation to the extreme radicals, to national politics, to the public? 11. Explain the injunction. 12. Why are labor and immigration closely related? 13. Outline the history of restrictions on immigration. 14. What problems arise in connection with the assimilation of the alien to American life? End of Section 5.
Section 6. President Wilson and the World War. The welfare, the happiness, the energy, and the spirit of the men and women who do the daily work in our mines and factories, on our railroads, in our offices and ports of trade, on our farms and on the sea are the underlying necessity of all prosperity. Thus spoke Woodrow Wilson during his campaign for election. In this spirit, as President, he gave the signal for work by summoning Congress in a special session on April 7, 1913. He invited the cooperation of all forward-looking men, and indicated that he would assume the role of leadership. As an evidence of his resolve, he appeared before Congress in person to read his first message, reviving the old custom of Washington and Adams. Then he let it be known that he would not give his party any rest until it fulfilled its pledges to the country. When Democratic senators balked at tariff reductions, they were sharply informed that the party had plighted its word and that no excuses or delays would be tolerated. Domestic legislation. Financial measures. Under this spirited leadership, Congress went to work, passing first the Underwood Tariff Act of 1913, which made a downward revision in the rates of duty, fixing them on the average about 26% lower than the figures of 1907. The protective principle was retained, but an effort was made to permit a moderate element of foreign competition. As a part of the Revenue Act, Congress levied a tax on incomes as authorized by the 16th Amendment to the Constitution. The tax which aroused such party passions 20 years before was now accepted as a matter of course. Having disposed of the tariff, Congress took up the old and vexatious currency question and offered a new solution in the form of the Federal Reserve Law of December 1913. This measure, one of the most interesting in the history of federal finance, embraced four leading features. In the first place, it continued the prohibition on the issuance of notes by state banks and provided for a national currency. In the second place, it put the new banking system under the control of a Federal Reserve Board, composed entirely of government officials. To prevent the growth of a central money power, it provided, in the third place, for the creation of 12 Federal Reserve Banks, one in each of 12 great districts into which the country is divided. All local national banks were required and certain other banks permitted to become members of the new system and share in its control. Finally, with a view to expanding the currency, a step which the Democrats had long urged upon the country, the issuance of paper money, under definite safeguards, was authorized. Mindful of the agricultural interest, ever dear to the heart of Jefferson's followers, the Democrats supplemented the Reserve Law by the Farm Loan Act of 1916, creating federal agencies to lend money on farm mortgages at moderate rates of interest. Within a year, $20 million had been lent to farmers, the heaviest borrowing being in 9 western and southern states, with Texas in the lead. Antitrust legislation. The tariff and currency laws were followed by 3 significant measures relative to trusts. Rejecting utterly the progressive doctrine of government regulation, President Wilson announced that it was the purpose of the Democrats to destroy monopoly and maintain competition as the only effective instrument of business liberty. The first step in this direction, the Clayton Antitrust Act, carried into great detail the Sherman Law of 1890, forbidding and penalizing combinations in restraint of interstate and foreign trade. In every line it revealed a determined effort to tear apart the great trusts and to put all business on a competitive basis. Its terms were reinforced in the same year by a law creating a Federal Trade Commission and power to inquire into the methods of corporations and lodge complaints against concerns using any unfair method of competition. In only one respect was the severity of the democratic policy relaxed. An act of 1918 provided that the Sherman Law should not apply to companies engaged in export trade, the purpose being to encourage large corporations to enter foreign commerce. The effect of this whole body of antitrust legislation, in spite of much labor on it, remained problematical. Very few combinations were dissolved as a result of it. Startling investigations were made into alleged abuses on the part of trusts, but it could hardly be said that huge business concerns had lost any of their predominance in American industry. Labor legislation. By no mere coincidence, the Clayton Antitrust Law of 1914 made many concessions to organized labor. It declared that the labor of a human being is not a commodity or an article of commerce, and it exempted unions from prosecution as combinations in restraint of trade. It likewise defined and limited the uses which the federal courts might make of injunctions in labor disputes, and guaranteed trial by jury to those guilty of disobedience. See page 581. The Clayton Law was followed the next year by the Seamen's Act, giving greater liberty of contract to American sailors and requiring an improvement of living conditions on shipboard. This was such a drastic law that shipowners declared themselves unable to meet foreign competition under its terms, owing to the low labor standards of other countries. Still more extraordinary than the Seamen's Act was the Adamson Law of 1916, fixing a standard 8-hour workday for trainmen on railroads, a measure wrung from Congress under a threat of a great strike by the 4 railway brotherhoods. This act, viewed by union leaders as a triumph, called forth a bitter denunciation of trade union domination, but it was easier to criticize than to find another solution of the problem. 3 other laws enacted during President Wilson's administration were popular in the labor world. One of them provided compensation for federal employees injured in the discharge of their duties. Another prohibited the labor of children under a certain age in the industries of the nation. A third prescribed for coal miners in Alaska an 8-hour day and modern safeguards for life and health. There were positive proofs that organized labor had obtained a large share of power in the councils of the country. Federal and state relations. If the interference of the government with business and labor represented a departure from the old idea of the less government the better, what can be said of a large body of laws affecting the rights of states? The prohibition of child labor everywhere was one indication of the new tendency. Mr. Wilson had once declared such legislation unconstitutional. The Supreme Court declared it unconstitutional, but Congress, undaunted, carried it into effect under the guise of a tax on goods made by children below the age limit. There were other indications of the drift. Large sums of money were appropriated by Congress in 1916 to assist the states in building and maintaining highways. The same year, the Farm Loan Act projected the federal government into the sphere of local money lending. In 1917, millions of dollars were granted to states in aid of vocational education, incidentally imposing uniform standards throughout the country. Evidently, the government was no longer limited to the duties of the policeman. The Prohibition Amendment. A still more significant form of intervention in state affairs was the passage in December 1917 of an amendment to the federal Constitution establishing national prohibition of the manufacture and sale of intoxicating liquors and beverages. This was the climax of a historical movement extending over half a century. In 1872, a national prohibition party, launched 3 years before, nominated its first presidential candidate and inaugurated a campaign of agitation. Though its vote was never large, the cause for which it stood found increasing favor among the people. State after state, by popular referendum, abolished the liquor traffic within its borders. By 1917, at least 32 of the 48 were dry. When the federal amendment was submitted for approval, the ratification was surprisingly swift. In a little more than a year, namely on January 16, 1919, it was proclaimed. 12 months later, the amendment went into effect. Colonial and foreign policies. The Philippines and Puerto Rico. Independence for the Philippines and larger self-government for Puerto Rico had been among the policies of the Democratic Party since the campaign of 1900. President Wilson, in his annual messages, urged upon Congress more autonomy for the Philippines and a definite promise of final independence. The result was the Jones Organic Act for the Philippines, passed in 1916. This measure provided that the upper as well as the lower house of the Philippine legislature should be elected by popular vote, and declared it to be the intention of the United States to grant independence as soon as a stable government can be established. This, said President Wilson on signing the bill, is a very satisfactory advance in our policy of extending to them self-government and control of their own affairs. The following year, Congress, yielding to President Wilson's insistence, passed a new Organic Act for Puerto Rico, making both houses of the legislature elective and conferring American citizenship upon the inhabitants of the island. American power in the Caribbean. While extending more self-government to its dominions, the United States enlarged its sphere of influence in the Caribbean. The supervision of finances in Santo Domingo, inaugurated in Roosevelt's administration, was transformed into a protectorate under Wilson. In 1914, dissensions in the Republic led to the landing of American Marines to supervise the elections. 2 years later, an officer in the American Navy, with authority from Washington, placed the entire Republic in a state of military occupation. He proceeded to suspend the government and laws of the country, exile the president, suppress the Congress, and substitute American military authority. In 1919, a consulting board of 4 prominent Dominicans was appointed to aid the American military governor, but it resigned the next year after making a plea for the restoration of independence to the Republic. For all practical purposes, it seemed the sovereignty of Santo Domingo had been transferred to the United States. In the neighboring Republic of Haiti, a similar state of affairs existed. In the summer of 1915, a revolution broke out there, one of a long series beginning in 1804, and our Marines were landed to restore order. Elections were held under the supervision of American officers, and a treaty was drawn up placing the management of Haitian finances and the local constabulary under American authority. In taking this action, our Secretary of State was careful to announce, "The United States government has no purpose of aggression and is entirely disinterested in promoting this protectorate." Still, it must be said that there were vigorous protests on the part of natives and American citizens against the conduct of our agents in the island. In 1921, President Wilson was considering withdrawal. In line with American policy in the West Indian waters was the purchase in 1917 of the Danish islands just off the coast of Puerto Rico. This strategic position of the islands, especially in relation to Haiti and Puerto Rico, made them an object of American concern as early as 1867, when a treaty of purchase was negotiated only to be rejected by the Senate of the United States. In 1902, a second arrangement was made, but this time it was defeated by the upper house of the Danish Parliament. The third treaty brought an end to 50 years of bargaining, and the Stars and Stripes were raised over St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, and numerous minor islands scattered about in the neighborhood. "It would be suicidal," commented a New York newspaper, "for America, on the threshold of a great commercial expansion into South America, to suffer a Heligoland, or a Gibraltar, or an Aden to be erected by her rivals at the mouth of her Suez." On the mainland, American power was strengthened by the establishment of a protectorate over Nicaragua in 1916. Mexican relations. The extension of American enterprise southward into Latin America, of which the operations in the Caribbean regions were merely one phase, naturally carried Americans into Mexico to develop the natural resources of that country. Under the iron rule of General Porfirio Diaz, established in 1876 and maintained with only a short break until 1911, Mexico had become increasingly attractive to our businessmen. On the invitation of President Diaz, they had invested huge sums in Mexican lands, oil fields, and mines, and had laid the foundations of a new industrial order. The severe regime instituted by Diaz, however, stirred popular discontent. The peons, or serfs, demanded the breakup of the great estates, some of which had come down from the days of Cortez. Their clamor for the restoration of the land to the people could not be silenced. In 1911, Diaz was forced to resign, and left the country. Mexico now slid down the path to disorder. Revolutions and civil commotions followed in swift succession. A liberal president, Madero, installed as the successor to Diaz, was deposed in 1913 and brutally murdered. Huerta, a military adventurer, hailed for a time as another strong man, succeeded Madero, whose murder he was accused of instigating. Although Great Britain and nearly all the powers of Europe accepted the new government as lawful, the United States steadily withheld recognition. In the meantime, Mexico was torn by insurrections under the leadership of Carranza, a friend of Madero, Villa, a bandit of generous pretensions, and Zapata, a radical leader of the peons. Without the support of the United States, Huerta was doomed. In the summer of 1914, the dictator resigned and fled from the capital, leaving the field to Carranza. For 6 years, the new president, recognized by the United States, held a precarious position which he vigorously strove to strengthen against various revolutionary movements. At length, in 1920, he too was deposed and murdered, and another military chieftain, Obregon, installed in power. These events, right at our door, could not fail to involve the government of the United States. In the disorders, many American citizens lost their lives. American property was destroyed, and land owned by Americans was confiscated. A new Mexican constitution, in effect nationalizing the natural resources of the country, struck at the rights of foreign investors. Moreover, the Mexican border was in constant turmoil. Even in the last days of his administration, Mr. Taft felt compelled to issue a solemn warning to the Mexican government protesting against the violation of American rights. President Wilson, soon after his inauguration, sent a commissioner to Mexico to inquire into the situation. Although he declared a general policy of watchful waiting, he twice came to blows with Mexican forces. In 1914, some American sailors at Tampico were arrested by a Mexican officer. The Mexican government, although it immediately released the men, refused to make the required apology for the incident. As a result, President Wilson ordered the landing of American forces at Veracruz and the occupation of the city. A clash of arms followed in which several Americans were killed. War seemed inevitable, but at this juncture the governments of Argentina, Brazil, and Chile tendered their good offices as mediators. After a few weeks of negotiation, during which Huerta was forced out of power, American forces were withdrawn from Veracruz and the incident closed. In 1916, a second break in amicable relations occurred. In the spring of that year, a band of Villa's men raided the town of Columbus, New Mexico, killing several citizens and committing robberies. A punitive expedition under the command of General Pershing was quickly sent out to capture the offenders. Against the protests of President Carranza, American forces penetrated deeply into Mexico without affecting the objective of the undertaking. This operation lasted until January 1917, when the imminence of war with Germany led to the withdrawal of the American soldiers. Friendly relations were resumed with the Mexican government, and the policy of watchful waiting was continued. End of Section 6.
Section 7. President Wilson and the World War, continued. The United States and the European War. The outbreak of the war. In the opening days of August 1914, the age-long jealousies of European nations, sharpened by new imperial ambitions, broke out in another general conflict such as had shaken the world in the days of Napoleon. On June 28, the heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne was assassinated at Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia, an Austrian province occupied mainly by Serbs. With a view to stopping Serbian agitation for independence, Austria-Hungary laid the blame for this incident on the government of Serbia and made humiliating demands on that country. Germany at once proposed that the issue should be regarded as an affair which should be settled solely between Austria-Hungary and Serbia, meaning that the small nation should be left to the tender mercies of a great power. Russia refused to take this view. Great Britain proposed a settlement by mediation. Germany backed up Austria to the limit. To use the language of the German authorities, we were perfectly aware that a possible warlike attitude of Austria-Hungary against Serbia might bring Russia upon the field, and that it might therefore involve us in a war, in accordance with our duties as allies. We could not, however, in these vital interests of Austria-Hungary which were at stake, advise our ally to take a yielding attitude not compatible with his dignity, nor deny him our assistance. That made the war inevitable. Every day of the fateful August 1914 was crowded with momentous events. On the 1st, Germany declared war on Russia. On the 2nd, the Germans invaded the little Duchy of Luxembourg and notified the King of Belgium that they were preparing to violate the neutrality of his realm on their way to Paris. On the same day, Great Britain, anxiously besought by the French government, promised the aid of the British Navy if German warships made hostile demonstrations in the Channel. August 3, the German government declared war on France. The following day Great Britain demanded of Germany respect for Belgian neutrality and, failing to receive the guarantee, broke off diplomatic relations. On the 5th, the British Prime Minister announced that war had opened between England and Germany. The storm now broke in all its pitiless fury. The state of American opinion. Although President Wilson promptly proclaimed the neutrality of the United States, the sympathies of a large majority of the American people were without doubt on the side of Great Britain and France. To them the invasion of the little kingdom of Belgium and the horrors that accompanied German occupation were odious in the extreme. Moreover, they regarded the German imperial government as an autocratic power wielded in the interest of an ambitious military party. The Kaiser, William II, and the Crown Prince were the symbols of royal arrogance. On the other hand, many Americans of German descent, in memory of their ties with the fatherland, openly sympathized with the Central Powers, and many Americans of Irish descent, recalling their long and bitter struggle for home rule in Ireland, would have regarded British defeat as a merited redress of ancient grievances. Extremely sensitive to American opinion, but ill-informed about it, the German government soon began systematic efforts to present its cause to the people of the United States in the most favorable light possible. Dr. Bernhard Dernburg, the former colonial secretary of the German Empire, was sent to America as a special agent. For months he filled the newspapers, magazines, and periodicals with interviews, articles, and notes on the justice of the Teutonic cause. From a press bureau in New York flowed a stream of pamphlets, leaflets, and cartoons. A magazine, The Fatherland, was founded to secure fair play for Germany and Austria. Several professors in American universities, who had received their training in Germany, took up the pen in defense of the Central Empires. The German language press, without exception it seems, the National German Alliance, minor German societies, and Lutheran churches came to the support of the German cause. Even the English language papers, though generally favorable to the Entente allies, opened their columns in the interest of equal justice to the spokesmen for all the contending powers of Europe. Before 2 weeks had elapsed, the controversy had become so intense that President Wilson, August 18, 1914, was moved to caution his countrymen against falling into angry disputes. "Every man," he said, "who really loves America will act and speak in the true spirit of neutrality, which is the spirit of impartiality and fairness and friendliness to all concerned. We must be impartial in thought as well as in action, must put a curb upon our sentiments as well as upon every transaction that might be construed as a preference of one party to the struggle before another." The clash over American trade. As in the time of the Napoleonic Wars, the conflict in Europe raised fundamental questions respecting rights of Americans trading with countries at peace as well as those at war. On this point there existed on August 1, 1914, a fairly definite body of principles by which nations were bound. Among them the following were of vital significance. In the first place, it was recognized that an enemy merchant ship caught on the high seas was a legitimate prize of war which might be seized and confiscated. In the second place, it was agreed that contraband of war found on an enemy or neutral ship was a lawful prize. Any ship suspected of carrying it was liable to search and if caught with forbidden goods was subject to seizure. In the third place, international law prescribed that a peaceful merchant ship, whether belonging to an enemy or to a neutral country, should not be destroyed or sunk without provision for the safety of crew and passengers. In the fourth place, it was understood that a belligerent had the right, if it could, to blockade the ports of an enemy and prevent the ingress and egress of all ships, but such a blockade, to be lawful, had to be effective. These general principles left undetermined two important matters: what is an effective blockade, and what is contraband of war? The task of answering these questions fell to Great Britain as mistress of the seas. Although the German submarines made it impossible for her battleships to maintain a continuous patrol of the waters in front of blockaded ports, she declared the blockade to be none the less effective because her navy was supreme. As to contraband of war, Great Britain put such a broad interpretation upon the term as to include nearly every important article of commerce. Early in 1915 she declared even cargoes of grain and flour to be contraband, defending the action on the ground that the German government had recently taken possession of all domestic stocks of corn, wheat, and flour. A new question arose in connection with American trade with the neutral countries surrounding Germany. Great Britain early began to intercept ships carrying oil, gasoline, and copper, all war materials of prime importance, on the ground that they either were destined ultimately to Germany or would release goods for sale to Germans. On November 2, 1914, the English government announced that the Germans were sowing mines in open waters, and that therefore the whole of the North Sea was a military zone. Ships bound for Denmark, Norway, and Sweden were ordered to come by the English Channel for inspection and sailing directions. In effect, Americans were now licensed by Great Britain to trade in certain commodities and in certain amounts with neutral countries. Against these extraordinary measures, the State Department at Washington lodged pointed objections, saying, "This government is reluctantly forced to the conclusion that the present policy of His Majesty's government toward neutral ships and cargoes exceeds the manifest necessity of a belligerent, and constitutes restrictions upon the rights of American citizens on the high seas, which are not justified by the rules of international law or required under the principle of self-preservation." Germany begins the submarine campaign. Germany now announced that, on and after February 18, 1915, the whole of the English Channel and the waters around Great Britain would be deemed a war zone, and that every ship found therein would be destroyed. The German decree added that, as the British Admiralty had ordered the use of neutral flags by English ships in time of distress, neutral vessels would be in danger of destruction if found in the forbidden area. It was clear that Germany intended to employ submarines to destroy shipping. A new factor was thus introduced into naval warfare, one not provided for in the accepted laws of war. A warship overhauling a merchant vessel could easily take its crew and passengers on board for safekeeping as prescribed by international law, but a submarine ordinarily could do nothing of the sort. Of necessity the lives and the ships of neutrals, as well as of belligerents, were put in mortal peril. This amazing conduct Germany justified on the ground that it was mere retaliation against Great Britain for her violations of international law. The response of the United States to the ominous German order was swift and direct. On February 10, 1915, it warned Germany that if her commanders destroyed American lives and ships in obedience to that decree, the action would "be very hard indeed to reconcile with the friendly relations happily subsisting between the two governments." The American note added that the German imperial government would be held to "strict accountability," and all necessary steps would be taken to safeguard American lives and American rights. This was firm and clear language, but the only response which it evoked from Germany was a suggestion that, if Great Britain would allow food supplies to pass through the blockade, the submarine campaign would be dropped. Violations of American rights. Meanwhile Germany continued to ravage shipping on the high seas. On January 28, a German raider sank the American ship, William P. Fry, in the South Atlantic. On March 28, a British ship, the Falaba, was sunk by a submarine and many on board, including an American citizen, were killed, and on April 28, a German airplane dropped bombs on the American steamer Cushing. On the morning of May 1, 1915, Americans were astounded to see in the newspapers an advertisement, signed by the German Imperial Embassy, warning travelers of the dangers in the war zone and notifying them that any who ventured on British ships into that area did so at their own risk. On that day, the Lusitania, a British steamer, sailed from New York to Liverpool. On May 7, without any warning, the ship was struck by 2 torpedoes and in a few minutes went down by the bow, carrying to death 1,153 persons, including 114 American men, women, and children. A cry of horror ran through the country. The German papers in America and a few American people argued that American citizens had been duly warned of the danger and had deliberately taken their lives into their own hands, but the terrible deed was almost universally condemned by public opinion. The Lusitania Notes. On May 14, the Department of State at Washington made public the first of 3 famous notes on the Lusitania case. It solemnly informed the German government that, no warning that an unlawful and inhumane act will be committed can possibly be accepted as an excuse or palliation for that act, or as an abatement of the responsibility for its commission. It called upon the German government to disavow the act, make reparation as far as possible, and take steps to prevent the recurrence of anything so obviously subversive to the principles of warfare. The note closed with a clear caution to Germany that the government of the United States would not omit any word or any act necessary to the performance of its sacred duty of maintaining the rights of the United States and its citizens and of safeguarding their free exercise and enjoyment. The die was cast, but Germany in reply merely temporized. In a second note, made public on June 11th, the position of the United States was again affirmed. William Jennings Bryan, the Secretary of State, had resigned because the drift of President Wilson's policy was not toward mediation but the strict maintenance of American rights, if need be by force of arms. The German reply was still evasive, and German naval commanders continued their course of sinking merchant ships. In a third and final note of July 21, 1915, President Wilson made it clear to Germany that he meant what he said when he wrote that he would maintain the rights of American citizens. Finally, after much discussion and shifting about, the German ambassador on September 1, 1915, sent a brief note to the Secretary of State. Liners will not be sunk by our submarines without warning and without safety of the lives of non-combatants, provided the liners do not try to escape or offer resistance. Editorially, the New York Times declared, "It is a triumph not only of diplomacy but of reason, of humanity, of justice, and of truth." The Secretary of State saw in it a recognition of the fundamental principles for which we have contended. The presidential election of 1916. In the midst of this crisis came the presidential campaign. On the Republican side, everything seemed to depend upon the action of the progressives. If the breach created in 1912 could be closed, victory was possible. If not, defeat was certain. A promise of unity lay in the fact that the conventions of the Republicans and Progressives were held simultaneously in Chicago. The friends of Roosevelt hoped that both parties would select him as their candidate, but this hope was not realized. The Republicans chose, and the Progressives accepted, Charles E. Hughes, an Associate Justice of the Federal Supreme Court who, as Governor of New York, had won a national reputation by waging war on machine politicians. In the face of the clamor for expressions of sympathy with one or the other of the contending powers of Europe, the Republicans chose a middle course, declaring that they would uphold all American rights, at home and abroad, by land and by sea. This sentiment Mr. Hughes echoed in his acceptance speech. By some it was interpreted to mean a firmer policy in dealing with Great Britain, by others a more vigorous handling of the submarine menace. The Democrats, on their side, renominated President Wilson by acclamation, reviewed with pride the legislative achievements of the party, and commended "the splendid diplomatic victories of our great President, who has preserved the vital interests of our government and its citizens and kept us out of war." In the election which ensued, President Wilson's popular vote exceeded that cast for Mr. Hughes by more than 500,000, while his electoral vote stood 277 to 254. The result was regarded, and not without warrant, as a great personal triumph for the President. He had received the largest vote yet cast for a presidential candidate. The Progressive Party practically disappeared, and the Socialists suffered a severe setback, falling far behind the vote of 1912. President Wilson urges peace upon the warring nations. Apparently convinced that his pacific policies had been profoundly approved by his countrymen, President Wilson, soon after the election, addressed "peace notes" to the European belligerents. On December 16, the German Emperor proposed to the Allied powers that they enter into peace negotiations, a suggestion that was treated as a mere political maneuver by the opposing governments. 2 days later President Wilson sent a note to the warring nations asking them to avow the terms upon which war might be concluded. To these notes the Central Powers replied that they were ready to meet their antagonists in a peace conference, and Allied powers answered by presenting certain conditions precedent to a satisfactory settlement. On January 22, 1917, President Wilson, in an address before the Senate, declared it to be a duty of the United States to take part in the establishment of a stable peace on the basis of certain principles. These were, in short, peace without victory, the right of nationalities to freedom and self-government, the independence of Poland, freedom of the seas, the reduction of armaments, and the abolition of entangling alliances. The whole world was discussing the President's remarkable message when it was dumbfounded to hear, on January 31st, that the German ambassador at Washington had announced the official renewal of ruthless submarine warfare. The United States at war. Steps toward war. 3 days after the receipt of the news that the German government intended to return to its former submarine policy, President Wilson severed diplomatic relations with the German Empire. At the same time he explained to Congress that he desired no conflict with Germany and would await an overt act before taking further steps to preserve American rights. God grant, he concluded, that we may not be challenged to defend them by acts of willful injustice on the part of the government of Germany. Yet the challenge came. Between February 26th and April 2nd, 6 American merchant vessels were torpedoed, in most cases without any warning and without regard to the loss of American lives. President Wilson therefore called upon Congress to answer the German menace. The reply of Congress on April 6 was a resolution, passed with only a few dissenting votes, declaring the existence of a state of war with Germany. Austria-Hungary at once severed diplomatic relations with the United States, but it was not until December 7 that Congress, acting on the President's advice, declared war also on that vassal of the German government. American war aims. In many addresses at the beginning and during the course of the war, President Wilson stated the purposes which actuated our government in taking up arms. He first made it clear that it was a war of self-defense. The military masters of Germany, he exclaimed, denied us the right to be neutral. Proof of that lay on every hand. Agents of the German imperial government had destroyed American lives and American property on the high seas. They had filled our communities with spies. They had planted bombs in ships and munition works. They had fomented divisions among American citizens. Though assailed in many ways and compelled to resort to war, the United States sought no material rewards. The world must be made safe for democracy. Its peace must be planted upon the tested foundations of political liberty. We have no selfish ends to serve. We desire no conquest, no dominion. We seek no indemnities for ourselves. In a very remarkable message read to Congress on January 8, 1918, President Wilson laid down his famous 14 points, summarizing the ideals for which we were fighting. They included open treaties of peace openly arrived at, absolute freedom of navigation upon the seas, the removal, as far as possible, of trade barriers among nations, reduction of armaments, adjustment of colonial claims in the interest of the populations concerned, fair and friendly treatment of Russia, the restoration of Belgium, righting the wrong done to France in 1871 in the matter of Alsace-Lorraine, adjustment of Italian frontiers along the lines of nationality, more liberty for the peoples of Austria-Hungary, the restoration of Serbia and Rumania, the readjustment of the Turkish Empire, an independent Poland, and an association of nations to afford mutual guarantees to all states great and small. On a later occasion President Wilson elaborated the last point, namely, the formation of a League of Nations to guarantee peace and establish justice among the powers of the world. Democracy, the right of nations to determine their own fate, a covenant of enduring peace, these were the ideals for which the American people were to pour out their blood and treasure. The selective draft. The World War became a war of nations. The powers against which we were arrayed had every able-bodied man in service and all their resources, human and material, thrown into the scale. For this reason, President Wilson summoned the whole people of the United States to make every sacrifice necessary for victory. Congress by law decreed that the national army should be chosen from all male citizens and males not enemy aliens who had declared their intention of becoming citizens. By the first act of May 18, 1917, it fixed the age limits at 21 to 31 inclusive. Later, in August 1918, it extended them to 18 and 45. From the men of the first group so enrolled were chosen by lot the soldiers for the World War who, with the regular army and the National Guard, formed the American Expeditionary Force upholding the American cause on the battlefields of Europe. The whole nation, said the President, must be a team in which each man shall play the part for which he is best fitted. Liberty loans and taxes. In order that the military and naval forces should be stinted in no respect, the nation was called upon to place its financial resources at the service of the government. Some urged the conscription of wealth as well as men, meaning the support of the war out of taxes upon great fortunes, but more conservative counsels prevailed. 4 great liberty loans were floated, all the agencies of modern publicity being employed to enlist popular interest. The first loan had 4.5 million subscribers, the fourth more than 20 million. Combined with loans were heavy taxes. A progressive tax was laid upon incomes beginning with 4% on incomes in the lower ranges, and rising to 63% of that part of any income above $2 million. A progressive tax was levied upon inheritances. An excess profits tax was laid upon all corporations and partnerships, rising in amount to 60% of the net income in excess of 33% on the invested capital. This, said a distinguished economist, is the high water mark in the history of taxation. Never before in the annals of civilization has an attempt been made to take as much as 2/3 of a man's income by taxation. Mobilizing material resources. No stone was left unturned to provide the arms, munitions, supplies, and transportation required in the gigantic undertaking. Between the declaration of war and the armistice, Congress enacted law after law relative to food supplies, raw materials, railways, mines, ships, forests, and industrial enterprises. No power over the lives and property of citizens, deemed necessary to the prosecution of the armed conflict, was withheld from the government. The farmer's wheat, the housewife's sugar, coal at the mines, labor in the factories, ships at the wharves, trade with friendly countries, the railways, banks, stores, private fortunes, all were mobilized and laid under whatever obligations the government deemed imperative. Never was a nation more completely devoted to a single cause. A law of August 10, 1917, gave the President power to fix the prices of wheat and coal and to take almost any steps necessary to prevent monopoly and excessive prices. By a series of measures enlarging the principles of the Shipping Act of 1916, ships and shipyards were brought under public control, and the government was empowered to embark upon a great shipbuilding program. In December 1917, the government assumed for the period of the war the operation of the railways under a presidential proclamation, which was elaborated in March 1918 by act of Congress. In the summer of 1918 the express, telephone, and telegraph business of the entire country passed under government control. By War Risk Insurance Acts, allowances were made for the families of enlisted men, compensation for injuries was provided, death benefits were instituted, and a system of national insurance was established in the interest of the men in service. Never before in the history of the country had the government taken such a wise and humane view of its obligations to those who served on the field of battle or on the seas. The Espionage and Sedition Acts. By the Espionage Law of June 15, 1917, and the amending law, known as the Sedition Act, passed in May of the following year, the government was given a drastic power over the expression of opinion. The first measure penalized those who conveyed information to a foreign country to be used to the injury of the United States, those who made false statements designed to interfere with the military or naval forces of the United States, those who attempted to stir up insubordination or disloyalty in the Army and Navy, and those who willfully obstructed enlistment. The Sedition Act was still more severe and sweeping in its terms. It imposed heavy penalties upon any person who used abusive language about the government or institutions of the country. It authorized the dismissal of any officer of the government who committed disloyal acts or uttered disloyal language, and empowered the Postmaster General to close the mails to persons violating the law. This measure, prepared by the Department of Justice, encountered vigorous opposition in the Senate, where 24 Republicans and 2 Democrats voted against it. Senator Johnson of California denounced it as a law to suppress the freedom of the press in the United States and to prevent any man, no matter who he is, from expressing legitimate criticism concerning the present government. The constitutionality of the acts was attacked, but they were sustained by the Supreme Court and stringently enforced. Labor and the War. In view of the restlessness of European labor during the war and especially the proletarian revolution in Russia in November 1917, some anxiety was early expressed as to the stand which organized labor might take in the United States. It was, however, soon dispelled. Samuel Gompers, speaking for the American Federation of Labor, declared that "this is labor's war," and pledged the united support of all the unions. There was some dissent. The Socialist Party denounced the war as a capitalist quarrel, but all the protests combined were too slight to have much effect. American labor leaders were sent to Europe to strengthen the wavering ranks of trade unionists in war-worn England, France, and Italy. Labor was given representation on the important boards and commissions dealing with industrial questions. Trade union standards were accepted by the government and generally applied in industry. The Department of Labor became one of the powerful war centers of the nation. In a memorable address to the American Federation of Labor, President Wilson assured the trade unionists that labor conditions should not be made unduly onerous by the war, and received in return a pledge of loyalty from the Federation. Recognition of labor's contribution to winning the war was embodied in the Treaty of Peace, which provided for a permanent international organization to promote the worldwide effort of labor to improve social conditions. The League of Nations has for its object the establishment of universal peace, runs the preamble to the labor section of the treaty, and such a peace can be established only if it is based upon social justice. The failure of any nation to adopt humane conditions of labor is an obstacle in the way of other nations which desire to improve the conditions in their own countries. The American Navy in the war. As soon as Congress declared war, the fleet was mobilized, American ports were thrown open to the warships of the Allies, immediate provision was made for the increasing number of men and ships, and a contingent of war vessels was sent to cooperate with the British and French in their life-and-death contest with submarines. Special effort was made to stimulate the production of submarine chasers and scout cruisers to be sent to the danger zone. Convoys were provided to accompany the transports conveying soldiers to France. Before the end of the war, more than 300 American vessels and 75,000 officers and men were operating in European waters. Though the German fleet failed to come out and challenge the sea power of the Allies, the battleships of the United States were always ready to do their full duty in such an event. As things turned out, the service of the American Navy was limited mainly to helping in the campaign that wore down the submarine menace to Allied shipping. The war in France. Owing to the peculiar character of the warfare in France, it required a longer time for American military forces to get into action, but there was no unnecessary delay. Soon after the declaration of war, steps were taken to give military assistance to the Allies. The regular army was enlarged, and the troops of the National Guard were brought into national service. On June 13th, General John J. Pershing, chosen head of the American Expeditionary Forces, reached Paris and began preparations for the arrival of our troops. In June, the vanguard of the army reached France. A slow and steady stream followed. As soon as the men enrolled under the draft were ready, it became a flood. During the period of the war, the army was enlarged from about 190,000 men to 3,665,000, of whom more than 2 million were in France when the armistice was signed. Although American troops did not take part on a large scale until the last phase of the war in 1918, several battalions of infantry were in the trenches by October 1917, and had their first severe encounter with the Germans early in November. In January 1918, they took over a part of the front line as an American sector. In March, General Pershing placed our forces at the disposal of General Foch, Commander-in-Chief of the Allied armies. The 1st Division, which entered the Montdidier salient in April, soon was engaged with the enemy, taking with splendid dash the town of Cantigny and all other objectives, which were organized and held steadfastly against vicious counterattacks and galling artillery fire. When the Germans launched their grand drives toward the Marne and Paris in June and July 1918, every available man was placed at General Foch's command. At Belleau Wood, at Château Thierry, and other points along the deep salient made by the Germans into the French lines, American soldiers distinguished themselves by heroic action. They also played an important role in the counterattack that smashed the salient and drove the Germans back. In September, American troops, with French aid, wiped out the German salient at St. Mihiel. By this time General Pershing was ready for the great American drive to the northeast in the Argonne Forest, while he also cooperated with the British in the assault on the Hindenburg Line. In the Meuse-Argonne battle, our soldiers encountered some of the most severe fighting of the war and pressed forward steadily against the most stubborn resistance from the enemy. On the 6th of November, reported General Pershing, a division of the First Corps reached a point in the Meuse opposite Sedan, 25 miles from our line of departure. The strategical goal which was our highest hope was gained. We had cut the enemy's main line of communications, and nothing but a surrender or an armistice could save his army from complete disaster. 5 days later the end came. On the morning of November 11th, the order to cease firing went into effect. The German army was in rapid retreat, and demoralization had begun. The Kaiser had abdicated and fled into Holland. The Hohenzollern dreams of empire were shattered. In the 52nd month, the World War, involving nearly every civilized nation on the globe, was brought to a close. More than 75,000 American soldiers and sailors had given their lives. More than 250,000 had been wounded or were missing or in German prison camps. End of section 7.
Section 8. President Wilson and the World War concluded. The settlement at Paris. The Peace Conference. On January 18, 1919, a conference of the Allied and Associated Powers assembled to pronounce judgment upon the German Empire and its defeated satellites, Austria-Hungary, Bulgaria, and Turkey. It was a moving spectacle. 72 delegates spoke for 32 states. The United States, Great Britain, France, Italy, and Japan had 5 delegates each. Belgium, Brazil, and Serbia were each assigned 3. Canada, Australia, South Africa, India, China, Greece, Hejaz, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Siam, and Czechoslovakia were allotted 2 apiece. The remaining states of New Zealand, Bolivia, Cuba, Ecuador, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, Liberia, Nicaragua, Panama, Peru, and Uruguay each had 1 delegate. President Wilson spoke in person for the United States. England, France, and Italy were represented by their premiers, David Lloyd George, Georges Clemenceau, and Vittorio Orlando. The Supreme Council. The real work of the settlement was first committed to a Supreme Council of 10 representing the United States, Great Britain, France, Italy, and Japan. This was later reduced to 5 members. Then Japan dropped out, and finally Italy, leaving only President Wilson and the premiers, Lloyd George and Clemenceau, the Big Three, who assumed the burden of mighty decisions. On May 6 their work was completed, and in a secret session of the full conference the whole treaty of peace was approved, though a few of the powers made reservations or objections. The next day the treaty was presented to the Germans, who, after prolonged protests, signed on the last day of grace, June 28. This German treaty was followed by agreements with Austria, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Turkey. Collectively, these great documents formed the legal basis of the general European settlement. The terms of the settlement. The combined treaties make a huge volume. The German treaty alone embraces about 80,000 words. Collectively, they cover an immense range of subjects which may be summarized under 5 heads. 1. The territorial settlement in Europe. 2. The destruction of German military power. 3. Reparations for damages done by Germany and her allies. 4. The disposition of German colonies and protectorates. And 5. The League of Nations. Germany was reduced by the cession of Alsace-Lorraine to France, and the loss of several other provinces. Austria-Hungary was dissolved and dismembered. Russia was reduced by the creation of new states on the west.
Bulgaria was stripped of her gains in the recent Balkan Wars. Turkey was dismembered. 9 new independent states were created: Poland, Finland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Ukraine, Czechoslovakia, Armenia, and Hejaz. Italy, Greece, Romania, and Serbia were enlarged by cessions of territory, and Serbia was transformed into the great state of Yugoslavia. The destruction of German military power was thorough. The entire navy, with minor exceptions, was turned over to the Allied and associated powers. Germany's total equipment for the future was limited to 6 battleships and 6 light cruisers, with certain small vessels, but no submarines. The number of enlisted men and officers for the army was fixed at not more than 100,000. The general staff was dissolved, and the manufacture of munitions restricted. Germany was compelled to accept full responsibility for all damages, to pay $5 billion in cash and goods, and to make certain other payments which might be ordered from time to time by an inter-allied reparations commission. She was also required to deliver to Belgium, France, and Italy millions of tons of coal every year for 10 years, while by way of additional compensation to France, the rich coal basin of the Saar was placed under inter-allied control to be exploited under French administration for a period of at least 15 years. Austria and the other associates of Germany were also laid under heavy obligations to the victors. Damages done to shipping by submarines and other vessels were to be paid for on the basis of ton for ton. The disposition of the German colonies and the old Ottoman Empire presented knotty problems. It was finally agreed that the German colonies and Turkish provinces which were in a backward stage of development should be placed under the tutelage of certain powers acting as mandatories, holding them in a sacred trust of civilization. An exception to the mandatory principle arose in the case of German rights in Shantung, all of which were transferred directly to Japan. It was this arrangement that led the Chinese delegation to withhold their signatures from the treaty. The League of Nations. High among the purposes which he had in mind in summoning the nation to arms, President Wilson placed the desire to put an end to war. All through the United States the people spoke of the war to end war. No slogan called forth a deeper response from the public. The President himself repeatedly declared that a general association of nations must be formed to guard the peace and protect all against the ambitions of the few. As I see it, he said in his address on opening the Fourth Liberty Loan Campaign, quote, the Constitution of the League of Nations and the clear definition of its objects must be a part, in a sense the most essential part, of the peace settlement itself. End quote. Nothing was more natural, therefore, than Wilson's insistence at Paris upon the formation of an international association. Indeed, he had gone to Europe in person largely to accomplish that end. Part 1 of the treaty with Germany, the Covenant of the League of Nations, was due to his labors more than to any other influence. Within the League thus created were to be embraced all the Allied and associated powers and nearly all the neutrals. By a 2/3 vote of the League Assembly the excluded nations might be admitted. The agencies of the League of Nations were to be 3 in number: 1. A permanent secretariat located at Geneva; 2. An assembly consisting of 1 delegate from each country, dominion, or self-governing colony, including Canada, Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, and India; 3. And a council consisting of representatives of the United States, Great Britain, France, Italy, and Japan, and 4 other representatives selected by the Assembly from time to time. The duties imposed on the League and the obligations accepted by its members were numerous and important. The Council was to take steps to formulate a scheme for the reduction of armaments and to submit a plan for the establishment of a permanent court of international justice. The members of the League, Article 10, were to respect and preserve as against external aggression the territorial integrity and existing political independence of all the associated nations. They were to submit to arbitration or inquiry by the Council all disputes which could not be adjusted by diplomacy, and in no case to resort to war until 3 months after the award. Should any member disregard its covenants, its action would be considered an act of war against the League, which would accordingly cut off the trade and business of the hostile member, and recommend through the Council to the several associated governments the military measures to be taken. In case the decision in any arbitration of a dispute was unanimous, the members of the League affected by it were to abide by it. Such was the settlement at Paris, and such was the association of nations formed to promote the peace of the world. They were quickly approved by most of the powers, and the first assembly of the League of Nations met at Geneva late in 1920. The Treaty in the United States. When the treaty was presented to the United States Senate for approval, a violent opposition appeared. In that chamber, the Republicans had a slight majority, and a 2/3 vote was necessary for ratification. The sentiment for and against the treaty ran mainly upon party lines, but the Republicans were themselves divided. The major portion, known as reservationists, favored ratification with certain conditions respecting American rights, while a small though active minority rejected the League of Nations in its entirety, announcing themselves to be irreconcilables. The grounds of this Republican opposition lay partly in the terms of peace imposed on Germany and partly in the covenant of the League of Nations. Exception was taken to the clauses which affected the rights of American citizens in property involved in the adjustment with Germany, but the burden of criticism was directed against the League. Article 10, guaranteeing against external aggression the political independence and territorial integrity of the members of the League, was subjected to especially heavy fire, while the treatment accorded to China and the sections affecting American internal affairs were likewise attacked as unjust and dangerous. As an outcome of their deliberations, the Republicans proposed a long list of reservations which touched upon many of the vital parts of the treaty. These were rejected by President Wilson as amounting in effect to a nullification of the treaty. As a deadlock ensued, the treaty was definitely rejected, owing to the failure of its sponsors to secure the requisite 2/3 vote. The League of Nations in the campaign of 1920. At this juncture, the presidential campaign of 1920 opened. The Republicans, while condemning the terms of the proposed League, endorsed the general idea of an international agreement to prevent war. Their candidate, Senator Warren G. Harding of Ohio, maintained a similar position without stating definitely whether the League devised at Paris could be recast in such a manner as to meet his requirements. The Democrats, on the other hand, while not opposing limitations clarifying the obligations of the United States, demanded, quote, the immediate ratification of the treaty without reservations which would impair its essential integrity, end quote. The Democratic candidate, Governor James M. Cox of Ohio, announced his firm conviction that the United States should go into the League without closing the door to mild reservations. He appealed to the country largely on that issue. The election of Senator Harding in an extraordinary landslide, coupled with the return of a majority of Republicans to the Senate, made uncertain American participation in the League of Nations. The United States and international entanglements. Whether America entered the League or not, it could not close its doors to the world and escape perplexing international complications. It had ever-increasing financial and commercial connections with all other countries. Our associates in the recent war were heavily indebted to our government. The prosperity of American industries depended to a considerable extent upon the recovery of the impoverished and battle-torn countries of Europe. There were other complications no less specific. The United States was compelled by force of circumstances to adopt a Russian policy. The government of the Tsar had been overthrown by a liberal revolution, which in turn had been succeeded by an extreme communist dictatorship. The Bolsheviki, or majority faction of the Socialists, had obtained control of the National Council of Peasants, Workingmen, and Soldiers, called the Soviet, and inaugurated a radical regime. They had made peace with Germany in March, 1918. Thereupon, the United States joined England, France, and Japan in an unofficial war upon them. After the general settlement at Paris in 1919, our government, while withdrawing troops from Siberia and Archangel, continued in its refusal to recognize the Bolshevists or to permit unhampered trade with them. President Wilson repeatedly denounced them as the enemies of civilization, and undertook to lay down for all countries the principles which should govern intercourse with Russia. Further international complications were created in connection with the World War, wholly apart from the terms of peace or the League of Nations. The United States had participated in a general European conflict which changed the boundaries of countries, called into being new nations, and reduced the power and territories of the vanquished. Accordingly, it was bound to face the problem of how far it was prepared to cooperate with the victors in any settlement of Europe's difficulties. By no conceivable process, therefore, could America be disentangled from the web of world affairs. Isolation, if desirable, had become impossible. Within 300 years from the founding of the tiny settlements at Jamestown and Plymouth, America, by virtue of its institutions, its population, its wealth, and its commerce, had become first among the nations of the earth. By moral obligations, and by practical interests, its fate was thus linked with the destiny of all mankind. Summary of Democracy and the World War. The astounding industrial progress that characterized the period following the Civil War bequeathed to a new generation many perplexing problems connected with the growth of trusts and railways, the accumulation of great fortunes, the increase of poverty in the industrial cities, the exhaustion of the free land, and the acquisition of dominions in distant seas. As long as there was an abundance of land in the West, any able-bodied man with initiative and industry could become an independent farmer. People from the cities and immigrants from Europe had always before them that gateway to property and prosperity. When the land was all gone, American economic conditions inevitably became more like those of Europe. Though the new economic questions had been vigorously debated in many circles before his day, it was President Roosevelt who first discussed them continuously from the White House. The natural resources of the country were being exhausted. He advocated their conservation. Huge fortunes were being made in business, creating inequalities in opportunity. He favored reducing them by income and inheritance taxes. Industries were disturbed by strikes. He pressed arbitration upon capital and labor. The free land was gone. He declared that labor was in a less favorable position to bargain with capital, and therefore should organize in unions for collective bargaining. There had been wrongdoing on the part of certain great trusts. Those responsible should be punished. The spirit of reform was abroad in the land. The spoils system was attacked. It was alleged that the political parties were dominated by rings and bosses. The United States Senate was called a millionaire's club. Poverty and misery were observed in the cities. State legislatures and city governments were accused of corruption. In answer to the charges, remedies were proposed and adopted. Civil service reform was approved. The Australian ballot, popular election of senators, the initiative, referendum, and recall, commission and city manager plans for cities, public regulation of railways, compensation for those injured in industries, minimum wages for women and children, pensions for widows, the control of housing in the cities, these and 100 other reforms were adopted and tried out. The national watchword became, "America, improve thyself."
the spirit of reform broke into both political parties. It appeared in many statutes enacted by Congress under President Taft's leadership. It disrupted the Republicans temporarily in 1912 when the Progressive Party entered the field. It led the Democratic candidate in that year, Governor Wilson, to make a progressive appeal to the voters. It inspired a considerable program of national legislation under President Wilson's two administrations. In the age of change, 4 important amendments to the federal Constitution, the first in more than 40 years, were adopted. The 16th empowered Congress to lay an income tax. The 17th assured popular election of senators. The 18th made prohibition national. The 19th, following upon the adoption of women's suffrage in many states, enfranchised the women of the nation. In the sphere of industry, equally great changes took place. The major portion of the nation's business passed into the hands of corporations. In all the leading industries of the country, labor was organized into trade unions and federated in a national organization. The power of organized capital and organized labor loomed upon the horizon. Their struggles, their rights, and their place in the economy of the nation raised problems of the first magnitude. While the country was engaged in a heated debate upon its domestic issues, the World War broke out in Europe in 1914. As 100 years before, American rights upon the high seas became involved at once. They were invaded on both sides, but Germany, in addition to assailing American ships and property, ruthlessly destroyed American lives. She set at naught the rules of civilized warfare upon the sea. Warnings from President Wilson were without avail. Nothing could stay the hand of the German war party. After long and patient negotiations, President Wilson in 1917 called upon the nation to take up arms against an assailant that had in effect declared war upon America. The answer was swift and firm. The national resources, human and material, were mobilized. The Navy was enlarged, a draft army created, huge loans floated, heavy taxes laid, and the spirit of sacrifice called forth in a titanic struggle against an autocratic power that threatened to dominate Europe and the world. In the end, American financial, naval, and military assistance counted heavily in the scale. American sailors scoured the seas searching for the terrible submarines. American soldiers took part in the last great drives that broke the might of Germany's army. Such was the nation's response to the President's summons to arms in a war for democracy and to end war. When victory crowned the arms of the powers united against Germany, President Wilson in person took part in the Peace Council. He sought to redeem his pledge to end wars by forming a League of Nations to keep the peace. In the treaty drawn at the close of the war, the first part was a covenant binding the nations in a permanent association for the settlement of international disputes. This treaty the President offered to the United States Senate for ratification and to his country for approval. Once again, as in the days of the Napoleonic Wars, the people seriously discussed the place of America among the powers of the earth. The Senate refused to ratify the treaty. World politics then became an issue in the campaign of 1920. Though some Americans talked as if the United States could close its doors and windows against all mankind, the victor in the election, Senator Harding, of Ohio, knew better. The election returns were hardly announced before he began to ask the advice of his countrymen on the pressing theme that would not be downed. What part shall America, first among the nations of the earth in wealth and power, assume at the council table of the world? General references: Woodrow Wilson, The New Freedom; C.L. Jones, The Caribbean Interests of the United States; H.P. Willis, The Federal Reserve; C.W. Barron, The Mexican Problem, Critical Toward Mexico; L.J. de Becker, The Plot Against Mexico, Against American Intervention; Theodore Roosevelt, America and the World War; E.E. Robinson and V.J. West, The Foreign Policy of Woodrow Wilson. J.S. Bassett, Our War with Germany. Carleton J.H. Hayes, A Brief History of the Great War. J.B. McMaster, The United States in the World War. Research topics: President Wilson's first term. Elson, History of the United States, pages 925 to 941. The Underwood Tariff Act. Ogg, National Progress, The American Nation Series, pages 209 to 226. The Federal Reserve System. Ogg, pages 228 to 232. Trust and Labor Legislation. Ogg, pages 232 to 236. Legislation respecting the territories. Ogg, pages 236 to 245. American interests in the Caribbean. Ogg, pages 246 to 265. American interests in the Pacific. Ogg, pages 304 to 324. Mexican Affairs. Hayworth, pages 388 to 395. Ogg, pages 284 to 304. The First Phases of the European War. Hayworth, pages 395 to 412. Ogg, pages 325 to 343. The Campaign of 1916. Hayworth, pages 412 to 418. Ogg, pages 364 to 383. America Enters the War. Hayworth, pages 422 to 440. Pages 454 to 475. Ogg, pages 384 to 399. Elson, pages 951 to 970. Mobilizing the Nation. Hayworth, pages 441 to 453. The Peace Settlement. Hayworth, pages 475 to 497. Elson, pages 971 to 982. Questions. 1. Enumerate the chief financial measures of the Wilson administration. Review the history of banks and currency, and give the details of the Federal Reserve Law. 2. What was the Wilson policy toward trusts, toward labor? 3. Review again the theory of states' rights. How has it fared in recent years? 4. What steps were taken in colonial policies, in the Caribbean? 5. Outline American-Mexican relations under Wilson. 6. How did the World War break out in Europe? 7. Account for the divided state of opinion in America. 8. Review the events leading up to the War of 1812. Compare them with the events from 1914 to 1917. 9. State the leading principles of international law involved and show how they were violated. 10. What American rights were assailed in the submarine campaign? 11. Give Wilson's position on the Lusitania affair. 12. How did the World War affect the presidential campaign of 1916? 13. How did Germany finally drive the United States into war? 14. State the American war aims given by the President. 15. Enumerate the measures taken by the government to win the war. 16. Review the part of the Navy in the war, the Army. 17. How were the terms of peace formulated? 18. Enumerate the principal results of the war. 19. Describe the League of Nations. 20. Trace the fate of the treaty in American politics. 21. Can there be a policy of isolation for America? End of Section 8.
Thanks for visiting. Don't forget to subscribe, share our information with family and friends. See you again soon.